10 Gods Chapter 1066 to Chapter 1122. Lin Tian's expression changed. The nether demonic dragons suddenly split into 9, each of them exuding a powerful aura that was not any weaker than before. At this moment, a huge pressure rose up in Lin Tian's heart, and he even felt a sense of threat. At the same time, the nearby cultivators' expressions changed. 9 turned into 9 heads? Many people's hearts trembled. Roar! 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 9 dragon roars sounded at the same time, directly shattering the void. The 9 nether demonic dragons that had split into 9 rushed forward together. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. He shook his right fist and once again swept out a sea of divine fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine fire surged, and the void seemed to be melting. However, this time, the pure golden yang flame was completely useless. The 9 nether demonic dragons rushed forward together. Demonic chi intertwined and overlapped with each other, evolving into a terrifying demonic wind that engulfed and annihilated the golden divine fire. Roar! The 9 nether demonic dragons roared together, and the demonic wind intertwined to open a path. They rushed directly to Lin Tian and stretched out their 9 dragon claws together. In just an instant, the sky and earth trembled violently as if they were about to collapse in the next moment. "Kid, be careful!" Ling Yun shouted from afar. The nether demonic dragon had split into 9 and attacked together. That scene alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Lin Tian stood in the sky and retracted the pure yang flame into his body. At this moment, he used the Chaos Emperor fist to meet the 9 nether demonic dragons. His punches were extremely fast, shaking the air until thunderous booms rang out. They clashed with the 9 giant dragon claws one after another, striking out with blazing arcs of lightning, causing the world to continuously tremble and rumble. Roar! The 9 nether demonic dragons that had split into 9 roared again. Although their demonic bodies were huge, their attacking speed was not slow at all. They shifted positions in the sky, and the demonic light and sharp dragon claws attacked together fiercely, trapping Lin Tian in the middle. When facing such a terrifying joint attack of 9 dragons, even if Lin Tian had attained the rebirth realm now, it still seemed to be extremely strenuous and dangerous. After all, his current opponent was extraordinary, and it was the ferocious nether devil dragon recorded in the ancient books. Even so, his expression did not change, and he did not panic at all. Dragon tattoos flickered in his eyes, and at this moment, he opened his delusion breaker divine eyes and looked at the 9-headed demonic dragon. He waved his right hand, and the primal Chaos Emperor's fist became even stronger. For a moment, the light of the Emperor's fist collided with the 9-headed demonic dragon. Destructive power scattered in all directions, causing the space to be annihilated inch by inch. He unleashed the unparalleled Emperor's fist to fight against the 9 dragons. He opened his divine eye of illusion breaker, but the situation did not change much. It was still strenuous, and he was still surrounded by danger. He was at a disadvantage in the confrontation, and he was forced into a sorry state by the 9-headed demonic dragon. They are all corporeal. His eyes narrowed slightly. The divine eye of delusion breaker could see through many things. At this moment, he opened his divine eye of delusion breaker and found that the 9 demonic dragons were all corporeal. Each of them had a combat strength that was not inferior to his, and their demonic aura was extremely strong. Boom! The demonic aura surged as the 9 nether demonic dragons attacked together. They suppressed the heavens and the earth, sealing off the surroundings, and their murderous aura was terrifying. With a bang, even though Lin Tian had unleashed the divine eye of illusion breaker and the primal Chaos Emperor's fist, he was still in trouble at this moment. He blocked the attacks of 8 of the demonic dragons, but another one closed in on him, and a dragon claw landed on his body. Cough. He coughed up blood, and he felt as if he had been hit by a star. His strong body was instantly filled with cracks, and his whole body was dyed red with blood. In the distance, a group of cultivators stared at the scene. Their eyes flickered, and their faces were full of shock. Those 9 demonic dragons, they seem to be corporeal. I can see that none of them are illusions. This kind of nine-headed demonic dragon together, who can stop them? These cultivators' hearts palpitated. At the same time, Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile looked at the fierce battle between Lin Tian and the nine-headed demonic dragon, and their expressions turned serious. One divided into 9, and all of them are corporeal. Moreover, none of them are weaker than when they were alone at the beginning. This should be the nether demonic dragon's innate divine power. Wuxing Crocodile guessed. The innate divine power was similar to the king's territory of the king physique. They were both very powerful, and others could not cultivate or control them. Boom! In front of them, the pitch-black demonic radiance covered the sky. The 9 nether demonic dragons attacked together, and their murderous aura was violent and terrifying. In an instant, the void cracked continuously, and even the surface of the ground began to crumble. The scene was a little terrifying. In the face of such a murderous attack, even someone as strong as Lin Tian had a hard time blocking it. He was constantly injured in the sky. However, his expression did not change from the beginning to the end. His divine eye of illusion breaker intertwined with strands of dragon light, mysterious and magical. How long can your 9 dragon bodies last? He waved his emperor's fist and said indifferently. No living creature could create a clone that was as powerful as its original body and live forever. No matter how powerful it was impossible to do so. This was because it defied common sense. At this time, he opened his divine eye of illusion breaker and clearly sensed that the 9 nether demonic dragon's murderous aura was not as fast as before. The demonic radiance was also a little weaker than before. Hearing his voice, the 9 nether demonic dragons froze for a moment, and their murderous eyes became even more bloodshot. Boom! The 9 nether demonic dragons charged together, and their demonic might combined to suppress Lin Tian, who was in the middle. Lin Tian snorted. He used the Yin Yang Liang, the Chaos Emperor's fist, and the divining divine technique together to contend with the 9 nether demonic dragons. Boom! 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 The golden divine radiance and the pitch-black demonic energy collided continuously. The void was shattered and restored and shattered again. The violent hurricane continued to sweep in all directions, and the ground sank a lot because of it. During this process, Lin Tian was severely injured several times. His physical body was shattered once, but his aura did not decrease, and his expression did not change at all. In the blink of an eye, this confrontation lasted for a full quarter of an hour. At this time, the light of the dragon patterns in Lin Tian's eyes became more intense, and he clearly sensed that the demonic might of the 9 nether demonic dragons began to decrease at a rapid rate. It's about time, he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet shook slightly, and he appeared in front of one of the nether demonic dragons in a single step. His golden iron fist mercilessly pressed down. Dong! A powerful and terrifying punch, accompanied by the shattering of the void, smashed the nether demonic dragon into pieces. Up in the sky. Roar! The other 8 nether demonic dragons roared, and their eyes were blood-red as they pounced. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he left afterimages with each step. He faced the 8 nether demonic dragons head-on, and he raised both his hands at the same time. Roar! Roar! He performed the Chaos Emperor's fist with all his strength with both hands. A true dragon intertwined in his left hand, and a celestial phoenix condensed in his right hand. His divine might soared into the sky. For a moment, the true dragon roared, and the celestial phoenix let out a long cry. They rushed out together and covered all 8 nether demonic dragons. With a crack, the space within a radius of a few hundred feet suddenly collapsed, and the spatial turbulence was directly shattered. What a terrifying attack! Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and the last nether demonic dragon that rushed over exploded. Pieces of dragon flesh floated in the air, and it was a shocking sight. He actually shattered the 9 nether demonic dragons in a row. Is he still human? Far away, many cultivators were horrified. In the sky, demonic might surged wildly, and the void rumbled, shaking all directions. The pieces of flesh of the 9 nether demonic dragons wriggled quickly and merged into one in the blink of an eye, condensing into a single original dragon body of the nether demonic dragon, and it stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he did not change at all. "You can split into 9?" His voice was very calm, but it made the nether demonic dragon's huge demonic body tremble slightly. "Human." It stared at Lin Tian. Its demonic eyes were huge, and they were even colder and more terrifying. The ferocious light in its eyes burned like flames. The dragon's body was divided into 9. That was its innate ability. It was extremely powerful, but there was a limit to how long it could be maintained. Moreover, the interval between its use was also very long. This was because it consumed an enormous amount of blood and chi to sustain this innate ability. At this time, this special ability had just been shattered, and it could not be used again immediately. Lin Tian looked at the nether demonic dragon with a cold expression, and he walked forward step by step. "Then, it's my turn to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed, and he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon and punched it. Boom, the powerful punch shattered the void, and the earth trembled. It landed directly on the nether demonic dragon's demonic body. His fist was small, but its power was terrifying. It shattered half of the nether demonic dragon's body. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the sky. At the tip of his fist, a golden dragon condensed from the power of the emperor's fist. It was dozens of feet long, and it coiled around the nether demonic dragon's body. Then, it exploded. Poof, this attack directly caused the nether demonic dragon to explode. Crimson dragon blood floated in the air, and it was a ghastly sight. A few drops of dragon blood fell on the ground and melted a lot of the ground. The power contained within was extremely powerful. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the second heaven, he had used the nether demonic dragon's dragon blood to refine his flesh and blood. Just a small amount of dragon blood was enough to transform his flesh and blood. It was extremely shocking. He did not know how many times more powerful it was than ordinary body refining treasures of heaven and earth. It would even have a miraculous effect on ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. His eyes flickered, and after a moment's pause, he stepped forward. Divine light intertwined in his right hand and evolved into a majestic force. He forcefully absorbed the crimson dragon blood of the nether demonic dragon floating in the air and pulled it to his side. Then, he quickly took out a jade container from the stone ring. He enchanted it with dragon patterns and placed the dragon blood he had absorbed into the container. Suddenly, the expressions of the cultivators in the distance changed, and they all widened their eyes. He's actually snatching the nether demonic dragon's dragon blood? Isn't this too fierce? Many cultivators were dumbfounded. The nether demonic dragon had been nurtured in the fallen immortal terrain for hundreds of thousands of years before it was born. Its blood was indeed extraordinary. It possessed shocking power that surpassed many treasures. At this moment, Lin Tian made his move. After destroying the nether demonic dragon's body, he directly seized its blood. He wanted to collect it as a rare treasure. Even though this thing couldn't help him strengthen his physical body, it was still useful for Jiyu and the whooshing crocodile. Furthermore, he could bring it back to share with Shuiyi and Jiyu in the future. It could strengthen their physical bodies and increase their vitality. Moreover, this dragon blood could be used to refine medicine and weapons. It had many uses. A single drop was priceless. Wang. Golden light intertwined between his hands as he drew in more dragon blood. All of it was collected into the jade artifact that was reinforced with dragon patterns. This made the crowd of cultivators speechless. At the same time, it also made the nether demonic dragon extremely angry. Its demonic chi soared into the sky. Human. It let out a loud roar before it could reform its body. It was the underworld demonic dragon, and its strength was domineering. But now, it was still alive, and Lin Tian had begun to take its blood just like that. To it, this was a huge insult, and it was even more uncomfortable than having its sturdy dragon body shattered. Boom. Its shattered flesh wriggled crazily, gathering towards a single point. At the same time, the blood that scattered into the void was sucked back, making the dragon blood that Lin Tian had already absorbed surge as well. He used his own source force to summon it, forcefully pulling it back. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a shake of his left hand, dense divine light runes intertwined and suppressed the outside of the jade artifact. This isolated the nether demonic dragon's power on the spot. The demonic dragon's blood in the jade artifact calmed down once again. The nether demonic dragon reformed its body at this time. When it realized that it couldn't summon back the dragon blood that Lin Tian had taken from the jade artifact, it couldn't help but roar again. Its demonic eyes became even more blood-red, and a murderous aura and hostility intertwined on its body. With a rumble, the demonic aura gathered into pitch-black balls of demonic light around its body. There were several hundred of them, and each one was about 5 feet in diameter. Each one contained the power to destroy everything, and the moment they were formed, they charged towards Lin Tian. All of a sudden, the entire area began to tremble as the sphere of devilish light corroded everything in its path. Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest. The Bai clan's great immortal king arcana technique was instantly activated. With the support of his current powerful divine energy, a gigantic immortal king divine shadow that was more than 1,000 feet tall appeared. Then, with a clang, he activated the heavenly sword scripture. The divine shadow behind him waved his hand, and a huge divine sword appeared. It was dozens of feet long, and it slashed forward. Boom, as the sword slashed down, a gust of wind swept out in a radius of several thousand feet, shattering hundreds of pitch-black balls of demonic light. At the same time, a sharp sword might tore through the sky and chopped off one of the nether demonic dragon's wings. Crimson demonic dragon blood sprayed out like waves, causing the cultivators in the distance to gasp. What a majestic divine shadow! What a domineering sword! Someone trembled. In the sky, Lin Tian had conjured the Bai clan's great immortal king divine shadow. His body stood within the immortal king divine shadow, and it was even larger than the nether demonic dragon's body. He used the great immortal king arcana technique and the heavenly sword scripture to chop off one of the nether demonic dragon's wings. Once again, he used his majestic divine energy to forcefully absorb the nether demonic dragon's dragon blood. Such an action caused the cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. They felt that Lin Tian was simply too powerful and ferocious. The nether demonic dragon wasn't dead yet, but he was forcefully absorbing its dragon blood again and again. Even Ling Yan and the whooshing crocodile in the distance couldn't help but stare. They were stunned by Lin Tian's actions. Human! Damn it! The nether demonic dragon roared angrily. It retracted its broken wings in the blink of an eye, and the murderous aura on its body became even more intense as it stared at Lin Tian. With a rumble, dense killing lights rushed out of its body. Demonic runes appeared, and the demonic Tao's precepts surged. Qi! 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 This killing light was obviously much stronger than the previous attacks. Everything in its path was completely corroded. Lin Tian used his majestic strength to forcefully absorb more dragon blood. After putting it into a jade container and applying a seal, he controlled the immortal king divine shadow that was hundreds of feet tall and headed straight for the nether demonic dragon. He faced the dense killing lights with indifference. At this moment, he could feel that these killing lights that were mixed with demonic runes and demonic Tao's precepts were not simple. Therefore, even though his expression was indifferent, he was very serious in his actions. The great immortal king divine shadow and the Ling Tian sword scripture worked together to slash. At the same time, he also used his own precepts. Strands of precepts flowed into the great immortal king divine shadow and slashed out densely packed sword lights. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the sword lights of precepts that he created collided with the nether demonic dragon's demonic killing lights, creating a destructive force that filled the sky. Terrifying arcs of electricity sizzled, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Not long after, Lin Tian's sword lights that were combined with the precepts of precepts became stronger and shattered the demonic killing lights one by one. Clang! These sword lights clanged. Even though they had become much weaker after colliding with the demonic killing lights that the nether demonic dragon had created, their slashing momentum did not decrease at all. They charged straight ahead and enveloped the nether demonic dragon within them. Pft! 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 In an instant, dragon blood splattered everywhere. The nether demonic dragon's huge dragon body was filled with holes, almost turning it into a dragon sieve. Lin Tian took a step forward, his expression indifferent. He waved his hand again and forcefully absorbed the dragon blood that was floating in the void. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared angrily. Its dragon body had yet to reform, but it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Waves of pitch-black demonic light intertwined from its broken flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the space within a radius of a few hundred feet. It was like a domain world, trapping Lin Tian within it. Tiny demonic dragons appeared one after another. They were as black as ink, completely formed by the condensation of demonic light and demonic precepts. They were densely packed, and all of them exuded a destructive aura. From the outside, a pitch-black demonic domain with a diameter of a few hundred feet enveloped the entire area, isolating everything. This is? Many of the cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they all felt an extremely oppressive aura, and chills ran down their spines. Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile were also shocked. Ling Yun frowned. This thing seems to be suppressing even the great Tao in the surroundings. It doesn't look like an ordinary technique. It should be the same as the 9 Dragons transformation. It's also the nether demonic dragon's innate ability. Wuxing Crocodile said. It stared ahead, its eyes intertwining with the demonic light. In front of them, the nether demonic dragon reformed its demon body. The pitch-black demonic light continued to envelop the area within a radius of a few hundred feet. It stared coldly at Lin Tian. The nether demonic domain. All living things and the great Tao of heaven and earth will be suppressed within this domain. It stared at Lin Tian, its entire body emitting a murderous aura. With a low roar, the tiny demonic dragons formed by the condensation of demonic light and demonic precepts all charged towards Lin Tian. Each of them was surrounded by pitch-black demonic qi. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. The great Tao of heaven and earth in the surroundings was suppressed, and even the air was unable to flow. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all. Facing the pressure of the densely packed demonic dragons, his expression did not change at all. He slowly took a step forward. With just one step, he dodged all the tiny demonic dragons and appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon in this demonic region. The towering Heaven Sword Sutra combined with the nameless Great Tao attacked together, slashing down with a brilliant and invincible sword. Pft. The powerful sword directly split the nether demonic dragon in half. Dragon blood splattered across the sky. At the same time as the nether demonic dragon's body disintegrated, the demonic domain that enveloped the area within a radius of a few hundred feet also dissipated. This, the nether demonic dragon's oppressive pitch-black demonic domain. Why is it useless? Many cultivators were shocked. The nether demonic dragon let out a furious roar. Its disintegrated body reformed in the blink of an eye. Its blood-red demonic eyes kept flickering as it stared at Lin Tian. It was shocked and furious. How can this be? Its nether demonic domain could restrain all living things. It could even suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth. Once a living being was enveloped by its nether demonic domain, the living being's physical body, consciousness, and soul would be greatly weakened. They would not even be able to move their fingers. However, now that it had enveloped Lin Tian with its nether demonic domain, it was useless against Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not affected at all. This is impossible. It let out a furious roar and once again propped up the nether demonic domain. This time, it covered a radius of 1,000 feet and once again enveloped Lin Tian. It directly suppressed everything in the surroundings. Even the pulse of the earth almost stopped. The range was even wider, the power was even stronger. Lin Tian stood within the nether demonic domain and looked at the nether demonic dragon indifferently. Then, in the next moment, he moved. His feet swayed slightly, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon again and punched it. The nether demonic dragon's nether demonic domain was terrifying. It could indeed suppress all living things. However, it would not affect him at all because he had the most powerful reincarnation imperial body. This nether demonic domain, which was similar in nature to the imperial body and imperial domain, could not suppress him at all. It had no effect on him at all. Boom, at this moment, he appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon and directly activated the Chaos Emperor fist to the maximum, suppressing the void in all directions. With a puff, the nether demonic dragon was smashed into pieces again. Crimson demonic dragon blood splattered all over the sky. That kind of devil domain is really useless against him. Many cultivators were shocked. In front of them, in the sky, the nether demonic dragon roared angrily. Its demonic dragon body reformed again, and the shock and anger in its eyes were even more intense. "You puny human, how dare you, how dare you," it roared crazily. Then, with a boom, a blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long appeared behind it. It was exactly the same as the nether demonic dragon, intertwined with endless murderous aura and demonic law. It was as if an ancient evil spirit had been summoned. "I'll crush you." Its eyes were crimson red. The blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long covered the sky and the sun. It carried with it a demonic aura that could destroy heaven and earth as it pressed down on Lin Tian. For a moment, the nearby Great Dao trembled. The blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long was frighteningly ferocious. As it moved, it covered the sky, and its demonic aura seemed to want to devour everything. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators in the distance trembled. Many of them were shocked. The nether demonic dragon's blood dragon phantom was simply too terrifying. Boom, the blood dragon pressed down on Lin Tian, covering the entire area. Facing the huge blood dragon, Lin Tian's black hair danced wildly in front of his forehead, but his expression did not change. He was still indifferent and did not panic at all. Behind him, the reincarnation diagram rushed up, and the divine and sacred light immediately spread out. It grew with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became hundreds of feet long and faced the blood dragon. That diagram is so powerful. Seeing the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian held up in front of them, the cultivators were shocked by the vast aura. The reincarnation diagram was laid horizontally, and the huge blood dragon covered the sky with a monstrous aura. In the blink of an eye, they collided. For a time, the bloody and demonic light surged, and the divine aura was vast and mighty. This space was almost divided into two parts of heaven and earth. Two different auras dyed the sky into two different colors, and a violent hurricane swept out in all directions. Such a collision was many times more terrifying than the previous ones, and many cultivators were forced to retreat again and again. "They're evenly matched," someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian stood in the void with an indifferent gaze. He thought to himself that the nether demonic dragon was really powerful. Even though he had fallen to the Nirvana stage 6 because of the injuries caused by the divine sword, and his injuries had not healed, and the sword's soul fragment that was sealed underground had consumed a lot of demonic energy and suffered some backlash, it still had such terrifying power. It had continuously injured him, who had reached the Nirvana stage, several times. Now, he summoned the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory, and the blood dragon summoned by his opponent could completely block it. Roar, the nether demonic dragon roared, and the demonic light and murderous aura on its body became even more shocking. Dense demonic energy rippled out and surged into the blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long. In an instant, the power of the blood dragon increased by several times, and it suppressed the world. For a moment, the reincarnation diagram buzzed and shook violently because of the stronger blood dragon summoned by the nether demonic dragon. "Humans, die!" The nether demon dragon roared. It circled in the sky, surrounded by demonic light. The wings on its back flapped, and another dense wave of killing light shot towards Lin Xianxia. Crack, crack, crack. Everywhere. This killing light passed, pieces of space were cut apart, and then shattered like porcelain. Lin Tianling harumphed. The great celestial king of the Bai clan unleashed his arcane arts once again. The celestial king's divine shadow appeared, and after circulating the Ling Tian sword scripture, it transformed into a huge sword in the blink of an eye. With a swing of the sword, it shattered the dense killing light released by the netherworld demon dragon. He stared at the nether demonic dragon with an indifferent gaze. He raised his left hand, and the divine shadow of the celestial king raised his huge left arm at the same time. The nomological laws of the great path of nameless gushed out and poured into the reincarnation diagram. In an instant, the reincarnation diagram changed abruptly. The patterns on it became more numerous, denser, and brighter. At the same time, the aura it exuded also became more powerful. The Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram, boom, the divine and holy aura skyrocketed once again. Once the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path of Reincarnation appeared, the wind and clouds instantly changed, and the surroundings were suppressed. This was his most powerful technique at the moment. The combination of the monarch's domain and the Great Path of nomological laws evolved into the most powerful divine diagram. For a moment, the blood dragon released by the nether demonic dragon immediately trembled and was forced to retreat inch by the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path of Reincarnation. The nether demonic dragon trembled and roared angrily, releasing more demonic laws and demonic light to strengthen the blood-colored dragon again. However, this was not of much use. As Lin Tianling's Great Path of nomological laws surged and merged with the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path of Reincarnation, its power increased exponentially. As it collided, it gradually annihilated the surging demonic laws that the nether demonic dragon had injected into the blood-colored dragon, as if blazing flames were melting pieces of ice. This is? He shattered the demonic laws of that demonic dragon. Many cultivators were shocked. Roar, the nether demonic dragon roared again. Its blood-red eyes were filled with shock and anger, and the demonic light and murderous aura around its body became even stronger. It urged the blood-colored dragon with all its might, causing it to expand again, and its murderous aura intertwined. However, it was still useless. It could not stop Lin Tianling's reincarnation diagram of the Great Path of Reincarnation, and cracks began to appear. Impossible. It was furious. This was its most powerful source divine technique. It was born for the sake of destruction, for the sake of slaughter. Yet now, it was about to be shattered. Its eyes were blood-red, and it could not accept this. Lin Tianling stood opposite it, looking at the nether demonic dragon with a cold expression. In the next moment, he moved his mind, and his divine power surged, causing the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path of Reincarnation to become even more powerful and suppressive. With a crack, the gigantic blood dragon released by the nether demonic dragon finally could not withstand it and directly shattered into pieces. Weng, the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path of Reincarnation hummed and moved with his gaze, crushing the nether demonic dragon's body. The nether demonic dragon roared, and its dragon body reformed in the blink of an eye, roaring fiercely. Lin Tianling shook his right hand, activating the heavenly sword scripture with the great celestial king's arcane skill. The divine shadow behind him raised his hand and swung his sword, slashing down. Poof, the powerful slash directly cut the newly reformed nether demonic dragon in half, and its dragon blood dyed the sky red. It roared furiously, and its dragon body reformed in the blink of an eye, surrounded by murderous aura. Human. It stared at Lin Tianling, its demonic eyes bloodthirsty and ferocious. Lin Tianling's black hair danced in front of his forehead. He stared at his opponent indifferently. I've said it before. If I could defeat you back then, I can still do it now. The only difference is that you had the chance to escape back then, but this time, you can only be buried here. This nether demonic dragon had almost killed him back then, and it had almost devoured Bai Qiu. There was no way he would let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The 1,000-foot-tall deity king's divine shadow moved with him and appeared in front of the demonic dragon in the blink of an eye. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He stared at the nether demonic dragon and used the heavenly sword scripture again with the heavenly sword scripture. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, almost cutting the sky in half, and the nether demonic dragon was crushed again. The demonic dragon's blood splattered across the sky. Ah! The nether demonic dragon roared like a human and quickly reformed its dragon body. Its aura was much weaker than before. It stared at Lin Tianling in shock and anger. It opened its mouth and spat out nether demonic flames, which covered the sky and engulfed Lin Tianling. Then, it turned around and rushed toward the 7-colored light source deep in the ground. At the same time, it opened its mouth and forcefully sucked in the 7-colored light source underground. At this time, as long as it swallowed the 7-colored light source, its combat strength would temporarily skyrocket even if the backlash was terrifying. Then, it would crush Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling snorted. His eye of delusion breaker was open, so naturally, he saw through all of the nether demonic dragon's movements. He shook his right hand, and the deity king's divine shadow swung the heavenly sword scripture. The sword cut through the nether demonic flames that engulfed the nether demonic flames. Then, with an unpredictable angle, he lifted the sword diagonally, sticking close to the ground and cutting into the sky, aiming for the nether demonic dragon's head. Puff, the sword was fast and powerful. Coupled with the eye of delusion breaker, the nether demonic dragon had no way to dodge and its head was directly cut off. Instantly, dragon blood splattered everywhere. The nether demonic dragon roared in anger. Its head rolled back and merged with its body, quickly recovering to its original state. However, in the next moment, Lin Tianling stepped forward with the deity king's divine shadow. He lifted his leg and kicked it directly on its jaw. With a bang, dragon blood splattered again. The nether demonic dragon was directly kicked into the sky. Lin Tianling looked at his opponent. He did not stop and showed no mercy. He stepped forward again, and the deity king's divine shadow swung his sword mercilessly. Puff, 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 he used the heavenly sword scripture with the heavenly sword scripture and cut the nether demonic dragon into pieces in the sky again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Such a scene shocked the surrounding cultivators. The nether demonic dragon, a peerless ferocious beast recorded in the ancient books, is actually no match for him. It's completely defeated. Everyone trembled. In the sky, the nether demonic dragon roared and glared at Lin Tianling. A murderous aura surrounded its body. Damn it! If I was in my peak state, how could you be my match? Its body was huge, and at this time, it roared like a human. Unfortunately, there are no ifs now, only certainties. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold and indifferent. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword. You will die here for sure. With a clang, the dazzling sword light directly enveloped the nether demonic dragon and cut it into pieces again. The nether demonic dragon roared and reformed its body again. It looked at the seven-colored light source in the depths of the ground unwillingly. Then, its gaze fell behind Lin Tianling again. It was ferocious and bloodthirsty. Human, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. It roared wildly, then flapped its wings and quickly retreated. Just like in the second heaven, it chose to escape. At this time, its aura had weakened to the lowest point. If it continued to stay, it would definitely die. With a whoosh, it escaped at an extremely fast speed. It was like a black lightning bolt, and in an instant, it was thousands of feet away. However, in the next moment, the heavens and the earth were suddenly interwoven with dense confinement runes. A few hundred chains of divine light appeared together and covered the area, directly cutting off its path. At the same time, they wrapped around it in the blink of an eye. This caused the nether demonic dragon's body to tremble, and it revealed a shocked expression. It did not expect so many formation runes to suddenly appear around it. I've said it before. This time, you have no chance to escape. Being buried here is your only ending. Lin Tianling said. These formation runes were all sixth-order confinement runes. They were secretly engraved during the battle with the nether demonic dragon. A single rune was not powerful, but he had engraved hundreds of them with his Nirvana realm cultivation base. When combined, their power was multiplied by dozens or even hundreds of times. It was not too difficult to temporarily trap the severely injured nether demonic dragon. He stared at his opponent and took a step forward. The reincarnation diagram was held up, and the Great Path's precepts were activated, directly merging into the Great Path reincarnation diagram. Suddenly, the powerful aura of a deity and a saint spread out, sweeping across the entire area. The nether demonic dragon trembled. Room, above Lin Tianling's head, the Great Path reincarnation diagram rumbled, and its divine power surged. It directly interrupted the nether demonic dragon's words and ruthlessly fell. With a rumble, the divine diagram's power was intimidating. It immediately shattered the nether demonic dragon's body, leaving only a pitch-black dragon soul that did not dissipate. It would not be able to reform its body in a short period of time. Damn it! The nether demonic dragon was furious, and its remaining dragon soul flew away again. Lin Tianling's expression did not change. He controlled the deity king's divine shadow and raised his right hand. It covered the sky and directly grabbed the nether demonic dragon's dragon soul in his hand. The turbulent precepts of the great path gathered and immediately suppressed it, immobilizing it. I've heard that placing a dragon soul into a precious weapon and saint artifact can greatly increase the power of the precious weapon and saint artifact. His voice was indifferent. As soon as he said that, the nether demonic dragon's dragon soul body trembled. At the same time, the other cultivator's expressions changed. He wants to use the nether demonic dragon's dragon soul to refine a weapon? Everyone's expression changed when they heard Lin Tian's words. Placing a dragon's soul into a precious weapon and sacred artifact could greatly increase its power. This was clearly using the nether demonic dragon's soul to refine a weapon. Many cultivators were shocked. Even Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile could not help but stare. The nether demonic dragon was an extremely ferocious creature recorded in ancient books. Using the soul of such a ferocious creature to refine a weapon was too extravagant, wasn't it? It was truly shocking. The nether demonic dragon's soul was being suppressed by Lin Tian. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, it was even more furious. Human, you're asking for death. It was a dignified nether demon dragon, a powerful and extraordinary dragon. But now, a human actually wanted to use its dragon soul to refine a weapon. This was the biggest insult to it, and it was also a form of torture. Lin Tian snorted. With a shake of his right hand, the dragon inscriptions intertwined and sank into the nether demonic dragon, causing it to tremble and groan in pain. I'm asking for death? You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. Now, you're the one who's going to die. He said. The nether demonic dragon's soul trembled. Only then did it remember that its dragon body was already shattered, and its soul was being suppressed by Lin Tian. This was a hopeless situation. It stared at Lin Tian in shock, anger, and unwillingness. Lin Tian supported the great immortal king's divine shadow. At this time, a mini Dao diagram of the four symbols appeared in the divine shadow's palm with a single thought. The Dao diagram of the four symbols shone brightly and enveloped the nether demon dragon's soul, directly interrupting its next words. Goodbye. He said coldly. With a hum, the Dao diagram of the four symbols shone even brighter, causing the nether demonic dragon's soul to tremble violently again. Stop. Ugh. The nether demonic dragon roared, but in the next moment, it screamed in agony and then lost its voice. Its soul still existed, but its consciousness had been crushed by Lin Tian. It's dead. He gave the great calamity recorded in the ancient books, too. The crowd of cultivators shuddered again. Even though they could see that the nether demonic dragon had lost and that there was no way it could turn the tables, seeing Lin Tianling shatter its consciousness and erase its existence, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. That was the legendary great evil, the nether demonic dragon. Ling Yan opened his eyes wide, and then he couldn't help but grit his teeth. After not seeing him for a few years, I never imagined that this kid would actually be strong to such an extent. He has attained the rebirth realm, and his combat strength is still so terrifying. He's really getting more and more freakish. He had already found out about Lin Tian's current cultivation from Wuxing Crocodile. Now that he had seen Lin Tian destroy the great calamity nether demon dragon, he was truly shocked. This level of strength was truly frightening. In front of him, Lin Tian supported the great deity king's divine shadow and grabbed the nether demonic dragon's soul whose consciousness had been erased. Then, the dragon patterns in the divine shadow's large hand surged, compressing the nether demonic dragon's soul to an inch long. After sealing it with the dragon patterns again, he put it away in the stone ring. He was prepared to use this dragon's soul to refine weapons later and upgrade the saint-rank deity slaying bow. After some serious refinement, it would be able to reach the level of a high-grade sacred weapon. He lowered his head, and the great deity king's divine shadow dissipated. He looked at the bottom of the shattered mountain and a sword soul fragment there. He opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker and saw through the ground. He used his great force to shatter the demonic patterns that the nether demonic dragon had placed on the sword soul fragment. With a wave of his hand, he directly grabbed the sword soul fragment from the ground and put it into his body. Immediately, the sword soul fragment followed his body and arrived in his consciousness in the blink of an eye, appearing beside the divine sword. With a buzz, the sword soul fragment sank into the divine sword. The divine sword trembled and emitted strands of seven-colored light. Immediately, his body trembled slightly. Leave this place. I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. He transmitted his voice to Ling Yun and the whooshing crocodile. The sword soul fragment entered his body and began to merge with the divine sword. A great force overflowed. At this time, he had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and refine the power overflowing from the divine sword. Lord Crocodile knows a very secluded place. Let's go. The whooshing crocodile transmitted his voice and looked at Ling Yun. Little pervert, follow me. It had seen Lin Tian find the sword soul fragment twice. At this time, it more or less knew about Lin Tian's current situation. After it finished speaking, it flapped its wings and flew towards the southeast direction of this place, leading the way. Lin Tian stepped forward and followed it. Naturally, Ling Yun didn't hesitate. His speed wasn't slow either. For a moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. The two of them and the crocodile were like three bolts of lightning, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the whole place was dead silent, leaving only a group of cultivators looking at the direction where the two of them and the crocodile left. Many people couldn't help but tremble. That young man actually killed the legendary nether demon dragon just like that. This is simply too terrifying. Who the hell is he? He doesn't look like an old antique. He seems to be a young man in his 20s, but how can his combat power be so terrifying? In this eighth heaven, I have never heard of such a person among the powerhouses of the younger generation. Where did he come from? He is in the Nirvana realm, and among the younger generation of Nirvana realm, it seems that only the divine sons and goddesses of the top forces in the ninth heaven have reached this level, right? This young man, is he the descendant of a super force in the ninth heaven? Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, some cultivators looked at the broken mountain with pity in their eyes. The treasure exuding the seven-colored divine brilliance was taken away by him. Someone whispered. So what if he took it away? What else can we do? Even the legendary nether demonic dragon was slain by someone of that level. I don't think there are many people in the entire celestial realm who can stop him. We can only admit that we made this trip in vain. A cultivator next to him said. Nearby, some other cultivators also nodded. They all came here for the seven-colored light source, but at this moment, seeing Lin Tian take it away, they could only accept it. They didn't have the slightest thought of competing for it. Because Lin Tian even killed the legendary nether demon dragon. If they compete with Lin Tian for the seven-colored light source, wouldn't they be courting death? Too strong. Someone stared at the direction where Lin Tian went and murmured, shivering involuntarily. Lin Tian, Ling Yun, and whooshing crocodile left the mountain range with whooshing crocodile leading the way. At this time, they had already walked very far and appeared outside a swamp. There were shrubs everywhere, and there was no one around. This place is absolutely quiet. There is absolutely no one here. Not even a wild rabbit can be seen here. Whooshing crocodile assured. Lin Tian nodded, stepped into the depths of the swamp, and sat down cross-legged on a big rock. With a buzzing sound, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had fused with the sword soul fragment. Seven-colored light overflowed and had already uncontrollably interweaved out of his body. It was surrounded by dense spiritual energy and boundless Tao power, which was extremely shocking. Protect me, he said to whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun. He quickly activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and began to refine the seven-colored light overflowing from the godly sword. Suddenly, a rich golden divine light began to appear on the surface of his body. It was crystal clear, strong, and bright. His entire body was dyed with a layer of golden light. Then, the aura on his body began to rise and become stronger. Buzz. The golden light buzzed, strands and threads. He looked into his sea of consciousness. After the sword soul fragment had merged with the divine sword, the complicated patterns on the divine sword had become brighter and more numerous than before. However, he still could not understand them. He could only feel that these patterns were very unusual. He stared at the godly sword with his divine thoughts. After dozens of breaths, the godly sword gradually completed the fusion with the newly obtained sword soul fragment. It became quiet again, motionless like an ancient boulder. His divine thoughts surrounded the surroundings. After a pause, he tried to channel the godly sword. Then, he found that it was still the same as before. There was no result at all. The other party quietly hung at the bottom of his consciousness and did not respond to his call at all. Forget it. Finally, he said in his heart and withdrew his divine thoughts from the godly sword. At this time, there was still a lot of seven-colored light radiating from the godly sword in his body. It contained very rich spiritual energy and Tao light. He began to refine the seven-colored light more seriously. Buzz. For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body became richer and his aura became stronger. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the divine light and aura outside his body were strong to a critical point. Then, they suddenly weakened to a low point. Moreover, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that his body began to stiffen. Many parts of his body began to petrify. There was a very intense pain that made him feel like his body was about to be crushed into pieces. What's going on? Lin Tianyi was shocked. This sudden turn of events caused him to be visibly moved. Kid, you are going to the second heaven of Nirvana realm. Focus and calm your mind. Don't panic. A voice resounded. 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun were guarding at the side. At this moment, they quickly spoke, in the Nirvana realm, every time you reach a new level, you will shed your old body once. You will petrify your old body and give birth to a new body within. This will strengthen your physical body, toughen your meridians, toughen your bones, expand your sea of consciousness, and purify your soul. Just like how a green snake sheds its skin, this will allow your body to grow stronger and stronger. Gradually, you will be able to bear more power. As such, you will be able to step into the primal Chaos Emperor realm after 9 nirvanas. A genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Even though Lin Tian was cultivating, he could clearly sense everything around him. At this time, he naturally heard the words of the 5 elements Crocodile. His heart suddenly moved. He did not expect that the cultivation in the Nirvana stage would have such a drastic change. Moreover, it was accompanied by such danger. If he was not careful, he would actually walk towards death in the process. It could be said that this was not much easier than the heavenly tribulation of the Great Path when one ascended from the void flight realm to the immortal ascension realm. After all, although the heavenly tribulation was destructive, one would only face one heavenly tribulation when ascending from the void flight realm to the immortal ascension realm. However, in the Nirvana realm, one would have to undergo 9 Nirvana metamorphoses. Got it. He responded. After that, he took a slight deep breath, and he quickly calmed himself down while his Tao heart and heart were completely calm. Gradually, the aura on his body became weaker and weaker, falling into a trough, like a small flame in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. At the same time, more parts of his body began to turn into stone. His legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, head, and finally, even his hair began to slowly turn into stone. In this way, about half an hour later, his whole body turned into a human-shaped stone, like a statue. We have entered the most critical stage. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a touch of evil light. He whispered to Ling Yun. Little pervert, guard the surroundings well, this process must not be disturbed by the outside world. In fact, it had already guessed that Lin Tian might enter the second layer of Nirvana and undergo a metamorphosis after obtaining the 7-colored light source, so it brought Lin Tian here. No living beings would come near this place all year round, so even if there was no one to protect him, it would still be very safe. However, it still has to be cautious at this time. After all, it is not a bad thing to be more cautious. Ling Yun nodded, made an understood gesture, and then stepped in another direction, glancing around vigilantly. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a big stone. His whole body was petrified, and his aura was weak. The color of the stone was getting darker and darker. The 8th heaven, the easternmost position, the vast mountain ridges were connected to each other, and all of them were astonishingly majestic. All of them were overflowing with spirit chi, as if they were a group of celestial mountains. Within the group of immortal mountains, expanse after expanse of palaces were next to each other, all of them dazzling in gold and jade, imposing and majestic, possessing the bearing of an emperor. It was unknown just how vast of an area they covered. Within this place, immortal birds soared into the sky. Numerous treasured islands floated in the air, and even further away, there was even an enormous waterfall. It displayed a type of boundless immortal aura, as if this was a legendary immortal ancient court. What? Inside a treasure pavilion that was filled with palaces, several tall figures stood together. Each of them had a strong blood chi. One of them stared at the several young men in front of him. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The young men trembled slightly as they faced the towering figures in the treasure pavilion, instinctively feeling fear. One of them said in a trembling voice, "That's right, Patriarch, we definitely saw it clearly, we definitely didn't see wrongly. That person really did use that silver diagram divine art, it's the same as that middle-aged man from a few years ago, we didn't see wrongly." These young men were none other than the ones who wanted to steal Lin Tian's immortal Ling Jing from the western nether continent not long ago. At that time, Lin Tian crippled one of them and gave him a beating. These young men expended a lot of energy and spent several days to rush back to the Chu clan. They immediately reported to the big shots of the clan that they saw Lin Tian use the four symbols Dao diagram because this matter was too important. A few years ago, a middle-aged man used this divine art to kill their clan's grand completion 5 elements monarch physique at the bank of the Rua River in the heavenly domain, causing the Chu clan's vitality to be greatly damaged. This was the territory of the Chu clan. Among the big shots of the Chu clan in the treasure pavilion, there was the patriarch and grand elder of the Chu clan. At this time, their eyes were extremely cold and sinister. Back then, the middle-aged man killed their clan's grand completion monarch physique, which was a huge blow to the Chu clan. It was equivalent to cutting off half of their clan's foundation. They were afraid of that middle-aged man, but more than that, they felt hatred. After so many years, this hatred grew stronger and stronger. They even prepared many terrifying methods to lure that middle-aged man out so that they could kill him. Unfortunately, after that, they never encountered that middle-aged man again. Now, when these people heard the report that a young man in the western nether continent used the same divine art as the middle-aged man who killed their clan's grand completion monarch physique, their hatred and killing intent were directly aroused to the extreme. Each of them had a murderous glint in their eyes, and each of them was surrounded by a murderous aura. They were like death gods. Are you sure that there's only another young man and a demonic beast beside him, and no one else following him? The patriarch of the Chu clan asked. Sure. A young man from the Chu clan said in a trembling voice, that person looks to be in his 20s, and there's only a demonic beast and another young man beside him. Hearing this, the big shots of the Chu clan became even colder. Murderous intent and coldness constantly swirled in their eyes. That little bastard also knows that divine art. He's definitely from the same lineage as that middle-aged man. If he's not that person's descendant, then he's that person's disciple. Capture him. Use him as bait and suppress the prepared monarch physique in the Great Annihilation Formation, then lure that person out into the Great Annihilation Formation. As long as he enters, even an emperor will die. After killing him, we can still seize that powerful divine art. Move out immediately. The voice of the big shots of the Chu clan was cold, causing the temperature in the treasure pavilion to drop dozens of degrees in an instant. Western nether continent, in the swamp. In the depths of the swamp, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a large rock. His physical body had completely turned into stone, as if a lifelike stone statue had been carved out by someone. He sat there cross-legged, unable to move his stone body. His breath became even weaker, as if he could be extinguished at any time and disappear from this world. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun guarded in 2 different directions, vigilantly observing their surroundings. At the same time, they naturally kept an eye on Lin Tian's Nirvana realm situation. Whoosh! The swamp was very quiet, and there was not even a wild rabbit. Even the sound of a gentle breeze could be heard very clearly, whistling in this space. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Tian's body was still stone, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker, almost to the point where it could not be felt. Normally, half a month is enough for a nirvana transformation. Why is this brat taking so long? Whooshing Crocodile frowned, and could not help but be a little worried. However, when it thought about it again, it remembered that the previous few destructive heavenly tribulations had not been able to take Lin Tian's life, so this 1 month of nirvana metamorphosis did not seem to be much. Thus, its furrowed brows relaxed and it was no longer worried. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! On this day, Lin Tian's stone body suddenly made a crisp sound, and a crack suddenly appeared on his stone body, extending more than 3 inches long. Then, the cracking sound continued to be heard, and more cracks appeared, covering the entire stone body in the blink of an eye. Moreover, at the same time, the aura that he emitted, which was originally extremely weak, suddenly began to rise rapidly, like an erupting fountain. In an instant, it reached a terrifying height, causing the ground to tremble. It's a success. Whooshing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian's stone body, which was beginning to shatter, and felt the powerful breath coming from inside. 2 rays of light flashed in its eyes. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds continued to ring in this space, and Lin Tian's stone body continued to shatter. Pieces of stone broke apart, fell to the ground, and shattered into dust. Just like this, after a few tens of breaths of time passed, Lin Tian's body that had transformed into stone had completely split open, and the new body within was revealed. Moreover, his aura seemed to be even more condensed while strands of precious radiance flowed on his body, causing him to seem like a treasured body of immortal radiance. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed in them. Then, after shattering the other stones on the surface of his body, he stood up. He clenched his hands, and the light in his eyes could not help but intertwine. At this time, his cultivation had reached the 2nd nirvana stage from the 1st nirvana stage. He could clearly feel that his flesh, blood, meridians, and bones had been greatly strengthened. His sea of consciousness had become as vast as the ocean, and his spirit had become much more powerful. Is this the nirvana transformation? He could not help but exclaim. The light in his eyes intertwined again, and he clenched his fists again. At this moment, he felt that his strength was much stronger than when he was at the 1st nirvana stage. He had almost completed a perfect sublimation, which was really surprising. Whooshing Crocodile looked at his expression from the side, and naturally knew what he was thinking. He said, "How is it, little Lin? You feel that your strength has increased a lot, right? This is the nirvana transformation, named after the phoenix's rebirth from the fire. Every time you successfully undergo the nirvana transformation, your physique, sea of consciousness, and spirit will be greatly improved, and your combat strength will naturally undergo a huge change. It is also because of this that after the nirvana stage, the difference in strength between each stage is extremely huge." Lin Tian nodded. After successfully undergoing the nirvana transformation, he had deeply understood this point. The nirvana transformation that is accompanied by the risk of death will naturally produce extraordinary benefits. It is the same as going through the heavenly tribulation. Ling Yin said. Indeed. Lin Tian ondao. He sensed the changes in himself again, then took a deep breath and calmed down. Then, he shook his right hand slightly and took out a jade container. With a thought, a large amount of crimson blood floated out and turned into 2 balls, floating in front of Ling Yun and Whooshing Crocodile. This is the nether demonic dragon's blood. It should be useful for both of you. Use it to refine your body. The jade container in his hand looked small, but the space inside was very large. He had taken a lot of the nether demonic dragon's blood, and it was all stored in it. At this time, he took out a portion and gave it to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun to refine their bodies. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun were both at the 9th heaven of enlightenment. Using the nether demonic dragon's blood to refine their bodies should be somewhat useful. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian shot out the netherworld demonic dragon's blood. It floated in the air, sparkling in crimson. There was a special kind of spiritual energy intertwined with it. This thing is really extraordinary. Whooshing Crocodile said. The nether demon dragon had been nurtured in the fallen celestial land for hundreds of thousands of years before taking form. It was born at the peak of Nirvana Plain, which was equivalent to a terrifying king body. Moreover, it was born with a great completion king body. Thus, its blood was naturally extraordinary. Ling Yan agreed. The value of this dragon's blood was really high. It could be called a divine medicine for refining one's body. Hurry up, I'll protect you, Lin Tian said. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun nodded. They immediately drew the netherworld demonic dragon's blood into their bodies and began refining their bodies. Among them, the 5 elements crocodile had reached the 9th heaven of enlightenment for the 2nd time. Furthermore, it was a prehistoric beast. Therefore, even though the nether demonic dragon's blood had some effect on it, it wasn't very effective. Therefore, it didn't show much reaction when using it to train its body. On the other hand, Ling Yun couldn't help but howl when he used the dragon blood to train his body. Damn it, it hurts. However, my flesh, meridians, and organs seem to be getting stronger quickly. It feels so good. The netherworld demonic dragon's blood contained amazing power. Using it to refine one's body would be accompanied by an intense burning and tearing sensation. When Lin Tian was still in the airborne realm, he was almost burned to death by the terrifying power in the dragon's blood. If it wasn't for the 7-colored light from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Ling Yan's body wasn't as strong as Wuxing Crocodile's now. Therefore, the reaction when using the dragon's blood was naturally greater. At this time, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun used the netherworld demonic dragon's blood to refine their bodies. Faint crimson light intertwined around their bodies. At the same time, the aura on their bodies was also increasing. Although the degree was very low, it was still getting stronger. Just like that, 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun had successively finished tempering their bodies with the dragon blood, causing their bodies to become slightly stronger while their cultivations increased slightly, and they were almost at the half-step rebirth realm. Comfortable? Ling Yun chuckled as he clenched his fists and bumped them together, creating a muffled boom. The Wuxing Crocodile shook its wings, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Apparently, it was quite comfortable after being tempered with dragon blood. Lin Tian looked at the man and crocodile and smiled faintly. Then, with a slight movement of his right hand, he took out the nether demon dragon's soul from the stone ring. For a time, a majestic soul energy interweaved in this place, causing the nearby space to seem to be on the verge of freezing. Then, with a wave of his left hand, the low-grade sacred artifact deity murdering bow appeared in his hand. Wisps of sacred might swirled around the bow. Holy weapon? Brat, you actually have a weapon of this level. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. After all, sacred artifacts were not easy to find. Most of the ancient Nirvana realm experts did not have any sacred artifacts. As he spoke, his expression changed again as he looked at the dragon soul in Lin Tian's right hand. You want to use this dragon soul to temper the sacred bow? Previously, Lin Tian had mentioned using the dragon soul to temper a sacred artifact to increase its power. Now that he saw Lin Tian take out both the dragon soul and the sacred artifact longbow at the same time, he naturally guessed what Lin Tian was going to do at this moment. Even the Wuxing Crocodile at the side raised his head to look at Lin Tian, a demonic light interweaving in his eyes. Yes. Lin Tian Ondao. Tempering this sacred bow with the dragon soul would definitely increase its grade and power by a large margin. Naturally, he knew how to refine weapons. This was not his first time refining weapons. Moreover, this place was very secluded, so he did not inscribe any sealing runes. His left and right hands intertwined with golden light as he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to its peak. Then, the sacred bow and dragon soul floated up and moved closer to each other. Finally, they came together in the middle. In an instant, an ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out. As the sacred bow and the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon came into contact, strands of electric arcs intertwined, causing the surrounding space to distort. Then, a lot of cracks could be heard. Lin Tian's expression was serious as he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. He slowly pressed the dragon's soul into the sacred artifact deity murdering bow. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling divine light burst out, drowning the bow and bowstring. Black electric arcs intertwined. These black electric arcs were the original power contained within the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon. They were terrifying and domineering. Previously, Lin Tian had erased the nether demonic dragon's consciousness, but the domineering original power was still preserved. It was very powerful. This was Lin Tian's intention. That was because this kind of origin energy was the most crucial factor in making the holy bow even more terrifying. Chi. 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 Strands of black electric arcs flickered and intertwined outside the bow, causing the surrounding space to crack continuously. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin watched this scene from the side. Their eyes could not help but sparkle with excitement. He's really using the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon recorded in the ancient books to refine weapons. This is 2F** King exciting. Ling Yan's eyes shone. Wuxing Crocodile stared ahead at the sacred bow that was intertwined with black electric arcs. Feeling the constantly strengthening Saint Qi, it clenched its claws and said, "Put in the dragon's soul and refine it. This sacred bow will definitely grow into a flawless heavenly treasure in the future." Lin Tian's expression was very serious. Strands of golden divine light intertwined with his hands, and then he activated the dragon burial scripture. Strands of dragon patterns entered the sacred bow and refined the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon, causing its power to be evenly distributed inside the bow and intertwined with the bowstring, causing the bow to become stronger and the bowstring to become more resilient. The entire sacred bow's aura continued to rise. He calmed his mind and focused. After a few dozen breaths, he opened the divine eye of illusion breaker. Divine power, divine consciousness, and great path precepts intertwined together, quickly refining the dragon soul of the nether demonic dragon in the sacred bow, causing the dragon soul power to fuse into the sacred bow even more quickly. Then, the aura of the celestial murdering bow rose even more quickly. It was like boiling water, causing powerful hurricanes to sweep away the shrubs and shatter the rocks here. This aura, it's already at the level of a mid-grade sacred weapon. And it's still continuing to grow stronger. Wuxing Crocodile said. The celestial murdering bow intertwined with black lightning arcs and dazzling divine light. The patterns on it became even brighter, and the sacred aura surged. Lin Tian's expression was very serious. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and the Dragon Burial Scripture together, seriously forging the celestial murdering bow with the dragon soul. Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, an extremely powerful aura surged out. The aura of the celestial murdering bow no longer rose. It had reached a powerful critical point, and the light was dazzling. It floated in the air, surrounded by golden light and intertwined with demonic light. It was sometimes sacred, sometimes domineering. It shook the clouds in the sky, causing the void to rumble. It's done. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin also stared at the sacred bow, feeling the surging sacred aura from it. They were both shocked. A high-grade sacred weapon, a pinnacle high-grade sacred weapon. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Wuxing Crocodile also spoke at this time. Just one more small step, and it can become a quasi-mixed yuan heavenly treasure. Lin Tian stared at the celestial murdering bow floating in the air. Naturally, he could feel the changes of the celestial murdering bow the clearest. At this time it had turned from a low-grade sacred weapon to a pinnacle high-grade sacred weapon. Its power was much stronger than before. Just from the sacred aura on the surface, it was at least 5 times stronger. He had reason to believe that with his current cultivation, he could use this brand new sacred bow to kill a 5th heaven nirvana cultivator with a full power arrow. He secretly praised. With a thought, the high-grade sacred weapon celestial murdering bow floated into his hand. He then put it away and placed it in his sea of consciousness. It floated beside his soul, and bits of sacred light intertwined. Let's go. We can leave this place. He tilted his head and said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. Ling Yin nodded, his eyes shining. Go, go, go. Go find the Taiyin Heavenly Lord's cultivation residence. We must find it and try to dig out a flawless heavenly treasure. This swamp area was very barren. After the 2 men and 1 crocodile left, they walked for a long time before they saw green vegetation. They also heard the roars of the wild beasts on this continent, shaking the sky. There was a very strong demonic aura intertwined in the air. Taiyin Immortal Abode, come out quickly. Come into Master Ling's pocket. Ling Yun shouted again, searching the West Nether continent. Lin Tian had already found the sword soul fragment here, and was not in a hurry to do anything. Moreover, he was also interested in the Taiyin Heavenly Lord's cultivation residence. Naturally, he and Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile began to search together. After that, they searched for a full 8 days, but they did not find any clues about the Taiyin immortal abode. Damn it, it's so hard to find. Ling Yun ground his teeth. Lin Tian glanced at him. That's the Taiyin Heavenly Lord's cultivation residence. How can it be so easy to find? Do you think it's digging for Lingjing or a spirit vein? Little pervert, you have to be patient. We've only searched for 8 days. What's the big deal? Wuxing Crocodile said. Ling Yan rolled his eyes, then shouted again, Taiyin immortal abode, come out quickly. Lin Tian was speechless, but he still released his divine consciousness to search. Clang! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, and a sword ray slashed straight at him. It was very swift and fierce. It landed an inch in front of him, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. Then, there was a whooshing sound. In the distance, a total of 9 figures appeared, all of them intertwined with extremely strong divine power fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, they stepped in front of the group. Of the 9 figures, 1 was middle-aged, and the other 8 were old. All of them had a strong cultivation, at the Nirvana realm. Their blood energy fluctuations were as vast as the ocean. People from the Chu clan? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He felt the same bloodline aura from these people as the few youths from the Chu clan who wanted to steal his immortal Lingjing not long ago, but more powerful. Lin Tian sensed that the 9 of them were from the Chu family. He felt the same bloodline aura as the youths from the Chu family. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally felt the same. After all, their cultivation wasn't weak. 1 Nirvana Stage 7, 2 Nirvana Stage 6, 2 Nirvana Stage 5, and 4 Nirvana Stage 4. This is a big lineup. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the 9 of them. This is much more dangerous than the injured demonic dragon. 2 months ago, the nether demonic dragon that Lin Tianxia killed was originally very terrifying. However, because of the serious injury, its strength fell to the Nirvana Stage 6. But now, the lineup of the 9 of them was far more powerful than the injured demonic dragon. This is a little troublesome. Ling Yan touched his chin and looked at Lin Tian. Little Lin, is there a problem? He and Wuxing Crocodile were now at the Nirvana Stage 9. They really had no way to deal with these people from the Chu family. Now, they could only rely on Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was the only one in their group who reached the Nirvana stage. A few cats and dogs. Lin Tian said. Ling Yan gave him a thumbs up. Master Ling. Likes your arrogance. 1 at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, 2 at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, 2 at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, and 4 at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. Such formidable people were actually called cats and dogs by Lin Tian. They were indeed extremely arrogant. However, he also knew that Lin Tian had the capital to be arrogant because Lin Tian was strong enough. The 9 of them from the Chu family stepped in. Their eyes were originally very cold. At this time, after hearing Lin Tian call them cats and dogs, they became even colder. The 9 of them were the higher-ups of the Chu family. The lowest cultivation was at the Nirvana Stage 4, which was enough to look down on the 8th heaven. But they were called cats and dogs by someone who looked like he was in his 20s. In an instant, the coldness from the 9 of them intertwined involuntarily, almost freezing the entire space. Damn, it's so cold. Ling Yan scolded. The 9 of them from the Chu family were all Nirvana stage powerhouses. Now that they were all emitting coldness, it was really a little scary. Lin Tian clearly felt this coldness and the bone-piercing killing intent from the 9 of them, but he didn't care. After all, he was also in the Nirvana stage. He looked at the 9 people from the Nirvana stage. And they seemed to be the strongest group in the family. You really think too highly of me. 9 people from the Nirvana stage. And they seem to be the strongest group. The strongest group Nirvana stage. You seems to think you are the strongest group in the family. Lin Tian was right. Was 9. Is Lin Tian's Lin's. Lin Tian had only beaten up a few Nirvana stage youths from the Chu family and crippled one of them. Although he had provoked the Chu family, it was far from enough for the Chu family to send out 9 Nirvana stage powerhouses. Moreover, these 9 people seemed to be the strongest group in the current generation of the Chu family. This was really a little strange. Logically speaking, even if Lin Tian had killed the next successor of the Chu family shouldn't have made such a big move. The eyes of the 9 people from the Chu family were cold. Among them, the middle-aged man walked out. He was the current head of the Chu family and was at the 4th sky of the Nirvana stage. He waved his hand, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a white robe and looked resolute and handsome. "You know this person, right?" He stared at Lin Tian, almost gritting his teeth as he said this. The coldness in his eyes was bone-piercing. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Lin Tian's expression changed. Wuxing Crocodile's expression also changed. "Kid, this is," Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. Naturally, it recognized the middle-aged man in the spiritual imprint of the Chu family's head. It had seen his peerless heroic appearance before. It was Lin Tian's master. Ling Yun noticed Lin Tian's expression. He also noticed Wuxing Crocodile's expression. He asked, "You know this person?" He had never seen Lin Tian's master like Wuxing Crocodile. Therefore, he was naturally curious at this time. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. "An incredible prodigy." Ling Yan's eyes widened. He had been with Wuxing Crocodile for more than 2 months. He already knew some things about Wuxing Crocodile from Lin Tian. He knew that Wuxing Crocodile was an extremely tyrannical old monster. At its peak, it was almost at the Emperor realm. But now, such an ancient monster actually gave the middle-aged man in the spiritual imprint of the Chu family's spiritual imprint as an incredible prodigy. This really shocked him. The Chu family's head stared at Lin Tian. He said coldly, "You do know him." At the same time, the gazes of the other 8 Chu family elders became even colder. Their murderous intent locked down the entire space. Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them. "You know what my master wants to do." He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he naturally saw that the 9 people of the Chu family knew an old drunkard. Moreover, they had a huge grudge against him. Now, these 9 people were here. It was obvious that they didn't know that he beat up the young disciples of the Chu family and crippled one of them. It was because they knew that he had some relationship with an old drunkard. And with just a slight thought, he understood why these people knew that he had a relationship with an old drunkard. It must be because when he crippled the disciple of the Chu family, he used the 4 symbol seal, which was seen by the other young disciples of the Chu family. These young disciples also happened to know some things about an old drunkard. Perhaps they had seen an old drunkard use the 4 symbol seal, so they returned to the Chu family and told the big shots of the Chu family. Therefore, at this time, the 9 Nirvana realm big shots of the Chu family jumped together and intercepted him. Ling Yin was moved. "Kid, that middle-aged man, is your master?" This was the first time he heard Lin Tian mention his master. Moreover, he saw the appearance of Lin Tian's master. Moreover, Wuxing Crocodile called him an incredible genius. Naturally, he was shocked. At the same time, the eyes of the 9 people of the Chu family became colder. The killing intent in their eyes was bone-chilling. When they heard that Lin Tian used the silver map, the 9 of them guessed that Lin Tian must be related to the person who killed their ancestor. They could be a descendant or a disciple. The reason why they showed Lin Tian the portrait imprint was to confirm the relationship between Lin Tian and that person. Now that they knew this relationship, their killing intent was naturally stronger. He is indeed that damned bastard's disciple. The Chu family head gritted his teeth. At this moment, as they stared at Lin Tian, a terrifying power surged out of the 9 people of the Chu family, and truly imprisoned the area. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet was completely sealed by the 9 people. Very good. Very good. We did not come here in vain. The 8 elders of the Chu family were all the grand elders of the Chu family. One of them stared at Lin Tian. "We will suppress you and lure that damned bastard out. We will destroy his body and soul." Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. These 9 people of the Chu family wanted to suppress him and use him as bait to lure out an old drunkard to kill an old drunkard. At the side, Whooshing Crocodile was stunned. He looked at the 9 people of the Chu family mockingly. Is there something wrong with the Chu family's brain? Lure out that person and kill him? He had personally witnessed an old drunkard's peerless might. Back then, he had easily killed 3 Chaos Emperors by himself. Most importantly, an old drunkard had only cultivated for a little over 100 years and had been dispirited most of the time due to certain matters. However, because of this, an old drunkard was still able to reach such heights. There were not many people in history who could compare with him. The Chu family actually wanted to lure an old drunkard out to kill an old drunkard. Even if they wanted to die, this was not the way to do it, right? The 9 people of the Chu family had cold gazes as they said, "We know that damned bastard is very strong. However, so what? We have already prepared a sure kill situation. We have expended a lot of energy and can even kill a normal emperor." The Chu family naturally knew how strong an old drunkard was. They were definitely not a match for him in a direct confrontation. However, in order to kill an old drunkard and take revenge, they had already prepared everything. As long as they lured an old drunkard out and lured an old drunkard into a sure kill situation, they would have absolute confidence in killing an old drunkard. Now that they were here, as long as they caught Lin Tian and used Lin Tian, their disciple, as bait, they believed that they would definitely be able to lure out an old drunkard and kill an old drunkard. At this moment, they didn't mind saying this because the 9 of them had absolute confidence in suppressing everything, including Lin Tian and the others. Therefore, even if Lin Tian and the others knew about this, it wouldn't be a big deal. Later on, they would directly kill the unimportant Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. As for the bait Lin Tian, they only needed to seal Lin Tian's ability to speak in divine sense before placing him in a sure kill situation. They didn't need to worry about Lin Tian leaking information about the sure kill situation. It wouldn't affect their plan at all. Whooshing Crocodile sneered, "It sounds like you are very confident, but in reality, you are very stupid. Sure kill situation? How could a normal emperor be killed?" However, was Lin Tian's teacher, an old drunkard, a normal emperor? On the side, Lin Tian looked at the Chu clan people and still squinted his eyes. His voice was very calm. "You have a grudge with my teacher?" "What grudge?" He didn't mind that the 9 members of the Chu clan wanted to use him as bait to kill the old drunkard. He knew how powerful the old drunkard was. Even though he hadn't seen the Chu clan's so-called able to kill ordinary emperors, he could sense that the Chu clan's ordinary emperors could only threaten ordinary emperors at the 2nd level of primal chaos. To the old drunkard, who could easily kill 4th level emperors, it was definitely just a decoration. If they wanted to use this to threaten the old drunkard, it was simply a pipe dream. At this moment, facing the 9 Chu clan people sealing the spatial zone, he wasn't afraid. He was just very curious about the Chu clan's attitude towards an old drunkard and wanted to ask clearly. "What grudge?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, the 9 Chu clan people's faces became several times colder. Their eyes were mixed with hatred and killing intent, and even a little crazy. "My clan's great completion monarch body was killed by that damned thing at the weak water bank. What grudge do you think we have?" Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his face sank. "That year, the great success of the king body who snatched the weak water essence from the old guy at the bank of the weak water was from your Chu family?" Just now, when the 9 Chu clan people mentioned suppressing him and using him as bait to kill an old drunkard, he didn't have any reaction. However, at this time, when the 9 Chu clan people mentioned this matter, he directly felt a chill in his heart. A few years ago, in the 3rd heaven, he heard an old drunkard mention killing a great completion monarch body. At that time, he asked an old drunkard how the great battle happened. Then, he learned that when an old drunkard found the remnant soul of a beauty, he went to the weak water to find the weak water essence in the weak water to revive his beloved beauty. It was also at that time that a great completion monarch body blocked an old drunkard and wanted to steal the weak water essence that an old drunkard painstakingly found to revive his beloved. Therefore, the great battle was triggered. Your Chu clan is very good. He stared at the 9 members of the Chu clan, and his expression turned cold. Golden divine light shot up like a huge wave, directly breaking through the space sealed by the 9 of them. A murderous intent even more terrifying than the 9 of them spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. An old drunkard was the person he respected the most in his life. An old drunkard's lover was his master's wife, and naturally, she was also the person he respected the most. In the past, the old drunkard had been dispirited for 100 years because of the disappearance of his beloved woman. He spent his days drinking all day, and with great difficulty, he finally found the remnant soul of his beloved woman and was able to resurrect her. However, the Chu clan's Grand Completion King Physique wanted to forcefully seize the weak water essence that the old drunkard used to resurrect his beloved woman. At that time, when he heard the old drunkard mention this matter, he was incomparably furious. This was because he knew very well how important that woman called Xianxia, whom he should call master's wife, was to the old drunkard. It was countless times more important than his life. At that time an old drunkard had already killed the great completion monarch body of the Chu clan, but at this time, when he heard the people of the Chu clan mention this matter again, he was still very angry. The Chu clan touched an old drunkard's reverse scale. "I'll slaughter you all." His voice was cold, and he stepped forward, directly waving the Chaos Emperor fist. Roar! Roar! The cries of dragons and phoenixes shook the world. The phantoms of dragons and phoenixes circled at the same time, and the power of the Emperor's fist enveloped the space. Suddenly, the 9 people of the Chu clan all changed their expressions. At this time, the aura that Lin Tian emitted was too powerful. The killing power was far beyond their expectations. Even the first Supreme Elder of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm was moved. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. The great void collapsed, and the violent fist aura shook the world. The 9 powerhouses of the Chu clan all made their moves. They all supported the Chu clan's great magic and attacked Lin Tian together. For a moment, 10 different forces collided with each other, and directly swept out a turbulent storm. Nirvana realm. The first Supreme Elder of the Chu clan said in a low voice. How? The Chu clan leader's eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tian was still so young. He looked like he was only in his 20s, but his cultivation had already reached the Nirvana realm. This made him a little incredulous. One should know that the strongest powerhouse of the Chu clan's younger generation, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation of the heavenly realm, was only at the 9th sky of enlightenment realm. Boom! Golden divine light surged in the sky. After Lin Tian's fist landed, another fist landed. The phantoms of dragons and phoenixes became even stronger. Roar, roar! The dragon's roar and phoenix's cry were even stronger than before. However, this time, Lin Tian did not cover everyone. Instead, he directly targeted the Chu clan leader. At this time, the Chu clan leader was a little absent-minded. He keenly captured this moment. In just an instant, the phantoms of dragons and phoenixes appeared above the Chu clan leader's head. The Chu clan leader's expression changed immediately. Lin Tian took advantage of his slight absent-mindedness to attack him. Moreover, he was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of him. He could not dodge even if he wanted to. There was no chance at all. He could only raise his hand to meet the attack. However, the power of Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist with his Nirvana realm cultivation was not so easy to block. With a boom, the sky collapsed. The Chu clan leader only had time to let out a muffled groan before he was shattered by the punch. Chu Lei. The first Supreme Elders of the Chu clan changed their expressions. They attacked at the same time and rushed toward Lin Tian. As for the Chu Lei they spoke of, the Chu clan leader. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he unleashed his divine art. Dozens of divine images appeared together and charged towards the 8 Supreme Elders of the Chu clan, stopping them all. He stared at the shattered body of the Chu clan leader. His right hand trembled, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared. It intertwined with a holy aura, causing the surrounding air to hum slightly. It was as if it could seal everything, as if it could crush everything. The Chu clan leader's spiritual soul was still there. He was reassembling his body at an extremely fast speed. When he saw Lin Tian use the divine clan diagram, his expression changed immediately. You. He still remembered very clearly the power of an old drunkard when he used the divine clan diagram. Just this single technique was enough to destroy everything, including the king body of the Chu clan. At this time, the Chu clan leader had no time to reassemble his body. He immediately wrapped his broken body with his spiritual soul and retreated. However, he underestimated Lin Tian's speed. In just an instant, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang roar and stepped in front of him. Buzz. The four symbols Tao diagram buzzed. The silver divine light was dazzling. It directly pressed down and enveloped the Chu clan leader's spiritual soul. For a moment, the tyrannical power surged. The Chu clan leader immediately screamed. At the same time, he used all his strength to resist. The four symbols Tao diagram that Lin Tian had summoned trembled slightly. Open! The Chu clan leader roared. He emitted an even more turbulent divine power. At the same time, the 8 supreme elders of the Chu clan shattered the divine sky elephant summoned by Lin Tian and rushed here again. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's right hand trembled. The four symbols Tao diagram instantly blazed even more fiercely. With the full power of his peak cultivation at the second layer of nirvana, it directly crushed all of the Chu family patriarch's resistance and mercilessly crushed him. Ah! Poof, the Chu clan leader screamed. However, he soon lost his voice. His spiritual body was directly crushed by the four symbols Tao diagram. Chu Lei. The 8 supreme elders of the Chu clan rushed over. They had already used their divine powers and secret techniques. However, they were unable to catch up in time. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang roar and dodged. He avoided the 8 of them in a split second and retreated dozens of feet. The Chu clan's patriarch was killed by him at lightning speed. Boy, you're ruthless. Ling Yin glared. A person at the 4th Nirvana realm was killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Even the Wuxing crocodile was a little surprised. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, it and Ling Yin returned to normal. After all, when Lin Tian was still at the 1st Nirvana realm, he was able to kill the nether demon dragon that had fallen to the 6th Nirvana realm. Now that he had successfully reached the 2nd Nirvana realm, his combat power had increased greatly. Killing a person at the 4th Nirvana realm was naturally not difficult. The Wuxing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and was slightly suspicious. Boy, why are you so angry all of a sudden? It was very curious about Lin Tian's sudden change in mood. Back then, the Chu clan's supreme physique wanted to snatch the weak water essence that the old guy used to revive Master's wife. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, the coldness on his body became stronger. What? The Wuxing crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Back then, Lin Tian told it some things about an old drunkard. Because of the dispirited 100 years of time, it was clear that the woman that Lin Tian called Master's wife was very important to an old drunkard. The Chu clan's supreme physique actually dared to snatch the precious weak water essence that an old drunkard used to revive his beloved woman. It stared at the 8 people of the Chu clan. That man actually didn't destroy your Chu clan back then? The 8 grand elders of the Chu clan were shocked and furious. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their Chu clan leader, their direct descendant, was actually killed by Lin Tian just like that. Damn it! One of them roared. With a rumble, endless killing intent surged around this person. Several great Tao laws were summoned and directly attacked Lin Tian. This person was the 5th Grand Elder of the Chu clan. He was at the 5th Nirvana layer. His strength was very strong, and his speed was also very fast. The great Tao laws were even more abundant and powerful. In an instant, he enveloped Lin Tian, and his majestic aura sealed the space around him. Facing this person, Lin Tian's eyes were still cold. With a thought, the Saint-grade celestial killing bow appeared in his left hand. With a clang, he slashed with the Saint-grade bow at the 5th Grand Elder of the Chu clan. Then, his right hand grabbed the bowstring and pulled it to the shape of a full moon, condensing into a 3-foot-long dazzling arrow. Golden divine light and pitch-black demonic light circled together, shaking the surrounding void and causing the void to rumble. Large void cracks spread out one after another. High-grade saint weapon? Old 5th, retreat. Retreat. The other grand elders of the Chu clan all paled. At the same time, the 5th Grand Elder of the Chu clan naturally sensed the terrifying power of the Saint-grade bow in Lin Tian's hand. Without any hesitation, he directly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh, the sound of the air breaking rang out. At this moment, Lin Tian released the bowstring, and the 3-foot-long arrow shot out. Vast and mighty golden divine light and overbearing pitch-black demonic light, it rushed to the 5th Grand Elder of the Chu clan in the blink of an eye. Puff! Blood floated in the air, mixing with the white brain matter. For a time, the other 7 people of the Chu family were shocked. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian killed the patriarch and the 5th Great Elder of the Chu family. You! The other 7 Great Elders of the Chu family were shocked and angry. They never thought that Lin Tian, who looked like he was only in his 20s, would be so powerful, reaching the Nirvana realm. Moreover, he even had such a terrifying high-grade saint weapon. A high-grade holy weapon. Even the powerful Chu family only has one. It's the heritage of the Zhen family. Usually, it's hidden in the depths of the family. Only when the family encounters a great disaster will they take it out. It's enough to deter the entire 8th heaven. But now, Lin Tian, a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s, actually had such a saint weapon. Buzz. A buzzing sound reverberated, and Lin Tian moved again. The saint bow in his left hand intertwined with strands of saint light, powerful and terrifying. His expression was indifferent, and the powerful aura of the 2nd layer of nirvana surged, like a supreme god of war standing on the earth. An old drunkard was the person he respected the most. Because of the disappearance of his lover, he had always been decadent. When he heard the Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect mention this matter, he felt a little depressed in his heart, because he could clearly understand the feelings of an old drunkard in those years. He was afraid that being alive was more painful than being dead. Therefore, when he heard that an old drunkard had found the remnant soul of his beloved, he was very surprised, and when he heard that someone wanted to snatch an old drunkard to revive his beloved weak water essence, he was very angry. Now, even though an old drunkard had successfully revived his beloved, when the Chu family mentioned that matter, he was still full of coldness. At that time, this old man was busy reviving his master's wife, so he didn't have time to pay attention to your Chu family. Now, you dare to rush in front of me and mention that matter. His voice was cold. As soon as his words fell, he held the saint bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring again. If I don't kill all of you, I'll be a disciple in vain. With a boom, the spiritual energy in all directions surged over. In the blink of an eye, another 3-foot-long dazzling arrow was condensed on the bowstring. The powerful saint aura was like a terrifying storm, sweeping across the 6 directions and shaking the 8 barren lands. He aimed the saint-slaying arrow at another Grand Elder of the Chu clan. He loosened his right hand and the 1-meter-long saint-slaying arrow shot out. With a cracking sound, the void shattered. Wherever the holy arrow passed, a huge space tunnel was directly shot out. This arrow was aimed at the 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan. This person was at the 5th sky of Nirvana realm, but when he faced this arrow, his expression changed greatly, and his back turned cold. He activated his strongest power and moved horizontally with his fastest speed. At the last moment, he changed his direction and dodged this arrow. Then, this person stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Grand Elder, attack together. This holy bow is very powerful, don't give him a chance to draw it. Once we subdue him, the holy bow will belong to." Boom. 3rd Elder, be careful. The tyrannical Saint Aura and the warnings of the other Grand Elders of the Chu clan rang out. In the distance, the saint-slaying arrow that the 3rd Grand Elder dodged actually changed direction and shot back at him at this moment. Suddenly, the 3rd Grand Elder's expression changed greatly. Poof, a wave of blood splashed several feet, and the 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan was directly shot into the sky. His entire body was torn into pieces, and like the 5th Grand Elder of the Chu clan, even his divine soul was destroyed. This arrow can change direction? Ling Yan's eyes widened. The 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan had indeed dodged the arrow just now, but after that, the arrow changed direction and shot back at him. This really surprised him. The arrow shot from this bow can automatically lock onto the enemy. Unless it is completely destroyed by a powerful force, it will not stop until it is stained with the target's blood. Whooshing Crocodile transmitted his voice. This made Ling Yan's eyes widen even more. It can actually lock onto the enemy like this, amazing. On the opposite side, there were still 6 Grand Elders of the Chu clan left. At this moment, their expressions turned even uglier, and they were unable to calm down. In the blink of an eye, another member of the Chu clan died at the hands of Lin Tian, shot into pieces by a single arrow. Damn it! The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan gritted his teeth. They had guessed that Lin Tian was related to an old drunkard, so they did not underestimate him at all. They directly sent 9 of the strongest people in the clan to deal with Lin Tian, and they also believed that they could easily suppress Lin Tian. However, the outcome was like this now. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 9 of them were killed. This loss was too great. These were the true pillars of the Chu clan. All of you, back off, I'll do it. This person said. He was at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, and was currently the strongest person in the Chu clan. He directly charged towards Lin Xianxia. For a moment, the entire space rumbled, and the aura of the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan shook the entire space. Anger, killing intent, and hatred intertwined together. It's the same no matter who comes. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He did not make any unnecessary movements. As usual, he directly drew the bow, and another 3-foot-long saint-killing arrow was condensed. Whoosh! The powerful arrow pierced through the clouds and split the sky, arriving in the blink of an eye. The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan resisted with all his strength. He took out a total of 7 different Great Dao Laws, which merged with each other to form a lethal weapon of Great Dao Laws. It collided with the killing arrow of the immortal slaying bow, which was an upper-grade sacred weapon. Suddenly, the two collided violently, exploding into electric arcs that filled the sky. Then, both of them collapsed. That old bastard actually blocked that arrow? Ling Yin stared. He clearly felt how powerful the arrow that Lin Tian shot just now was. It was much stronger than the arrow that killed the 3rd Grand Elder of the Chu clan, but it was blocked by this person from the Chu clan and shattered in the air. After all, he's at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. Whooshing Crocodile said. A person at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm had already passed half of the Nirvana realm, so his combat power was naturally very strong. On the opposite side, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan stared at Lin Tian with a cold gaze. He directly stepped forward, his gaze piercing to the bone. Follow the Grand Elder, let's attack together. Someone else from the Chu clan said. Kill. As for the other demon and human, just kill them. Perhaps there's another use for capturing them. His voice was cold and furious. The other 5 people of the Chu clan also moved. Each of them charged forward with powerful Great Dao Laws. In an instant, with the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan, 6 murderous auras intertwined again. Moreover, 2 of them pressed towards Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun, who were at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun's expressions changed. They immediately gritted their teeth. Damn it! Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword resounded in all directions. Lin Tian directly activated the Heavenly Sword scripture to the limit. 2 murderous swords were 3 feet long. They were as fast as lightning, slashing towards the 2 people of the Chu clan who were pressing towards Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. The 2 of them had no choice but to move sideways because the 2 murderous swords were indeed very powerful. They were filled with an extremely sharp murderous aura, as if they could cut through everything. At the same time, he drew the bow again. This time, he directly drew the bow into the shape of a full moon and integrated his Great Dao Laws. This time, his movements were very fast. The saint-killing arrow shot out. The murderous aura was like a rainbow, shocking the heavens and the earth. The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was so shocked that he stopped in his tracks. His expression changed on the spot. He activated 7 types of Great Dao Laws again, forming a shield in front of him to protect himself. However, the murderous arrow this time was incomparable to the previous one. After integrating Lin Tian's Great Dao Laws, the murderous arrow was 5 times stronger than before. Boom! The saint-killing arrow pierced through. The murderous aura broke through everything and shattered the first Grand Elder's shield on the spot. Then, with a pu sound, it pierced through his chest and dragged his body more than 1,000 feet away. He crashed heavily into a mountain not far away, causing an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, the other members of the Chu clan all coughed up blood. Although they were not directly hit by the murderous arrow, their internal organs were injured by the murderous aura of the murderous arrow. Ah! More than 1,000 feet away, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan roared. He was shocked and angry, but he did not die from the murderous arrow. Lin Tian looked towards the direction of the scream. His gaze was very cold, but soon after, his expression changed. He stared at the mountain where the saint-killing arrow pierced through the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan and frowned slightly. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were also shocked. Something's not right, Brat Lin. With the power of your murderous arrow just now, even if most of it landed on that old guy from the Chu clan, it should be enough to shatter that mountain. However, that mountain is not damaged at all. Wuxing Crocodile said in a low voice. Something's wrong. Ling Yan also said. More than 1,000 feet away, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was shattered by Lin Tian's murderous arrow. He quickly reassembled his body and soared into the sky. However, he immediately stared at the mountain below. This is... Just now, Lin Tian's saint-killing arrow had dragged his body forward and smashed into the mountain. He vaguely felt an extremely powerful emperor's aura. Boom! At this moment, a powerful saint's aura surged out again. Lin Tian stood more than 1,000 feet away and pulled the bowstring to perfection again. He felt that the mountain in the distance was not ordinary. It was mysterious, but at this time, he knew what to do. First, he had to kill everyone from the Chu clan who came here. As he pulled the bowstring to full draw, the spiritual energy in all directions surged again. At the same time, his great Dao Law also quickly merged into the Saint Bao, condensing the saint-killing arrow. The expression of the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan changed immediately. Seeing Lin Tian pull out such a murderous arrow again, his internal organs trembled. Kill. Lin Tian's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the bowstring. The saint-killing arrow flew out with boundless murderous aura, shattering a large area of space. In the blink of an eye, this arrow crossed 1,000 feet and directly closed in on the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan. This arrow was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. The great Dao Law that the first Grand Elder hurriedly pulled out was instantly shattered, exploding in the sky again. Blood filled the sky. The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder exploded again. Only his soul was barely preserved. Damn it! The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder was shocked and angry. He quickly reassembled his body. Lin Tian stood in place and glanced at the strange mountain in the distance. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and drew his bow again. With a buzz, he straightened the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. Another dazzling arrow was formed, rumbling. The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness. He directly propped up several great path laws to protect his body. His face was full of vigilance. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's arrow changed direction and aimed at another person of the Chu clan. It was the Chu clan's sixth Supreme Elder. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian directly released the bowstring. The 3-foot-long arrow rushed forward at lightning speed. Damn it! The Chu clan's first Supreme Elder reassembled his body. After seeing this scene, he immediately rushed back from thousands of feet away. At the same time, the Chu clan's sixth Supreme Elder, who was in the 4th stage of Nirvana realm, felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly used various techniques to defend himself. However, this arrow was too fast. Moreover, everyone of the Chu clan thought that Lin Tian's arrow was aimed at the Chu clan's first Supreme Elder. Their defense wasn't high. They all wanted to help the Chu clan's first Supreme Elder weaken the power of the killing arrow. However, they didn't expect that Lin Tian would suddenly change the direction of the killing arrow and go around everyone. Whoosh! The saint-killing arrow rushed through and pierced through a huge space tunnel. Along with the turbulence of time and space, it arrived in front of the Chu clan's sixth Supreme Elder in the blink of an eye. It shattered all of his defenses and pierced through his chest. This arrow was full of power. Although it couldn't compare to the great path-killing arrow that was aimed at the Chu clan's first Supreme Elder, it was undoubtedly a killing move for someone in the 4th stage of Nirvana realm. The Chu clan's sixth Supreme Elder fell directly under this arrow. Sixth brother. The Chu clan's first supreme elder and the others cried out in grief. Lin Tian didn't react to this at all. He stood in place and drew the holy bow again. With a rumbling sound, he pulled back the bowstring. It was still in the shape of a full moon. Another saint-slaying arrow was formed. Then, rolling great path nomological laws intertwined, forming a great path-killing arrow. It was aimed at the first grand elder of the Chu clan and released. With a xiao sound, the killing arrow dragged a long trail of divine light behind it. Like a comet, it rushed towards the Chu family's first supreme elder. Crack! The large space directly collapsed. Moreover, as soon as the arrow was released, Lin Tian also moved. With each step, he left behind afterimages as he closed in on the Chu clan. The first grand elder of the Chu clan summoned 7 different types of laws of the Great Path to counter Lin Tian's arrow of the Great Path. When the two collided, arcs of electricity filled the sky. With a sizzling sound, the 7 types of laws of the Great Path that the first grand elder summoned were shattered once again. The first grand elder was forced to retreat in a hurry. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang ho. With a ghostly speed, he rushed in front of another grand elder of the Chu clan. This person was the 7th grand elder of the Chu clan. He was at the 4th sky of nirvana. When he saw Lin Tian step in front of him, his expression changed. He hurriedly summoned the Chu clan's great path to attack. At the same time, the other grand elders of the Chu clan beside him also attacked. All kinds of killing lights and laws of the great path appeared. They turned into a destructive divine river that suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't dodge. He held the high-grade saint weapon in his left hand and waved the heavenly sword scripture, slashing out dense heavenly sword light. At the same time, the divining divine technique was also supported. Dozens of divining divine images appeared, blocking all the various secret techniques of the Chu clan's great elders. Then, he punched at the 7th grand elder of the Chu clan. Roar! Roar! The true dragon roared, and the immortal phoenix let out a long cry. 2 huge divine shadows appeared, directly enveloping the 7th grand elder of the Chu clan. The 7th grand elder of the Chu clan was shocked and frightened. He summoned a great path to resist, but unfortunately, he couldn't block it at all. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the 7th grand elder of the Chu clan exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. This was the Chaos Emperor fist that Lin Tian summoned with his peak cultivation base. It contained the will to kill. It was impossible for a person at the 4th sky of nirvana layer to survive under this killing blow. 7th grand elder. Someone from the Chu clan was shocked and angry. 9 powerhouses of the Chu clan had rushed here, but now, 5 of them were killed by Lin Tian in a row. In the distance, Ling Yun gritted his teeth. When this kid was still at the 1st layer of nirvana layer, he killed the netherworld demon dragon with his bare hands. Now that he has reached the 2nd layer of nirvana layer, and has a peak high-grade saint weapon in his hand, few people below the 6th sky of nirvana layer can resist him, unless they are the divine sons and daughters of the top forces in the 9th heaven. A typical example of running here to court death. Whooshing crocodile said. Boom! An ear-piercing roar echoed. In front of him, the great path arrow shot by Lin Tian chased after the 1st grand elder of the Chu clan. As if it had its own consciousness, no matter how the 1st grand elder of the Chu clan tried to dodge, he couldn't dodge it. It was also at this time that Lin Tian pulled the bowstring again. The full crescent-shaped bowstring was pulled back, and spiritual energy poured into the longbow. Aiming at another grand elder of the Chu clan, he directly released the bowstring. In an instant, the saint arrow rushed forward. With the momentum of a killing blow. This person was at the 5th sky of nirvana layer. Originally, he was shocked and angry that Lin Tian had killed another member of the Chu clan, but at this time, he rushed towards the arrow. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly summoned the Great Path Principle and the most powerful secret technique. At the same time, other than the 1st grand elder of the Chu clan, the other 2 also took action. They used all kinds of methods to meet the arrow shot by Lin Tian. Beast! One of them roared angrily. Now that Lin Tian had taken out a high-grade saint weapon, they didn't even have the chance to take the initiative to attack. They were always in a passive position. With a rumble, the Saint Killer arrow shot straight through, piercing through a huge spatial tunnel, and closed in the blink of an eye. With a crack, the various secret techniques used by the three were directly shattered, and the Saint Killer arrow was also destroyed. However, it was also at this time that the sound of air braking rang out. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang ho and directly stepped in front of the three people, causing their expressions to change drastically. Clang, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian used the high-grade Saint weapon Saint Bao to slash out the heaven-dominating sword manual. 3 consecutive heaven-dominating 3 moves were used. The 3 killing swords pressed towards the 3 people of the Chu clan at lightning speed, making it impossible for them to dodge. Poof, 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 3 mists of blood exploded together, floating in the void. It was a shocking sight. The 3 people of the Chu clan were cut into pieces at the same time. Ah! The 3 people roared loudly. Soul light rushed into the clouds, and they each reformed their bodies. However, Lin Tian obviously wouldn't give them such a chance. After succeeding in one attack, he directly used the reincarnation diagram and the Great Tao laws together. In the blink of an eye, they merged into the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao, enveloping the souls of the 3 people of the Chu clan and ruthlessly suppressing them. Evil creature! Stop! In the distance, the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was still dodging Lin Tian's arrows of the Great Tao. At this time, seeing this scene, he was shocked and furious to the extreme. He charged over without any regard for anything else. Lin Tian humphed. Raising his left hand, he used the heaven-dominating Soul Slayer divine ability with the Saint Bao, and slashed at the charging Grand Elder of the Chu clan. With a clang, this sword was incomparably powerful, causing the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan to feel threatened. He had no choice but to forcibly stop his figure and dodge. Ah! At this time, screams rang out. The souls of the 3 Grand Elders of the Chu clan were covered by Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao. They resisted with all their strength, but it was useless. At this moment, they directly let out screams as their souls disintegrated bit by bit. This caused the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan to be even more shocked and furious. His eyes were red, and he charged over without regard for anything else. Want to save people? You don't have the chance. Lin Tian said ruthlessly. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao exploded with the most brilliant divine light. In an instant, it became several times stronger, causing the souls of the 3 people of the Chu clan to tremble violently. They only had time to let out unwilling screams before they were all shattered. The 3 people were all destroyed in body and soul. Ah! The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan's eyes were bloodshot. His whole person was almost demonized. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred. With him as the leader, 9 great figures of the Chu clan charged over. They were the 9 strongest people of this generation of the Chu clan. They were the true pillars of the clan. But now, 8 of them were killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This was almost cutting off half of the Chu clan. Damn it! Damn it! This person roared in a low voice. A few years ago, Lin Tian's master killed their clan's grand completion King Physique at the bank of the Ruashui. Now, Lin Tian killed 8 of their clan's experts in succession in this place, causing this person of the Chu clan to almost go crazy with hatred. It's you who deserve to die. Lin Tianling said. His voice was ice cold as he faced the final supreme elder of the Chu clan. He directly took a step forward and unleashed his high-grade Saint Bao, divining divine technique, Ling Tian sword scripture, seal of 4 symbols, diagram of reincarnation, and other techniques. These were all great techniques, and with the support of a high-grade saint weapon, they were even more powerful. In addition, there was the unextinguished arrow of the Great Tao that was released at the beginning. With so many techniques combined, even though the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was at the 7th heaven of Nirvana, it was difficult for him to resist. Soon, he was completely suppressed by the brilliant reincarnation diagram, and sealed under this divine diagram. Let me see what kind of annihilation plan your Chu clan has prepared. His voice was cold. Even though he knew that the so-called annihilation plan prepared by the Chu clan couldn't threaten an old drunkard, he still wanted to take a look. His divine sense directly entered the soul of the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan. Because this was the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan, he was currently the strongest expert of the Chu clan. Naturally, there wouldn't be any fragmentary god runes in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, what he was searching for wasn't a secret of the Chu clan. Even if there were fragmentary god runes in the other party's sea of consciousness, it wouldn't explode and threaten him. Therefore, there wasn't any change in the process. He quickly found a relatively hidden place and engraved a dense killing formation and other techniques, enough to trap a normal emperor at the second heaven of nirvana. You want to threaten my master with this? He coldly mocked. The first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was shocked, angry, fearful, and hateful. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred. You master and disciple, you should, Wang. The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, directly interrupting this person. The soul of the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan was destroyed. Only blood splattered on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Ling Yun walked over and stared at Lin Tiandao. Not bad, kid. You killed 9 Nirvana Realm experts so easily. It's easier with a high-grade sacred weapon. Lin Tiandao. In fact, that was indeed the case. Even if he was much stronger after reaching the second tier of Nirvana Realm, it was still not easy to kill the 9 people of the Chu clan. After all, the weakest of the 9 was at the 4th tier of Nirvana Realm. The Chu clan is really miserable this time. The clan leader, 8 Grand Elders, and the 9 strongest people in the clan have all been killed. Really, Wuxing Crocodile shook its head. It could imagine how the Chu clan would feel when they found out that the clan master and the 8 Grand Supreme Elders of their bloodline had all disappeared. They would definitely be overwhelmed with fear. Lin Tiandao did not think about this. With a wave of his left hand, he put away the celestial slaying bow, a high-grade sacred weapon, and looked at the mountain 1,000 feet away. Let's go there and take a look, he said. Just now, he had pierced through the first Grand Elder of the Chu clan with the arrow of the Great Path. The saint-slaying arrow had dragged the first Grand Elder's body into the mountain, but the mountain was not damaged at all. There was not even a crack. This was really strange. One had to know that even the remnant power of that arrow was enough to shatter an ordinary mountain. Go, go, go. That mountain is indeed very unusual. Wuxing Crocodile nodded quickly. Ling Yun's eyes were also filled with a strange light. He had also noticed this before. Then, the 2 people and the crocodile stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived near the mountain. Lin Tiandao did not hesitate. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker and scanned the surroundings of the mountain. Then, he saw dense Dao laws floating in the air, spontaneously forming a very strong barrier. There's a barrier, a very strong one, he said. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun did not have the divine eyes of delusion breaker, so they could not see the invisible barrier. However, their cultivation was extraordinary. At this time, their powerful spiritual senses felt that there was a very special and very strong power lingering outside the mountain. Can it be broken? Wuxing Crocodile asked. At the side, Ling Yan also looked at Lin Tian. It should be possible, but it will take a long time, Lin Tian said. He didn't say much. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at the barrier in front of him with his divine eyes of illusion breaker and activated the divine one soul spell. Although the barrier here was made up of Dao laws, since it was a barrier, it could be considered as a kind of formation. Using the heavenly one soul technique together with his powerful spiritual strength was naturally the most effective way to neutralize it. Buzz, as he channeled the heavenly one soul mantra, a faint soul light intertwined. Immediately, it became stronger and more dazzling. He reached out with his right hand, and a powerful wave of soul energy surged out and collided with the barrier in front of him. Immediately, crackling sounds could be heard as strands of electric arcs appeared. In an instant, the invisible barrier appeared. Even Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun, who didn't have the illusionary eye, could see it. There's a monarch aura in it. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Ling Yan also felt this faintly discernible powerful aura. He added, it's a very powerful monarch aura. Lin Tian naturally sensed this. Moreover, the yin-yang lotus sea in his body faintly shook because of this. Could it be, he was slightly moved? He took a deep breath and didn't lose focus. He continued to use the Heavenly One Soul technique to mobilize his spiritual strength. He stared in front of him with his divine eyes of illusion breaker. Then, he intertwined his great path precepts to slowly neutralize the powerful barrier here. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, Lin Tian used the Heavenly One Soul technique and the great path precepts in his body to neutralize the powerful barrier here. Finally, a crack appeared on the barrier. Immediately, a gust of wind rolled out. It carried with it a warm and profound atmosphere that made him slightly surprised. This aura was undoubtedly the aura of an emperor. Moreover, it was an extremely dense and vast emperor aura. There's the fluctuation of the lunar energy. Ling Yin was shocked. That's right. It's the lunar energy. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. The man and Crocodile looked at each other. The shock on their faces deepened. There was even a hint of excitement. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He said, "This must be the cave abode where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion." Early on, when he came into contact with the powerful barrier here, the yin-yang lotus sea in his consciousness trembled. Then, he thought about the lunar immortal abode that Whooshing Crocodile mentioned. At that time, he guessed that this might be the place where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion in the West Ming continent. However, he wasn't sure. At this moment, as a crack appeared in the barrier and the powerful Taiyin Qi rushed out, he was certain that this place was the cave abode of the Taiyin Heavenly Venerate. This was because this place was filled with the Taiyin King Physique origin source Taiyin Qi. Furthermore, it was Emperor-grade Taiyin Qi. It seemed like only the Taiyin Heavenly Venerate had this. "Let's go," he said to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. At this time, although there was only a crack in the barrier here, with their cultivation, it wasn't difficult for them to turn into immortal lights and enter the world behind the barrier through this crack. It was a very simple method. Immediately, with him as the leader, the two men and the crocodile turned into three beams of divine light. They passed through the crack in the barrier and directly entered the barrier. Then, they each reappeared behind this powerful barrier. Looking around, there was a forest behind the barrier. There was nothing special about it except for the dense spiritual qi. This should be the interior of the mountain, Whooshing Crocodile said. He stared ahead and said, "Go deeper. Deeper in, it should be the place where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion." "That's right. It definitely is." Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Lin Tian was the first to take a step forward and walked into the depths of the forest. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally followed quickly. A light breeze blew in the forest. The spiritual qi in the wind was very dense, and so was the lunar qi. Then, after the group walked for about half an hour, a cave suddenly appeared in front of them. Inside, there was a very shocking Taoist connotation. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed. The lunar qi in the cave was very dense, and there was the Emperor's might intertwined. "Found it. That cave is where the lunar heavenly lord cultivated in seclusion in the West Ming continent back then," Whooshing Crocodile said excitedly. Without the slightest hesitation, the two men and the crocodile stepped into the cave in the blink of an eye. At such a close distance, the lunar qi floating in the air was purer and denser. The Emperor's might was very strong, but it was very gentle. It didn't give the two men and the crocodile a strong sense of oppression. "Let's go in," Lin Tian said and stepped into the cave in front of him. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun hurriedly followed. There was a very strong Emperor's might in the cave, but there were no restrictions outside. The two men and the crocodile easily stepped into the cave and walked into it. At first glance, the space inside the cave wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. There was a stone table and a stone platform. There was a very shocking lunar qi intertwined on them, and there was a very thick Emperor's might left behind. The group of people looked around and found many things in every corner of the cave. They were all placed in a very messy manner. "That dagger seems to be a low-grade sacred weapon?" Ling Yan's eyes widened. He grabbed a 2-inch-long dagger from a corner. There was a faint sacred might intertwined on it. "Sacred saber!" Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but cry out. He picked up a long saber from the side of the stone platform. It was full of ancient sacred runes. It was also a low-grade sacred weapon. On the other side, Lin Tian stared at a corner. He grabbed a long sword. It was very sharp. It was actually a mid-grade sacred weapon. Holding the sacred sword, wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. He could clearly feel the power of this sacred sword. Good. He couldn't help but say to himself. He had the upper-grade immortal slaying bow, which was extremely powerful in long-range attacks. Now that he had obtained this mid-grade sacred artifact sacred sword, he would also have a powerful sacred artifact for close combat. It could be said that this was a very good thing. That jar, a quasi-sacred weapon. A supreme-grade immortal medicine that can at least extend one's life by 500 years. He actually threw this kind of thing around so casually. As expected of Heavenly Lord Tyene. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin called out from time to time. In this cave, there were many things in every corner. They looked very simple, but when one actually held them in one's hand, it was shocking. There was really not a single one of them that was ordinary. Even a broken copper shield was actually a high-grade divine weapon. Lin Tian raised his hand and put away many things. Almost all of them were weapons, and the lowest was a divine weapon. Not long after, he casually grabbed a jade bowl-sized stone plate. An intense pain immediately spread from his hand, causing the stone plate to fall out of his hand. It landed on the ground with a soft thud, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Kid, what's wrong? Wuxing Crocodile tilted his head and asked. Ling Yan also noticed the abnormality on Lin Tian's side and looked over. It's nothing. I caught something good and accidentally dropped it. He looked at the stone plate on the ground. It was full of strange runes. At this time, his right hand was a little numb, and the sharp pain was incomparably intense. He circulated the Tiani Soul spell and carefully picked up the bowl-sized stone plate from the ground. This time, because he was prepared, his hand wasn't injured by the stone plate like before. He didn't feel the sharp pain from before. However, his arm was still a little numb. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun looked over. Staring at the strange runes on the stone plate, their expressions changed. Upon hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Now that he had reached the second heaven of nirvana, his cultivation level was already very high. Moreover, because he cultivated the Tiani Soul technique, he was a powerful array manipulator. Naturally, he could clearly sense the extraordinariness of the array patterns on the bowl-sized stone plate. Although it was badly damaged, its killing power was not weak at all. It was enough to kill an early-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. A powerful killing weapon of a sect. Ling Yin exclaimed. Lin Tian nodded. It must have been casually carved by the Tyene Heavenly Lord when he was comprehending the array. Then, he left it unfinished. As he spoke, he waved his right hand slightly. The bowl-sized killing array platform was immediately kept by him. He carefully placed it in the stone ring for future use. Ling Yin shook his head. His gaze landed on the other parts of the cave. His eyes lit up again as he saw some other good things. He waved his hand and kept many of them. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile also had a good harvest. There were holy weapons, divine herbs, and so on. Of course, there were not many. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave was empty except for the stone table and stone platform. There's no Chaos Yuan heavenly treasure. Ling Yun muttered. You should be content. It's already very good to be able to obtain the holy weapons of a few sections. It's a great harvest. Lin Tian said. Most Nirvana realm cultivators did not have precious weapons of the holy weapon level. Every sect had their own treasure trove. Ling Yan stared at Lin Tian. He stretched out a finger and shook it. He said seriously, as the saying goes, water flows down to the bottom, and man walks up to the top. As a person, one must have great ambitions. How can one be satisfied with just a few holy weapons? Lin Tian, he scanned his surroundings. There was indeed nothing else in this place. However, one of the walls of the cave was densely carved with various ancient runes. There was a very thick Great Tao immortal connotation intertwined on it. He stared at these carvings. His eyes could not help but emit wisps of light. These carvings were not simple at all. Wuxing Crocodile looked over, and a demonic light flashed in his eyes. Without a doubt, this was once a place where the Grand Moon Heavenly Lord cultivated in seclusion. These runes must have been carved by the Grand Moon Heavenly Lord when he was comprehending the Tao. They are very valuable. Each of the 9 heavenly sovereigns was an extraordinary figure, leaving behind an indelible legend in the 10 directions celestial realm. Even a random drawing would have great reference value. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a treasure trove. Lin Tian felt the same way. He stared at the engravings and said, "Study them carefully for a while before leaving." Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun both nodded. They immediately stared at the stone wall seriously, their eyes overflowing with divine light. Lin Tian stared at the stone wall in front of him. His consciousness surged. Suddenly, he felt that the carvings on the stone wall seemed to have come alive, turning into blurry figures. They were either striking with their palms, punching with their fists, kicking with their legs, or slashing with their swords. There was a very shocking divine connotation of the great path intertwining, passing through the void space and entering his sea of consciousness. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint divine light appeared on the surface of his body. It wasn't that he had comprehended some special technique, but that the Tao essence mixed in these carvings gave him some enlightenment. At this time, he had a clearer understanding of cultivation. In this way, most of the things that he didn't understand during his daily cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment. It was as if his depressed mood had suddenly become clear. The divine power in his body flowed more smoothly because of this, and naturally, divine light appeared on its own. Almost at the same time, on the other side, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were also in the same situation. After comprehending the carvings on the stone wall for a moment, their bodies also emitted a strange divine light. Their essence, vitality, and spirit were also slowly improving. For a time, the 2 people and the crocodile were immersed in the carvings on the stone wall in the cave. They were very focused. In this way, a month passed in a blink of an eye. The 2 people and the crocodile were still immersed in enlightenment. The divine light intertwined on the surface of their bodies became denser, and their essence, vitality, and spirit were strengthened a lot. In the 8th heaven, at the edge of the West Ming continent, the sea was rolling, and the waves were monstrous. The space in this place suddenly fluctuated before a figure appeared without a sound. His eyes were deep and profound. "Found you." This person's body was surrounded by wisps of bloody light, and there was a faint intertwining of emperor pressure, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Staring at the West Ming continent in the center of the king's region, this person stepped out and instantly disappeared. Time flew, and another half a month passed. On the West Ming continent, in the heavenly Yin mountain cave. Buzz. Lin Tian stood in the mountain cave, and the golden divine light on the surface of his body became denser and denser. The surrounding mountain cave was faintly dyed with a layer of golden light. Next to him, the light on Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun's body was also very dense. At this time, they were infinitely close to the half-step nirvana realm. After that, another 7 days passed, and 2 powerful fluctuations erupted in this mountain cave one after another. "Awesome!" Wuxing Crocodile exclaimed. Ling Yun also laughed, and the divine light on his body became even denser. After nearly 2 months of enlightenment, at this moment, the man and the crocodile had both stepped into the half-step nirvana realm. Lin Tian opened his eyes at this time. There was no obvious improvement in his cultivation, but his essence, qi, and spirit had improved a little. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and his divine power was flowing more smoothly at this time. He obviously felt that his control of his body and Tao was much smoother. "It's about time, right?" He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun, and naturally felt the change in their cultivation. "Yes, we have comprehended everything that we can," Ling Yun said, staring at the stone wall in front of him, his eyes full of light. "It's really worthy of being the mark left by the heavenly venerable Taiyin. After looking at it for nearly 2 months, my cultivation has improved a lot. Otherwise, how could its prestige have been passed down for so long?" Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian took a last look at the stone wall and said, "Let's go." After entering this place, their harvest was very good. His divine power was flowing more smoothly, and his control of his body and Tao was much smoother. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun had both reached the half-step nirvana realm from the 9th level of enlightenment realm, and they had both obtained divine weapons. At this time, it was time to leave. This was because they had already obtained everything that was useful to them in this place. Go, go, go. Wuxing Crocodile said. Then, the two men and the crocodile left the mountain cave and followed the path they came from. Soon, they reached the edge of the mountain. There was a strong barrier in this place, which should have been set up by the heavenly venerable Taiyin. It would not hurt people, and it was difficult to enter from the outside, but it was very easy to go out from the inside. The two men and the crocodile stepped out directly this time. After walking out of here, they did not stay. Finally, they glanced at the mountain behind them and walked directly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had walked tens of thousands of feet away. The surrounding terrain became very flat, and the grass was lush. Found it. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Silently, a figure appeared 100 feet away from the group. It was an old man, and his eyes were deep. His body was surrounded by a faint blood-red light, and there was a faint emperor's aura intertwined. Suddenly, the expressions of the two men and the crocodile changed slightly. There's an emperor's aura. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold. Obviously, he saw that the other party did not come with good intentions. The old man who had suddenly appeared had a cold gaze. There was a strong sense of oppression in his deep eyes as he looked straight at Lin Tian. A faint emperor's aura. He is indeed a half-step emperor. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth as he felt the strength of the newcomer. Damn it. This King Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Even such a person has appeared. Ling Yin had just heard Lin Tian mention the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Now that he heard Wuxing Crocodile mention this name, his eyes widened. Great Extinguishing God Dynasty? That assassin dynasty? Have they targeted you? From Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's words, he could feel that this was not the first time Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile had been assassinated by the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. They had been assassinated several times already. They have targeted Lin Tian and have tried to assassinate him many times. Wuxing Crocodile spoke and sneered. However, we are not to be trifled with. In the past few years, we have continuously destroyed 7 of their assassin strongholds and killed many of their stinky rats. What? Ling Yin widened his eyes again. He had heard of the All-Exterminating God Dynasty Assassin Organization and had a certain understanding of the All-Exterminating God Dynasty. When he heard the 5 Elements Crocodile say such words, he was a little shocked. His face was full of disbelief. One had to know that this was the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile had actually avoided the assassinations of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty multiple times. Furthermore, they had found a few of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's hidden strongholds and uprooted them. This was really shocking to him. According to what he knew, the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had been around for so many years. Their assassination targets were almost always killed in one strike. It was rare for them to fail. Furthermore, it had never happened that their strongholds had been found and destroyed. Dong. Opposite them, the old man from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty walked over. He was dressed in a grey robe, and his eyes were deep and indifferent. At the same time, they were cold as ice. His gaze fell on Lin Tian and the others. Of course, he was mainly staring at Lin Tian. Not long ago, one of the strongholds of the Myriad Extinguishing Divine Dynasty in the 8th heaven was destroyed, which alarmed the main clan of the Myriad Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Guessing that Lin Tian had appeared again, a half-step emperor expert directly descended to this world. This time, if no accident occurred, Lin Tian would be suppressed and eliminated. Lin Tian stared at the old man from the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. He could feel the faint emperor's aura from the old man. Even though his bones were creaking from the pressure, he did not show any fear. On the contrary, his expression was very cold. I don't know how many times your Great Extinguishing God Dynasty has tried to assassinate me. Unfortunately, you haven't succeeded even once, he said. This time will not be an exception. The expression of the old assassin of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty did not change at all. His eyes were still deep and emotionless, like a killing machine. Die. this person only had such a cold word. Immediately, he raised his right hand, and a giant hand intertwined with Emperor's aura covered the sky in an instant, pressing towards Lin Tian. At the same time, it also covered Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Suddenly, the surrounding space was completely frozen by this palm. It was as if a terrifying ceiling formation was engraved in this space. Even the air stopped flowing. Oh my god! Ling Yun's heart trembled. This is the palm of a half-step Emperor expert. It's really terrifying. Even Wuxing Crocodile's heart palpitated. Such a palm was really terrifying. But soon, he thought of something and sneered. He stared at the assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty and said, "Old man, you will die." Almost at the same time, Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a bowl-sized stone plate appeared in his hand. After injecting a strand of God's soul strength, he threw it towards the hand of the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. Then, he quickly formed a seal with one hand. In the blink of an eye, the seal was completed, and he said indifferently, "Open." Boom! Suddenly, the space shook violently. Dense formation runes appeared, and terrifying killing intent shook the 9 heavens. With a puff, the hand of the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty exploded, and blood filled the sky. This is? At this moment, the old assassin of the half-step Emperor realm reformed his shattered arm, and it changed color. At this moment, the stone plate that Lin Tian had thrown out shattered. Dense killing runes appeared, completely covering the space within a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, surging spiritual energy was sucked in. Small pitch-black holes appeared one after another. A terrifying killing intent surged in all directions, as if it wanted to shatter the entire world. It was a horrifying sight. "What did you do?" The old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty couldn't help but shout. In his deep eyes, there was a trace of fear. At this moment, the dense killing runes suddenly intertwined. The killing intent was too strong, and it caused his internal organs to turn cold. "The thing that will kill you," Lin Tian said. The stone plate that he threw out was the stone plate that he obtained from the Supreme Immortal Palace. There was an incomplete formation engraved on it, but its power was strong enough to kill an early-stage Emperor Realm expert. At this moment, facing a half-step Emperor Realm expert, he knew that he and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, he directly threw out the killing formation stone plate. In an instant, the entire space was covered by violent killing intent, and dense killing light condensed in the blink of an eye. "Kill," Lin Tian said. The stone plate was activated after he injected a strand of his spiritual strength into it. Naturally, it was under his control. At this moment, the dense killing light surged together, and all of them were aimed at the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. It was like a raging wave crashing down on him. The old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty resisted with all his strength. Boundless divine light surged, and a strong defensive barrier was formed. However, it was instantly shattered by the dense killing light. Moreover, the killing light landed on his body, and it directly exploded. The old assassin roared, and a faint Emperor's aura surged, and his body quickly reformed. However, almost at the same moment that the old assassin reformed his body, the boundless killing light flooded over, and directly covered him. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere, and the old assassin exploded once again. The power of this incomplete killing formation is really indescribable. Wuxing Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, it was left behind by the Supreme Immortal Palace. Even if it's just a few strokes, the killing power is already terrifying enough. Lin Tianandao said. With a move of his mind, the dense killing light majestically descended, and once again pressed down on the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. The old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty was terrified. After reforming his body, he immediately retreated, and used the divine concealment technique to escape. However, in the next moment, this person was disappointed. The densely packed killing patterns covered all directions. Not only did they seal off the void, they even sealed off the ground. He couldn't escape at all, and was directly blasted back. Boom, the dense killing light descended once again, and annihilated the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God Dynasty. With a puff, he was crushed once again. Ah! He roared loudly, and once again reformed his body. His aura had already weakened by a lot, and he was shocked, angry, and terrified. Lin Tian stood in place, and his expression was indifferent. I've said it from the beginning. This time, your Supreme Extermination God dynasty still can't kill me. Just like those who tried to assassinate me in the past, you, a half-step emperor, will also be killed. As his words fell, the killing light in the surroundings became even more turbulent, and densely packed, surged towards the old assassin. In an instant, the void collapsed, and the entire sky changed color. Ka! 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 As the killing light intertwined, there were even bolts of lightning that struck down. The old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty roared, and executed the supreme technique of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty. He condensed a powerful protective light screen, and it turned into a huge divine bell that covered him. One look and one could tell that the defensive power was unparalleled. However, it was useless. As the killing light descended, the entire sky seemed to be pressing down, and it directly crushed the defensive divine bell that the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty condensed. Then, with a crack, it was crushed. This broken formation can even kill an ordinary emperor. A half-step emperor, do you think you can stop it by using all your techniques? Whooshing Crocodile mocked. Ah! The old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty roared again, and once again reformed his body. However, his aura had weakened by a lot. At this moment, he was like a wisp of flame in the breeze, and could be extinguished at any time. You guys! He stared at Lin Tianyi and the others, and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with fear, and at the same time, anger was incomparably strong. Lin Tian stared at this person, and said indifferently, "Where did the cold gaze that you had when you first appeared go?" The old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty was shocked, and his face instantly turned ashen. He only felt that his old face had been slapped hard by Lin Tian, and it was burning hot. Boom, the killing light surged, and the power was terrifying, directly interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian's thoughts moved, and the surrounding dense killing light pressed down, and the boundless killing intent seemed to be able to crush everything. With a pop, the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty couldn't dodge and was crushed again. Moreover, it was difficult for him to reform his physical body in a short period of time. Only his divine soul was floating at the side, and it was filled with fear and anger. Boom! It was also at this time that the surrounding dense killing patterns emitted the brightest divine light, and it directly lit up the surroundings. Lin Tian used the Divine One Soul art, and with his powerful soul power as a guide, he pushed the surrounding incomplete killing patterns to the extreme. The boundless killing light quickly condensed, and merged into a killing sword that was about 3 feet long, and the power of extermination was terrifying. This sword was directly aimed at the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty. Instantly, the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty trembled, and his divine soul couldn't help but tremble, and he shouted, "Stop, slash." Lin Tianlin coldly spat out this word, and then the killing sword that was about 3 feet long directly pressed down, and mercilessly slashed down. With a boom, the surrounding space trembled, and the ground cracked. The powerful sword directly drowned the old assassin of the Supreme Extermination God dynasty, and slashed his divine soul into pieces on the spot. Instantly, the entire place quieted down, and only wisps of sand floated in the air, and then fell back down. A half-step emperor, and he was killed just like that. A faint aura of destruction lingered in the air. The blood of the half-step emperor realm expert splattered on the ground. A half-step emperor realm expert is a core force even for a major force like the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Now that one of them is dead, it will be a heartache for the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Whooshing Crocodile said. In the 10 Directions Heaven region, there were quite a few half-step emperors, but there definitely weren't many of them. Even in the top-tier factions of the 9 heavens, there weren't many of them. Each one of them was a core member. Now, a half-step emperor realm expert from the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty was killed. It was definitely a big blow to the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Lin Tian didn't have any reaction. He casually glanced at the place where the half-step emperor realm expert died and walked away. Kid, where are we going next? Ling Yan asked. Lin Tian glanced at the West Nether continent and said, to one of the strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in this heavens as a guest. Originally, when he came to the 8th heaven, he wanted to destroy one of the strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty with the help of the heavenly tribulation. After that, he planned to go to another stronghold. However, he didn't expect to meet Ling Yun and come to the West Nether continent to look for the Sword Soul Fragment. At this moment, on this continent, he had found the Sword Soul Fragment and the Extreme Moon Heavenly Sovereigns. Cultivation Cave. Now, there was no need for him to stay on this island. In addition, another assassin from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had come to assassinate him. Moreover, it was a half-step emperor. Naturally, he immediately thought of the other stronghold of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty in this heaven region. Ling Yan stared at Lin Tian and said, previously, we destroyed a few strongholds of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. You actually know the location of the other strongholds of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? Lin Tian didn't say anything. Wuxing Crocodile sneered and said, of course. Who are we? Naturally, we know. Ling Yan stared and rolled his eyes. He didn't say anything in the end. Immediately, the two of them and the crocodile soared into the sky and left the West Nether continent. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Soon, they traveled a large distance and headed to a fixed location in this heavens. That stronghold is in this direction? Ling Yan asked. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and responded. Immediately, the speed of the two people and the crocodile increased by a few notches. In an unknown location in the 9 heavens, there was a large hall that was pitch black without any light. 19th Elder, his aura has disappeared. A voice sounded. Then, the hall fell into silence. The chilliness intertwined with each other. Let the 12th Elder and the 13th Elder go together. They must take that person's head. A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. In the 8th heaven, the sky was still blue. Lin Tian's group left the West Nether region and walked for several hours before arriving at a deep mountain. This deep mountain was as ordinary as ever. There was not even a single ordinary demonic beast to be seen. When the wind blew, the air between the mountains drifted out, making it seem somewhat fresh. Here? Ling Yan asked Lin Tian. No matter how he looked at it, this place did not look like the location of a stronghold of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Little pervert, don't be deceived by appearances. Our information is very accurate. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian walked in front, the ground was littered with dried branches and leaves. Crunching sounds could be heard as he stepped on them. In the blink of an eye, half a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, a large lake with a radius of about 10,000 feet appeared in front of them. There were tributaries on the east and west sides, connecting the deep mountain. This kind of terrain exists in many mortal worlds. It's not a very special terrain. At this time, there was a fishing boat on the big lake. 2 fishermen in their early 30s were standing on the boat. When they saw Lin Tian and the others, they greeted them warmly. Little brother, what are you doing here? Just taking a look around. What about you? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian didn't speak. Us? We're fishing to subsidize our family's living expenses. One of the fishermen said. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Then you guys are really working hard. We're just ordinary people, there's nothing we can do. This person said with a smile, looking very simple and honest. Almost as soon as the man finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang. Lin Tian raised his hand, and 2 sword rays slashed straight out. They were so fast that they twisted the 2 men on the fishing boat into 2 bloody mists on the spot, directly dyeing a large area of the lake red. Ling Yan was shocked. Kid, what are you doing? Wuxing Crocodile glanced at him. Little pervert, you're not weak, but you're not smart enough. When ordinary people see Lord Crocodile talking, they don't look surprised at all. Do you think this is normal? Ling Yan was stunned and then moved. This, thinking about it, it made sense. Wuxing Crocodile looked like a crocodile with nothing more than a pair of wings on its back. Such a crocodile that could fly and talk, but the 2 fishermen didn't react at all. They seemed to think that this was normal. This was indeed very abnormal. Those two were obviously in disguise. Lin Tian rose into the air at this time, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the middle-grade holy sword that he obtained in the Taiyin immortal abode in the West Ming continent. It was intertwined with a faint holy aura. He held this holy sword with a calm expression and aimed at the big lake in this place. He raised his hand and slashed the surface of the big lake, revealing an incomparably strong barrier. Here, under this big lake, there's actually a barrier? Ling Yin was shocked, and then moved again. He thought of the purpose of coming to this place. Below this, is a stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty? Obviously. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. And the two men who disguised themselves as fishermen just now are naturally the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty. They are scouting above and can be considered as two spies guarding outside the stronghold. Clang, Lin Tian swung his sword again at this time and slashed out a long sword aura that fell into the big lake. Then, with a crack, this sword aura hit the barrier under the big lake and shattered it directly. Let's go in. Lin Tian said. His feet swayed and he stepped directly into the barrier. Heh. Wuxing Crocodile laughed sinisterly. With a flap of the wings on his back, he also went in. Damn, we've killed our way into the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty. This is exciting. Ling Yin gritted his teeth and followed in. At almost the same instant they entered, the corner of the barrier that had been cut open by Lin Tian actually healed on its own, completely blocking the large amount of water from the large lake outside. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen palaces under the lake. Densely packed silhouettes rushed out of the palaces. There were a total of several hundred people. 9 of them were at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. Moreover, there were more than a dozen ordinary Nirvana realm experts. The divine power fluctuations intertwined with each other were not weak. The aura of the laws was like a rolling ocean. The dozens of people were led by the 9 4th sky of Nirvana realm experts. Their eyes were cold as if they were the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, the murderous and cold currents intertwined in the surroundings. The whole space seemed to be somewhat oppressive, and there was a murderous aura lingering around. Let's skip the small talk and kill. Lin Tian said. He was very proactive. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of one of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm experts and slashed the middle-grade sacred sword in his hand mercilessly. The person from the great extinguishing god dynasty was shocked. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and the sacred sword in Lin Tian's hand. You, puff. A mist of blood directly exploded. The 4th sky of Nirvana realm expert was slashed into pieces by Lin Tian's sword on the spot. Only his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. However, he was met with Lin Tian's sword head-on. In an instant, his divine soul collapsed and died. Elder. At this place, the group of assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty were shocked. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had killed one of their 4th sky of Nirvana realm experts. A person with such a cultivation base was the strongest existence in their stronghold. Sacrifice the sealing array and the 10,000 killing array. Someone shouted. In this stronghold, the group of assassins obviously knew about Lin Tian. At this time, more than a dozen ordinary Nirvana realm experts moved. They directly pulled open the dense killing array, intertwining with an endless murderous intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The other strongholds have been destroyed one by one. We have already guessed that you might have found this place. Do you think we are not prepared? We have already prepared a dense killing array. Even if an 8th sky of Nirvana realm expert comes, we will still kill him. One of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm old assassins said coldly. As his words fell, the densely packed killing and sealing formations in this place became even more intense, their might terrifying. Dealing with ordinary 8th sky of Nirvana realm experts is not a problem, but if you want to use them to deal with me, you are thinking too much. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. He activated the Divine One Soul incantation with the Saint Sword. At the same time, he opened the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and saw through the dense array patterns. With a raise of his hand, he destroyed the core of the array, directly causing the killing array to collapse. In an instant, the expressions of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm experts changed drastically. The killing array and sealing array that they had carefully prepared was actually destroyed by Lin Tian's sword. You are only at the second sky of Nirvana realm. How can you do such a thing? This is impossible. One of them couldn't help but cry out. Lin Tian raised his hand. Without saying anything else, the Ling Tian soul-slaying sword was activated with the power of a mid-grade saint weapon. In a flash, it appeared in front of the man and pierced straight between his eyebrows, directly crushing the spirit in his sea of consciousness. He had reached the second sky of Nirvana realm in the West Nether continent, which greatly increased his battle strength. Then, he comprehended the Tao and the Taiyin immortal abode, which made his essence, qi, and spirit stronger, making the flow of his divine power smoother. As a result, his battle strength naturally increased a little. Therefore, at this time, a fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert was really nothing to him. He could kill him with one strike. Little pervert, let's go too. Whooshing crocodile sneered. With a buzz, a long saber rushed out of its body. It was a low-grade saint weapon that it had obtained in the Taiyin immortal abode. It directly intertwined with Saint Might and slashed at the group of ordinary assassins in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Of course, Lord Ling. As Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun also took out their saint weapons, the three saint weapons merged together. The overbearing saint aura directly suppressed the space, causing all the assassins in the stronghold to panic. After all, it was not a simple matter for three saint weapons to appear together. The overbearing saint-killing power seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. You. A fourth heavenly layer assassin's face turned ashen, shocked and furious. Lin Tian held the mid-grade saint sword and arrived in front of the person who spoke in a single step. He slashed down with the towering heaven sword light. With a poof, the person's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, coupled with the mid-grade saint weapon and the towering heaven sword scripture, killing a fourth heavenly layer nirvana expert was as easy as cutting vegetables. Clang, he did not show any special emotion as he slashed down with the saint sword in his hand. Dense killing light swept out like a storm. Poof, 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 in an instant, 3 nirvana-level assassins were killed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed in an instant. He took a step forward and appeared in front of another fourth heavenly layer nirvana expert. He raised the saint sword in his right hand and slashed down. With a buzzing sound, the sword hummed like billions of birds flapping their wings. With a poof, the old fourth heavenly layer nirvana expert was chopped into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! On the other side, screams rang out. Whooshing Crocodile's long blade saint weapon vibrated, reaping the lives of a large number of assassins. At the same time, Ling Yun withdrew the short dagger and executed numerous strange sword lights that formed a dense expanse that successively annihilated a few half-step rebirth realm experts, causing them to transform into an expanse of bloody mist that drifted out while vanishing along with their souls. There were not many fourth heavenly layer nirvana experts left in the stronghold. At this moment, all of them were shocked and furious. However, this kind of shock and fury could not change anything. Lin Tianyi and the others held the mid-grade saint sword, and the killing light swept across the 9 heavens. Poof, 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 blood radiance exploded as the old assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty were killed by his sword one after another. At this time, he only stared at the people of Nirvana realm and above in this stronghold. The rest of the people were left to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. The holy sword in his hand slashed out streaks of deadly blade light from time to time. Tisk, tsk, little brats, you're not good enough. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. Using a saint weapon feels so good. Ling Yun laughed as well. Lin Tian wielded a mid-grade saint sword and charged towards another fourth heavenly layer nirvana layer expert. He directly used the 3 styles of Ling Tian. A destructive sword light flashed and jumped, directly shattering this person's head. Ah! The blood-curdling screams continued to reverberate as streams of blood exploded one after another. To the people in the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty, this was a one-sided massacre. No one could stop Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. Damn it! Our dynasty will not let you off. Someone was enraged. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. Without saying anything, he casually slashed out with his sword and killed this person with a poof. Clang, boom, sword chimes and divine light boomed one after another, reverberating in the air. Just like that, the place became quiet after a few minutes. All the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty in this stronghold had been killed by the two people and the crocodile. The blood was glaring. This saber is not bad. Whooshing crocodile looked at the saint-grade saber he found in the Taiyin immortal abode with satisfaction and stored it in his consciousness. Ling Yan put away his dagger and looked at the dozens of palaces in front of him. His eyes lit up. I heard that the great extinguishing god dynasty has a very rich foundation. A single stronghold is comparable to the accumulation of a super force over countless years. Let's go and ransack them. Lin Tian nodded, stored the middle-grade saint-grade long sword in his consciousness, and walked towards the dozens of palaces in front of him. Whooshing crocodile and Ling Yan followed. It didn't take long for them to find a secret hall filled with treasures. There was a large pile of things inside, including lingjing, artifacts, elixirs, baodan, and various other divine materials. Damn, it's really rich. Ling Yan said. It's not bad. Lin Tian said. He just glanced at the hall and found that there were more than 50 million caddies of lingjing, a lot of divine weapons, and a lot of baodan. Compared to the Zhan family in the seventh heaven, this place was many times richer. Put it away. Whooshing crocodile said. Two people and one crocodile acted at the same time, each putting away a large number of treasures. After Lin Tian put away some of the spirit crystals and divine weapons, he grabbed a sparkling and translucent mystic water stone in the corner of the hall. There were dense light patterns and Dao marks engraved on it, causing his expression to change slightly. Whooshing crocodile saw his expression and looked at the black water stone platform in his hand. After a few glances, his expression changed slightly. This seems to be a cross-heaven teleportation platform. Yes, it's that kind of teleportation platform. Lin Tian nodded. A cross-heaven teleportation platform is very precious, and it's very difficult for ordinary big forces to have one. Of course, it's very precious only because there aren't many of them and they're difficult to engrave. In terms of value, it's actually not a big deal. After all, this thing can't provide a trace of combat power. It's just a teleportation platform, and it can only be used once. With a wave of his right hand, he directly put it into the stone ring. The things in this hall were quickly collected. He and Whooshing crocodile walked to the other halls. Soon, they found some extraordinary things and put them all away. It took at least half a quarter of an hour to collect all the treasures here. The harvest is quite rich. Now, if we want to establish a sect or something, these things can be used directly as a foundation. Even in the ninth heaven, it's enough to be ranked in the second level of the big forces. Ling Yan said with a smile. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, "You're thinking too much. How can it be so easy to create a sect that can be ranked in the second tier of the ninth layer of heaven just by relying on these things? A sect can't be built just by relying on a few resources. There are many other factors that need to be considered, such as the inheritance of cultivation techniques, the geographical foundation, and the number of disciples. He hasn't been to the ninth heaven before, so he isn't very clear about the distribution of forces in the ninth heaven. However, he knows that the second-level forces in the ninth heaven are definitely not worse than the Chu family in this heaven. It's not easy to create a force of this level, and the resources in their hands are far from enough. It's not easy to create a force of this level. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. Uncle Ling is just saying. There was a strong smell of blood in this space. Lin Tian glanced around, then retracted his gaze. With a clang, he summoned the towering heaven sword intent with his bare hands and slashed it straight up towards the top of his head. He forcefully pierced a large hole in the barrier here, causing the lake water above to burst open, revealing a corner of the blue sky. "Let's go," he said. As Whooshing crocodile and Ling Yan also took out their saint weapons, the three saint weapons combined together. The overbearing saint aura suppressed the entire space, causing the assassins in the great extinguishing godly dynasty to panic. After all, the appearance of three saint weapons together was not a simple matter. The overbearing saint killing power seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. "You." An old assassin at the fourth sky of Nirvana realm was livid with shock and anger. Lin Tian wielded his mid-grade saint sword and arrived in front of the man who spoke in a single step. He slashed down with his towering sword light. With a puff, the man's body exploded, his body and soul annihilated on the spot. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, coupled with his mid-grade saint weapon and towering sword scripture, killing a fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert was as easy as cutting vegetables. Clang, he didn't have any special emotions. He slashed with his saint sword, and dense killing light swept out like a storm. Puff, 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 in an instant, 3 Nirvana realm assassins were killed, their bodies and souls annihilated in an instant. He stepped forward and appeared in front of another fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert. He raised his saint sword and slashed down. With a buzzing sound, the sword hummed like billions of birds flapping their wings. With a puff, the old fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert was chopped into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! On the other side, screams rang out. Whooshing crocodile's saint weapon vibrated, reaping the lives of a large number of assassins. At the same time, Ling Yan withdrew his dagger and executed numerous strange sword lights that formed a dense expanse that successively annihilated a few half-step rebirth realm experts, causing them to transform into a large expanse of bloody mist that drifted out, and even their souls vanished within it. There were only a few fourth sky of Nirvana realm experts left in the great extinguishing godly dynasty's stronghold. At this moment, all of them were shocked and furious. However, this kind of shock and fury couldn't change anything. Lin Tianyi and the others wielded their mid-grade saint swords, their killing light sweeping across the 9 heavens. Puff, 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 blood radiance exploded as the old assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty were killed by his sword one after another. At this time, he only stared at the people of Nirvana realm and above in this stronghold. The rest of the people were left to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. The holy sword in his hand slashed out streaks of deadly blade light from time to time. Tisk, tsk, little brats, you're not good enough. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. Using a saint weapon feels so good. Ling Yan laughed as well. Lin Tian wielded a mid-grade saint sword and charged towards another fourth heavenly layer Nirvana layer expert. He directly used the 3 styles of Ling Tian. A destructive sword light flashed and jumped, directly shattering this person's head. Ah! The blood-curdling screams continued to reverberate as streams of blood exploded one after another. To the people in the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty, this was a one-sided massacre. No one could stop Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. Damn it! Our dynasty will not let you off. Someone was enraged. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. Without saying anything, he just casually slashed with his sword and killed this person with a poof. Clang, boom, sword chimes and divine light boomed one after another, reverberating in the air. Just like this place became quiet after a few minutes. All the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty in this stronghold were killed by the 2 people and the crocodile. The blood was glaring. This saber is not bad. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the saint-grade saber that he found in the Taiyin immortal abode with satisfaction and kept it in his consciousness. Ling Yan kept his dagger and looked at the dozen palaces in front of him. His eyes lit up. I heard that the great extinguishing god dynasty is very rich. A single stronghold is comparable to the accumulation of a super force over countless years. Let's go and search. Lin Tian nodded, kept the middle-grade saint-grade long sword in his consciousness, and walked towards the dozen palaces in front of him. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun followed. It didn't take long for them to find a secret hall filled with treasures. Inside, there was a large pile of things, including lingjing, artifacts, elixirs, baodan, and various other divine materials. Damn, it's really rich. Ling Yun said. It's not bad. Lin Tian said. He just glanced at the hall and found that there were more than 50 million caddies of lingjing, a lot of divine weapons, and a lot of baodan. Compared to the Zhan family in the 7th heaven, this place was many times richer. Keep it. Whooshing Crocodile said. 2 people and 1 crocodile took action at the same time, each putting away a large number of treasures. After Lin Tian put away some of the spirit crystals and divine weapons, he grabbed a sparkling and translucent mystic water stone in the corner of the hall. There were dense light patterns and Tao marks engraved on it, causing his expression to change slightly. Whooshing Crocodile saw his expression and looked at the black water stone platform in his hand. After a few glances, his expression changed slightly. This seems to be a cross-heaven teleportation platform. Yes, it's that kind of teleportation platform. Lin Tian nodded. A cross-heaven teleportation platform is very precious, and it's difficult for ordinary great forces to have one. Of course, it's precious only because there aren't many of them, and it's difficult to engrave them. In terms of value, it's actually not much. After all, this thing can't provide the slightest bit of combat power. It's just a stone platform, and it can only be used once. With a wave of his right hand, he directly put it into the stone ring. The things in this hall were quickly collected. He and Whooshing Crocodile went to other halls. Soon after, they found some extraordinary things and put them all away. It took at least half a quarter of an hour to clean up this place. The harvest is quite rich. Now if we want to establish a force or sect, these things can be used directly as the foundation. Even in the 9th heaven, it's enough to rank as a second-level great force. Ling Yan clicked his tongue. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, "You're thinking too much. It's not that easy to create a sect that can be ranked in the second tier of the 9th layer of heaven just by relying on these things. A sect can't be built just by relying on some resources. There are many other factors that need to be considered, such as the inheritance of martial arts, the geographical foundation, and the number of disciples. He hasn't been to the 9th heaven before, so he isn't clear about the distribution of forces in the 9th heaven. However, he knows that the second-level forces in the 9th heaven are definitely not worse than the Chu family in this heaven. This level of force isn't something that can be easily created. The resources in their hands alone are far from enough." Ling Yan rolled his eyes. "Uncle Ling is just saying." There was a strong smell of blood in this space. Lin Tian glanced around, then retracted his gaze. With a clang, he summoned the heaven-piercing sword aura and slashed it straight towards the top of his head, penetrating a big hole in the barrier here. The lake above burst open, revealing a corner of the blue sky. "Let's go," he said. "P.S. Tomorrow's third watch will be a little late. Roughly, the first watch will be around 1700 hours in the afternoon, the second watch will be around 2000 hours in the evening, and the third watch will be around 2300 hours in the evening. Well, I'll try my best to come early, please forgive me. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little? This is a wonderful novel for you to read." Listening to Lin Tian's words and looking at Lin Tian's expression, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan couldn't help but shrink their necks. At this moment, they clearly saw 2 words on Lin Tian's face, a big hole. "Kid, what are you going to do? How are you going to attract the people of the great extinguishing divine dynasty?" Ling Yan asked curiously. "You will know when the time comes. Before that, I need to retreat to comprehend the Tao of Alchemy and the Tao of Alchemy. It will take some time," Lin Tian said. Ling Yan was a little suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. Whooshing Crocodile said, "If you want to retreat, Grandpa Crocodile will choose the place." Whooshing Crocodile was very familiar with the 9th heaven. He immediately led Lin Tian and Ling Yan to the east. "Tell me the basic situation of this heaven." On the way, Lin Tian said to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. "Then let's talk about it briefly." "Love go little say W, Quit said. "First of all, the 9th heaven is very vast. The total area of the lower 8 heavens is less than 1/5 of the 9th heaven. Even some emperor-rank powerhouses can't really explore the entire 9th heaven. It is precisely because it is too vast that this heaven is simply divided into 4 large domains, named East, South, West, and West. They are the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern domains. Each of these large domains is vast and boundless, and there are countless spiritual domains and immortal mansions everywhere. This is the basic geographical distribution of the 9th heaven, and then some of the major forces. Oh, I will only mention the 9 top forces in this region of heaven. They are the Desolate Shrine, the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, the Immortal Sword Island, the Legacy Saber Pavilion, the Heavenly Devil Divine Sect, the Purple Scorpion Holy Land, the Yin Yang Saint Sect, the Demon King Palace, and the most special Ethereal Mountain. Among them, the Fey Imperial Palace and the Ethereal Mountain are located in the East region, the Desolate Shrine and the Sacred Yin-Yang Sect are located in the West region, the Immortal Sword Island and the Legacy Saber Pavilion are located in the South region, the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect and the Purple Burn Holy Land are located in the North region. As for the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, as you know, no one knows where they are located. It is very mysterious. Wuxing Crocodile continued, each of these 9 great factions has an emperor rank existence overseeing them. They are true overlord rank inheritances. When Lin Tian heard Wuxing Crocodile's words, there was a faint light in his eyes. East region, Demon King Palace, Misty Mountain. Western region, Shrine of Desolation, Holy Yin-Yang Sect. Southern region, Immortal Sword Island, Legendary Saber Pavilion. North region, Heavenly Devil Divine Sect, Purple Burn Holy Land. There was also the unknown Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. In this vast world, there are 9 great powers, all of them have monarchs. As expected of the 9th heavenly layer, there should be at least 9 monarchs in this heaven region. Not only that, they are all monarchs that are known to the public. As for the other monarchs, who knows how many more are hidden? Lin Tian mumbled to himself. After which, he glanced at the 5 Elements alligator. The Demon Emperor Hall is, Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking and nodded, the Fey race's ultimate divine palace. Your Fey Emperor sister is the master of the Fey Imperial Palace. As it spoke, it suddenly laughed evilly, speaking of which, if you don't have anything to do, we can make a trip to the Fey Imperial Palace and reveal your identity. You can directly become the young master of the Fey Imperial Palace. In this heaven region, you can definitely do whatever you want. Even if some half-step emperors see you, they will have to bow and show a face of fear. The Fey Imperial Palace was one of the top forces in the 9th heaven, and the Fey Emperor was even more famous in ancient times. Once the god-slaying light was used, it was said that nothing could stop it. Now, once Lin Tian entered the Fey Imperial Palace and was known to be the elder brother of the Fey Emperor, he would definitely be treated as the young master of the Fey Imperial Palace. His status could be said to be much higher than the divine sons and divine daughters of other top forces. As a result, Lin Tian would be able to travel in this heaven region. Not many people would dare to provoke him. Even ordinary emperors would have to think twice before provoking him. At that time, only the people of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty would dare to deal with him without any scruples. After all, almost everyone in that bloodline was crazy, and they wouldn't give face to anyone. Lin Tian shook his head, that would be boring. In addition, I only know little Z. The rest of the Fey race has nothing to do with me. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes, I knew you would say this. In fact, Master Crocodile thinks that it's really good to be the young master of the Fey Imperial Palace. It will definitely be a good life. Then, you can directly mobilize a few half-step Emperor Peak Fey overlords to destroy the 4 strongholds of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty in this heaven region. This is... Wait. Ling Yun yelled, interrupting Wuxing Crocodile's words. He stared at Lin Tian, the master of the Fey Imperial Palace is your elder brother, bah, no. You are the elder brother of the master of the Fey Imperial Palace? He looked at Lin Tian with a look of disbelief. He was completely shocked. The master of the Fey Imperial Palace in the 9th heaven, the Fey Emperor, had lived for many years. Lin Tian is actually the elder brother of the master of the Fey Imperial Palace? He stared at Lin Tian, you are obviously a human. How can? Staring at Lin Tian, Ling Yun felt a little confused at this time. There are some special reasons for this. Lin Tian said simply and didn't explain in detail. Ling Yun's eyes were still wide open. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was really shocked. Lin Tian glanced at him, then looked at Wuxing Crocodile. By the way, you said before that the most special Misty Mountain, what's the deal with it? What's special about it? He asked. Wuxing Crocodile saw that Lin Tian really didn't intend to go to the Fey Imperial Palace, so he didn't say anything about this point. He said, Misty Mountain, well, this lineage has never participated in any sect competition. Almost no one has seen the disciples of this lineage walk out of the mountain gate. However, no one has ever doubted the strength of this lineage. Many emperors are very afraid of this lineage. Even the masters of the great forces forbid their disciples from getting close to Misty Mountain. Lin Tian was a little surprised when he heard this. That's impossible. It's not too strange that such a great force doesn't participate in any sect competition. However, almost no one has seen the disciples of this lineage walk out of the mountain gate. This seems very abnormal, right? He frowned. Every great force and family would have their disciples go out to train at certain times. They couldn't stay in the sect or family all the time. Even the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was no exception. Although the location of the main clan was unknown, the new generation of assassins in the God dynasty would be sent out to carry out assassination missions at certain times to train. However, Misty Mountain was clearly the place where the clan was established, but no one had seen the disciples of this lineage come out to train. Even so, many emperors were still very afraid of this lineage. This was a little unreasonable. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. Why else would they say that it is the most special? Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was surprised. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile talking about the situation of the ethereal mountain, he felt that it was very strange. As one of the top forces in this heaven, how can it be that almost no one has seen their disciples and successors leaving the mountain gate? This is abnormal. He muttered to himself. However, as he said this, he only thought for a moment before he shook his head. After all, there is really no need to worry about such things at this time. It doesn't make any sense to him. He tilted his head and asked Wuxing Crocodile. By the way, where are we now? Wuxing Crocodile glanced around and said, well, at the edge of the Western Divine Region. Western Divine Region. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. The desolate shrine seems to be in this large region. The fact that he has the eternal killing formation was known by the desolate shrine. This branch has targeted him several times, but later, this branch suddenly quieted down a lot. However, he had never forgotten about this lineage, and had always remembered it. This bloodline had great ambitions. Seeing his expression, Wuxing Crocodile also remembered that the desolate shrine in the ninth heaven seems to be Lin Tian's enemy. Before entering this heaven, you have already set up 2 top forces as your enemies. You are probably the only one who has done this since ancient times. It clicked its tongue and said. It's all because they provoked me. Love go little say W, Chu Lin Tian said with a smile. The 5 elements crocodile curled its lips and didn't say anything else. Instead, it increased its speed a little. Not long after, it entered a deep mountain and found a small valley. This place is close to the edge of the Western Divine Region. There are very few cultivators coming and going here. It's the most suitable place for seclusion. It said. Lin Tian sized up the surroundings. The forest was abundant, and the valley was covered in a thick fog. It was indeed very well hidden. He took a deep breath and moved both his left and right hands at the same time. He engraved 9 restriction formation runes in this place, completely isolating the aura here from the outside world. Only then did he stop and sit down on a large rock. Oh, that's right. You were talking about comprehending the Array Dao and the Alchemy Dao so that you can deal with the people from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty later? Wuxing Crocodile asked. More or less. Lin Tian nodded. He gave a simple explanation to the 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun. Then, he closed his eyes and began his seclusion. Now that he had reached the 2nd level of Nirvana realm, his cultivation was already very high. At this time, he wanted to raise his Array Dao and Alchemy Dao standards by a small level. He wanted to reach the 8th level of Array Manipulator and Alchemist so that he could control more Array Dao and Alchemy Dao. Especially the Eternal Killing Array. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of it. After all, this array was created by one of the 9 heavenly lords, the Array Emperor. It was an ultimate killing array that was created by the Array Emperor. It was frighteningly powerful. Buzz. He sat cross-legged on the large rock and activated the Heavenly One Soul technique and the Medicine Encyclopedia at the same time. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the surface of his body. The Heavenly One Soul technique was the supreme ancient scripture of Array Dao. while the medicine encyclopedia was the strongest immortal scripture of the alchemy Tao. At this time, he activated both scriptures at the same time. The aura of array Tao and alchemy Tao on his body began to intertwine and increase. This kid, he's actually the elder brother of the ancient demon emperor from the demon emperor palace. This is really, Ling Yan stared at Lin Tian from the side and couldn't help but grind his teeth. He was still shocked by this until now. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at him and said, "Little pervert, don't be so conflicted. No matter how conflicted you are, this is the truth. This is not something that can be resolved just because you want to." Ling Yan rolled his eyes. "Let Master Ling adjust." Buzz. At this time, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the large rock. The light around his body became thicker, and the aura on his body became stronger. In the ninth heaven, on a plain, the void suddenly split open, and two gray-robed figures stepped out of the void crack. These two people were the two half-step Emperor realm experts of the great extinguishing divine dynasty who had besieged Lin Tian in the eighth heaven. According to the spatial fluctuations of his departure, he has indeed come to the ninth heaven. One of them said, "Find him. Kill him." The other person's voice was cold. Both of them were wearing gray robes. Their eyes were cold, and their killing intent was bone-chilling. Two dignified half-step Emperor realm experts joined forces and sealed the surroundings with dense Tao patterns from the beginning. However, they failed to stop a second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator, ninth heaven, the edge of the western domain, deep in the mountain valley, Buzz. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a large rock. His soul light and pill light flickered together. His essence, energy, and spirit surged from time to time, shaking the surrounding space. He cultivated array techniques with the Heavenly One Soul secret art and alchemy with the medicine encyclopedia. Cultivating both at the same time, he grasped them very skillfully. His soul light and pill light didn't clash at all. Instead, they were improving at the same level. This kid really has too many techniques. Master Ling really thinks that there is nothing he doesn't know. Ling Yan couldn't help but say. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. He naturally felt the same way about this. Before Lin Tian went into seclusion to comprehend array and alchemy, he had already engraved dozens of sealing arrays in this place. In addition, this place itself was very hidden, so there was no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, one person and one crocodile seemed very leisurely at this time, watching Lin Tian cultivate from a distance. Buzz. Divine light lingered around. Gradually, the aura of array and alchemy on Lin Tian's body became stronger and stronger. Just like this, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, two extremely strong but slightly different auras suddenly intertwined on Lin Tian's body. Strands of array patterns automatically appeared in the void and intertwined into pill seals, causing the space to rumble slightly. Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, they were both shocked by these two auras. In 2 months, this kid's array and alchemy skills seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Whooshing Crocodile stared at Ling Yan. Ling Yan swallowed his saliva. He improved by a lot. At this time, Lin Tian was only cultivating in seclusion. He didn't deliberately do anything, but the array patterns and pill seals had already intertwined on their own. This phenomenon was unusual. Just based on this, even people who weren't familiar with Lin Tian could see that at this time, Lin Tian's array and alchemy skills had improved tremendously. Near the stone platform, the array patterns and pill seals buzzed. After dozens of breaths, they slowly dissipated. Then, in the next moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Level 8 Array Manipulator. Level 8 Alchemist. He muttered to himself. In these 2 months, he used the Divine One Soul technique and the Medicine Encyclopedia. From beginning to end, he had cultivated in peace. At this moment, he finally achieved a breakthrough in both array and alchemy skills. In these 2 cultivation paths, he had reached the peak of level 8. Because of this, his essence, energy, and spirit had become stronger. P.S. Today's 3rd update. Oh, this time, I've returned all the chapters 1 owed previously. Phew, I feel a lot more relaxed now. Also, tomorrow's first update will be around 17 p.m., and the second update will be around 20 p.m. Dragon Empress, please adjust the update time as soon as possible. Thank you everyone for your support. 8. Sitting cross-legged on the big rock, Lin Tianwei took a deep breath, and his boiling essence, energy, and spirit calmed down. Kid, are you done? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Almost done. Lin Tiandao replied. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. You mean you are not done yet? Lin Tian nodded. I still need to spend some time. Now, he had only improved his array control and alchemy skills by a large level. As for the specific array and alchemy skills, he had to spend some time to cultivate and comprehend them. This was like cultivating a certain magical power. One had to reach a certain level of cultivation before they could comprehend and cultivate it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve anything by forcefully comprehending and cultivating it. Wait for 1 more month. About 1 more month, he said to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Then, he closed his eyes again and began to comprehend the eternal killing array in his mind. This killing array was created by Heavenly Sovereign Array Emperor. Its power was unparalleled, and its killing power was endless. Back then, it had helped him kill many great enemies who were above his realm. Now that his cultivation had reached the Nirvana realm, he began to comprehend this ultimate killing array again. He wanted to control more and more of this killing array so that he could use it to deal with the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Buzz. As he comprehended the eternal killing array, the heavenly one soul art circulated automatically. A faint soul light overflowed from his body, crystal clear and pure. Then, in the next moment, a terrifying killing intent spread from his body, as if it wanted to destroy all living things. Not far away, Ling Yan felt this killing intent and couldn't help but tremble. Truly, this kind of killing intent was too terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes intertwined with a demonic light. It could see that Lin Tian was comprehending the eternal killing array at this time. After all, it had seen Lin Tian comprehending and carving this killing array before. It was very familiar with this killing intent aura. The killing intent is getting stronger and stronger, it muttered to itself. In front, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the big rock with his eyes slightly closed. The soul light outside his body was getting stronger and stronger, and the killing intent that came out of his body was getting stronger and stronger. The nearby space began to crack inch by inch, and the grass, trees, and stones were crushed one after another. Just like that, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the killing intent on Lin Tian's body was blazing to the extreme. It was as if he had transformed into a peerless god of death, or a source of destruction. Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan couldn't help but tremble as they swallowed their saliva. Compared to 20 days ago, the killing intent on Lin Tian's body was dozens of times stronger. It was extremely shocking. Crack! 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 Under such killing intent, space continued to crumble, and the earth began to shake. Gradually, the dozens of ceiling formations that Lin Tian had engraved in this place began to shatter one by one, unable to withstand such a powerful killing intent. Then, after more than 4 hours, the dozens of ceiling formations in this place were all shattered. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent directly spread to the entire deep mountain, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the ground. Back off! Whooshing Crocodile said. Together with Ling Yun, they quickly retreated far away. At the same time as the killing intent spread out, the birds and beasts in this deep mountain all trembled and fled in all directions. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by light, and he was comprehending the eternal killing formation in his sea of consciousness. At this time, he had completely entered a realm where he forgot about everything. There were only strands of complicated formation patterns flashing in his mind, and he didn't notice anything that was happening in the outside world. It was also because of this that the killing intent on his body became more pure and tyrannical, and it became more fierce and terrifying. Damn, he's comprehending the killing formation? This killing formation is really... Ling Yan's heart palpitated. Just in the process of comprehending, there was such a strong killing intent intertwined. When it was truly engraved later, how terrifying would it be? It could almost cut off everything. Whooshing Crocodile didn't say anything, and just looked at Lin Tian quietly. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian's killing intent had reached a higher point and reached a peak, causing the area within a radius of 1,000 feet to be greatly affected. The ground was covered with cracks, and the old trees collapsed. The birds and beasts all ran away, and even the temperature in the air dropped by dozens of degrees. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. In his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared, directly shattering a large area of the void. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the killing intent on his body instantly receded like the tide. In the blink of an eye, it calmed down. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun saw that Lin Tian had finished comprehending, and directly walked over. How was it? Wuxing Crocodile asked. In terms of formation, it's fine. Lin Tianyi smiled. In more than 20 days, he had comprehended the eternal killing formation with his Nirvana Realm Cultivation and 8th Stage Array Controller Standard. At this time, he had fully grasped 1/10 of this formation. 1/10 was a terrifying level, because this was the ultimate killing formation created by the Formation Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. 1/10 of the eternal killing formation was enough to threaten a half-step emperor with his current cultivation. Your formation skills have improved. Does this mean that you still want to comprehend alchemy? Ling Yan asked. Lin Tian shook his head. No need, I'll just directly refine it. As he spoke, he took out the Xianxia cauldron from the stone ring, and at the same time, took out a large pile of materials and directly started refining. Immortal Breaking Restriction Pill, 8th Stage Pill, a type of poison pill. After shattering, it is colorless, odorless, and formless. It can annihilate a cultivator's divine power, destroy a cultivator's physical body, freeze a cultivator's soul, and even poison a cultivator's life source. He said. The medicine canon was the supreme ancient scripture of alchemists, created by the master apothecary. It recorded countless pill recipes, not only the Baodan, but also poison pills. This immortal breaking restriction pill was one of the poison pills, and it was extremely terrifying. However, it was also because of this that this pill was more troublesome to refine. It required some special materials and couldn't be mass-produced. Annihilate divine power, destroy the physical body, freeze the soul, and even poison a cultivator's life source? So exaggerated? Ling Yin stared. Even Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but be a little surprised. If this was true, this immortal breaking restriction pill's power was truly terrifying. Lin Tian nodded. It's a very powerful 8th stage pill. He took out the Xianxia cauldron and circulated the pure yang flame. Then, he threw in the materials for refining the immortal breaking restriction pill one by one, adjusting the temperature of the pure yang flame. Then, the materials in the Xianxia cauldron began to melt one by one, condensing at the center of the cauldron. Buzz! The golden pure yang flame turned into alchemy fire, which had a miraculous effect on forging pills. Then, Lin Tian opened his eye of delusion to improve the accuracy of refining pills. After all, the materials for refining the immortal breaking restriction pill were very precious. He had collected many precious materials for refining pills over the years, but there were very few materials that could be used to refine the immortal breaking restriction pill. Even if the success rate was 100%, he could only refine 9 pills of this level. Every step had to be taken carefully. He calmed his mind and focused on refining the pills. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, he failed to refine the immortal breaking restriction pill. After 2 tries, he finally refined 7 pills of this level. It's done. On this day, he really stood up and put the Xianxia cauldron into the stone ring. There was a faint light in his eyes. It's finally done after 3 months. Ling Yin opened his mouth and looked at Lin Tian. What do we do next? Prepare for the battlefield, of course. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, he looked at the 5 elements crocodile and asked about the specific location of the western region that was more suitable for engraving the killing array. Wuxing Crocodile is quite familiar with the 9th heaven. After listening to Lin Tian's words, it naturally knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. Not far from this place, there is a barren stone field with a radius of thousands of meters. It should meet your requirements. It said. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he nodded. "Let's go," he said. Immediately, he let Wuxing Crocodile lead the way and left this place. Just like this, after around 2 hours, their group appeared before a relatively wide stone ground. The terrain wasn't too flat, and it was full of potholes. It was indeed as the five-element crocodile had said, not a single blade of grass grew here, and large rocks were scattered everywhere. "It's very suitable," Lin Tian said. Ling Yan looked at Lin Tian and asked. "Then, kid, are you going to engrave a killing array here? Bury the poison pill?" "Just engrave the killing array, there is no need to bury the immortal breaking forbidden pill," Lin Tian said. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated the One Heavenly Soul incantation and the Sun Heart Sutra. Along the surface of the stone floor, he began to inscribe one eternal killing mark after another. Each mark caused the air to tremble, and a terrifying killing intent to spread out. This kind of killing intent was much more terrifying than when Lin Tian comprehended the eternal killing array. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but shiver again, and cold sweat appeared on their backs. "It's fucking terrifying." Ling Yin shrank his neck. Lin Tian ran the Heavenly One Soul secret art and displayed the 5-dragon divine hands engraving technique. More and more eternal killing patterns intertwined, then disappeared into the void. In this way, he concentrated on engraving the eternal killing array. It wasn't until a day and a night later that he finished engraving 10 eternal killing arrays in this place. "It's done," he said, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Next, lure the people of this branch to this place." With that said, he summoned the 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yin to leave this place for the time being. They traveled to the densely populated areas of the Western Domain and pulled out the divine sense imprints of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's strongholds that destroyed the 6th, 7th, and 8th heavens. Then, with a powerful method, they appeared in front of all the cultivators. At the same time, he injected his voice into these divine sense engravings. "Rats of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, I, Lin Tian, have come to the 9th heaven. Tighten your necks and prepare to be slaughtered." For a time, many cultivators in the Western Domain paled. The great extinguishing divine dynasty, that mysterious great extinguishing divine dynasty, actually, had their strongholds destroyed? Lin Tian? Yes, it's that Lin Tian. A few years ago, he seemed to have used a special method to send his divine sense engravings from the lower heavens to this heaven, destroying several of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's strongholds. Now, how many of them have been destroyed? That Lin Tian stepped into the 9th heaven? After a few years, this is another declaration of war against the great extinguishing divine dynasty? This? A few years ago, Lin Tian recorded the scene of the destruction of the strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 1st to 4th heavens. At that time, it caused a huge uproar in the 9th heaven. Many cultivators and major forces remembered the name Lin Tian because since ancient times, no young cultivator had ever been able to find and destroy several strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and declare war on them. It can be said that many people were shocked at that time. Yet now, after a few years, Lin Tian had once again sent out a spiritual brand. He had actually destroyed the other strongholds of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty and declared war against them once more. His words were filled with disdain, as if the colossus that was the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty was merely a target that was waiting to be slaughtered. It had once again ignited the commotion from a few years ago. Most importantly, this time, Lin Tian himself stepped into the 9th heaven, so, how could the people not be shocked? After all, that was the great extinguishing divine dynasty. It's the most mysterious top force in the 9th heaven. It's an ancient overlord that takes killing as its Tao. Several emperor-level powerhouses have died in their hands, but now, someone actually dared to declare war and provoke the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Moreover, it's a direct provocation twice, which really shocked many people. Mad. Madman. Some cultivators' hearts palpitated. In the blink of an eye, this matter spread from the western region to the other heavens like a bird with wings. For a time, waves of commotion rose one after another. Really, where did this Lin Tian get his confidence from? How dare he provoke the great extinguishing divine dynasty like this? This bloodline has even killed quite a few emperors. Too bold. This is too crazy. Many cultivators were surprised. At the same time, the assassins of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty naturally learned about this matter. Lin Tian. Find him. Kill. In this branch, in the unknown main clan, several pairs of cold eyes stared at Lin Tian. Disciples of all strongholds, disciples who are hiding outside, go out and search. The 10th elder to the 18th elder, go out. Find this person within 3 days and bring back his divine soul. The cold voice seemed to come from the mouth of the king of hell. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others had already returned to the stone field. The people of the Great Extermination God Dynasty have already received my invitation. I'm sure many of them have already started to move. They will probably look for me all over the western region. Lin Tiandao slowly soared into the sky and released a powerful aura. Now, I will tell them the location. At this moment, he didn't hide anything. His powerful aura was directly exposed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it spread in all directions and traveled extremely far. Instantly, many cultivators nearby felt this powerful aura and turned to look over. This aura, what is this? It seems like, it's very similar to the aura of those divine sense imprints from before. Is that Lin Tian? That Lin Tian, which direction is he in? That direction, seems to be the rough stone field. That's right, it's there. Many cultivators were moved. At this time, many assassins of the Great Extermination God Dynasty had already gathered in the western region. They were all searching for Lin Tian in the western region. Therefore, at this moment, the assassins of the Great Extermination God Dynasty were all staring in the direction of the rough stone field. Suddenly, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The assassins of the Great Extermination God Dynasty all rushed toward the rough stone field. In the rough stone field, Lin Tian's aura continued to spread out for more than 10 breaths. Then, he retracted it and descended. I don't think I'll have to wait too long. He landed on a big stone and sat down casually. Ling Yan stared at him from the side. Kid, you exposed your aura like that. Aren't you afraid of attracting the emperor of this branch? He stared at Lin Tian and said, although the killing array you engraved here is powerful, it's definitely not enough to deal with an emperor, right? If we attract an emperor-level old fart from this bloodline, we'll be done for. That little pervert is brainless. The Great Extinguishing God Dynasty is one of the top forces in this heaven domain. The emperor-level figures are all the ancestors of this lineage. Normally, they would only take action when the main clan of the God Dynasty is facing destruction. How could they jump out just because they want to kill a young cultivator of the later generation? That will make the Great Extermination God Dynasty lose face. Whooshing Crocodile said. Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. Then, he thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Oh, it seems to make sense. Lin Tian sat casually on the big stone, his expression calm as he looked ahead. This will be our first battle in the 9th heaven. He said. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. I hope a few more half-step emperors will come. If not, it will be boring. The rough stone field was very wide. Big stones were scattered randomly, and the ground was reddish-yellow. Lin Tian sat on a big stone. A breeze blew past, rolling up the black hair on his forehead. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air rang out. More than 10 figures appeared in the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the rough stone field. All of them were intertwined with the divine power of the great Tao. At the same time, they were also filled with dense killing intent. These people were all shrouded in black robes, only their cold eyes were exposed. As soon as they rushed in, they stared at Lin Tian with bone-piercing killing intent flowing in their eyes. Clang, the sound of swords rang out. The 10 people didn't say a word and directly attacked. They slashed the flying celestial path sword, aiming at Lin Tian's glabella. A mere great Tao realm expert dares to attack like this. You are really bold. Whooshing Crocodile said. Naturally, he recognized the 10 people. They were all assassins of the Great Extermination God Dynasty. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. That's why I said this branch is very dangerous. They are obviously living people, but they look like killing machines that don't care about their lives. The sound of swords rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 10 assassins of the Great Extermination God dynasty had directly closed in on Lin Tian. The cold swords were stained with blood, and they were all aimed at Lin Tian's glabella. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He was still sitting on the big stone, not moving at all. Only a faint light flashed across his eyes. Poof, 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 blood splattered instantly. The 10 assassins of the Great Extermination God dynasty who had rushed forward all exploded under the light of his eyes. These assassins were only at the Great Tao realm. In front of Lin Tian, who was at the Nirvana realm, they were not even ants. Lin Tian only needed to rely on his weak aura to kill these people. There was no need for him to do anything at all. Whoosh, 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 the sound of something breaking rang out continuously. Densely packed figures appeared, rushing in from all directions. The densely packed assassins of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty rushed over. They were all shrouded in black robes and wielded blood-stained swords. All kinds of glaring killing lights slashed at Lin Tian. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were shrouded in a terrifying murderous aura. Lin Tian smiled. He was still sitting lazily on the big rock. The fingers on his right hand moved slightly. Suddenly, a large amount of sword radiance appeared. With him as the center, the sword radiance slashed in all directions. Puff. 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 Blood exploded. Among the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's assassins, dozens of them were slashed into pieces on the spot. There are quite a lot of assassins here. Wuxing Crocodile sneered at the side. After destroying so many hidden strongholds and using the divine consciousness imprint to provoke us, it would be abnormal if there were not many assassins here. Ling Yin said. Clang. Murderous auras filled the air. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's assassins all had cold expressions on their faces. Even though they saw their own comrades being killed, they did not show any emotion. Only the murderous auras on their bodies became stronger and colder. Among them, a total of 7 First Sky of Nirvana Realm experts closed in on Lin Tian. They slashed the blood swords in their hands, sweeping up a large amount of blood blades. All of them were aimed at Lin Tian's forehead. Too weak. Not enough. Lin Tian's voice was calm. He still did not get up. Beside him, the primitive mountain, the divine weapon bell, and other divine elephants surged out. Puff. 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 The 7 early Nirvana Realm assassins in front of him could not dodge. They were all hit by the intertwined divine elephants and exploded in the air. Only 7 divine souls escaped. They quickly retreated with the blood mist, trying to reform their physical bodies in the distance. Unfortunately, Lin Tian obviously wouldn't give them such a chance. The yin-yang lotus seas phenomenon interweaved and transformed into 7-inch-long lotus swords. All of them were intertwined with the light of yin and yang as they slashed down towards the souls of the 7 of them. Immediately, the sound of sizzling rang out as the 7 people's souls were cut into pieces at the same time. All 7 of them were destroyed. For a moment, the other Great Extinguishing God dynasty assassins in this place. Their murderous aura also slowed down. 7 Nirvana Realm assassins were easily killed by Lin Tian Nirvana Realm expert. Tisk, rats. You are too slow. Wuxing Crocodile flapped the wings on its back. It was like a great monster race divine ability, turning into a destructive wave of killing that flooded forward. Poo, pu, pu. With this strike, hundreds of thousands of God-exterminating Imperial Dynasty's assassins were crushed, their bodies and souls obliterated. Master Ling Yun laughed. Ling Nirvana Realm Sword God Realm. NN Nirvana God Nirvana Dao Realm Nai NN Realm Nirvana Ding Sky. NN Chi. Lin Tian sat on the big rock casually with a faint smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, Ling Tian's sword chi filled the sky. This level of sword light was casually executed by him, but he was at the 2nd level of the rebirth realm now. So casually executed sword lights at this level of cultivation would truly not have the slightest problem to kill people below the rebirth realm, and it was as simple as cutting grass. For a moment, blood sputtered non-stop. Many great extinguishing god dynasty assassins who rushed into the field exploded one after another. Swoosh! 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 At this time, the sound of breaking air rang out again. Outside the field, there were cultivators from all directions. However, they did not enter the field. All of them stopped a few hundred feet away from the field and looked straight into the field. They saw the confrontation in the field. They saw many black-robed figures with penetrating killing intent besieging two young men and a crocodile demon. Most of the killing force was concentrated on the young man sitting on the big rock in the field. Therefore, these cultivators' expressions changed. That young man is, that Lin Tian? Yes, it's that Lin Tian. His aura is exactly the same as the aura in those divine sense imprints. Those black-robed figures with penetrating killing intent, they're right. They should be from the great extinguishing god dynasty. After this group of people sensed that person's aura, they really came to kill him. So many people. It's the first time I've seen so many great extinguishing god dynasty assassins. There are at least more than 500 people. These cultivators were not from the great extinguishing god dynasty. Most of them had sensed the powerful aura emitted by Lin Tian and rushed here to see who dared to provoke the great extinguishing god dynasty. At the same time, these cultivators had already guessed that the assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty would definitely come here after sensing Lin Tian's aura. After all, Lin Tian had done such a thing, so the great extinguishing god dynasty was furious. Since they had sensed Lin Tian's aura, it was impossible for them not to come. However, they did not expect so many experts from the great extinguishing god dynasty to come here. However, in the next moment, these cultivators were shocked again. This was because they saw that in the face of hundreds of powerful assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty, Lin Tianji was sitting casually on the big rock. His sword light was intertwined with each other and it was like a rain of swords. Almost none of the assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty could get close to him. This is that Lin Tian? How could he be so powerful? He seems to be in the Nirvana realm? That crocodile demon and the other young man are his companions? They're so powerful. These cultivators were shocked. Clang, 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 in the rough stone land, the sound of swords humming could be heard. Cold murderous intent swept across the area. The assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty were all shrouded in black robes. Each of their attacks was ruthless and merciless. Each of them used almost all of their strength in their attacks, causing the space to collapse inch by inch. Lin Tian sat on the big rock. In the face of such a violent attack, he was still expressionless. He did not get up. He just sat there without moving. The divining divine skill was activated. Divining divine elephants intertwined and formed a shield in all directions. Suddenly, blood splattered in all directions. In an instant, more than 50 assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty died. They all turned into blood mist and floated in the air. He's so powerful. He didn't even move. He's just. Outside the rough stone land, the cultivators were shocked. Someone trembled. The assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty are no match for him at all. Looking at Lin Tian in the rough stone land, the cultivators outside the rough stone land were shocked. Boom, at this moment, a violent wind suddenly blew in the rough stone land. Two gray-robed figures suddenly appeared in the rough stone land. For a moment, the temperature in the air began to drop. Moreover, a faint emperor's aura spread in all directions. Suddenly, everyone inside and outside the rough stone land changed color. Emperor's aura? Emperor? No, it's not a real emperor, it's a half-step emperor. Many cultivators were shocked. This is also from the great extinguishing god dynasty. There's a half-step emperor in this lineage? Some cultivators were shocked. At the same time, in the rough stone land, hundreds of assassins from the great extinguishing god dynasty stopped. Elders. Everyone saluted the two gray-robed old men. Lin Tian looked at the two gray-robed old men who suddenly appeared. Naturally, he could clearly feel the faint emperor pressure exuding from them. He recognized these two people. They were the two half-step emperors who tried to kill him in the 8th heaven not long ago with a Dao rune seal. However, at this time, he still didn't show the slightest intention of getting up. The two of you chased me from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven to kill me. After failing, you came back from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven. Do you feel tired? He smiled faintly. His voice was very calm, but it was mixed with a strong sense of ridicule. Such an attitude made the eyes of the assassins from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty in the Rough Stone Land even colder. The other cultivators outside the Rough Stone Land were all shocked. Facing two half-step emperors, Lin Tian actually had such an attitude. The two gray-robed old men in the Rough Stone Land stared at Lin Tian mercilessly like two peerless sharp blades. In the 8th heaven, the two half-step emperors joined forces to seal the area, but Lin Tian still managed to escape, which made them feel very ashamed. Now, Lin Tiantan said with a smile, the two of you came from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven, and from the 8th heaven back to the 9th heaven. Do you feel tired? Of course, they could hear the mockery in his words. The killing intent in their hearts became stronger, causing the space around them to distort. TSK, you're angry out of shame. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the two and said. The eyes of the two gray-robed old men became colder, and the killing intent on their bodies became even stronger. This kind of killing intent was undoubtedly very terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian was in the Rough Stone Land. Most of the killing intent shrouded his body, but his expression still didn't change. Then, in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at a place further away from the Rough Stone Land. Boom! 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 Powerful chi flashed past like lightning. 7 old men in gray robes charged forward like destructive cannonballs. They landed directly on the ground, causing the ground to break apart. Immediately, cracks spread in all directions. These 7 people, like the 2 gray-robed old men who just appeared, were also surrounded by faint emperor pressure. 7 half-step emperors? They are also from the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? It's obvious. This bloodline, 9 half-step emperors came here? Many cultivators were shocked. As one of the top forces in the 9th heaven, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty had always been incomparably mysterious. No one had ever seen this bloodline gather so many powerful assassins together. There were 9 half-step emperors and hundreds of other powerhouses. And all of this was just for a young second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator. A total of 9 half-step emperors. What will happen to that person? It's impossible to stop them. Half-step monarchs were only half a step away from the Primal Chaos Emperor realm. They were the strongest under the Primal Chaos realm. Now, 9 half-step monarchs from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had appeared in the Ground of Rocks, causing the cultivators outside the Ground of Rocks to tremble. The Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had always been unpredictable. This time, so many experts had appeared in front of everyone. 9 half-step monarchs and hundreds of powerful assassins. Looks like Lin Tian has really infuriated this bloodline. Otherwise, it's impossible for these assassins of this bloodline to appear here and be seen by the world. Nonsense. He had provoked them twice and destroyed 8 hidden strongholds of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. If this didn't anger the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, then something must be wrong. However, this assassin dynasty has so many assassins attacking together. This is probably the first time this has happened, right? Many cultivators trembled. The Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's Tao was killing. Their principle was to assassinate silently. Occasionally, they would show their traces in front of everyone. However, they would never appear in front of so many people. This was because this faction was an assassin organization. They had assassinated too many people over the years. They had many enemies, including many big factions. If too many people appeared together, it would definitely cause a lot of commotion. It was very likely that they would attract many of their enemies. At that time, it would be a very dangerous situation. Even if 9 half-step monarchs were to appear at the same time, it would still cause a lot of trouble. However, even so, this bloodline still did this. 9 half-step emperor ranks and hundreds of powerful assassins forced their way here, appearing in front of everyone. All of this was because they sensed Lin Tian's aura coming from this place. That was all. As such, these cultivators could imagine how much the Great Extinguishing God dynasty wanted to kill Lin Tian. Within the ground of rocks, Lin Tian sat on a huge rock. At this moment, he finally stood up and faced the 9 half-step monarchs. 9 half-step monarchs. This formation is barely not bad, he said. Facing the 9 half-step monarchs of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, he seemed very calm and didn't show any fear. This caused the cultivators outside the ground of rocks to be shocked. Facing 9 half-step monarchs, Lin Tian actually had this kind of attitude. Barely, not bad? Someone was shocked. Why do I feel like he's looking down on the 9 half-step emperors of the myriad extinguishing God dynasty? I have the same feeling. But, why? Even though he is very strong, compared to half-step emperors, he is far too lacking. Now that he is facing 9 half-step emperors together, how can he be so calm and collected? How can he face them with such an attitude? Many cultivators were surprised and puzzled. Inside the stone ground, the 9 half-step monarchs of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty were all covered in grey robes. Only their cold eyes could be seen. Their eyes were like murderous swords, as if they wanted to pierce through Lin Tian. The emperor aura outside their bodies was even more terrifying. Aunt. One of the 9 individuals spoke, his voice extremely cold. Lin Tian stood on the boulder with a calm expression. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty has tried to assassinate me a total of 7 times. All 7 times, they failed. 6 of them were killed instead, including a half-step emperor. From the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven, there were a total of 8 hidden strongholds. All of them were destroyed by me. Not even a fly could escape from the 8 strongholds. He looked at the 9 individuals and smiled. If I am considered an ant, then isn't the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty an organization that specializes in producing ants? His expression was calm, and so was his voice. However, the cultivators outside the ground of rocks were shocked again. He killed a half-step emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? Many cultivators were shocked. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty had tried to assassinate Lin Tian several times. These cultivators had already guessed that Lin Tian had destroyed 8 hidden strongholds of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. This was because Lin Tian had personally used his divine consciousness imprint. However, these people would never have thought that Lin Tian had actually killed a half-step emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. How is this possible? How can he be a half-step emperor's opponent? It's impossible. Many cultivators were shocked. Even some of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's assassins were shocked. A half-step emperor of their lineage had been killed by Lin Tian before. These ordinary assassins wouldn't know about this. The eyes of the 9 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty turned even colder. Bone-chilling killing intent intertwined and spread out. If you didn't use such a despicable method, how can you be a half-step emperor's opponent? One of them said. It was the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder. He was also one of the 2 half-step emperors who had failed to kill Lin Tian in the 8th heaven. As soon as this was said, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Behind him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin also laughed. Despicable? I really didn't expect to hear this word from the mouth of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty one day. You rats hide in the dark ditches to launch sneak attacks and assassinate people. That itself is synonymous with inferior. Now, you're calling others inferior? Is there something wrong with your brain, old man? Are you mocking others or mocking yourselves? He laughed and said. Hearing this, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder's face suddenly sank. The other half-step emperors were also the same. Their Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's Tao was killing. Although they didn't show themselves in the world, they were still powerful enough to look down on the 10 heaven domains. However, now, Lin Tian actually dared to insult them, calling their Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty the synonym of despicable. With a swoosh, a Wuxian assassin couldn't help but rush towards Lin Tian. He directly used his blood-killing sword, and his killing intent surged. Insulting my Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Die. This person shouted. Lin Tian looked at this person and didn't do anything. Only a faint light flashed in his eyes. Scum, get lost. You don't have the right to speak here. Pooh. As soon as his words fell, the Wuxian assassin who rushed out directly exploded. Even his divine soul was shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. He, who was at the second stage of Nirvana realm, had the strongest reincarnation king body. If he wanted to kill a Wuxian cultivator, it would be too easy. He looked at the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder again as if nothing had happened. He continued, also, why do you have to avoid the main point and dwell on the trivial? My main point isn't that I killed a half-step emperor, but that your great extinguishing divine dynasty has failed to assassinate me 7 times. It was your 8 hidden strongholds that were destroyed by me. You only brought up the matter of a half-step emperor being killed. Do you think that this matter can be covered up by me using despicable methods, but you can't find an excuse for the other matters? Do you think that mentioning these matters will make your lineage lose face? His words were calm, but the ridicule in them was very obvious. This caused the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's expression to turn even colder. This caused the other 8 half-step emperors' expressions to turn even colder. The hundreds of powerful assassins that came here also had sinister gazes. At the same time, outside the stone ground, a group of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. It was hard to imagine why Lin Tian dared to be so domineering when facing 9 half-step emperors. He actually didn't hold back and humiliated them. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged. Within the stone ground, the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder directly moved and attacked Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors also moved at the same time. They all stretched out their hands, and their emperor's aura surged. At the same time, dense Dao patterns appeared in the surrounding space, completely sealing the space in all directions. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun were all sealed within. Dense Dao patterns lingered in the void, sealing the surroundings. Every corner was covered, trapping Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. At the same time, the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty also moved. Obviously, they didn't want to give Lin Tian any chance of survival. They attacked at the same time, wanting to suppress and kill Lin Tian as soon as possible. Run! Let me see how you are going to struggle this time. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder said coldly and ruthlessly. 3 months ago, in the 8th heaven, he and the 13th elder worked together to lay down a dense Dao pattern, but Lin Tian escaped with the cross-heaven domain teleportation platform. They weren't able to suppress Lin Tian, so they were already vigilant. Therefore, after coming to this place, he and the 13th elder transmitted to the other 7 at the same time. They weren't in a hurry to attack Lin Tian, but secretly laid down a dense Dao pattern. The 9 half-step emperor's strength sealed the surroundings, not wanting any accidents to happen this time. They waited until the Dao pattern was fully laid down before making their move. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors' hands stretched out together. All kinds of divine light interweaved, suppressing the surroundings. It's over. In the field of rocks, the millions of assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were shrouded in black robes. Their eyes were emotionless. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a corpse. Outside the field of rocks, the cultivators who rushed here from all directions were even more fearful. The 9 half-step emperor's strength was too tyrannical and terrifying. It's over, it's over. 9 half-step emperors attacked together and sealed the surroundings with Dao patterns. How could a second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator block it? No matter how monstrous he is, he won't be able to block it. This, many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Rolling divine energy swept across the field of rocks. 9 surging emperor auras interweaved together. It was powerful, cold, and terrifying. The surrounding space was completely condensed. Why aren't you moving? Why don't you struggle? Aren't you very good at escaping? Are you desperate now? Not running anymore? The 12th elder of the all-extinguishing god dynasty sneered when he saw Lin Tian standing still on the rock. With a rumbling sound, his large hand pressed towards Lin Tian. Its speed was much faster than the other 8 half-step emperor ranks, and the intertwining killing lights were also much stronger than the other 8. It was aimed at Lin Tian's head. Struggle? Escape? Facing the 9 half-step emperors and the cruel and mocking gaze of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder, he appeared very calm and didn't move at all. "You think too much." Boom, as his words fell, the entire stone ground shook violently in an instant. Dense killing patterns emerged from nothingness. Each strand of killing patterns was like a peerless true dragon. It was as if a slight movement could destroy everything in this world. In that instant, this place swayed, the heavens seemingly about to collapse. Pooh! The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's hand that was reaching towards Lin Tian was directly shattered. Blood floated in the air, and it was a ghastly sight. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors also suffered a great calamity. Their extended arms were shattered, and they were all sent flying. This is? The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 12th elder's expression changed, and the other 8 half-step emperors' expressions changed as well. Elders. The other hundreds of assassins that had killed their way into the stone ground all had a change in expression. Seeing the 9 half-step emperors of their own lineage had their arms shattered and their bodies sent flying, and seeing the dense killing patterns in the air, they couldn't help but tremble. Boom, the killing patterns filled the air, and the surrounding space was instantly covered by a destructive aura. Tens of thousands of bucket-sized killing lights intertwined, as if they were going to shatter eternity. The terrifying killing intent spread in all directions, and the earth shook. The dense Tao patterns that the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty secretly laid down were as fragile as paper at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they were shattered by the killing patterns that surged out from the void and scattered like starlight. This is? Killing formation? There's a killing formation here? This aura, outside the stone ground, all the cultivators trembled violently as they stared at the killing patterns in the stone ground. They felt as if their internal organs were spasming, and cold sweat involuntarily appeared on their bodies. At this moment, they felt as if their souls were about to shatter. Rumble, the void shook, and the earth shook. Streaks of killing light surged out, and even the sky darkened. A destructive hurricane swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire stone ground was shrouded in killing intent, and a cold aura that seemed to have come from hell filled all directions. The 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all shrouded in this killing formation. They were all shocked, and their expressions all changed. At the same time, the other hundreds of assassins of this lineage were even more terrified. Many of them couldn't help but tremble, and were completely stunned by the aura of the killing patterns in all directions. Lin Tian stood on the large stone, and his expression was still calm as he looked at the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. "Do you all think that the divine sense imprints I shot out were purely to provoke you? Do you all think that my aura was exposed because I was careless?" He looked at the 9 half-step emperors and said, "It has been more than 3 months since I arrived in this heavenly region. I have been preparing for this big gift for your great extinguishing divine dynasty. How should I say this? Your main clan is in this heavenly region. This can be considered as my official greeting to you all after arriving in this heavenly region." As soon as he said this, the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all shocked, and their bodies trembled. The 9 half-step emperors were both shocked and angry. "You purposely exposed your aura to lure us here? You tricked us," one of them said coldly. Outside the stone ground, the other cultivators were also shocked. These killing patterns were carved by him? He first carved these killing patterns here, then shot out those divine sense imprints to provoke the great extinguishing divine dynasty, igniting and intensifying the anger of this lineage. Then, he purposely exposed his aura to lure the great extinguishing divine dynasty's people here. The divine sense imprints were not purely a provocation, but to lure the great extinguishing divine dynasty's people to this killing formation? This is a trap? He is purposely plotting against the great extinguishing divine dynasty? Outside the stone ground, all the cultivators were shocked. At this moment, after seeing the killing patterns in the stone ground and hearing Lin Tian's words, these people instantly understood everything. Using this, to greet the great extinguishing divine dynasty? Someone trembled. Boom, the invisible killing intent intertwined, and the visible killing light vibrated as if it was going to destroy the world. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and did not move at all. Around him, the killing patterns vibrated automatically, and endless killing light fell. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams rang out. The ordinary assassins of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty exploded one by one. Lin Tian had inscribed 10 eternal slaughter formations with his cultivation at the second level of the rebirth realm within this ground of rocks, and every single one of them had attained a tenth of the complete eternal slaughter formation. When they were combined together, their destructive killing intent could be said to be world-shocking, and it was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to resist it. It was even to the extent that many people were unable to resist the aura interweaved by these slaughter formations. Puff, 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 blood kept splattering, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of the ground was dyed red. Damn it! In the stone ground, the 12th elder of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty stared at Lin Tian cruelly. His eyes were full of anger, and the Emperor's aura outside his body became stronger and surged violently. You lowly worm, how dare you do this? Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. Your Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty has tried every means to kill me. Against you, what do I not dare to do? You've lived for so long, and your brain is filled with shit, right? How can you say such words? You, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's man, was speechless, and his face suddenly became incomparably pale. Lin Tian, in front of so many people, said that his brain was filled with shit. I'll kill you. He roared and rushed up directly. Several great Dao laws appeared together, intertwining with a powerful emperor's aura and attacking Lin Tian. In the face of this, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. His clothes fluttered as he stood on the big rock like a supreme being of 10,000 worlds. Boom, the dense eternal killing runes vibrated, and the murderous intent in this space suddenly multiplied, as if it was going to destroy the world. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. He stared at the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's man, raised his right hand, and pointed forward. With a rumble, more than a dozen killing light pillars rushed up, like a dozen killing swords that could slay gods, ruthlessly slashing at the opponent. Not long ago, he became an 8th-stage array manipulator and comprehended 1/10 of the ultimate eternal killing array created by the Array Emperor Heavenly Lord. He had carved a total of 10 of them here, and that aura was really as if it could destroy everything in this world. Boom, space trembled, shattering into pieces. More than a dozen killing light pillars fell, approaching from different angles, and instantly arrived in front of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's man. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's man roared. Several great Dao laws surged, and he even took out a powerful Dharma treasure. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the face of such a killing light pillar, everything was in vain, and his Dharma treasure was instantly shattered. With a boom, more than a dozen killing lights arrived as expected. Impossible. Pfff, blood splattered, and under the pressure of the killing lights, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's elder was instantly smashed into pieces. The half-step emperor's blood dyed the void red. Elder! How is this possible? Elder is at the half-step emperor realm. Moreover, he used the great Dao laws. How? Inside the ground of haze, many assassins were terrified. Even the other 8 half-step emperor rank experts that came from this bloodline changed their expressions, all of them greatly shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators outside the ground of haze trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. A half-step emperor was actually slashed into pieces so easily. Many people trembled. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun stood behind Lin Tian. Although they knew that Lin Tian's killing array was terrifying, seeing the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder, who was almost at the peak of half-step emperor, being slashed into pieces in the blink of an eye still shocked them. Terrifying. Ling Yun's eyes widened. Damn it. Within the ground of haze, powerful divine energy rushed out, mixed with an even stronger emperor's aura. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder's soul floated up, and his flesh, blood, and bones all gathered together, forming a body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian again, and the anger in his eyes was even more intense. At the same time, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. The killing array here was too terrifying. Lin Tian stood on a huge rock and looked at this person, the other 8 half-step emperors, and all the great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins in the ground of haze. You all, struggle as much as you want. I will stand here, and I will seriously appreciate it. Boom, as his words fell, the void violently rumbled, and the dense eternal killing patterns moved, crazily devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy, instantly turning this place into a terrifying ancient killing field. The wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth lost their color. The densely packed eternal killing marks trembled even more intensely after Lin Tian's words. They absorbed the spiritual qi in all directions, erupting with even more terrifying killing intent. There were even tiny black holes that appeared, devouring everything in the surroundings, including the dust, the air, and even light. In an instant, the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. The clouds in the sky were all shaken and scattered in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood on the huge rock and looked down indifferently at the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty as well as the hundreds of assassins. He stood there calmly without any killing intent or coldness. He even had a smile on his face, as if he was the supreme ruler of all time. Facing his gaze and attitude, the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were all ashen. A second-layer Nirvana realm cultivator was actually looking down at them as if they were clowns. One of them stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes were like bone-piercing blades. He said coldly, "It's just a few killing patterns. Don't be too arrogant. Combine forces and destroy it." Another person said. The 9 half-step emperors dodged the eternal killing lights that were slashing towards them while gathering violent divine energy. In response, Lin Tian smiled indifferently. "Don't be too arrogant. Who do you think created this killing formation? With just you guys, you can't destroy it," he said. After speaking, he raised his hand and slowly pressed it down. Instantly, the densely packed eternal killing patterns shook again. Endless killing lights pressed down together, suppressing the surroundings. Chi, the divine energy around the 9 half-step emperors were all shattered, and they were all sent flying. Pfff. One of them had his chest pierced by a killing light. Half of his body instantly exploded, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Impossible. The 9 half-step emperors' expressions changed. They were all half-step emperor rank individuals. Their combined strength was extremely powerful, interweaving with dozens of different great Tao laws. They could practically shatter everything. However, right now, they couldn't shatter the strands of killing patterns in this place. Moreover, all of their divine lights were instantly annihilated, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. Ah! A miserable shriek resounded from not far away. A powerful assassin at the third sky of Nirvana realm was struck by dozens of killing lights, and his body and soul were annihilated on the spot. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the great extinguishing god dynasty's assassins exploded one after another. Their blood dyed the ground red in the blink of an eye. This scene horrified all the cultivators outside the rough stone land. Looking at the dense eternal killing light and the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, many of them felt their insides turn cold and they could not help but tremble. At the same time, many of the cultivators involuntarily began retreating. The killing intent of the eternal killing array was simply too terrifying. Even though they were only looking at it from afar, they felt as though their bodies were about to be torn apart. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out. 10,000 streaks of killing light shot out. It was as if a group of great beasts had awoken. The entire great world was trembling. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins exploded one after another. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Arg! The miserable shrieks were ear-piercing. In the face of the densely packed eternal killing light, the ordinary assassins of the all-extinguishing god dynasty were simply too weak. Even the half-step to nirvana stage cultivators were like insignificant insects that could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, even the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were trembling in fear when they were covered by the killing patterns. Let's retreat first. One of them gritted his teeth. The 9 of them could feel the terror of the eternal killing array. They were prepared to join forces to kill Lin Tian after they left the place. However, the 9 of them quickly changed their expressions. With the eternal killing patterns surrounding them, they could not leave the place at all. Damn it! The 9 of them looked terrible. At this moment, the 9 of them naturally knew that the eternal killing array was created by Lin Tian. They did not expect Lin Tian to be able to create such a terrifying eternal killing array. The 9 of them could not break it even when they joined forces. They could not even leave the place. The 12th elder spoke. His eyes were sinister as he stared at Lin Tian viciously. Let's not do anything else. Let's join forces and kill him. The eternal killing patterns here were created by him. As long as we kill him, these eternal killing patterns will naturally shatter immediately. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. He still had a smile on his face. You guys can't even escape, and you still want to kill me in this eternal killing array? You can't even dream of doing that. As he spoke, he moved his mind slightly. A total of 25 eternal killing lights shot out. Each of the eternal killing lights was at least 3 meters long. They were all aimed at the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder. In an instant, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder felt his soul tremble. He roared as he activated his Great Tao Law and Divine Ability secret technique to face the eternal killing lights. At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors also made their moves. While they were dodging the eternal killing lights, they also attacked the 12th elder's eternal killing lights. However, the eternal killing lights that were aimed at the 12th elder were too fast. These people could not stop them at all. PFFF. Blood splattered. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder exploded once again. This person roared. His soul rushed out and quickly reformed his physical body. Although I'm very happy to see you struggling miserably, there are still many spectators outside of this stone ground. Their gazes are all focused on you 9 half-step emperors. They are waiting to see your ending. I have to let them see something interesting quickly. Lin Tian's voice rang out. He looked at the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder. Therefore, please die first. He had a faint smile on his face. He raised his right hand and faint soul light intertwined. At this moment, he circulated the Divine One Soul technique, causing the 10 eternal killing arrays to boil even more and their power to increase greatly. Dong. The void in all directions shook as if a sacred drum was beaten. Many cultivators couldn't help but tremble in fear. At this moment, the 10 eternal killing arrays were controlled by Lin Tian's intent. All of the eternal killing arrays' killing lights gathered at one point. In the blink of an eye, a 10-zhang-long killing sword was formed. It carried the power to destroy heaven and earth and slashed directly at the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder. The terrifying killing light covered everything. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder had yet to reform his physical body. His soul was directly exposed to this killing sword. He immediately felt the threat of death. He couldn't help but tremble violently. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" At the same time, the other 8 half-step emperors were shocked. They quickly took action and unleashed their divine lights to help the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder. Tisk, Lin Tian sneered. The killing sword formed by the eternal killing array's killing power fell mercilessly. Before the other 8 half-step emperors' divine lights could approach, it directly drowned the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder. No. Stop. PFFF. With a soft sound, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's 12th elder's divine soul was directly crushed. The blood floated in the air and was glaring to the eyes, causing everyone inside and outside the ground to change their expressions. A half-step emperor was actually killed just like that. How could this be? The elder was actually. Many of the assassins from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty were trembling. Even the other 8 half-step emperors were shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Outside the ground, the other cultivators were even more frightened and many of them felt a chill in their bones. Boom. Inside the ground, the eternal killing marks intertwined and the killing light shook the surroundings. It's your turn. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and looked at the other 8 half-step emperors from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. His voice was very calm as he said, "All of you will be buried here and none of you will be able to leave." As if responding to his words, with a boom, the eternal killing mark shook and the killing light surged like an ocean. It caused the sky to change color and all the living beings within 10,000 zhang radius to tremble in fear. Clang! 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 The boundless killing light shook and furiously slashed in all directions. Instantly, the blood exploded and many of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty assassins were slashed into pieces like bloody fireworks. The killing intent is even stronger. So terrifying. What kind of killing array is this? It actually has such a terrifying killing aura. Could it be an emperor rank killing array? Outside the ground, the cultivators' hearts were palpitating. At this moment, looking from outside the ground, the sky above the ground changed color. Waves of terrifying killing intent fell from that place, causing all the cultivators outside the ground to tremble in fear. Boom! The killing light was vast and mighty, each stronger than the previous one. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and stared at the 8 half-step emperors from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty who were still alive. With a thought, the boundless killing light slashed towards the 8 half-step emperors. Even though he had only comprehended 1/10 of the eternal killing array, it was already terrifying enough. This was because this was the ultimate killing array created by one of the 9 celestial lords, the Array Emperor. What's more, he had engraved a total of 10 such killing matrices in this place. At this time, he activated them with the Divine One Soul spell, which made the eternal killing runes even stronger. The peerless killing intent seemed to have affected all the Daos in the world, as if it could kill all living things in the universe. Damn it! The expressions of the 8 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty changed. The 8 of them quickly gathered together and resisted with all their might. These were 8 half-step emperor rank experts. At this moment, they attacked together. Immediately, the light of divine ability soared into the heavens. Great Tao laws rolled and intertwined with each other. It could be considered a terrifying attack. However, in the next moment, when the combined attack came into contact with the killing light of the eternal killing formation, it immediately collapsed like a spark. Impossible. The 8 people's expressions changed. One of them gritted his teeth. I don't know why, but my godly power isn't circulating smoothly, and my corporeal body isn't as sensitive as usual. You too? I thought I was the only one like that. Another person revealed a shocked expression. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 8 of them discovered that their godly power wasn't circulating smoothly, and their corporeal bodies were much weaker. As they dodged the terrifying killing light, they looked at Lin Tian, and their expressions became even more unsightly. What else did you do? One of them shouted angrily. Lin Tian smiled faintly. You're about to die, so why ask so many questions? After speaking, his mind moved, and the eternal killing runes became even more terrifying, mercilessly and coldly slashing at the 8 half-step emperors. He engraved 1/10 of the eternal killing formations in this place. Then, after activating the 10 killing formations, he secretly crushed the 7 immortal breaking restriction pills that he had refined beforehand. This forbidden pill was a kind of poison. It was colorless and odorless, and it could temporarily annihilate a cultivator's godly power, destroy a cultivator's corporeal body, and freeze a cultivator's divine soul. If a cultivator's cultivation wasn't strong enough, even his life origin would be poisoned. Now, he had crushed 7 immortal breaking forbidden pills in the ground of pure stones. The half-step emperors had inhaled the pill's energy, and they were greatly affected. Previously, he had been able to kill the 12th elder of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty so easily because the celestial breaking restriction pill had weakened the 12th elder's divine power, body, and soul. His battle prowess was far from his peak. Moreover, at this moment, due to the hurricane brought by the eternal killing runes, the pill's energy slowly spread to other parts of the ground of pure stones under his secret control. The other ordinary assassins of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty also inhaled the colorless and odorless pill's energy. Some of the Great Tao Realm assassins fell to the ground and couldn't get up, letting out ear-piercing screams. What? Those assassins weren't hit by the eternal killing runes. Why? Outside the ground of pure stones, many cultivators were shocked. The 8 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were even more furious. They glared at Lin Tian and said, "Little bastard, what have you done?" Lin Tian stood on the big rock and looked down at the 8 of them. He didn't say anything. He raised his right hand slightly. As specks of soul light intertwined, the killing runes shook violently. Boom! The ground of pure stones trembled. Huge cracks spread out in all directions. He had refined 7 immortal-breaking forbidden pills and secretly crushed them. At this moment, it affected the people of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. However, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun weren't affected. This was because he had refined the antidote and given it to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. He had also consumed it himself. Therefore, this kind of pill's energy couldn't affect them now. Ah! Miserable screams were ear-piercing. As the eternal killing runes pressed down, under the influence of the immortal-breaking forbidden pills, the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty who were half-step emperors and below were like weeds. They kept exploding and shattering. Blood dyed the surroundings. This made the 8 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty extremely angry. Each of them was filled with dense killing intent. Damn it! The 13th elder of this faction gritted his teeth as if he couldn't wait to eat Lin Tian's flesh alive. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He raised his right hand and pointed at this person. Boom! The eternal killing matrix was in operation. Dozens of killing light pillars soared into the sky, as if they were going to penetrate the dome of heaven. That kind of frightening might was as if a supreme heavenly sovereign had personally arrived. It shocked everyone to the point where they were endlessly terrified, as if they were in hell. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's person was terrified. He tried his best to resist, but because of the immortal-breaking forbidden pills, his strength was far from the peak state. He was immediately drowned by the killing runes and was directly smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! This person let out an angry roar. His divine soul soared and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, Lin Tian didn't give him a chance to retreat. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. The surrounding killing runes pressed down on him and crushed his divine soul on the spot. Another half-step emperor was, this killing rune, a half-step emperor rank, in this place, is actually, like an ant. Outside the stone ground, a group of cultivators were shocked. Inside the stone ground, there were still 7 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty trapped inside. At this moment, their expressions changed again. Lin Tian killed another half-step emperor. TSK, so satisfying. Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. Ling Yan also laughed. Indeed. The man and crocodile stood behind Lin Tian. At this moment, they were completely watching a show. There was no need for them to make a move. Lin Tian looked at the 7 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty who were still alive. His expression was calm. Let's continue. After speaking, his intent moved. The surrounding space shook violently. Dense killing runes condensed and pressed down on another person. This person was the 18th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Facing this killing rune, he couldn't dodge in time. He could only roar and use all sorts of great Tao laws, divine abilities, and secret techniques to create a defensive light screen. At the same time, the other 6 half-step emperors also made their moves. Each of them attacked with divine abilities and killing techniques to help the 18th elder block this killing rune. Lin Tiantan smiled faintly. The divine one-soul art circulated even faster. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred killing runes pressed down. PFFF. 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 The 7 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty trembled at the same time. They were all sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. At the same time, a 5 zhang long resplendent killing rune had already condensed and was still slashing towards the 18th elder. With a PFFF sound, there was no doubt that this person was shattered. Only a trace of his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. Die. Lin Tiantan's voice resounded. He circulated the Divine One soul art even more strongly. The soul light in his right hand became even brighter. With this, he guided 10 eternal killing runes. The dense killing runes directly pressed down on the divine soul of this elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, instantly enveloping him. No. Stop. PFFF. With a chi sound, this person's divine soul was shattered. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This is the third half-step emperor. The cultivators outside the stone ground were all stunned. All of them were terrified. 9 half-step emperors had surrounded him, but 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. They stared at Lin Tiantan. It was hard to imagine that such a young-looking cultivator could be so terrifying. He actually had such a terrifying technique. Killing half-step emperors was like cutting grass and cutting vegetables. Inside the stone ground, the other 6 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty all had ugly expressions. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A few of them clenched their teeth. The 9 half-step emperors came together, but they never thought that this would be the outcome. Lin Tiantan purposely set up a killing trap here to lure them here. In such a short period of time, he killed 3 of their half-step emperors. Bastard! The 11th elder's eyes were incomparably cold. He took a step forward and used the divine concealment technique. His body and chi instantly disappeared. In an invisible void, he moved towards Lin Tiantan with extreme speed. In an instant, he moved a few hundred zhang in the void. However, almost at the same moment he hid in the void, a blinding killing rune fell from the sky. As if it had clearly captured his trajectory, it pierced through his chest and his body exploded. 11. The other few half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were shocked. Once their great extinguishing god dynasty's divine concealment technique was used, one's figure and aura would be completely hidden. Unless one's cultivation was much higher than the caster, they would not be able to see through it. However, right now, Lin Tian's cultivation was clearly much lower than the half-step emperor rank 11th elder, but he could clearly see every movement of the 11th elder who used this technique. At the same time, outside the stone ground, the older generation cultivators who understood the great extinguishing divine dynasty's divine concealment technique were also shocked. They looked at Lin Tiantan in disbelief. Then, they saw that Lin Tiantan's eyes were different from before. There was an additional ring of light. It was demonic and terrifying, as if he could see through everything. Everyone was shocked. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, they felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if everything in their bodies had been seen through. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitating. His eyes, what is that? This, many cultivators trembled. Even the half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. They could clearly feel the evilness in Lin Tian's eyes, and they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The great extinguishing divine dynasty's 11th elder roared. At this moment, he quickly reconstructed his body and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Then, he saw Lin Tian's eyes and his expression changed. He even trembled slightly. Boom. The space in all directions shook violently. Boundless killing light filled the area and rumbled. Lin Tian stood on the big rock and looked at this person calmly. He closed his illusionary breaker divine eye and said with a smile, "Continue to struggle." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding dense killing lights immediately pressed down on this person. Kung! 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 The sword chime sounded like a divine sword, shattering the sky. There were still 6 half-step emperors left in the great extinguishing divine dynasty. They immediately dodged and supported their great Tao laws. However, 10 eternal killing arrays that were 1/10 complete were too terrifying. Moreover, they were all affected by the celestial breaking restriction pill, so they couldn't display their true battle prowess. At this moment, they appeared extremely weak. The 11th elder was immediately crushed. Damn it! This person roared and quickly reconstructed his body. Several types of great Tao laws were activated and formed a defensive light screen. However, the killing light in all directions was too tyrannical. It was densely packed and pressed down on him again. With a puff, this person was split into pieces again. His blood dyed the sky red. It's about time. You should die too, Lin Tian said. With a thought, the 10 eternal killing matrices boiled again. All of the killing lights merged together, forming a terrifying killing sword that was 10 feet long. It directly slashed towards the spirit in this person's shattered body, mercilessly slashing down like a sword that could destroy the world. Pooh! With a sizzling sound, the divine soul of the 11th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty was shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. Such a scene shocked all the cultivators outside the stone ground, and many of them couldn't help but reveal terrified expressions. The fourth one, someone shuddered. At this moment, 4 of the 9 half-step emperors from the great extinguishing god dynasty had already been killed by Lin Tian. In the great extinguishing god dynasty, there were still 5 half-step emperors alive. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! They gritted their teeth. They were all half-step emperor rank experts and were powerful enough to easily crush Lin Tian. However, they never thought that Lin Tian would actually set up such a terrifying killing formation in this place. Moreover, he used a special method to suppress the circulation of their divine power. At this moment, they couldn't even use half of their strength. They felt extremely sullen. Such an expression, how should I say? Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face and said, "It's very interesting." He had been standing on the big rock since the beginning. At this moment, he circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique even faster, and the omnidirectional killing runes surged. With a rumbling sound, dense killing lights fell from the universe like lightning, shattering and destroying everything. Ah! In this stone ground, the assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty let out miserable cries as they exploded under the killing lights. Most of these assassins were below the Nirvana realm, and they couldn't withstand the eternal killing formation that Lin Tian had set up here. In addition, under the influence of the immortal breaking seal pill, many of them lost their battle strength and couldn't resist. They could only watch the killing lights fall on them. As such, these ordinary assassins were like insects under the destructive waves at this moment. As long as they were hit, they would immediately shatter, and their divine soul and sea of consciousness would be turned into ashes in an instant. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses fell one after another. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! An old assassin at the 5th heaven of the Nirvana realm screamed as his physical body was shattered. His divine soul had just rushed up when it was hit by another eternal killing light, and it directly turned into ashes. At the same time, other assassins screamed, and some even began to call for help. They covered their heads and fled in the sky full of killing lights. All of them rushed here with fierce killing intent, but now they are all howling in misery. How dramatic! Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Ling Yan laughed. It's more interesting to watch like this. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, the 10 eternal killing formations boiled, and the killing lights became more and more powerful. Pooh! 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 Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and the assassins shattered and died one after another. Hundreds of assassins, but only a few dozen were left now. All of them were stained with blood and struggling in a sorry state. This is simply a small hell of death prepared for the great extinguishing god dynasty. Outside the stone ground, some cultivators were horrified. At this time, the group of great extinguishing god dynasty assassins in the stone ground was as fragile as grass. The 5 surviving elders of the great extermination god dynasty had bloodshot eyes. Their faces were filled with extreme shock and anger, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Bastard! One of them gritted his teeth. While dodging the killing lights of the eternal killing formation, he stared at Lin Tian with a face full of killing intent. It was as if he couldn't wait to eat Lin Tian's flesh and blood. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at this person and smiled faintly. He casually waved his right hand, and the dense killing lights directly pressed down on him. You, pooh! Blood rolled out like waves, and the dense eternal killing light pressed down, directly splitting this person into pieces. With a whoosh, a soul light rushed out and quickly retreated. Die! Lin Tian spoke. Rumbling, in the sky, a sea of killing lights directly pressed down, covering this person's divine soul on the spot. Immediately after, with a chi sound, this person's divine soul was directly annihilated by the killing lights. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 4 half-step emperors who were still alive. There are still 4 people left. As he spoke, with a thought, the dense killing lights gathered into a wave and pressed down on the nearest half-step emperor. With a caw sound, the space directly collapsed, drowning this half-step emperor on the spot, and exploded into a dazzling blood light. Roar! This person was the 16th elder of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. His divine soul let out a loud roar and quickly flew out. However, almost at the same time, Lin Tian raised his hand, and another large wave of killing lights pressed down mercilessly. Stop, pooh! With a crisp sound, this person's divine soul was directly annihilated. There are still 3 people left. Lin Tian looked at the last 3 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty who were still alive. With a thought, another large wave of killing lights intertwined and pressed down on the 3 of them. The 3 of them dodged with extreme speed. However, they were still struck by a few killing lights, and streams of blood floated out. Immediately after, in the next moment, this faction's 10th elder suddenly made his move. 2 divine energy killing swords rushed out of his body and flew towards the other 2 half-step emperors, arriving in the blink of an eye. Old 10th, what are you doing? The 2 of them were greatly shocked. At the same time, the crowd of cultivators outside the stone ground changed their expressions. They never would have thought that the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty would actually wave his blade towards his 2 companions. Lin Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. This scene was indeed somewhat familiar. He vaguely remembered that when the Great Extinguishing God dynasty assassins came to assassinate him for the 2nd time, they had also waved their blades towards their companions, using the other party's life as a sacrifice for their ultimate killing technique. This faction's 10th elder roared, his eyes intertwined with a dense blood light, if this continues, we will all die. Since that is the case, why don't you all die first and become my strength? You, pooh. Pooh. 2 streams of blood mist exploded. The other 2 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty didn't have time to defend themselves and were simultaneously chopped into pieces. Moreover, after this, the 2's divine souls were forcefully pulled by a shocking force. Strands of blood-colored patterns covered their divine souls, causing them to temporarily lose the ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were pulled to the side of the 10th elder. Old 10th, stop. No. The 2 of them shouted loudly. The 10th elder's eyes were cold. Compared to dying together, it is more valuable to let me devour your strength and kill him, boom. Suddenly, the sky violently shook. 2 dazzling killing lights descended at the same time. It was so fast that it instantly shattered the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Lin Tian had seen the people of the Great Extinguishing Divine dynasty brandishing their blades at their companions, using their lives to execute a terrifying forbidden technique. Hence, when the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing Divine dynasty brandished his killing sword at the other 2 half-step emperors, he already knew what the 10th elder was planning. Hence, he had already prepared an extremely powerful killing light at the peak of the killing formation. At the most crucial moment, it directly shattered the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors, forcefully interrupting the 10th elder's plan. The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing Divine dynasty was both shocked and furious. He was just 1 step away from absorbing the divine souls of the 2 half-step emperors to strengthen himself. However, at the last moment, the 2's divine souls were directly shattered by Lin Tian. Although you have swallowed their divine souls, you might not be able to escape. However, I do not wish to be involved in this matter. Lin Tian Ondao. As his words fell, there was a rumbling sound. The killing formation in this place became even more turbulent, and the killing light became even more violent. Ah! Miserable screams were unceasing. Under the killing light, the ordinary assassins who came here were all blasted into pieces. PFFF. 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 Blood exploded one after another, and it was a ghastly sight. These killing lights were just casually released by the eternal killing formation. However, the destructive power it contained was extremely terrifying, and ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Lin Tian stood on the huge rock, and did not care about the ordinary assassins. His gaze was fixed on the last half-step emperor of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, and his expression was calm. He raised his hand and used the divine one-soul technique to control the 10-directional eternal killing formation, condensing an extremely terrifying killing light, and slashing it towards this person. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty roared angrily, and several types of great Tao laws were unleashed at the same time. Various divine abilities were displayed at the same time, and the sky was filled with killing light as he dodged and blocked. He looked extremely miserable, and a moment later, he was pierced by the eternal killing light a few more times. Can't block it. Outside the ground, the hearts of the cultivators trembled. Everyone stared at the ground where the killing light slashed down one after another, as if it could really destroy everything. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing divine dynasty roared angrily in the ground, and his expression was extremely ugly. Clang! 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 The killing light was like a destructive emperor sword, slashing down. The 10th elder of the great extermination god dynasty resisted with all his might, but he was getting more and more wretched. His injuries were getting more and more serious, and he was bleeding profusely. Ah! Bastard! That person roared. With a boom, the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Streaks of bloody light flashed, appearing cold and berserk. He's burning his source energy? Some cultivators were shocked. Boom, the aura of the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had reached its peak. For a time, the eternal killing runes in the surroundings became a little chaotic. A strange light flashed through whooshing crocodile's eyes. That's quite ruthless. He's burned almost half of his life source. Lin Tian stared at the 10th elder of the all-extinguishing god dynasty and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he naturally sensed this. Boom, a tyrannical aura spread out from the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty, shaking the entire space. You actually forced me to take this step. Damn it, you deserve to die. This person stared at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with malevolence and hatred. Originally, he wanted to devour the divine souls of the two half-step emperors to strengthen himself, but Lin Tian forcefully stopped him. Now, he could only burn his source energy to increase his battle strength. He had burned almost half of it. In this way, even if he could survive, he would definitely be half-crippled. I'll kill you. This person roared, shaking off the eternal killing runes in the surroundings. He took a step forward and directly closed in on Lin Tian. His speed was extremely fast, and his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of destructive hurricane. Everywhere he passed, the space cracked and shattered. Lin Tian's hands formed a seal and activated the 10-directional eternal killing runes with the heavenly one-soul technique. An even stronger killing rune pressed down on this person. Break! 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 The 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty roared. Several types of great Tao law intertwined around his body, shattering the eternal killing runes that pressed down on him. In the blink of an eye, he was 30 feet away from Lin Tian. His palm was aimed at Lin Tian's head. In an instant, the wind from his palm roared, like a destructive wave being lifted. The momentum was so strong that it was shocking. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and activated the Bai family's great celestial king arcane art. He grabbed the dense killing runes and gathered them in front of his divine shadow. Then, he punched forward. Boom, the two collided, and the space in all directions collapsed. With a crack, the big rock under his feet was directly shattered into ashes. Dozens of cracks appeared on the ground because of it. Kill! The 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty roared. His eyes were red. He waved his palm again, and several types of great Tao law pressed down together. Damn it, this old man is so much stronger now. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. Nonsense, no matter what, he has burned almost half of his source energy. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian's expression did not change much. The soul light between his hands became denser. He quickly formed a seal and led more killing runes to press down on him. Both of you, step back. he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Then, he took a step forward and walked directly toward the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. At this time, the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had burned his source energy. His aura was too strong, and his combat strength had increased by a lot. It was difficult to kill him by relying on the killing formation alone. He had no choice but to act personally and cooperate with the killing formation to kill him. Relatively speaking, his own combat strength was far from comparable to the 10-directional eternal killing formation. However, as the one who carved the formation, he could use the killing light of the eternal killing formation to display other divine powers. It was equivalent to using his divine powers to perform a simple enhancement to the killing light here. In this way, he could maximize the power of the eternal killing formation here. Kill! The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty roared. His eyes were red as he held up the saint-slaying sword of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. The sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing. With a crack, the endless void collapsed. As the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had burned his source energy to increase his combat strength, the sword of the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty even overpowered the killing power of the eternal killing formation here, causing the group of cultivators to tremble. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and faced the attack head-on. So what if you've burned your source energy? You're still going to die, he said. With a boom, the golden divine light around his body was vast and mighty. The Sun Heart Sutra was directly activated to the limit. At the same time, he raised his right hand and activated the Ling Tian sword scripture. After the 10-directional eternal killing runes gathered in his body, it was quickly refined by the Sun Heart Sutra. Then, he slashed out with the Ling Tian sword scripture. A 7-foot-long sharp killing sword suddenly shot into the sky. The sword ray was only 7 feet long, but the pressure it emitted was extremely powerful. It was as if it could destroy everything. This is such a sharp sword ray. What kind of sword principle superpower is this? Many of the cultivators outside the ground were shocked. Almost in the next moment, the 7-foot sword ray collided with the killing runes of the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. When the two collided, the killing sword of the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty shattered with a crack. The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty was shocked. He had burned half of his source energy and his combat strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. He was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. However, under such circumstances, the killing runes that he had used was still shattered by Lin Tian. He could not believe it and became even more furious. This is impossible. How can there be such? Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian activated the Heavenly One Soul skill and absorbed the dense killing runes. He refined them with the Sun Heart Sutra and slashed out with the Ling Tian sword scripture. In the blink of an eye, a total of 49 killing swords fell together and pressed down on the 10th elder. This was the combination of the 10-directional eternal killing runes, the Sun Heart Sutra, and the Ling Tian sword scripture. Its power was extremely strong. The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the speed of the 49 killing runes was too fast. In an instant, they pressed down on him and slashed down. Poof, blood exploded. The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty was slashed into pieces on the spot. Ah! The 10th elder roared. His divine soul sword and his body reformed. Pure Yang flame. Lin Tian's voice was heard. He gathered the power of the 10-directional eternal killing runes and used it to activate the pure Yang flame. Suddenly, a terrifying sea of golden divine fire appeared and enveloped the 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Ah! The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty could not help but scream. His divine soul was enveloped by the pure Yang flame and began to melt. He could not break free. At the same time, the cultivators outside the ground of pure stones recognized the divine fire. They were all shocked. The legendary pure Yang flame. He can control such a divine fire? Some of the older cultivators were shocked. Ah! The 10th elder of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty screamed. He struggled in the golden divine fire and used all his strength to escape. However, at that moment, Lin Tian closed in on him. He moved his right hand and activated the four-symbol seal with the power of the 10 directional eternal killing runes. It pressed down on the 10th elder's divine soul. Buzz, the silver Tao diagram of the four symbols surged with divine light and covered the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty. It directly crushed half of his divine soul. The 10th elder screamed. His divine soul was covered in cracks. He retreated in shock and fear. Where can you retreat to? Moreover, aren't you here to kill me? Lin Tiantan said calmly. His voice was very calm, but the sarcasm was extremely clear. The 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty's divine soul trembled. His expression was extremely ugly. His murderous intent surged like the sea, but he retreated even faster. As he retreated, he used his remaining divine soul to quickly reform his body. Boom! At this moment, the space shook violently, and the dense killing lights all converged towards this place. You've struggled enough. Die. Lin Tian spoke again. With a boom, he used the Heavenly One Soul spell to gather the killing patterns of the 10 directional eternal killing formation together, forming a single killing sword. With the support of the Sun Heart Sutra and the Towering Heaven Sword scripture, the destructive power swept out in all directions, suppressing the heaven and earth. For a moment, even the sky changed color. Facing the sword, the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty was instantly terrified. He could not help but shout, "Stop!" Clang, the shocking sound of the sword rang and interrupted the 10th elder. The sword that had combined all the power of the 10 directional killing runes pressed down. Poof, with a sizzling sound, the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty's divine soul was shattered by the sword. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Blood was still floating in the air. Inside and outside the stone ground, all the cultivators trembled violently. 9 half-step emperors, all dead. Someone trembled. Half-step emperors were the strongest existences under the primal chaos realm. However, 9 of them from the great extinguishing god dynasty came here to take Lin Tian's life. Yet, they were all killed here in the blink of an eye. Elders? There were still a dozen assassins alive in the stone ground. Their bodies were all stained with blood. At this moment, they were all trembling violently. Their bloodline, 9 elders of the main clan came together, yet they all died in this place. These were 9 half-step emperors. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the dozen assassins. His expression was very calm. He took a step forward and appeared in front of one of them. This person was at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. He was very powerful. However, when he saw Lin Tian approaching, his eyes immediately revealed a frightened expression. You, Wang. The void buzzed. Lin Tian raised his right hand and slapped down. Because he killed the 10th elder of the great extinguishing god dynasty who had ignited his origin, he had exhausted the power of the 10 eternal killing arrays. At this moment, he could only do it himself. He was now at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. However, his physique was extremely powerful, far surpassing experts of the same realm. A casual slap had extremely powerful killing power. PFFF. Blood splattered. The 3rd sky of Nirvana realm assassin from the great extinguishing god dynasty was directly smashed into pieces. Only his divine soul escaped in a panic, fleeing far away in fear. Lin Tian's expression was still calm. He summoned the pure yang flame and directly drowned this person's divine soul. Ah! An ear-piercing scream. In the blink of an eye, this person's divine soul was annihilated in the golden flame that filled the sky. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the other 11 assassins who were still alive. He took a step forward and killed them all. Clang! 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 He executed the High Heaven Sword scripture with his cultivation at the 2nd heaven of Nirvana realm. Densely packed High Heaven Sword aura appeared like a rain of swords, enveloping the 11 assassins. Love go little say W chew for a moment, blood exploded one after another. Among the 11 people, 9 of the Wuxian assassins were killed in the blink of an eye. So. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The remaining two assassins were at the second layer of the Nirvana realm. At this moment, they didn't stop at all and quickly fled into the distance with panic. Lin Tian flipped his right hand and struck out 2 moves of the 3 moves of Ling Tian in a row. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the 2 men and pierced through the back of their heads, shattering their heads along with their sea of consciousness and soul. In the blink of an eye, the entire area became silent. Only blood-red and dilapidated earth could be seen. How tyrannical! Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile strode over from afar. Their eyes were filled with shock and excitement. 9 half-step emperors and hundreds of powerful assassins. It wasn't a waste of time to prepare. The battle situation is pretty good. Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. Lin Tian swept his gaze across the field of crude stones before looking at the other cultivators outside the field of crude stones. His gaze was very calm. He didn't have any special intentions and just casually swept his gaze across. However, it still caused the cultivators to be shocked and involuntarily take a step back. In the battle just now, Lin Tian had killed 9 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Although he mainly relied on the killing array that was carved in advance, it was still terrifying. At this moment, how could these cultivators not be afraid when they met Lin Tian's gaze? Lin Tian retracted his gaze and swept his gaze across the dilapidated area. Immediately after, he called Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun to leave. Immediately, the 2 of them and the crocodile soared into the sky and stepped on the void to leave. Only when the 2 of them and the crocodile were completely gone did the cultivators outside of the area let out a long sigh of relief. 9 half-step emperors and hundreds of powerful assassins were all buried here. This is really, this time, the Great Extinguishing God dynasty is probably going to cry. Even if they don't cry, they will tremble in anger. After all, 9 half-step emperors were killed in a row. Even a top force like the Great Extinguishing God dynasty doesn't have many people of this level. Each of them is a core pillar. Many cultivators were shocked. Love go little say W. Chu. Someone looked in the direction that Lin Tian left and couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with shock. That man is really. Soon after, the news of this place seemed to have grown wings. Some cultivators used their divine consciousness to imprint it. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the entire western region. Then, it spread to the other regions. Not long after, everyone in the 9 heavens knew about it. Instantly, the world was shocked. Too powerful. This is a man who just came up from the lower heaven region? In the younger generation, I'm afraid only the divine sons and divine daughters of the top forces can be his match. There's actually such a powerful person in the lower heaven region. He's a freak. For a moment, every corner of this heaven region was filled with discussions about Lin Tian. Killing 9 half-step emperors and hundreds of powerful assassins from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty in a single day. This matter was too shocking. Although many people could see that Lin Tian mainly relied on the killing array to win, even so, it still made people's hearts palpitate. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to imprint such a terrifying killing array. It was too terrifying. Many cultivators felt a chill down their spines just by seeing those killing arrays in the divine consciousness imprints of others. In the western region, in the vast mountain range, there were many huge palaces, and the void was naturally imprinted with countless formations. Every formation pattern seemed to be interwoven from the long river of time and space, and the natural aura that spread out made the world silent. The eternal killing array is here. In the middle of the mountain range, in the center of a large palace, several pairs of eyes were shining, looking incomparably deep. Bring it over. A cold voice resounded in the palace. In the western region, where black fog and white light intertwined, there were many majestic mountains. Among them were many immortal palaces, each of which was surrounded by the light of yin and yang. Heart Sutra of the Sun. It's exactly the same as the aura recorded in the ancestral records of my yin-yang sect. It should be owned by my sect. In the center of the palace, a deep and cold voice floated in the sky. In the southern region, above a boundless ocean, a huge island lay horizontally, like an ancient ferocious beast. This was one of the 9 top forces of the 9th heaven region, The Immortal Sword Island. On the island, in a huge stone palace, several hazy figures gathered together. Only the eyes could see them clearly. High Heaven Sword Scripture. The complete sword scripture. A deep voice intertwined in the stone palace, intertwining with an unparalleled sword intent, shaking the space. In the northern region, where the heavenly demon divine sect was located, pitch-black demonic fog lingered, and the palaces of the sect were like demon emperors. Pure yang flame. With it, my heavenly demon art can be raised to perfection. In the heavenly demon divine sect, on a demonic pond, a tall man stood straight, his eyes full of wildness. At the same time, in an unknown place, in the main sect of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, murderous aura lingered in the sky, terrifying to hear. In the central palace of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, several pairs of eyes were opened, full of killing intent, and terrifying blood light intertwined. 9 half-step emperors. The voice was very cold, full of killing intent, intertwining in the palace. Crack, crack, crack. Because of the murderous aura, cracks appeared in the palace, and the space was constantly distorted. Bastard. Another voice sounded. In the cold voice, there was suppressed anger. In a day, 9 half-step emperors were killed. This kind of loss was too great. Moreover, this matter happened under the eyes of everyone, and now, the news had spread throughout the 9th heaven, causing the great extinguishing divine dynasty's prestige to be greatly damaged, almost becoming a huge joke. This made the few big figures in the main palace of the great extinguishing divine dynasty to be filled with killing intent and anger. At this moment, they wanted to drag Lin Tian out, break his bones, and crush his soul. They really hated Lin Tian. Since the establishment of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, when had such a thing happened? Do we need to report this to the old ancestors? A voice sounded. For a junior who just reached the Nirvana realm, we need to alert the old ancestors? If so, where will our great extinguishing divine dynasty put our face? Another person said coldly. In the main palace, killing intent lingered, chilling to the bone. After a long time, the person in the center opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "Let Lincoln come out of seclusion and bring back his head." For a time, in this palace, the other figure's eyes flickered. The 9th heaven was boiling with excitement. The powerful great extinguishing divine dynasty had 9 half-step emperor experts and hundreds of powerful assassins killed in a single day. Moreover, it was a group of people who rushed up to the enemy and were killed. It was truly shocking. The most important thing was that the person who killed the 9 half-step emperors was the one who destroyed several strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty a few years ago. Then, he used a special method to imprint his divine sense into the 9th heaven. Many people widened their eyes in shock. A few years ago, this man left his divine sense mark, saying that he would kill his way from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven step by step. Now, he really did kill his way up. He killed 9 half-step emperors as soon as he came up. This is simply an extremely loud slap in the face. Since the establishment of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, I'm afraid that this is the first time someone has so ruthlessly bullied and humiliated, right? Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. In the vast 9th heaven, in the 4 great domains, every cultivator was shocked. In a flash, a few days had passed. Lin Tian and the others had already left the stone field. At this time, they were walking in a large mountain. The old trees around them were very healthy. "Kid, this greeting is really awesome." Whooshing Crocodile laughed. In these days, almost every corner of the 9th heaven's cultivation world was discussing the matter of Lin Tianyi killing the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. The negative comments about the great extinguishing divine dynasty came one after another, which really made it very happy. The 3 months of preparation weren't in vain. There should be some decent results. Lin Tianyi smiled. Then, a faint light intertwined in his eyes. However, this time, we won because we prepared 10 killing formations and the immortal breaking seal pill in advance. If we really fight, we are still too far away from the great extinguishing divine dynasty. We need to improve our strength more. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian knew that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty was very powerful. Therefore, Although he mocked the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in front of others and did not put them in his eyes at all, he did not underestimate them at all. Instead, he treated them very seriously. After all, this was an inheritance that worshipped killing as its Tao. It was one of the most powerful forces in the 10-direction sky region, and there were several true old emperors in the main clan. To the current him, such an inheritance was simply an overlord of the Desolation era. Improving my combat power is the most important thing, he said to himself. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun both nodded. On the path of cultivation, external forces can sometimes help a lot, but in the end, one's own strength is the foundation. Only when one's body is strong can one be truly strong. Then, what are we going to do now? Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian thought for a while, looked at his abdomen, and said, look for spiritual energy and try to dig out a divine vein as soon as possible. When he got the egg in the fourth heaven, the little guy inside helped him a lot several times. But now, it hasn't been born yet, so he didn't get enough spiritual energy. This made him feel a little sorry for the little guy. Now, he has reached the nirvana realm and stepped into the ninth heaven. In this vast world, he thought that he should start to find enough spiritual energy for the little rascal to be born. After all, the little rascal must be very uncomfortable to stay in the egg all the time. Hearing Lin Tian's words and seeing Lin Tian's expression, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up immediately. It naturally guessed what Lin Tian was thinking, and said, this is a good idea. As I said before in the eighth heaven, if we really find a divine vein, the little guy in your body will definitely be born, and Lord Crocodile and the little pervert can also step into the nirvana realm. Moreover, judging from various signs in the past, the origin of the little guy in your body is absolutely extraordinary. Once it is born, its strength will be very terrifying. It should be much stronger than us now. As it spoke, the light in its eyes became even brighter. When the time comes, this little guy might become an extremely strong protective talisman for us. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, he had thought of this. However, he only wanted the little one to be born earlier so that she could move freely in this world. Hey, hey, hey! Ling Yan looked at Lin Tian, then at Wuxing Crocodile, then at Lin Tian. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Kid, what is the little guy in your body trying to do? Tell me properly. When he was in the eighth heaven, Wuxing Crocodile mentioned the little guy, but he didn't explain it clearly. At that time, he was very puzzled. Now that he heard it for the second time, he was even more puzzled. Naturally, he wanted to figure it out. Faced with Ling Yan's I want to know look, Lin Tian did not hesitate and briefly explained the matter of the little guy in the sacred egg beside the source of life. Ling Yan couldn't help but stare. It sounds like the little guy in your body is really powerful. Kind of. Lin Tian Ondao. Before the little guy was born, the aura it exuded could make the Nirvana ghost sage fearful. Moreover, when it was in the heavenly palace of death, it was targeted by the mysterious book of life and death. It was enough to show how extraordinary the little guy was. To be honest, even if someone said that the little guy was the descendant of the true dragon, he would 100% believe it. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, use your dragon burial scripture to dig out a flawless divine vein and let this powerful little guy be born. At the same time, Uncle Ling and Rogue Crocodile should also be able to step into the Nirvana realm. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Ling Yan clenched his fists. He already knew that Lin Tian had the dragon burial scripture, so he said excitedly. Lin Tian nodded. As a matter of fact, he had been using the dragon burial scripture to search for divine veins ever since he left the stone ground. However, divine veins were too rare and it was extremely difficult to find one in an ordinary place. Let's change places, he said. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally didn't hesitate and immediately followed him to other places. In the next few days, the group walked through many places. Lin Tian found a lot of ordinary Lingjing and immortal Lingjing with the dragon burial scripture. He even dug out a source vein and dozens of immortal veins, but he still couldn't find a divine vein. Brat Lin, when we destroyed the stronghold of the 8th heaven of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, we got a total of tens of millions of caddies of Lingjing. In addition to the Lingjing and immortal Lingjing we found these days, it should be enough for the little guy to be born, right? Ling Yun said. Lin Tian shook his head, not yet, it's not enough. According to his estimation, although the little guy was about to be born, it should consume at least half of the divine vein's spiritual energy. Tens of millions of caddies of Lingjing was far less than half of the divine vein's spiritual energy. This little guy, it actually consumes so much spiritual energy just to break out of the shell. This is really, Ling Yan rolled his eyes, but at the same time, he was also shocked, because from this point of view, it was enough to set off the amazingness of the little guy. Okay, let's continue to search. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ran the dragon burial scripture and stepped between the mountains. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out in all directions. In this way, another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, he had found many spiritual crystals and immortal spiritual crystals, but he still couldn't find the divine vein. It was really difficult to find it. After all, the divine vein was not an ordinary thing. It was the strongest amalgamation of spiritual energy under the ancestral dragon vein. Boom! It was also on this day that the western region suddenly shook violently as if a great earthquake had occurred. A pitch-black fog suddenly interweaved and rushed up from the southeast of this large region, causing the clouds in the sky to be completely shattered in an instant. It was as if the door to hell had been opened, and one could faintly hear the mournful howls of ghosts mixed in it. Looking over, in just an instant, the sky of this region was completely dyed black. It was very frightening. This Xianxia is a little too dense. What is this? Ling Yan stared. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He raised his head and looked towards the southeast, then his expression was slightly shocked. That seems to be the direction of the Taichu Ridge. Taichu Ridge? Ling Yan was moved. I heard my master mention it before. It seems to be a forbidden area. That's right, it's a forbidden area. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said in a deep voice, that immortal ridge occupies an extremely large area and is filled with danger. Many half-step emperors have died there. Let's go there. Lin Tian suddenly opened his mouth. He stared in that direction with strands of light interweaving in his eyes. Kid, be careful. That place isn't fun. Although the Xianxia is ridiculously dense, there might be something extraordinary hidden underground, but that place is too dangerous, we can't take the risk. Furthermore, isn't the most important thing right now to find the divine vein and let the little guy be born quickly? We can't complicate things. Whooshing Crocodile felt that Lin Tian's curiosity was aroused by the dense Xianxia in the southeast, and he wanted to search for treasures. Lin Tian shook his head and stared at the southeast where the Xianxia was surging. There's a divine vein over there. The pitch-black fog rushed up from the southeast as if the gates of hell had been opened. It was extremely horrifying. However, in that instant just now, within the surging fog, he also felt a trace of spirit energy fluctuation. Although it was very weak, it was incomparably pure and vigorous, hundreds of times purer than the spirit energy of the divine vein. Only a divine vein could emit such spirit energy fluctuation. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan were both shocked. There's a holy pulse there? Are you sure? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. By the way, how did you know all of a sudden? Within the surging Xianxia, there's a fluctuation of spiritual energy at the level of a holy pulse. Lin Tian Dao. He looked towards the southeast, his eyes shining brightly. Fluctuation of spiritual energy? Whooshing Crocodile stared straight at the place where the Xianxia was surging in the southeast of the western region. He focused his senses and said, no, why didn't I sense it? Ling Yan stared at the place, paused, and said, this. Master Ling didn't sense any spiritual energy either. I've cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture and the Illusion Breaker Divine Eye, so I'm 10 times more sensitive to spiritual energy than ordinary people. Lin Tian Dao. Upon hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Tian, who cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture and the Illusion Breaker Divine Eye, was very sensitive to spiritual energy. He was far more sensitive than other practitioners of the same level. Is there really a holy pulse? Whooshing Crocodile spoke again. Even though he knew that Lin Tian's senses couldn't be wrong, he couldn't help but ask. Next to him, Ling Yan also stared straight at Lin Tian. It shouldn't be wrong. Lin Tian said. His current cultivation was at the second level of the Nirvana realm, and he had already mastered the dragon burial scripture. His adaptability to the divine eye of delusion had also increased by a large margin. Once he sensed something, there was almost no error. Upon hearing his words, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes lit up again. Let's go. Let's go. Although that lousy place is dangerous, it's worth the risk for a holy pulse. Wuxing Crocodile ground his teeth. Ling Yan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining like two lanterns. Let's go. Let's go now. At this time, a holy vein was of great significance to them. Not only could it allow him and Ling Yun to enter the Nirvana realm and undergo a great transformation, but it could also allow the little guy in the holy egg in Lin Tian's body to be born. And given how extraordinary Little Rascal was, once it was born, its combat prowess would definitely be terrifyingly tyrannical, far surpassing their current strength. At that time, Little Rascal would definitely become a powerful protector for them as they roamed the 9 heavens. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. He stared at the southeast direction where the Yin energy was rising from, then leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun didn't hesitate. They followed behind Lin Tian and soared into the air, heading southeast at top speed. They traveled through the void. Not long after, they heard the sound of air being torn apart. Many cultivators were also traveling in that direction. At the same time, the sounds of discussion entered their ears. Are you sure? Is it really an emperor tomb? A cultivator of the older generation said that there was such a record in a certain unofficial history. It was said that there was an emperor who buried himself in the Taichu Immortal Ridge when his lifespan was about to end. Now, with such a shocking amount of Yin Qi rushing up from the Immortal Ridge, it was determined that the record in that unofficial history was true. There was indeed an emperor's tomb there, and due to some unknown reason, this emperor's tomb has cracked open. If that's really the case, then there should be many extremely shocking treasures inside. Nonsense, isn't that what we're going for? However, that Taichu Immortal Ridge is where many half-step emperors have fallen. Are we really going to enter that forbidden area? How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If you don't want to take the risk, will the treasures obediently jump in front of you? You have to know that this is an emperor tomb. Once we enter, as long as we casually obtain some treasures, it'll be enough for us to run amok. Enough, don't say any more. Let's hurry. Thousands of feet away, a dozen cultivators traveled together. All of them began to speed up, and soon, they shot out extremely far away. Lin Tian and the others had powerful cultivation bases. They were traveling in the void at a higher altitude, so they naturally heard the voices of these cultivators very clearly. There are such unofficial records? Lin Tian looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Beside him, Ling Yan also looked over. He already knew that Wuxing Crocodile was very familiar with the 10 Heavens domain. Wuxing Crocodile thought for a moment. Oh, I don't know. You don't know? Haven't you read many unofficial history notes and ancient books of cultivation history? Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. You said it yourself. I've read many, not all. It said, this kind of thing should be recorded in the unofficial history that Lord Crocodile hasn't read. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't ask anything else. Instead, he increased his speed. After that, a full 10 hours passed quickly. 10 hours later, the two of them and the crocodile finally arrived at the place where the Yin Qi surged. They appeared in front of a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountains in front of them were connected to each other. They didn't know how many there were, but they were all red. Some were more than 10,000 feet tall, while some were only about 10 feet tall. The difference in size was huge. This mountain range covered an unknown amount of land. Even a Nirvana realm powerhouse would find it difficult to see the end of the mountain range at a glance. This is the Taichu Immortal Ridge? Lin Tian frowned. At this time, coming in front of this mountain range at such a close distance, he instinctively felt a sense of oppression. The continuous mountain range seemed to be like ferocious beasts of death in the darkness, showing a kind of ferocity that was slightly terrifying. How is it, kid? Do you feel that something is wrong? Wuxing Crocodile said. It's full of danger. Lin Tiandao. He controlled the dragon burial scripture, cultivated the delusion breaker divine eyes, and stepped into the nirvana realm. Now that he was standing outside this huge mountain range, with just a glance, he could see that this mountain range was extraordinary. All kinds of chaotic pulse forces were mixed together. It was almost a crisis every 10 steps, and a fatal situation every 100 steps. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to survive if they stepped into it. It's full of danger. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. It sounds so serious. Then, are we going in or not? Of course we're going in. Lin Tiandao. As he said that, he didn't hesitate and took the lead to step into the Taichu Immortal Ridge. At this time, a dense crowd of cultivators had already gathered near the Taichu Immortal Ridge. Many powerful cultivators had already set off and stepped into the mountain range. They all heard that the place where the Yin Qi surged was an emperor tomb that had opened, and wanted to enter to search for the emperor treasure. However, at this time, most people were still outside the mountain range, carefully looking into the mountain range. After all, although the treasures in the emperor tomb were extremely tempting, this place was the Taichu Immortal Ridge, the most famous forbidden area in the western region. There were dangers everywhere inside, and ordinary people really didn't dare to casually step in. Lin Tian and the others stepped into the Immortal Ridge. They didn't deliberately conceal themselves, so they were immediately seen by many cultivators outside the Immortal Ridge. That Lin Tian? By now, Lin Tian's reputation had almost spread throughout the ninth heaven, and there weren't many people who didn't know him. At this time, seeing Lin Tian's figure in this place, all the cultivators couldn't help but tremble. This ruthless person actually came here as well. Is he also here for the emperor's tomb? He's coming. Dodge. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, many cultivators panicked, and many hurriedly dodged to the side, taking the initiative to make a path. What a joke. Some time ago, Lin Tian killed 9 half-step emperors of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty in one battle. Although everyone knew that it was mainly because of the killing formation carved in advance, they were still very afraid of Lin Tian. After all, how could an ordinary person carve such a terrifying killing formation? How could he have the guts to trick the half-step emperors of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty? Lin Tian had long been used to this, so he didn't care. He directly stepped into the Taichu Immortal Ridge with Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Whoosh, as soon as they entered the Taichu Immortal Ridge, a gust of cold wind blew over, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. It suddenly feels like I've walked into the underworld. Ling Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes. As soon as he walked into the Taichu Immortal Ridge, he felt a trace of oppression. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He stared at the place where the Yin Qi rushed up in front of the Taichu Immortal Ridge. His pace was neither slow nor hurried, and he moved forward steadily. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun followed behind him, and they soon walked far away. There were many scarlet mountain ridges in the Taichu Immortal Ridge. They were connected to each other, and the ground was filled with gravel, giving off a very desolate feeling. When one walked on the ground, it would constantly emit a sizzling sound. The group walked forward. Soon, the humidity in the air became much heavier. A black wind suddenly rolled up, bringing pieces of gravel, causing the temperature in the air to drop by dozens of degrees. With a whoosh, the black wind swept over from the front. It gradually became more violent, and a wave of cold air intertwined with each other. There's something inside. Wuxing Crocodile said. Ling Yun nodded. Master Ling felt it too. Lin Tian looked ahead and was the most direct. With a wave of his right hand, a ray of sword light appeared and slashed forward. With a swoosh, the sword light was extremely fast and disappeared into the black wind in the blink of an eye. Ugh! A shrill cry rang out from the black wind. A black shadow flashed out from the black wind like a monkey and fled into the distance. Lin Tian took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he covered over 100 feet. With a wave of his right hand, the golden sword light appeared once again. It sealed the space around the black shadow and pierced through it, nailing it to the ground along with its body. As far as the eye could see, this was a withered humanoid creature. Its entire body was covered in black hair, and its pupils were pitch black. Dense bloody baleful aura interweaved around its body, making it seem like an icy cold spring. It struggled madly on the ground. At the same time, it roared at Lin Tian like a wild beast. Its appearance was ferocious and somewhat horrifying. It didn't die after taking a few hits from you? Whooshing Crocodile moved over, looking a little surprised. Such dense baleful aura. What the hell is this? It's almost comparable to a half-step enlightened realm expert. Ling Yan also walked over. Lin Tian lowered his head to look at the black shadow and said, "It's an evil spirit born from the baleful aura of the earth vein. It's equivalent to a demonic beast." His right hand shook slightly, and another ray of sword light fell. It smashed the black shadow's head into pieces, leaving a pool of black blood on the ground. "Let's go," he said, turned around, and continued to walk into the depths. In this place, the source of the Yin Qi was in the depths of the Taichu Celestial Ridge. The spiritual Qi of the divine vein level that he felt was also in that place. He had to go there. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan followed behind him. Not long after, they walked very far, about a few hundred feet. At this point, wisps of hazy mist floated in the air. It seemed a little eerie, and the air became even colder. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the hazy mist in front of them. As the black wind blew, the smell of blood floated in the air. A middle-aged man rushed out of the mist. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with horror. "Help! Help!" The middle-aged man saw Lin Tian and the others and immediately shouted. At the same time, he looked back from time to time, as if there was a terrifying ghost chasing after him. "Help! Help!" Puff! A creepy bone claw suddenly reached out from the hazy mist and pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. Drops of blood dripped down, and the claw grabbed the middle-aged man's heart. Then, it reached back into the mist, and there was a crunching sound. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. His life force disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Crunch! 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 In the mist, the crunching sound was even louder. It was a little creepy, and it made people's scalps go numb. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the mist like a ghost's eyes, staring in the direction of Lin Tian and the others. It was as if it had seen its prey, and it flickered with a demonic blood light. Lin Tian didn't have any expression. He directly raised his hand, and a sharp sword light slashed forward with a thunderous momentum. "Ah!" A resentful scream came from the mist. The blood-red eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the aura of death floated in the air. "This thing seems to be much stronger than the evil spirit just now. Is it also an evil spirit born from the baleful aura of the earth vein?" Ling Yan said, "We haven't stepped into the Taichu Immortal Ridge for long, and there's actually an evil creature of this level. Otherwise, why would it be called a forbidden area?" Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He continued to walk forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had walked thousands of feet away. At this time, a vast lake appeared in front of him. The lake water was dark silver, and there were strands of dreamy luster intertwined on the surface of the lake. Faint multicolored mist rose from the lake, as if a treasure pool had fallen from the immortal world. "This pool is not ordinary. It's much more amazing than the celestial pool in the God Burial Mountain range in the third heaven," Ling Yan said. "Indeed." Lin Tian Dao. Back in the third heaven, he had gone to the God Burial Mountain range with Ling Yun. There, he had encountered a similar pool, which contained many treasures. However, the celestial pool there was far smaller than the one here. He stared ahead. At this time, many cultivators had already gathered around the pool. The weakest among them was at the half-step Great Dao realm. They were all seriously searching for something on the surface of the lake. Many of them had found good treasures. "You two brats, don't miss this opportunity," Whooshing Crocodile said and rushed over. With a sweep of his demonic power, he grabbed a fist-sized piece of bronze from the lake. Exquisite magnetic bronze, an immortal material for forging quasi-holy weapons. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he also rushed over. He even cast a treasure net and sprinkled it on the big lake. Lin Tian stepped forward, but he was quite speechless about Ling Yan's action. He was too lazy to say anything. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet extended, and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed a huge piece of Ling Jing, about 200 jin. This is 2 million jin of ordinary Ling Jing. It's really convenient to control the dragon burial scripture. Ling Yan stared at him. Little pervert, give me your net, Grandpa Crocodile will use it. Catch. So easy? I still have some here. By the way, Brat Lin, do you want it? Lin Tian said, no need. Little pervert, work hard. Crocodile, come on. Try to catch a quasi-heavenly treasure. Even if it's a heavenly treasure fragment, it's still a big profit. One man and one crocodile each held a treasure net, and for a moment, huge waves rolled up on the big lake. This movement was not small, and it attracted the other cultivators nearby to look in this direction with cold faces. Be quiet. You want to die. A Wuxian-level cultivator looked in this direction and said coldly, but in the blink of an eye, he stopped talking. When he saw Lin Tian standing together with Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun, his strong physique could not help but tremble. At the same time, the other cultivators who were looking in this direction with cold faces also saw Lin Tian, and they all trembled slightly. Ling Yun tilted his head and looked at the Wuxian-level cultivator who spoke, and said, Did you want to say anything to us just now? No. No. This person hurriedly waved his hand and looked at Lin Tian, who was beside Ling Yun, in a panic. He quickly retreated, and his heart could not help but turn cold. This Lin Tian was a ruthless person who killed 9 half-step emperors of the Wanmi God dynasty in a day. Just now, he actually shouted at Lin Tian's friend coldly and almost said the 3 words, Do you want to die? At the same time, the other cultivators at the side also stared at Lin Tian. They could not help but distance themselves from Lin Tian, afraid that they would offend Lin Tian. Brat, your ferocity is enough to intimidate most of the cultivators in this region. TSK, not bad. Ling Yan laughed loudly. Lin Tian glanced at him and was too lazy to say anything. He did not care about the other people's reactions. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out, and not long after, he grabbed a huge piece of immortal Ling Jing, which was about 150 kilograms. Damn, it's another one. 5 million kilograms of normal Ling Jing. Master Ling has to put in more effort. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and used his divine power to expand the treasure net in his hand and spread it towards the large lake. The Wuxing Crocodile also held the large net and used its demonic power to control it. It covered a large area of the large lake and searched for treasures. Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, as the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread, Lin Tian suddenly raised his head and saw a glimmer of light at the bottom of the large lake more than 1,000 feet away. There was an extremely shocking amount of Dao power intertwining and circling around it. His expression changed slightly, and he directly raised his hand to form a divine light hand seal. He grabbed the glimmer of light and a piece of silt from the bottom of the large lake. He shook the mud away, and only then did he realize that the thing that was emitting a faint light was a piece of broken green jade. The material looked very ordinary, but the Dao power that was wrapped around it was very dense. Moreover, there was an extremely dense and vast aura. This is Emperor Qi. The green jade was only the size of a baby's palm, and its color was slightly dull. However, there was an extremely powerful Dao power and an incomparably vast Emperor Qi intertwined on it, causing this originally very ordinary green jade to instantly become as attractive as a heavenly treasure. After all, anything entwined with Emperor Qi, no matter how ordinary it was, would become extraordinary because of this. Kid Lin, what's wrong? Wuxing Crocodile saw Lin Tian's strange behavior and immediately came over. Next to him, Ling Yan dragged the treasure net and also came over. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and motioned for Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan to look at the green jade in his hand carefully. Then, both of them were shocked. In essence, this is not a magical treasure fragment. However, there is such a strong Dao power and Emperor Qi entwined on it. This means that this thing has been worn by an emperor-level figure for a long time and cherished very much. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Wuxing Crocodile had the same thoughts as him. This. If it's very precious, how did it end up in this place? Ling Yan was curious. Who knows? There must be some irresistible reason. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian did not think too much about it. With a slight wave of his right hand, he put the green jade into the stone ring. Although this was just an ordinary green jade fragment and could not be used as a magical treasure in battle, it was still entwined with Emperor Qi. Perhaps it could be used in other ways in the future. When the five elements Crocodile and Ling Yin saw him keep the green jade, they immediately focused their attention on the big lake in this place. The two treasure nets spread out and swept up the treasures from the bottom of the lake. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. It's about time to go. Lin Tian called out to the man and Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin had already found many good things. Although they were not amazing treasures, they were still valuable. At this time, when they heard Lin Tian's words, they immediately nodded and walked out of the lake. Lin Tian walked at the front of the group. Soon, they walked out of the lake and headed towards the source of the yin qi. Speaking of which, Brat, can you still feel the spirit qi fluctuation of the divine vein level that you mentioned before? Whooshing Crocodile asked in a low voice. Lin Tian gazed at the depths of the Taichu Immortal Ridge, where the yin qi had surged, and shook his head. That kind of spiritual qi was mixed in with the first burst of yin qi. After that, no new burst of yin qi rushed out. So I can no longer sense the spiritual qi fluctuations from that time. However, the reaction at that time was not wrong. He said. This made Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes move slightly. In other words, the divine vein you mentioned might be underground where the yin qi surges, in the so-called Emperor Tomb? Ling Yan said. Lin Tian nodded. The possibility is very high. He stared at the depths of the Immortal Ridge, walking at the very front. Lin Tian, I found you. Suddenly, a wild laugh sounded. As this laughter sounded, a black demonic light attacked from not far away, bringing with it an incomparably domineering power. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. There was no emotion on his face as he waved his hand and slashed out. With a clang, the golden sword light rushed out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the black demonic light. For a moment, the entire space rumbled, and a violent hurricane swept out, causing some of the cultivators who were closer to the area to suffer. They were all sent flying by the aftershock of the collision between the demonic light and the sword light, coughing up blood. Lin Tian glanced at some of the cultivators who were sent flying. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the sky not far away. There, 3 figures stood in the air. On the left and right were 2 gray-robed elders, and in the middle was a tall man. He was looking at Lin Tian with a cold smile. His eyes were intertwined with a wild light, giving off a very dangerous feeling. This is? The young sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the next sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Heavenly Demon Puppet. Why is this man here? Is he also here for the Emperor Tomb in the depths? It is said that under the half-step Emperor realm, there are not many people who are his opponent. Why, did he attack Lin Tian? Many cultivators' faces changed. Staring at the tall man in the sky, the fear in these cultivators' eyes was much stronger than when they faced Lin Tian. After all, although Lin Tian killed 9 half-step emperors not long ago, which was very terrifying, he mainly relied on the power of the killing formation. However, the Heavenly Demon Puppet was different. His combat strength was almost invincible under the half-step Emperor realm. Moreover, he was destined to control the behemoth Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. He was destined to be one of the giants of the 9th heaven in the future. The deterrence of such a Heavenly Demon Puppet to these cultivators was undoubtedly much stronger than Lin Tian. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the sky and said to Lin Tian Dao, Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, I have told you before, right? It is one of the 9 top forces of this heaven. Rumor has it that the founder of this lineage is a 9th heaven demon venerable. He inherited the Heavenly Demon secret art, which is a very overbearing ancient scripture. Its attack power is extremely tyrannical, and it contains many terrifying divine abilities. It looked at the tall man in the sky, and its eyes were slightly cold. The Heavenly Demon Sect has a tradition. Only the descendants who truly have the best qualifications in the world are eligible to be granted the surname Heavenly Demon. As far as Lord Crocodile knows about the history of this lineage, it seems that since its inception, only 2 disciples in the later generations have been granted the surname Heavenly Demon. The first one was named Heavenly Demon Yi tens of thousands of years ago. He was the best in an era. He once made the 10 directions heavenly territory lose its voice. The second one is the person in front of you. It said, "Do you understand what Grandpa Crocodile means?" Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he didn't say anything. Next to him, Ling Yun was slightly moved and said, "That is to say, this man called Heavenly Demon Puppet is very terrifying?" Lin Tian still didn't say anything. He glanced at the Heavenly Demon Puppet and called Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun to leave. He didn't pay attention to the other party at all. The sound of air braking sounded. Beside the Heavenly Demon Puppet, one of the gray-robed old men flashed and directly blocked in front of Lin Tian. He said indifferently, "Didn't you hear my sex young master calling your name? It means to ask you to stop." Boom. Lin Tian lifted his leg directly and kicked the gray-robed old man's chest. For such a person who blocked his way with ill intentions, he had nothing to say to the other party. He just kicked him away directly. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking came out. The gray-robed old man was sent flying on the spot. He coughed up blood while still in the air. He rolled in the distance and couldn't get up for a long time. That gray-robed old man is at the peak of the second heaven of Nirvana realm. He was kicked so hard that he couldn't get up. How terrifying. Indeed, not only does he have the ability to inscribe a terrifying killing array, his strength is also so terrifying. Really? Many cultivators were shocked. However, that's someone from the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. He actually attacked the other party directly. Isn't that normal? He dared to wave his butcher's knife at the Great Annihilation God Dynasty. There's no reason for him to be afraid of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, right? That's true, but it's always a good thing to not have one more enemy of such a level, right? Others were discussing. In the distance, beside the Heavenly Demon Puppet in the sky, another gray-robed old man was moved. When he stared at Lin Tian again, an obvious light of fear flashed in his eyes. However, this only lasted for an instant, and then a strand of coldness appeared in his eyes once more. After all, they were members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Tian had injured a member of their Heavenly Demon Sect in front of so many people, so no matter how you put it, it would be detrimental to the dignity of their sect. Staring at Lin Tian, he took a step forward. "Young man, you're too daring, noisy, get out of the way." The Heavenly Demon Puppet directly interrupted the gray-robed old man. With a wave of his hand, he swept the old man hundreds of feet away. This caused the nearby cultivators to tremble in fear. He actually attacked someone from the same sect. Just like the rumors say, the Heavenly Demon Puppet is a wild and domineering man. Looking at the Heavenly Demon Puppet, many cultivators' eyes were filled with fear. The Heavenly Demon Puppet stepped on the void. He was tall and burly with a wild nature. His gaze was aggressive as he looked down at Lin Tian from the sky. "I want your pure yang flame." He was very direct, and there was an unquestionable tone in his words. It was as if an emperor was talking to his subjects. Many cultivators around were shocked. The Heavenly Demon Puppet was here for Lin Tian's pure yang flame. I've heard before that in order to perfect the Heavenly Demon art, one needs to find pure yang flame to cultivate it. Is this true? That Lin Tian seems to have used pure yang flame before. Has he been targeted by the Heavenly Demon Puppet? Some people were shocked. Lin Tian glanced at the Heavenly Demon Puppet and ignored him. He called out to the Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun, and walked into the depths again. Boom! The sky rumbled. A mass of pitch-black demonic killing light rushed out of the Heavenly Demon Puppet's body and directly pressed down on Lin Tian. This devilish light was slightly terrifying, and it caused all the cultivators to be horrified. They felt that even an expert at the 5th level of the rebirth realm would find it difficult to survive this strike, and all of them ran towards the distance in panic as they were deeply afraid that the shockwaves of this devilish light would threaten their lives. Lin Tian raised his hand. Just like before, Ling Tian's sword light appeared and slashed toward the sky, colliding with the demonic light. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard as the void directly exploded. He looked at the Heavenly Demon Puppet and said indifferently, "Do you want to die or not?" These words caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to be shocked. They were shocked by Lin Tian's unyielding attitude. At the same time, many people couldn't help but shrink their necks. Whether he wanted to die or not, weren't the two the same meanings? As expected of the man who killed 9 half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. He's really strong. Someone swallowed his saliva. The heavenly demon puppet looked at Lin Tian and laughed wildly. Interesting. A man like you is really interesting. Staring at Lin Tian, he laughed arrogantly and wantonly. Then, his laughter disappeared, and a powerful demonic light rushed out of his body. It was as if a demonic spring had suddenly erupted. His demonic power spread in all directions. Hand over the pure yang flame and I won't kill you. Rumbling sounds rang out as the sky trembled. The powerful demonic aura caused all the cultivators in this place to tremble in fear. This kind of demonic aura was simply too terrifying. It was as if a peerless devil sovereign had descended to this world at his peak. Damn it. This bastard, this aura. Ling Yan couldn't help but be shocked. Swoosh. With the sound of the sky breaking, Lin Tian's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared beside the heavenly demon puppet in the sky. He directly waved his hand, and a punch shattered the great void, landing on the heavenly demon puppet's face. I hate people who are arrogant to me, he said. Lin Tianyi would not take the initiative to provoke others. However, if others provoked him, he could only talk to them with his fists. Dong, his expression was cold. He threw out a punch, shattering the void. It was as if a sacred drum had been beaten in the starry sky. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were wild and domineering. He faced Lin Tian's fist and threw a punch forward. In an instant, the two fists collided. A thunderous roar was heard and dozens of violent hurricanes swept out. Strong enough. I like it. Cultivators should be like this. The heavenly demon puppet laughed wildly. Then, there was a murderous intent in his laughter. However, unfortunately, your actions have decided your fate. Today, I can only kill you and take the flaming sun divine fire. As he spoke, he waved his other hand. It was as if a meteor had fallen and hit Lin Tian's head. With a loud boom, the void once again collapsed, and the entire space began to tremble. Kill me? You think you can? Lin Tian was expressionless. He did not dodge. Instead, he waved his other hand and threw a punch. With a boom, the two fists collided again. The destructive hurricanes appeared again, causing many cultivators' eardrums to go numb. Crack! 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 The surrounding void cracked open, and a silver spatial turbulence flowed out of it. Heh! The heavenly demon puppet laughed. His left hand shook and fist radiance filled the sky. Lin Tianling snorted. He shook his right fist and a terrifying force swept out. The two of them collided in the sky. Their figures were so fast that they left behind afterimages. They were colliding with each other with their physical bodies. Bang! 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 A series of shocking collision sounds were heard. The ground was shaken and collapsed. They were evenly matched. No one was worse than the other. Damn it, this bastard from the heavenly demon sect can fight against Lin Tian with his physical body? This? Ling Yan could not help but grind his teeth. Even the whooshing crocodile was a little surprised. It knew how strong Lin Tian's physical body was. Along the way, he was almost the best in his generation. However, this heavenly demon puppet did not seem to be inferior to Lin Tian in terms of physical strength. There is a reason why the heavenly demon sect gave him the surname Heavenly Demon. He is indeed abnormal and demonic. It narrowed its eyes. At the same time, the cultivators in this place were shocked. The collision between Lin Tian and the heavenly demon puppet was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the collision seemed to be able to destroy everything. In the distance, in two different directions, the two gray-robed elders who came with the heavenly devil puppet stood up at this time. They stared at the sky, and their eyes were filled with shock. Young Master fell into the evil spirit veins when he was young and did not die. His flesh, blood, bones, and even his origin were reconstructed by the evil spirit veins. He is not inferior to a king physique. In fact, he is much stronger than an ordinary king physique. Especially in terms of physical strength, he will not lose to a barbarian king physique of the same level. This person can resist young master with just his physical strength? The two of them gathered together and were both shocked. The sky rumbled and a hurricane swept across. It was a terrifying scene. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were fierce and wild. He punched out, and the whole big space was shattered because of it. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His movements were not flashy. He still punched out. Bang, the two fists collided again. A transparent vibration wave spread out like water ripples and collapsed in all directions. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes became even wilder. His aura became even more shocking. With a boom, the sky was filled with dark demonic light. Then, he punched out with his left and right fists. Shadows of demonic fists filled the sky and suppressed the sky. Lin Tian did not retreat or dodge. He also shook his fists at the same time. The golden divine light was vast and mighty, and the dense fist radiance went up against the sky. Bang, 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 the fist radiance collided with the fist radiance. After an unknown period of time, the two figures appeared and clashed again. You are indeed powerful. You did not disappoint me. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were blazing, and his black hair danced wildly. With a boom, he raised his right hand and pressed down with a dark demonic fist. It was like a pitch-black meteorite. Its power was even more terrifying than before. You are not so good. Just SOSO. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He waved his right fist. Golden light flickered, as if he was pushing an ancient divine mountain forward. He bombarded the heavenly demon puppet. Bang, this was a terrifying collision. It was a pure physical confrontation. A large area of space was shattered again and again. The momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The two of them were sent flying. They both retreated more than 30 meters. Their strength is equal. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That Lin Tian is indeed terrifying. It's not just the killing formation. His own combat strength is also, he is not weaker than the future master of the heavenly demon divine sect. All the cultivators were shocked. In the void, Lin Tian stared at the heavenly demon puppet. His face was expressionless, but his heart was slightly shaken. He was a reincarnated body and had experienced several heavenly tribulations. He had tempered his physical body with precious treasures many times. His physical body could be said to be immortal. But now, the heavenly demon puppet's physical body was not inferior to his. This made him feel moved. Very good. It has been a long time since anyone in the same generation can fight with my physical body. You are really good. Very good. The black fog on the heavenly demon puppet's head danced wildly, and his eyes became more ferocious. He revealed a cold smile. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Is that so? Then, I will show you something better. With a swoosh, he stepped forward again. Each step left after images. In the blink of an eye, he approached the heavenly demon puppet and waved his fist again. Dong, with a boom, a golden divine light rushed into the sky. This time, he directly attacked with 100% of his physical strength. In an instant, the entire place seemed to tremble as if the world was about to be destroyed. The heavenly demon puppet's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he felt the horror of this punch. With a low roar, he waved his fist with all his strength. With a boom, the two fists collided again, and directly shattered in all directions. Poof, blood splattered, and the heavenly demon puppet's body was sent flying. His right fist was completely shattered, and fresh blood dripped down. Young master. How is this possible? The two old men who came with the heavenly demon puppet were shocked. The man who was given the surname Heavenly Demon in their bloodline, the future master of the heavenly demon divine sect, was stronger than the average king physique. But now, his arm was shattered by a peer of the same generation. The other cultivators around were also shocked. That heavenly demon puppet, actually, had his arm shattered? His physical body is no match for that Lin Tian? Everyone was shocked. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh. Master Ling said it. In terms of physical strength, who in the same generation can really be a match for Lin Tian? Ling Yin gritted his teeth. In the sky, Lin Tian looked at the heavenly demon puppet who was sent flying. How is it? Do you think it's better? The heavenly demon puppet stabilized his body. His shattered arm was lying on the ground in blood. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. He stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes were even more ferocious and cold. His black hair danced even more violently. Indeed, it's not bad. Killing someone like you must feel wonderful. He laughed eerily. Then, in the next moment, he moved dozens of feet in one step. With a bang, pitch-black devilish light charged out from his body, and it swept out like a gale. It transformed into dense devilish sword lights that emitted sonorous howls as they slashed through the sky, shattered the earth, and even shattered the air as they pressed down towards Lin Tian in a mighty manner. Lin Tian snorted. His clothes fluttered, and the sonorous sound spread around him. Streaks of sword light appeared one after another. With a thought, the dense sword light fell like rain. It was like a sea against the sky, directly toward the heavenly demon puppet. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and shattered. The sky was full of murderous light splashed, forcing the cultivators to retreat again and again. They were all terrified. Even some of the Nirvana realm elders were no exception. Their eyes couldn't help but flicker. Boom! The sky shook, and the space was distorted. The collision of the golden light and the demonic light was terrifying. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were wild and cold. 5 streaks of demonic light like sharp blades slashed across, intertwining with each other to seize Lin Tian's throat. This was not a simple physical attack. Demonic light surrounded the puppet's 5 fingers. It was obviously a very powerful magical power. Lin Tian didn't dodge. He condensed the heavenly sword force in his right hand. Holding the solid sword light, he slashed at the heavenly demon puppet. Clang! The two collided with each other, producing a metallic sound that sounded like it was real. Lin Tian shook the sword light in his hand. The dense sword light splashed out, and with a sonorous sound, rushed toward the heavenly demon puppet like a torrent. Come on! The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were wild. His 5 fingers moved like golden swords. Chi! 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 Lin Tian's sword light was all shattered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the heavenly demon puppet's palm fell directly, intertwining with an even more powerful demonic light. It fiercely pressed the heavenly sword force in Lin Tian's hand. Die! The heavenly demon puppet said. The pitch-black demonic light flickered. The heavenly demon puppet's 5 fingers clasped slightly, grabbing toward Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He clenched his right fist and blasted it out. Then, behind him, the desolate mountain, the divine bell, the 9 springs sacred sword, the sea of 3-leaf clovers, and the blood-colored crack appeared one by one. Together with his right fist, they were like a destructive torrent, crushing down on the heavenly demon puppet. Boom! Suddenly, the golden demonic light shook the land. The blazing light shrouded the surroundings. Demon swallows the sky. Suddenly, a wild roar sounded. With a boom, a huge demonic shadow appeared behind the heavenly demon puppet. It was as if the legendary lord of the demonic realm had been summoned. The terrifying demonic chi seemed to be corroding the land. This is one of the core magical powers of the heavenly demon arts. It's said that when the demonic shadow appears, it will swallow everything. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Many cultivators were shocked. Many of them recognized this terrifying demonic divine art. They were all horrified. Roar. The demonic roar soared into the sky. Behind the heavenly demon puppet, the demonic shadow was hundreds of feet tall. It was entirely made of demonic chi. It pressed down on Lin Tian in a manner that could swallow the land. When it opened its demonic mouth, it seemed to be able to swallow the land. The demonic shadow towered between heaven and earth, swallowing everything in its way. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. He naturally felt the terror of this attack, which made his back turn cold. However, he did not show the slightest fear. He formed a seal with both hands and directly supported the four-symbol seal. Buzz, the four-symbol seal appeared, and the Tao diagram was silver in color. It was intertwined with dense and mysterious patterns, and it began to expand rapidly under his will. It immediately expanded to a diameter of more than 100 feet, crushing toward the majestic demonic shadow that was closing in on him. In the blink of an eye, the two collided directly, bursting out a series of explosions. Demonic power and divine power intertwined in all directions. Bang, bang, the space collapsed, and two shocking sounds were heard. Lin Tian and the heavenly demon puppet flew backward at the same time, both coughing up blood. The powerful collision injured both sides. Break, break, the heavenly demon sex demon swallowing the sky. That silver diagram, what technique is that? It's terrifying. The surrounding cultivators' hearts palpitated. In the sky, Lin Tian and the heavenly demon puppet stabilized themselves at the same time and stared at each other. Good. Very good. The heavenly demon puppet laughed wildly, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. His demonic power became even stronger, as if he was the reincarnation of a peerless demon. In the next moment, demonic light surrounded his body. He rushed out again, turning into a demonic pool, and pressed down on Lin Tian. Rumble, the sky shook. The void that had just recovered from the shattering collapsed again at this moment, and spatial turbulence poured out. Many cultivators were horrified. The heavenly demon puppet was really terrifying. This demonic power was simply too terrifying, and it made people shudder involuntarily. Boom, a hurricane swept out, sweeping in all directions. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead was blown up and danced wantonly. His gaze was deep and cold. At this time, looking at this heavenly demon puppet, he remembered a great enemy of his. Desolate demon body Patsong. Both of them were wild and domineering, and their personalities were almost the same. In other words, the heavenly demon puppet was more domineering than desolate demon body Patsong. Speaking of which, desolate demon body, long time no see. He muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, he did not ignore the heavenly demon puppet that was attacking him. He took a slight step back and directly punched out with his right fist. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated in all directions as a true dragon divine shadow, which was several 100 feet long, appeared, bringing with it a boundless dragon's might as it pressed down on the heavenly devil puppet. At this moment, he directly punched out with the Chaos Emperor fist. The true dragon divine shadow swooped down and crushed the heavenly devil puppet's endless demonic light. With a swing of its tail, it landed on the heavenly devil puppet's chest. With a bang, the heavenly devil puppet was sent flying and smashed into the ground in the distance, creating a huge crater. Young master. The expressions of the two gray-robed old men who came with the heavenly devil puppet changed. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the sky, Lin Tian did not stop at all. Leaving behind afterimages with each step, he directly charged towards the heavenly devil puppet. The heavenly demon puppet wanted to kill him and steal his pure yang flame, so it was undoubtedly an enemy. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't give it a chance to breathe. Clang, pitch-black demonic light surged. An enormous demonic sword hacked out from the ground, faster than lightning. It was like the killing light of the 9 underworlds. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He stopped his body and quickly dodged. In the nick of time, he moved more than 100 feet away. However, even so, he still couldn't completely avoid the demonic sword. His right arm was grazed, and blood splattered everywhere. It was almost broken. The heavenly devil puppet stepped into the sky again. Its eyes were more ferocious than before, full of wildness and killing intent. Boom, pitch-black demonic light appeared again and circled around its body. It turned into a demonic armor that covered its body, flickering with dim light. It didn't seem to be injured at all. After the demonic energy condensed into the demonic armor, it condensed into a demonic saber. It was held in its hand. It cut through the sky and slashed towards Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian was expressionless. He formed a seal with both hands. Behind him, the precious artifact Bell, the Sea of Clover, and the other divine elephants rushed out again. They buzzed and pressed against the heavenly devil puppet from afar. Not enough. The heavenly devil puppet roared and slashed down with its saber. It directly shattered all the divine elephants and forced it in front of Lin Tian. With a clang, the demonic saber shattered everything. As if it was real, it slashed towards Lin Tian's head. This is the heavenly devil armor blade? It seems to be. The demonic armor and demonic saber are one. That's right, it's the heavenly devil armor blade, the core great magical power of the sect. Its power is terrifying. Many cultivators were moved. Kid, be careful. This sect technique combines defense, attack, and killing. It has reached a terrifying level. It's very difficult to deal with. Whooshing crocodile reminded him telepathically. Lin Tian was emotionless. His eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward, raised his hand, and waved it down slowly and powerfully. Roar, roar, the dragon's roar shook the sky, and the phoenix's cry shocked the world. The true dragon's shadow and the immortal phoenix's shadow appeared together, pressing towards the heavenly devil puppet from left and right. It was an even more powerful Chaos Emperor fist. I'll shatter everything you have. The heavenly devil puppet's eyes were burning fiercely. Wearing the demonic armor and holding the demonic saber, its demonic power was vast and mighty. If you can do it, try it. Lin Tian's voice was cold. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. The divine technique and the divine fist clashed fiercely. With a rumble, the void shook. Lin Tian used the immortal phoenix's shadow to meet the heavenly devil puppet's demonic saber, and the true dragon's shadow to wrap around the demonic armor outside the heavenly devil puppet's body. The dragon's roar and phoenix's cry reverberated again, as if it was real. Shatter all of them. The heavenly devil puppet roared. Its demonic power was even stronger. The demonic armor and demonic saber were extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's face was cold. After the Chaos Emperor fist was blasted out, the divining divine technique was used again. A dozen divining divine elephants appeared together. Its power was terrifying and shocking, as if thunder clouds were descending from all directions. The heavenly devil puppet roared. Its demonic light tore through heaven and earth. Its demonic armor and demonic saber faced the true dragon and immortal phoenix, and its other hand pressed down on the divining divine elephants. Break! The heavenly devil puppet roared coldly. Its hand reached out, and light claws filled the sky. This was a kind of divine claw technique wrapped in black demonic light. It was fierce, domineering, and sharp. It could be said to be unstoppable. Chi, 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 the dozen divining divine elephants summoned by Lin Tian were torn apart one by one, and a destructive hurricane immediately spread out. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He used the yin-yang puppet, and it was extremely fast. He urged the Chaos Emperor fist to be even more powerful. The true dragon's shadow and the immortal phoenix's shadow became even more fierce and powerful. They roared together, oppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The heavenly devil puppet roared. Its black hair danced wildly, and its demonic power became stronger. The demonic armor's dark light rushed into the sky, and the demonic saber's murderous light surged. Boom! 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 In the fierce collision, the divine power and demonic light exploded again and again. In the end, with 2 cracking sounds, the heavenly devil puppet's demonic armor and demonic saber shattered, turning into scattered demonic light that filled the sky and dissipated. At the same time, the true dragon's shadow and the immortal phoenix's shadow that Lin Tian used the Chaos Emperor fist were also shattered. Die. Get lost. The two rushed in front of each other. The pitch-black demonic palm and the golden divine fist passed by each other, directly landing on each other's chest. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splattered. The heavenly devil puppet's chest was shattered, and Lin Tian's chest was penetrated. They were both sent flying dozens of feet. These two, they're both so scary. Their combat power is almost the same. Many cultivators swallowed their saliva. Boom! Boom! In the sky, demonic power and divine power rushed up. The heavenly devil puppet and Lin Tian stabilized their bodies, and their wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Not bad. I haven't experienced this kind of battle in a long time. It's really good. It's wonderful. The heavenly devil puppet laughed wildly. He stared at Lin Tian with a ferocious gaze, like a wild beast staring at its prey. Kill. As the word kill crossed the sky, the heavenly devil puppet's ferocity and madness seemed to have been completely mobilized. The demonic light became thicker and stronger, and the vast and dazzling demonic light swept toward Lin Tian with an extremely domineering aura. The golden light in Lin Tian's eyes became stronger and more shocking. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be cast in gold, and even his hair was dyed with a layer of golden light. He slashed at the heavenly devil puppet with the towering heaven sword force. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. The demonic light and golden light were vast and mighty, and the killing light slashed at each other again and again. Clang! Lin Tian tore apart the heavenly devil puppet's demonic light with a dense sword light, and mercilessly stabbed the killing sword in his hand into his opponent's chest. However, almost at the same time, the heavenly devil puppet's demonic light bombarded his chest and penetrated it. Cough. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes did not change at all. They were cold and indifferent. The killing sword in the heavenly devil puppet's chest shook, and dense sword chi bloomed in the heavenly devil puppet's body. The heavenly devil puppet was directly pierced into a sieve. The heavenly devil puppet coughed out blood, but his eyes were even more ferocious. He grabbed Lin Tian's shoulder and viciously twisted, tearing off a large piece of flesh. He almost tore off Lin Tian's entire arm. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. At the closest distance, he once again swung the Chaos Emperor fist, aiming at his opponent's cheek. The heavenly devil puppet roared, and the demonic light on his body suddenly shone brightly. A pitch-black demonic whirlpool appeared and met Lin Tian's punch. With the appearance of this demonic whirlpool, everything around was swallowed up, like a terrifying black hole. Roar! Lin Tian's punch was even stronger, and the true dragon divine shadow appeared again. This time, it was more than 100 feet long, and its power was even more shocking. With a rumble, the two collided violently and finally exploded. With two bangs, the two were sent flying, and half of their bodies were shattered. Blood-red flames flickered outside Lin Tian's body, and the shattered half of his body was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. On the opposite side, the heavenly devil puppet's body was intertwined with demonic light, and there were strands of demonic runes floating. It seemed that he had also performed a healing saint art. The speed of his recovery was not slower than Lin Tian's, and his injured body was also healed in an instant. You are destined to die in my hands. The heavenly devil puppet stared at Lin Tian and laughed eerily. The demonic light outside his body became even more turbulent, like a demonic volcano that was about to erupt. You can try. Lin Tian's voice was cold. With a boom, the four symbols Tao diagram, the heavenly divine elephant, the towering sword light, and other divine killing lights appeared one by one beside him. Suddenly, the rolling divine power was vast and mighty, and the pressure was overwhelming. I'll kill you. The heavenly devil puppet roared, and a demonic sea rushed out from behind him. The demonic shadows were indistinct, as if they were real. They let out terrifying demonic roars and pressed straight toward Lin Tian. Divine light and demonic radiance surged together. Lin Tian raised the many divine images of the heavens and the dense sword radiance. The Tao diagram of the four symbols also blasted forward together, clashing with the demonic shadow summoned by the heavenly devil puppet, filling the sky with divine radiance. Crack! 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 As the two collided, the void in this place continued to collapse, and the ground also crumbled inch by inch. After a dozen breaths, Lin Tian and the heavenly demon puppet's figures flew out at the same time with two bangs. Their mouths were stained with blood, and their bodies shook violently. Good, good, good. Interesting. The heavenly demon puppet laughed wildly. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a wave of his right hand, the golden towering heaven sword radiance cut through the great void and pressed down on the heavenly demon puppet. The golden sword radiance flew across, crushing everything in its path. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were filled with wildness. He directly waved his fist, and the demonic radiance pressed down on Lin Tian's towering heaven sword radiance. The two collided with the sky. The divine light was unparalleled, and the demonic radiance was terrifying. Boom! 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 The great void cracked, and the silver space turbulence gushed out continuously. This kind of battle was a little terrifying. The surrounding cultivators had already retreated far away, but at this time, they were frightened by the terrifying energy when the two of them clashed. They all retreated again. Even some of the Nirvana realm elders were no exception. They were trembling with fear. This heavenly demon puppet is indeed terrifying, Ling Yin said in a deep voice. The fact that the heavenly demon sect gave him the surname Heavenly Demon is enough to prove this point. Wuxing Crocodile said. The man and crocodile also retreated far away at this time, watching the battle between Lin Tian and the heavenly demon puppet from afar. Boom! Billowing divine power interweaved in all directions. The battle between Lin Tian and the heavenly demon puppet was almost at its peak, and the murderous aura was even stronger. In this place, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Their hearts palpitated, and they all held their breaths. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook again. The entire Taichu Immortal Ridge was shaking as if a huge earthquake had happened. In the depths, the pitch-black fog rushed up again. It was frighteningly cold, as if the door of hell had been opened. Vaguely, the screams of ghosts sounded again. This is? The Yin energy there is erupting again. It's that emperor's tomb. In an instant, all the cultivators' gazes were drawn over. As far as the eye could see, the Yin energy in the depths was so dense that it was somewhat frightening. Black fog billowed, dyeing the sky much darker. Lin Tian tilted his head to look, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. At this moment, he once again sensed the spiritual chi of the divine pulse level. This time, the feeling was even clearer than before. There's definitely a divine pulse there, he muttered to himself. Boom! The heavenly devil puppet bombarded Lin Tian with a cold and tyrannical devil aura. At this time, although it was somewhat concerned about the Yin Qi in the depths, it was more concerned about Lin Tian, because it wanted to obtain the pure Yang Yen in Lin Tian's body. Lin Tianling snorted. Although he was looking into the depths, he naturally did not ignore the heavenly devil puppet. He immediately threw a punch at the puppet, sending out a glaring fist force that pierced through the void and collided with the heavenly devil puppet. Boom! Another boom rang out, and the Taichu Immortal Ridge shook even more violently. Cracks quickly appeared one after another. Not far away, the large lake was boiling and water splashed in all directions. At the same time, under the cracks that appeared on the ground, waves of mist rushed out like a volcanic eruption. It was blood red in color, and when it rushed out, it caused the air to emit a sizzling sound as it was corroded. More than 10,000 years old pulse-terminating demonic mist. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin to be careful and not be contaminated by this mist. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, and it was extremely mournful and painful. An Enlightenment Realm cultivator was contaminated by the blood-red mist that sprayed out from the ground. His physical body immediately began to decay at an extremely fast speed, and even his soul could not struggle out. The pulse-terminating demonic mist was very terrifying. It was a corrosive energy condensed by the earth veins, and it could even melt the soul. More than 10,000 years old pulse-terminating demonic mist was even more terrifying. Even half-step emperors could die on the spot if they were contaminated. Lin Tian cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so he naturally understood this kind of thing very well. He retreated to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's side with each step, leaving after-images behind. Dragon markings interweaved, and immediately protected the man and crocodile within. What's going on? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian looked into the depths, and a faint light interweaved in his eyes. The Yin Qi there is too dense. With it rushing out like this, it has affected most of the earth veins in the Taichu Immortal Ridge. Many dangerous things underground may rush out at this time. Hearing his words, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions became slightly serious. Lin Tian was currently at the second level of Nirvana, and he controlled the dragon burial scripture. With this kind of power, the words dangerous things were enough to show that the current situation was very bad. It could be said that a huge earthquake had truly erupted in the Taichu Immortal Ridge at this time. Lin Tian. The heavenly devil puppet's eyes were wild, and black demonic light interweaved around its body. It dodged the pulse-terminating demonic mist that rushed up from the ground, and charged towards Lin Tian. Pure yang flame, it's mine. Damn, how arrogant. He actually dares to charge over without any scruples in the midst of so much pulse-terminating demonic mist. Ling Yan cursed. Whooshing crocodile bared his teeth. Kid, use a high-grade sacred weapon and shoot him to death. Lin Tian shook his head, his expression somewhat serious as he stared underground. Go. Leave immediately. He said in a low voice. The vain termination baleful mist that surged up from underground grew denser and denser. Moreover, he sensed that there was an even more terrifying fluctuation underground, and it was like an ancient ferocious beast that was in deep slumber was about to awaken, causing him to feel threatened and oppressed. This feeling was something he had never felt even when facing a half-step emperor-level expert. Clang, the heavenly devil puppet charged over, once again wielding its pitch-black demonic blade to slash at Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Lin Tian. However, it was also at this time that the Taichu Immortal Ridge shook, and a beast roar came from underground. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura interweaved, causing the heavenly devil puppet's expression to change. Then, it was sent flying hundreds of meters away by this aura. Young master. The two gray-robed elders who came with the heavenly devil puppet were dodging the pulse-terminating demonic mist in this place. Seeing the heavenly devil puppet flying, their expressions changed. These two were in the Nirvana realm, so their speed was extremely fast. At this moment, they rushed towards the direction where the heavenly devil puppet was flying. It was also at this moment that the beast roar from underground became even louder. The ground cracked open inch by inch, and pitch-black tentacles broke out from the ground like demonic vines. They were densely packed and pierced through space, penetrating everything. The baleful aura was oppressive. PFFF, PFFF, blood splattered as the two gray-robed elders who rushed towards the heavenly devil puppet were penetrated on the spot and dragged underground. Ah! Horrifying screams came from underground, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two Nirvana realm gray-robed elders' powerful life fluctuations completely disappeared at this moment, and could no longer be felt. Lin Tian retreated with the whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun. At this moment, he stared at the densely packed tentacles that rushed out from underground, and his eyes interweaved with a faint light. He retreated even faster. There is indeed something else. His expression was slightly stern. Originally, when the terminated Meridian's fiendish mist rushed out, he already felt that there was another terrifying aura underground. However, he didn't expect it to be this strong, exceeding his expectations. This aura was at least 10 times stronger than normal half-step emperors. What is this? Ling Yan's eyes widened, and his back turned cold. It seems like it swallowed those two gray-robed old fools. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. After all, the two gray-robed old men were both at the Nirvana stage, and experts of this level had actually been completely annihilated in the blink of an eye. This truly caused him to be slightly horrified. Even the old monster whooshing crocodile's heart was palpitating and shocked at this moment. It is comparable to a pseudo-monarch expert. A vicious demon that was born in the earth vein. It has lived for at least 30,000 years. Lin Tiandao said, speed up a bit more. As he said this, he channeled the dragon burial scripture. Strands of dragon markings interweaved, becoming a dragon pattern light wave. It dispersed the terminated Meridian's fiendish mist that was coming from all directions, allowing them to retreat more smoothly. At this moment, the terminated Meridian's fiendish mist that rushed out of this place was becoming more and more terrifying. Moreover, the vicious demon with tentacles was also very terrifying. With their current strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. Choosing to quickly leave was naturally the best choice. At the same time, when the Yin Qi rushed out from the depths of this immortal ridge for the second time, he once again felt the spirit Qi of the God vein level. At this moment, if they left this place and headed deeper, they definitely had to obtain that God vein. Ah! Save me! There were quite a few cultivators here. At this moment, many of them had met with a great disaster. They were either corroded by the terminated Meridian's fiendish mist, or pierced by the vicious demon's tentacles from underground and dragged into the vicious demon's stomach. With a rumble, the ground in this place shook even more violently, and the number of tentacles that rushed out like demonic vines increased. With a crack, a large piece of land shattered, and a huge head emerged. It was as big as a small mountain, and its eyes were blood-red and full of lumps. It was extremely ugly. Its body was full of densely packed tentacles, and each of them was like a demonic vine. As its head emerged, they shook crazily, smashing pieces of the ground and splashing sand and gravel all over the sky. For a moment, some of the cultivators here were in trouble again, and many of them were directly shattered. Specks of blood floated in the air, looking very demonic. Damn, this is an octopus that lives underground? I've learned something new. Ling Yin stared. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and retreat. Lin Tiandao. The aura of this octopus-like vicious demon was too strong. If they were targeted, they would definitely be in big trouble. Buzz. Suddenly, his right hand lit up, and a fiery red light overflowed from the stone ring on his finger. He tilted his head and looked, and his expression changed slightly when he scanned with his divine consciousness. This is, in the stone ring on his right hand, the remnant green jade that he had obtained in the big lake before, which was surrounded by the aura of the emperor, vibrated at this moment, as if it was about to break out of the ring. At the same time, an ear-piercing roar sounded. In the distance, the terrifying octopus-like vicious demon turned its ugly head, and 2 rays of bloody light shot out from its blood-red eyes, directly staring at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. The moment the octopus-like fierce demon stared at him, a terrifying aura pressed down. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. It immediately sent a chill down his spine. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally noticed that the octopus-like fierce demon was staring at Lin Tian. They both shrunk their necks. Kid, why do I feel that you are a natural breed to attract hatred? This thing has only just appeared, and it has already set its sights on you. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. I feel the same. Ling Yin glared. Lin Tian didn't have time to bicker with them. At this moment, the dragon patterns intertwined and called for Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin to increase their speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their speed increased a lot as they rushed towards the depths of the Taichu Immortal Ridge. Behind them, the fierce demon roared. Dozens of tentacles smashed the sky and pressed down directly. In an instant, a violent force directly shrouded the surroundings, causing Lin Tianyi and the others' internal organs to tremble. Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. The majestic and holy light went towards the dozens of tentacles. At the same time, he stepped on the yin-yang avatar and wrapped Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun with the dragon pattern light. One step was a few hundred feet away. In his stone ring, the green remnant jade emitted an even stronger light. A scorching feeling spread and intertwined. Roar. Behind them, the fierce demon roared. Its pupils that stared at Lin Tian became even more blood-red. Dozens of tentacles pressed down together. With a swoosh, the reincarnation diagram was directly shattered. The dozens of tentacles fell, and a hurricane directly crushed down. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. He blasted out the Chaos Emperor fist with all his strength. Then, he executed the yin-yang avatar to the extreme. He brought Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin a few hundred feet away in a split second, avoiding the dozens of tentacles at the last moment. Brat, how did you provoke this thing? You're the only one it's targeting. Wuxing Crocodile was confused. Lin Tian frowned. The light and heat emitted by the broken piece of jade in the stone ring intensified. He waved his hand and took it out. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin were both shocked. Ling Yin said, it's glowing on its own? What's going on? Roar. A violent roar rang out. The ferocious demon stared at this place, and the aura around his body instantly rose by more than 10 times, almost wanting to destroy this Taichu celestial ridge. Dense cracks appeared on the ground, extending out like a spider web. Is it the aura of this piece of jade that attracted it? Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed slightly. It's obvious. Lin Tiandao. In fact, he had already guessed this before, but he was not sure. At this time, when he took out the broken jade from the stone ring, the fierce demon suddenly became more violent, which was enough to prove that it was related to this broken jade. He pushed his second-level Nirvana realm cultivation to the limit, and his speed became even faster as he quickly left this place. Roar! The fierce demon roared, and its tentacles shook as it chased after Lin Tian. As the tentacles around its body trembled, the space around it trembled non-stop. Waves of destructive energy interweaved, crushing everything and pressing towards Lin Tian. Even though Lin Tian was at the second level of Nirvana realm, he still felt waves of fear. Brat, quickly throw away that jade. If this continues, we might be swallowed alive by this monster. Ling Yan had goosebumps all over his body. Do you think it will be useful if we throw it away now? Lin Tian Dao. He clearly felt that the fierce demon had locked onto him. At this time, even if he threw away the broken jade, it would be useless. With a rumbling sound, he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit. He wrapped Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan in divine light and rushed towards the depths, wanting to shake off this fierce demon with speed. This was because this octopus-like vicious demon was truly terrifying. It was much stronger than normal half-step emperors. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to face it head-on. At this moment, escaping as quickly as possible was the best choice. Roar! The fierce demon roared, and its tentacles were like legs, crushing the ground as it rushed towards Lin Tian. Clouds of dust and gravel were swept up, and cracks spread out at an even faster speed. It was a very frightening scene. Lin Tian brought Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan all the way to the depths of the Immortal Ridge. In the blink of an eye, they crossed more than 1,000 feet. Boom! The Taichu Immortal Ridge shook violently. In the depths, another wave of fog rushed up. The rolling black fog covered the sky and dyed everything black. Ghost howls mixed within. Lin Tian felt an even thicker spirit chi fluctuation, as if a spirit river was under the fog. What astonishing spirit chi! Brat Lin, is this the spirit chi fluctuation you mentioned before? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. At this time, the spirit chi fluctuation from the depths had reached an astonishing density, and it also felt it. Master Ling also felt it. It's definitely the divine range. Ling Yan stared into the depths, his eyes shining. Lin Tian ignored them at this time and fled at top speed with the yin-yang avatar. This was because the aura of the fierce demon chasing from behind had become even sharper, like a destructive sea. At this time, he didn't even think of using the superior grade sacred weapon because he knew very well that even if he took it out, it would be useless. Only relying on speed to shake off the other party's huge demon body was the most effective method at the moment. Buzz! He dragged the broken jade, and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even faster. The golden divine light surged, and his speed increased greatly. Immediately, he brought the 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun, and the distance between them and the fierce demon increased greatly. Brat, that's it. Speed up! Ling Yun shouted. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The golden divine light surged even more, enveloping Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. He activated the yin-yang avatar even more shockingly, and his speed increased by a lot. Finally, he left the fierce demon behind and gradually disappeared. At this time, he didn't slow down at all. He wanted to leave the other party further behind in one breath. That octopus monster, towards that broken jade. I feel like it has seen a deeply hated enemy. Wuxing Crocodile said. Master Ling also feels the same, but, why? Shouldn't this piece of broken jade be something that the Emperor had once worn close to his body? Why does the octopus bear a grudge against it like a mortal enemy? What's going on? Ling Yun was very curious. Then, the man and the crocodile both looked at Lin Tian. Meeting their gazes, Lin Tian Dao said, God knows. In his hand, the broken jade was still buzzing and glowing, and there was a trace of scorching heat. Although he was puzzled and very concerned about this, he couldn't think of anything. He simply stopped thinking about it and put it back into the stone ring. Then, he stepped into the depths at an even faster speed. He wanted to rush there and obtain the divine pulse there to let the little fellow be born. Gradually, he brought Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun closer and closer to the depths. He sensed that the divine pulse level spirit chi fluctuation was getting stronger and stronger. After that, he used the yin and yang hua with his full strength at the second level of the Nirvana realm. Around 2 hours later, he finally brought the five elements crocodile and Ling Yun to the depths of the primordium immortal ridge. Looking ahead, pitch-black Xianxia surged up like a Xianxia volcano erupting. There was a huge black abyss on the surface of the ground. It was very abrupt, and it was obvious that it had just appeared. It was difficult to see the bottom at a glance. This is? The abyss was pitch black, and they couldn't see the bottom. Strands of black fog rushed up from below, making it seem cold. The entire abyss looked like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open. The intertwining aura made even Lin Tian feel apprehensive. Down here, there's a very bad feeling. Ling Yan shrunk his neck. Lin Tian stared at the abyss. Although he was a little apprehensive, his expression quickly calmed down. His eyes intertwined with strands of light as he used his powerful divine sense to scan the bottom of the abyss. How is it? Whooshing Crocodile asked. I can't see the bottom, but that spirit energy fluctuation is indeed coming from below. Lin Tian said. Rumble. Just at this moment, a shocking rumbling sound came from behind. Huge cracks extended from the distance. That octopus-like vicious beast chased after them, blood-colored dark light twining around its body. Its ferocious appearance was terrifying. Roar. It let out a violent roar, its eyes filled with cold light and hostility as it stared straight at Lin Tian. Damn it, this bastard is catching up again. Ling Yin ground his teeth. This demon's aura was a little terrifying, comparable to a pseudo-emperor. Even if they worked together, they were far from being its match. Lin Tian looked back at the abyss in front of him. Let's go down. After saying this, he didn't hesitate and directly jumped down. At this moment, the ferocious demon had chased after them, and there was no way out. Most importantly, he could feel that the spiritual chi fluctuation of the divine vein level was coming from below. If he wanted to find it, he naturally had to go down. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin saw Lin Tian jump down. At this time, they naturally didn't hesitate and also jumped down. With a whoosh, as the two people and the crocodile jumped into the abyss, cold astral winds came from both sides. It was mixed with a sinister aura, causing one's body to involuntarily feel cold. Woo! The screams of malicious ghosts came from below. As the group of people descended, malicious ghosts rushed up with malevolent faces. There were more than 10 ferocious ghosts, and none of them were weak. Their bodies were shrouded in a shocking aura of death. They were like envoys from hell, and they pounced directly toward the two people and the crocodile. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he waved his right hand. Suddenly, a large amount of golden sword light surrounded him and slashed downwards with a resounding clang. For a moment, the sound of chi-chi-chi rang out as the dozen or so ferocious ghosts that were charging towards the two humans and one crocodile were all chopped into pieces. This was just a small interlude. The two people and the crocodile did not care and continued to fall to the bottom of the abyss. Boom, a bone-chilling demonic chi came from above, bringing with it a strong gust of wind, causing the group to tremble. It's that octopus monster. Damn it, it actually followed us and jumped down here. Ling Yan looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Speaking of which, little Lin, why is that piece of green jade that you picked up so important to that monster? Why don't we just throw it away? No matter how I look at it, that thing is a big problem. We won't throw it away. Moreover, I've already said that it's useless to throw it away now. It has already set its sights on us. Lin Tiandao subconsciously felt that the piece of green jade would be useful. He scanned the area above with his divine thoughts and clearly sensed that the quasi-emperor level ferocious demon was approaching. However, he did not show any signs of fear. Since he had rushed all the way here, he had already discovered that although the ferocious demon's strength was terrifying and he was no match for it, in terms of speed, the other party was not very good. He could completely shake it off with his speed. Speed up a little, he said to the whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun. Immediately, the group increased their speed at the same time. The strong winds on both sides whistled as they reached the bottom of the abyss in a short while. As far as the eye could see, the bottom of the abyss was extremely large. The air was intertwined with a pitch-black fog, and the soil was slightly damp. Even a simple step would leave footprints on the ground. Roar, the roar of the demonic beast came from above and was very ear-piercing. The octopus-like monster was approaching. "Let's go," Lin Tiandao said. Using the dragon burial scripture and his divine thoughts, he quickly found the source. It was located in the western part of the abyss. He called out to the Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yun as they rushed towards it. The air in the abyss was extremely cold. However, it was nothing to the two of them and the crocodile. After all, the weakest among them was at the half-step to nirvana stage. This level of cold aura would not affect them much. Moo, a sound similar to that of a cow rang out. A ferocious demon charged out from the ground in front of them. Its entire body was dripping with black blood, as if it had emerged from a pool of blood. It extended its huge rotting claws and clawed at the group. Lin Tiandao walked at the front. His expression did not change at all. He raised his right hand slightly and intertwined a golden finger glow. With a pop, the demon that charged out was instantly smashed into pieces. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh. Wisps of deathly aura filled the air. As Lin Tiandao and the rest advanced, more and more demons charged out. All of them were shrouded in a terrifying deathly aura. They were like a group of soldiers from hell. The moment they appeared, they pounced on Lin Tiandao and the rest. There are so many demons. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. The deathly aura below is so dense. It would be abnormal if there weren't many demons. Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tiandao did not say anything. Streaks of golden sword aura appeared beside him and spread out in all directions like a hurricane. Pop. 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 Every demon that came near was smashed into pieces by his sword aura. Now that he was at the second heaven of Nirvana realm, ordinary demons and ghosts could not stop him at all. His speed was quite fast. Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yun followed behind him, cutting down one demon after another. Not long after, a bronze palace appeared in front of them. It was lying on the ground. The entire palace looked very dilapidated. Waves of terrifying deathly aura overflowed from inside and then rushed into the sky. That level of deathly aura really looked like it came from hell. The deathly aura that was spurting out just now rushed out from this bronze palace? This palace. Who left it behind? Is it really the tomb of an emperor that was recorded in some unofficial history? Ling Yun was shocked. At the same time, his eyes lit up. If it was really an emperor's tomb, the collection inside would be very rich. Maybe they could find a complete heavenly treasure. Lin Tiandao stared at the palace. His eyes were intertwined with light. Once again, he felt the familiar spiritual energy fluctuation. It was stronger than ever before. It was coming from the center of the palace. Roar. The roar of a ferocious beast came from behind them. It shook the ground as the ferocious demon chased after them. Lin Tiandao glanced back and looked at the bronze palace in front of them again. He briefly told Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yun that the location of the godly pulse was at the center of the bronze palace. Then, he called the two of them to go towards the palace. Go, go, go. The demonic light in Wuxing crocodile's eyes was very intense. He seemed to be slightly excited. Lin Tiandao walked at the front. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the door of the bronze palace. Then, just as he was about to reach the door of the bronze palace, layers of runes suddenly intertwined and directly shook him away with great force. This is an Emperor-level Dao pattern? He steadied himself, and his expression changed slightly. In front of him, strands of Dao pattern intertwined to form a huge light shield. An extremely powerful aura surrounded the entire bronze palace. This. Wuxing crocodile recognized the extraordinariness of this Dao pattern. He said, these Dao patterns can't be destroyed unless they are Emperor-level experts. Is it that sturdy? Ling Yun stared and said, isn't the yin qi seeping out directly from inside? Some Dao patterns prevent outside but not inside. Ordinary people can come out from inside, but it is very difficult to enter from outside. Wuxing crocodile said. Doesn't that mean that we can't enter? Ling Yun opened his mouth. This is an emperor's tomb. Such a huge treasure vault, and we can only stand outside and look. Also, didn't Lin Tiandao say that the godly pulse is at the center of the bronze palace? Doesn't this mean that we can't get the godly pulse? Whooshing Crocodile shook his head. We can't help it. These Tao patterns were created by emperors. They are too powerful for us. Lin Tian stared ahead and frowned. It wasn't easy for him to find a godly pulse and its exact location. He rushed here, but he couldn't enter. Buzz. At this moment, the green remnant jade in his stone ring emitted an even stronger glow. It was 10 times stronger than before. An even hotter aura intertwined, causing the space in the stone ring to shake uncontrollably. It looked like it was going to shatter. Lin Tianwei was shocked. He quickly took out the remnant jade from the stone ring. Buzz. The glow on the remnant jade was even stronger, and the heat was even stronger. Even with Lin Tian's current cultivation, he could feel that his palm was boiling hot. He felt as though his palm was going to be melted by the remnant jade. He frowned slightly, and then his expression changed. This was because the Tao patterns outside the bronze palace suddenly trembled and intertwined with strands of light. They were actually resonating with the remnant jade in his hand. The Tao patterns here are resonating with the remnant jade? Could it be, the person who carved this Tao pattern was the original owner of the remnant jade? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the person who had carved the inscriptions here was the original owner of the piece of jade. This was because there was a strand of the original owner's Emperor Qi on the jade, which was why the inscriptions here had resonated with the piece of jade. This was the only explanation that made sense. If that's the case, he muttered. He held the remnant jade and pressed it against the Tao patterns in front of him. Since the person who carved the Tao patterns here was most likely the original owner of the remnant jade in his hand, and the remnant jade had a strand of the original owner's Emperor Qi, he felt that holding the remnant jade should be able to pass through these Tao patterns. There was a faint light in his eyes. He held the remnant jade and moved forward. Then, his entire arm passed through the Tao patterns in front of him. It really works. His eyes lit up. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin both widened their eyes in shock. Young man, you have great foresight. Luckily, we didn't lose it because of that octopus monster. Ling Yin was surprised and happy. This plaything is the key to opening this emperor's tomb. Originally, they thought that they wouldn't be able to enter the bronze palace because of the Tao patterns and obtain the divine meridian. They didn't expect the green jade fragment to resonate with the Tao patterns here. Therefore, they could enter, which surprised the 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Tianzi smiled. His previous feeling was right. Keeping this piece of broken jade was indeed useful. Boom, a terrifying evil spirit came from afar. The ground shook and large cracks appeared. Looking over, the octopus-like fierce demon appeared not far away and was closing in. Immediately, the air here trembled violently, and the space in all directions rumbled. Come over. Let's go in. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun quickly nodded. At this moment, the powerful fierce demon was closing in. They did not have time to hesitate and quickly moved to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian held the green jade and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra. The light emitted from the green jade enveloped himself, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. Then, he took a step forward and led Whooshing and Ling Yun through the Tao pattern light screen and to the other side. Almost at the same time, the octopus-like fierce demon pounced forward, its dozens of tentacles directly whipping the Tao pattern light screen outside the bronze palace. Bang! A booming sound rang out as the ferocious Xiao was sent flying. It tumbled for a distance of several hundred zhang before smashing into the ground, leaving a series of cracks in its wake. Even a quasi-emperor level monster was sent flying. This Tao pattern is really terrifyingly sturdy. Ling Yan sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at Lin Tian. He felt that Lin Tian was extremely wise not to throw away the green jade fragment because of this monster. A few hundred feet away, the fierce demon rushed forward. Its eyes were blood-red and filled with a ferocious evil spirit. It emitted a dense blood-red mist and charged toward them again. This time, the mighty force it emitted was undoubtedly many times stronger than before, and it was terrifyingly strong. However, the outcome didn't change at all. When it approached the screen of light, it was blasted flying again, and it fell over 3 kilometers away, causing streams of blood to splatter all over the place. For this Tao pattern, the more forceful it is, the more terrifying the recoil will be. Without any special means, one can only break it with brute force. Only an emperor-level cultivator can do it. Whooshing Crocodile said. Then, he stared at the fierce demon. Oh, speaking of which, this monster seems to only have killing intent and evil spirit. Its self-awareness seems to be zero. Roar, the fierce demon roared and pounced again. Dozens of tentacles moved together and whipped the Tao pattern light screen. Then, it was sent flying again. In an instant, blood splattered from its body. Lin Tian glanced at the ferocious demon. Even though his eyes were filled with murderous intent, he didn't care. He didn't even bother to think about it, because it was meaningless to think about it. Let's go. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. He pushed open the bronze palace's door and took the lead, stepping into the palace. Little perverted thief, let's go. Whooshing Crocodile said and flapped its wings to follow. Ling Yun naturally did not fall behind and also stepped into the palace. As they truly walked into the bronze palace, the two of them instantly felt a terrifying chill. It was as if the cold air had entered their bones. Their 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembled as goosebumps appeared on their skin. Be careful. Lin Tian Ondao. From the various signs, it was very likely that an emperor-level expert was buried in this bronze palace. Moreover, it had been there for a very long time. After such a long period of time, who knew how many terrifying evil beings had been born in this palace? Even if there were half-step emperor-rank ghosts, it would be very normal. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun nodded. Naturally, they knew what Lin Tian meant. Their expressions became cautious. This palace was very dark. There was almost no light. There was only one path that led into the depths of the palace. As the two of them and the crocodile walked, Lin Tian and Ling Yun's footsteps echoed from time to time. So. In front of them, a bloody light pounced. It was a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature. It had red eyes and sharp fangs. It carried the smell of rotting flesh. Its death aura was very terrifying. It would not take much effort to tear apart a normal enlightened realm cultivator. Lin Tian raised his hand and simply slapped. This humanoid creature was immediately smashed into pieces. Black blood splattered all over the ground. Ugh! A ruthless roar echoed. Another evil rushed out. It had the head of a beast and the body of a human. It had more than 10 ghostly eyes. They were all frighteningly red. Ling Yun moved. More than 10 strange swords flew out from behind him. They carried strands of Tao energy and landed on the evil's body. With a puff, this evil that was comparable to an elite enlightened realm cultivator exploded on the spot. In any case, Master Ling has reached the half-step to Nirvana realm. How dare an ordinary enlightened realm ghost rush over like this? He clicked his tongue. Lin Tian glanced at him and continued to walk into the depths of the palace. The yin qi in the palace was very strong. The yin qi was much thicker than outside. The two of them and the crocodile each held up a divine light screen and a demonic light screen to protect themselves. Their steps were slow and steady. It did not take long for them to walk more than 1,000 feet out of the palace. Roar! An ear-piercing roar rang out. A few powerful evil spirits rushed out. Their flesh and blood were rotting, giving people a very frightening feeling. Lin Tian waved his hand. Dozens of swords slashed out. They sank into the chests of the evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Boom! The pitch-black yin qi of death surged out from the depths of the palace. It was like a flash flood of yin qi. Among them were pairs of blood-red eyes. More evil spirits appeared. Some were in human form, some were in beast form. Without exception, their flesh and blood were rotting. The yin qi of death was so thick that it was frightening. Among them, there were many ghost saints that were comparable to the early stage of Nirvana realm. There are 7 ghost saints. Ling Yun's eyes widened. For him now, the ghost saints were still a huge threat. Lin Tian's expression was calm. His glabella lit up slightly. The yin-yang lotus sea drew out. Pieces of black and white lotus petals floated around him. Then, they whizzed forward. In an instant, the ghostly creatures mixed in with the Xianxia of death were sliced into pieces one after another. Speaking of which, should we go to the Tomb Master's room first or dig the divine pulse in the center? The whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. This place, whether it was the Tomb Master's room or the divine pulse, had an incomparable attraction. Both were priceless. Lin Tian stopped and said, "Let's go first, Buzz." In his hand, the green remnant jade emitted an even more dazzling light and scorching heat. Rays of light spread out from his palm like water ripples and pointed to the front of the palace. Lin Tianwei's expression changed slightly. Looking forward, there was a ray of light in her eyes. "It seems like we can only go to the Tomb Master's room first." Originally, he wanted to find the divine pulse first before going to the Tomb Master's room. After all, after finding the divine pulse, the little one could be born. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin could enter the Nirvana realm. Their group strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would be much safer to go to the Tomb Master's room and enter it. However, at this time, he had to change his mind. Because, following the ripples of light from the remnant jade, he found the location of the Tomb Master's room. It was exactly the same as the location of the divine pulse that he sensed. It was right above the divine pulse. If he wanted to dig out the divine pulse, he had to enter the Tomb Master's room first. He had to enter the Tomb Master's room from the center of the Tomb Master's room into the divine pulse. He briefly explained this matter to the 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun, causing the man and Crocodile to be involuntarily shocked. "Then we have no choice but to go to the Tomb Master's room first," Ling Yun said. His eyes were intertwined with rays of light. Rubbing his hands back and forth, he said, "This time, we must get a flawless heavenly treasure." "Little pervert, it's better that you don't have such expectations. You have to know that the materials for forging heavenly treasures are very difficult to find. Ordinary emperors do not have precious weapons like heavenly treasures." Whooshing Crocodile glanced at Ling Yun and then looked at Lin Tian. "Young man, this remnant jade can break the Tao pattern here and let you sense the Tomb Master's room. Could it be that the Tomb Master was once the owner of this remnant jade?" Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, "That should be the case. The Tao pattern barrier outside the palace should have been left by the Tomb Master. The fact that the remnant jade could pass through the Tao pattern barrier and was surrounded by Emperor's Qi was enough to prove that the remnant jade was closely related to the Tomb Master. At this time, the Emperor's Qi on the remnant jade allowed him to sense the Tomb Master's room. There was no doubt that it once belonged to the Tomb Master. Who cares? Don't think too much. Hurry, let's go to the Tomb Master's room." Ling Yin seemed a little excited. Lin Tian glanced at him. Holding the remnant jade, he walked in front of the palace. "I'll lead the way. Follow me," he said. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally nodded. They followed behind Lin Tian and walked into the depths of the palace. As the group of people walked into the depths of the palace, the Xianxia in the palace became denser and the air became colder. After walking for more than 100 feet, whooshing sounds were heard. With a dim light and a bloody glow, pairs of ghostly eyes lit up. An extremely frightening aura pressed down on them. "Damn it, there are ghost saint-level evil creatures again." Ling Yun gritted his teeth. "This is the tomb of an emperor expert. It seems to be more than 10,000 years old. It's natural for there to be ghost saint-level evil creatures. It would be strange if there weren't," Whooshing Crocodile said. Whooshing sounds were heard. Xianxia surged as ghostly creatures rushed over. At the front, there were 9 ghost saint-level existences. Each of them was surrounded by black and red ghost qi. Behind them, there was a group of other evil creatures. It could be said that this was a torrent of death. Even if a 5th sky of Nirvana expert came, he would be torn apart alive. Beside Lin Tian, the dancing young lotus petals swayed and turned into a lotus rain. Whooshing sounds were heard as they slashed forward. Chi. 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 Crisp sounds were heard. One by one, the ghostly creatures were crushed by the yin-yang lotus petals. He walked at the front and used the yin-yang lotus sea, which was specially used to restrain evil creatures, to open a path. After killing one powerful evil creature after another, he finally arrived in front of a sealed stone room after more than an hour. "We're here," The door of the stone chamber wasn't big. It was covered in sand and dust, and there were no pictures on it. It looked very plain. This is the main chamber of the tomb? Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Lin Tian nodded and opened his right hand. The remnant jade in his palm emitted an even brighter light. It rippled and pointed directly at the stone chamber in front of him. "It's here," he said. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes also lit up at this moment. "Open it. Go in." The temptation of an emperor's tomb was definitely great. At the same time, there was a flawless holy pulse in the center of the tomb. The attraction was even stronger. Lin Tian raised his hand and placed it on the stone door. He suddenly felt a bone-piercing coldness. It was as if the extreme yin qi had entered his body. It made him feel a little cold. However, he was still able to withstand this level of coldness. He exerted a little force with his right hand on the stone door, and with a squeak, the stone door was pushed open. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Pitch-black yin qi rushed out from behind the stone door like rolling waves. Lin Tian had already expected this to happen. Therefore, the moment he opened the stone door, he put up a strong divine power light screen to protect himself, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. They were not eroded by the yin qi. True yin qi, it's really, if an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator were to face it head-on, they would probably melt immediately. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were both shocked. Pitch-black yin qi continued to surge out from behind the stone door. It only weakened after dozens of breaths. "Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. He walked at the front, surrounded by a golden light screen, and entered the stone chamber. Immediately, he trembled slightly. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were also shocked. They both felt their hearts palpitate. The group looked up and saw that the space inside the stone chamber was about 100 square meters. Dense yin qi surged in the stone chamber. The surroundings were extremely spacious. At the end of the chamber, a withered figure was sitting cross-legged. It was like an immortal demon mountain. There was a strong emperor's aura and terrifying coldness intertwined around it. Ling Yun was shocked. "This is the tomb owner?" "That's obviously it," Wuxing Crocodile said. There was a strange light in its eyes. Although it had seen more than one emperor, it was the first time it had seen an emperor's corpse. Lin Tian looked at the withered emperor's corpse in front of him. He could clearly feel how terrifying the emperor's aura. Even with his current cultivation, he could feel a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but shudder. Buzz. Suddenly, the broken jade in his hand emitted an even more shocking light. It was rich and direct, and the heat it emitted was even more intense. Instantly, Lin Tian felt an intense burning pain in his right hand that was holding the broken jade, and he almost threw it away with a tremble of his hand. At the same time, the withered emperor's corpse at the end of the stone chamber suddenly emitted an aura that was 10 times more terrifying. Gusts of wind swept out, and the yin qi in the stone chamber became even denser. It was so dense that it was somewhat terrifying. Then, 2 dim lights flashed. The withered emperor's corpse actually opened its eyes. The rolling yin qi became even denser. "It's alive?" The 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun turned pale with fright. Lin Tian's body also shook. At this time, he could clearly feel an extremely strong pressure. His body felt a slight pain. He looked at the withered emperor's corpse and realized that there was no sign of life on it. It was still full of death qi. When it opened its eyes, it seemed to be looking straight at him. Or rather, it was looking at the broken jade in his hand. His gaze shifted and landed on the chest of the withered figure. There was also a broken piece of jade hanging around the withered figure's neck. The gap was exactly the same as the gap on the broken piece of jade in his hand. When the two were combined, they would form a complete piece of jade. His heart jumped. Indeed, the broken jade in his hand was something that the tomb owner once owned. Moreover, it was indeed something that the tomb owner always wore. Buzz. The green broken jade in his hand emitted an even more dazzling light. At the same time, at the end of the stone chamber, the withered emperor's corpse opened its eyes. The dim light became even denser. The broken jade on its chest also emitted a shocking light, resonating with the broken jade in his hand. This, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were shocked. Lin Tian stared at the withered emperor's corpse in the depths of the stone chamber. He paused and asked Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin to wait. Then, he took a deep breath and walked towards the emperor's corpse at the end of the stone chamber with the broken jade in his hand. At this moment, the withered emperor's corpse suddenly reacted. Although it was already dead, it still opened its eyes. It was obvious that it was because of the broken jade in his hand. At this time, he subconsciously felt that he should return the broken jade in his hand to the emperor's corpse. This should allow the emperor's corpse to calm down. Otherwise, he felt that it might cause the emperor's corpse to mutate. At that time, it would be really bad. If the emperor's corpse mutated, it would definitely cause their group to die here. There was no doubt about it. "Kid, what are you doing?" Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. At this moment, the yin qi in the stone room became terrifyingly dense, and the source was none other than the emperor corpse. Not only that, the emperor corpse opened its eyes, appearing incomparably bizarre. Lin Tian being so close to the emperor corpse was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous matter. Ling Yin was also moved. He asked Lin Tian to stay away as he was worried that something might happen to Lin Tian. "Don't worry, it's fine," Lin Tian said with his back facing the man and crocodile. In fact, at this time, as he approached the withered emperor's corpse with the broken jade, the chilling and oppressive feeling disappeared. It was as if the emperor's corpse knew that he was going to return the broken jade. As such, he walked slowly and soon arrived in front of the withered emperor's corpse. The emperor's corpse was sitting cross-legged with its eyes open. Although there was no sign of life, its eyes moved along with Lin Tian's movements and fell on the broken jade in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian took a deep breath again and stared at the broken jade in the emperor's corpse's chest. He extended the broken jade in his hand and used the gap to close the broken jade in the emperor's corpse's chest. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. The place where the two met emitted a soft sound. In the blink of an eye, they merged into one. In an instant, an even more dazzling light was emitted. It was scorching but gentle. In the blink of an eye, it dispersed all the yin qi in the space. "This is?" Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin were shocked. The oppressive and cold feeling from before disappeared in an instant. At this time, they felt a trace of warmth. In front of the emperor's corpse, Lin Tian trembled. At this moment, as the two pieces of broken jade merged, his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Suddenly, a series of blurry images appeared in his sea of consciousness, causing his eyes to become a little hazy for a moment. He saw a little boy with a piece of green jade hanging on his chest. As he grew into a stalwart man and stepped into the emperor realm, the green jade never left his body. When his lifespan was about to dry up, he walked into the palace located in the Taichu Immortal Ridge and used it to bury himself. In the next moment, he saw a vicious octopus-like creature rush out from the Taichu Immortal Ridge. Rolling Emperor's aura intertwined, absorbing the life aura of all living beings in all directions. Its ferocious aura was intimidating and terrifying. Then, he saw a man with a withered lifespan walk out of the palace and fight with the octopus-like creature. He pushed it into the ground and cut off its soul through its body. At that time, the green jade was also broken. In the end, he saw the man coughing up blood. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the broken green jade. In the end, he dragged his extremely weak emperor's body back to the stone chamber. His lifespan was extinguished like a dying flame. Then, the faint light in his eyes trembled, and they became clear again. He's been wearing it since he was young. Is this green jade a gift from his parents? He said to himself. When his lifespan was about to dry up, he fought to stop a vicious demon from harming living beings. He cut off the vicious demon's soul, and the green jade was also broken at that time. In the end, because his life aura was about to die, he couldn't find the broken jade because of the various intersecting earth veins in the Taichu Immortal Ridge. When he returned to the stone chamber in the palace, his flame of life was extinguished on the spot. As he muttered to himself, he finally understood why that octopus-like creature would go crazy when it stared at the broken jade in his hand. It turned out that it was also an emperor realm existence back then. Its soul was cut off by the tomb owner here. Its body was still there, but its spirit was dead. Then, after so many years, under the various evil aura and demonic veins under the Taichu Immortal Ridge, its undecayed body turned into another kind of evil spirit. Although it didn't have consciousness, deep in its body, it still retained the hatred for the tomb owner who killed it back then. Therefore, it sensed the Emperor's aura on the broken jade in his hand and chased after him relentlessly. So that's how it is, he muttered to himself. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sliver of respect for the owner of this tomb. In a situation where his lifespan was about to dry up, he still stepped forward bravely when he saw a ferocious creature harming life, and killed the Emperor-level ferocious demon. However, his already short lifespan had been drained in the blink of an eye, and he had even lost his precious green jade. His breadth of mind was truly vast. Buzz, suddenly, the two pieces of green jade that had merged into one shone even brighter. A powerful Emperor's aura surged out and directly wrapped around Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body trembled. The Emperor's aura entered his body, causing his internal organs, meridians, and bones to vibrate. This is? He was slightly shocked. At this time, as the Emperor's aura entered his body, his cultivation suddenly began to rise. The Great Path laws also quickly became stronger, causing the Sun Heart Sutra to involuntarily circulate, emitting an extremely blazing golden divine light. In the blink of an eye, the stone chamber was illuminated with golden light, as if a divine sun had risen here. This? Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit rapidly strengthened. The tomb owner's Emperor Qi flowed into his body from the green jade, turning into an extremely pure Tao energy that merged with his flesh, blood, and bones. This caused his cultivation to soar rapidly. This was a gift. Buzz, outside his body, the golden divine light became denser, and the great Tao laws became more powerful, illuminating the surroundings. This surprised him, but he quickly calmed down. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and used his mind to activate the Sun Heart Sutra. He quickly refined the Emperor Qi that flowed into his body and used it to refine his flesh, blood, and bones. As he used his mind to refine the Emperor Qi that flowed into his body, his aura soared even faster. In the blink of an eye, he went from the early stage of Nirvana realm to the middle stage of Nirvana realm. Picking up this piece of broken jade is really worth it. Whooshing Crocodile and Lingyan stared at him. Previously, because of the octopus-like monster, they had asked Lin Tian to throw away the broken jade. However, they did not expect the broken jade to help them enter the Emperor's palace. After it merged, it returned a wisp of Emperor Qi to Lin Tian. This kind of gift was a great divine treasure. This kid, ever since he refined that immortal stone of fortune, his luck has been unbelievably good. Whooshing Crocodile bared his teeth. The golden divine light circled around Lin Tian's body, causing the aura that Lin Tian emitted to become stronger and stronger. Wisps of aura rose as if they would never stop. At this time, he had already crossed the middle stage of Nirvana realm. Buzz, as the golden divine light danced, the air in this place buzzed slightly. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, seriously activating the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the Emperor Qi that entered his body. He looked solemn. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, the aura outside his body reached a critical point. Then, it suddenly weakened, and his body began to turn into stone. He's about to enter Nirvana realm. The second metamorphosis. Lingyan was shocked. Lower your voice. Whooshing Crocodile said in a low voice, from now on, stop talking. Within the rebirth realm, it was an extremely dangerous process for a cultivator to undergo rebirth, and it couldn't be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that it would cause the rebirth to fail, and once the rebirth failed, it would basically result in the destruction of one's body and soul. At this time, Lin Tian began the second Nirvana metamorphosis. Since this stone chamber was sealed, the echo was relatively loud and could possibly create interference. In order to ensure the absolute safety of Lin Tian's Nirvana metamorphosis, it was undoubtedly best to maintain silence. Lin Tian sat cross-legged beside the Emperor corpse and cultivated. Naturally, he could sense that his body was slowly petrifying. He knew that he was undergoing a new Nirvana metamorphosis. He immediately calmed himself down, and his Tao heart became incomparably calm and peaceful. Gradually, his aura became weaker and weaker. More and more parts of his body began to turn to stone. From his legs to his abdomen, from his abdomen to his chest, from his chest to his head. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had turned into dark gray stone. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun knew that this was the critical stage of nirvana metamorphosis. They didn't say a word and silently guarded by the side. For a moment, the stone chamber suddenly became incomparably quiet. Lin Tian's body turned into stone and sat cross-legged on the ground like a lifelike stone statue. His aura was like a dying candle. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Crack. On this day, a crisp sound was heard. Cracks appeared on Lin Tian's stone body and spread out like a spider web. Then, a continuous cracking sound was heard. His stone body began to collapse along with the cracks. Pieces of stone fell off, revealing a new body. It's done. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Nirvana Stage 3. Damn it, this cultivation speed is really fast. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. In front of him, Lin Tian's stone body had completely fallen off. The second nirvana metamorphosis was completed. He slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes and disappeared, temporarily illuminating the entire stone chamber. The old body had been shed and a new body had been born. At this time, his cultivation had truly entered Nirvana Stage 3. He could clearly feel that his flesh, blood, meridians, bones, sea of consciousness, and soul had been greatly strengthened. His strength had increased by a large margin again. This is Nirvana. Truly, every time you undergo Nirvana, your strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. He muttered to himself. After a pause, he smiled at Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun and stood up. However, it was also at this moment that his sea of consciousness suddenly shuddered. Vast images appeared in his sea of consciousness. His body seemed to be pulled into them. It was as if he had been placed in a boundless darkness with countless stars revolving around him. He saw a pair of eyes that were countless times larger than the stars at the top of the starry sky. They were intertwined with coldness, as if the light of time was flowing in them. They were looking down at a hazy figure in the starry sky. The hazy figure was slender, but his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He was standing in the starry sky, but it seemed as if he was stepping on the starry sky. With a roar, he shattered countless stars. He threw a punch at the huge eyes at the top of the starry sky. He saw the starry sky begin to be destroyed. He saw the Tao begin to wither. Then, blood exploded. The eyes at the top of the starry sky were still cold as they looked down on everything. The hazy figure fell. Blood stained the starry sky and fell to the eternal unknown. Cough. Lin Tian's body shook. He coughed out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body became extremely cold in an instant. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were shocked. They flashed over together. Kid, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, cough. Lin Tian shook his head and coughed out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, an intense pain came from his head. He could not help but squat down. Blood kept flowing out. You call this fine? Wuxing Crocodile glared. Did something go wrong with his cultivation? It doesn't seem like it. Even if something went wrong, it should be during the nirvana process. It can't be now. Ling Yan was also worried. Lin Tian waved his hand. He was panting slightly. He felt a sharp pain in his head. At the same time, his chest was extremely oppressed. What's going on? What is that? He gritted his teeth. This was the second time this image had appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was completely out of the blue, and every time it appeared, it would hurt his mind. Although it was not a serious injury, it made him feel extremely depressed from the bottom of his heart. He squatted on the ground and panted. He used the Sun Heart Sutra to calm himself down. After a while, he stood up again. Buzz. His sea of consciousness trembled. Suddenly, more images appeared in his mind. Just like before, his body seemed to be pulled into this image. It was as if he was there. He saw a boundless grassland. He saw a 1-meter-tall child who was driving a few goats. He was wearing patched clothes. The 1-meter-tall child, who was about 4 years old, held a small straw whip in his hand. He laughed happily as he drove the goats. However, he could not see the child's face clearly. In the blink of an eye, the image disappeared without a trace. His chest shook slightly, and an intense pain came from his head. This kind of pain was too intense and unbearable. Although it did not cause him any harm, it was extremely painful. It was as if millions of golden needles were fiercely piercing his head, causing his sea of consciousness to sway slightly. This pain was so intense that he could not help but reach out and cover half of his head to ease the pain. "Kid, what's going on with you? Don't scare me." Whooshing Crocodile glared. Having known Lin Tian for so long, it had never seen Lin Tian in such pain when he was smashed into pieces under the heavenly tribulation. However, now that he was like this, it could not help but worry. Beside him, Ling Yan also looked at Lin Tian. The worry in his eyes was very obvious. Lin Tian panted. "I'm fine." He sat down again and used the Sun Heart Sutra again, causing the golden divine light to spread all over his body in the blink of an eye. The strong divine power flowed through every corner of his body, sorting out his already chaotic mind. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 days passed. After 3 days, he calmed down, opened his eyes again, and stood up. "Are you really okay?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. It and Ling Yan had been silently waiting for 3 days. They were really worried. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lin Tian Dao. After 3 days of adjustment, although he had not forgotten the 2 images that had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea, he had already calmed down. The intense pain in his head had already disappeared without a trace. "Are you sure you're okay?" Ling Yan frowned. Lin Tian chuckled. "Don't worry." Ling Yan looked up and down. Whooshing Crocodile was also looking at Lin Tian. "It feels weird." Ling Yan murmured, but soon he didn't care. Because at this moment, Lin Tian's breath was very stable. It really didn't seem like something was wrong. As he spoke, he glanced at the stone chamber and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I thought I could find many treasures in this tomb master room. Unexpectedly, there is nothing." As early as Lin Tian's nirvana, he and Whooshing Crocodile carefully looked at the entire stone chamber and found that there was nothing in it except for the withered emperor corpse. Not to mention rare treasures, there was not even a coffin. "Well, I'm a little disappointed." Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but say. In an emperor's tomb, there was nothing. It was really disappointing. Lin Tian didn't care. Moreover, because he knew some things about the tomb master through the broken jade, he had a certain level of respect for the tomb master. He smiled and said, "Don't mind it. Just treat it as us paying respects to a wise elder." As he spoke, he continued, "Moreover, isn't there a holy vein below?" Hearing him say this, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes lit up and they both nodded. "I'm waiting for you. Hurry up and dig out the holy vein below." Ling Yan's eyes lit up. With a flawless holy vein, he and Whooshing Crocodile could enter the Nirvana realm in a short time. Lin Tianwei nodded slightly, naturally understanding Ling Yan's urgency at this moment. "Step back a little first," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the center of the stone chamber, glanced at the emperor corpse not far away, and slightly bowed. Immediately, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out, sinking into the ground one by one. With a crack, a hole with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared under his feet. Then, more dragon patterns emerged from the soles of his feet, sinking into the ground at an extremely fast speed. He stood quietly in place, probing with the dragon patterns, not moving at all. His expression was calm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Roar! A loud dragon roar came from the ground, as if a real dragon had awakened. Then, a vast and extremely pure spiritual energy soared into the sky, filling the entire stone chamber in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the 2 people and the crocodile couldn't help but tremble. They only felt that the pores all over their body were relaxed, and their whole body was comfortable. Looking down the hole that Lin Tian had created with his dragon mark, the ground was filled with radiance and spirit light. It was like a strange world of spirit light. Vaguely, one could see a huge divine dragon coiling around, as if it was about to rush up into the sky. Divine. Divine vein. Flawless divine vein. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile was also very excited, its eyes flashing with demonic light. After all, this is a divine vein. Such a spiritual energy amalgamation, even in this vast ninth heaven, there are at most 23 of them. Even some half-step emperors would find it difficult to find one. It can be said to be a divine treasure among divine treasures. Yeah. A cheerful voice sounded from Lin Tian's body. Next to his life source, the little guy in the divine egg felt the majestic spiritual energy of the divine vein and immediately woke up, letting out a cheerful voice. Lin Tianyi smiled, and with a thought, the divine egg floated out of his body, surrounded by strands of gentle light. Yeah. The little guy issued a joyful sound from the divine egg. Although it hadn't broken out of the shell yet, it had already developed its own consciousness. It circled around Lin Tian, and emitted a gentle light. It seemed to be very happy. This is that little guy? That divine egg? Ling Yan's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen this little fellow. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Then, he looked at the godly egg floating next to him and pointed at the godly pulse. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you've absorbed the godly pulse here. You should be able to come out now. Sorry for making you wait for so long." The divine egg trembled slightly and emitted strands of gentle light. The little fellow inside let out a squeak again. The gentle light coiled around Lin Tian's body as if it was comforting Lin Tian. Its voice was intertwined with a sense of happiness. Lin Tianyi smiled and pointed down. "Go quickly." The little guy emitted a cheerful sound from inside the divine egg again. Strands of glimmering light rippled out from the egg. Then, it dived down and jumped into the divine vein underneath the tomb. Suddenly, the flawless godly pulse trembled. Rolling spiritual light gushed out of the divine egg like a tsunami, causing the patterns on the surface of the divine egg to become brighter and brighter. The light was very dazzling. "You guys go quickly, too. I won't go down. I'll guard you here." Lin Tian tilted his head and said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. He had just entered the third heaven of Nirvana realm. Consolidating the Taoist foundation was the most important thing. Now, there was no need to absorb more spiritual energy. The five elements Crocodile and Ling Yun obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking. They immediately nodded and jumped down one after another with excited expressions. They entered the divine vein below. Then, the man and the crocodile both operated their own ancient scriptures and drew the spiritual energy of the godly pulse into their bodies to cultivate. For a moment, two different lights intertwined. The aura of the man and the crocodile rose rapidly, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy around each of them. With a buzzing sound, the vortex wrapped around each of them. On the other side, the buzzing sound was even louder. The little guy was in the divine egg, absorbing the spiritual light of the godly pulse. It also intertwined a spiritual energy vortex, but it was more than 10 times bigger than the vortex around Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Buzz. On the surface of the egg, strands of complicated divine runes intertwined, becoming brighter and brighter. Lin Tian stood in the tomb and looked down. He couldn't help but chuckle. This time, the little guy would definitely be born. He stared down. The little guy in the divine egg was quickly absorbing the spiritual energy of the godly pulse. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were operating their own ancient scriptures. Their auras were constantly rising. Everything seemed very stable. There was nothing to worry about. For a moment, his eyes were a little hazy. Although the scene in the godly pulse was reflected in his pupils, he couldn't help but think of other things. "What the hell is that?" he muttered to himself. A few days ago, the scene suddenly appeared again. The pair of huge eyes and the hazy figure made it difficult for him to let go. He didn't understand why such a scene would appear in his sea of consciousness, and it wasn't the first time. Every time, it made his mind tremble. It made him feel more depressed than going through the heavenly tribulation. There was also the child driving the goat. He didn't know why, but although he couldn't see the child's appearance clearly, he vaguely felt that he was very familiar. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his head. His chest felt like it was being pressed down by a large stone. This made him feel irritated. He shook his head fiercely to calm himself down. Why? He clenched his fists. He didn't know what his great path order was, and he never cared about it. However, the scene in his sea of consciousness made him feel a little annoyed. He frowned and pondered, but he really couldn't understand anything. Instead, it made him feel even more depressed and irritated. Buzz. The light intertwined, dazzling and resplendent. It came from the godly pulse below. The divine patterns on the surface of the little guy's egg became even brighter and emitted a strange buzzing sound. At this time, it interrupted his thoughts. He stared at this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but become clear. Then, he took a deep breath and shook his head again. Forget it. He whispered, too lazy to think about it. In fact, if he continued to think like this, he wouldn't be able to think of anything. Instead, it would only make him feel uneasy. It wasn't a good thing. He stared down. In the godly pulse, spirit chi surged and quickly flowed into the godly egg. It flowed into the Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yun's bodies, causing the aura they emitted to increase at an extremely fast speed. It was as if it would never stop. He stood above and silently protected them. Just like this, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. On this day, a shocking demonic energy swept out, as if it had set off a monstrous wave. It was very shocking. Nirvana realm. Lord Crocodile has stepped in again. Wuxing crocodile laughed wildly. It flew out from the godly pulse. Its body was intertwined with extremely dense demonic light. Its aura was extremely powerful. The 5 elements Tao light lingered around it, and there was a pure and soft Tao power intertwined. The great Tao of water? Lin Tian's eyes were slightly cold. Wuxing crocodile had previously mastered the 5 elements Tao. Now that it had stepped into the Nirvana realm, it seemed to have an additional great Tao of water. Wuxing crocodile laughed. I've already said that after stepping into the Nirvana realm, you will master more great Tao. The 5 elements Tao is Lord Crocodile's foundation. The great Tao of water is Lord Crocodile's second great Tao. It's the same for other cultivators. When they step into the Nirvana realm, they can master a new great Tao. In the future, they will master more great Tao. As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and said, of course, you are an exception. You have reached the 3rd heaven of Nirvana realm, but you haven't mastered any other great Tao. At this time, it was very excited. After all, it had stepped into the Nirvana realm. Moreover, it was the 2nd time. Its strength had made a qualitative leap. It was much stronger than the average early Nirvana realm cultivator. It was definitely comparable to the king body of the same level. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't say anything. He looked down at the godly pulse. Wuxing crocodile chuckled. Because it was the 2nd time that it had stepped into the Nirvana realm, it only took a little time to consolidate its cultivation base and adapt to the new realm. Then, it stood up with Lin Tianyi and looked into the godly pulse under the tomb. Buzz. Buzz. In the godly pulse, Ling Yun and the little guy's godly egg were intertwined with bright light. Their auras were rising. Of course, the godly pattern on the surface of the godly egg was naturally much brighter than the light outside Ling Yun's body. The two couldn't be compared. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. On this day, a strong hurricane was produced outside of Ling Yun's body. His aura was like an erupting volcano. In the blink of an eye, it reached an extremely high point. Waves of light were produced, and there were waves of powerful great Tao principles intertwining with each other. Little Pervert has also stepped into the Nirvana realm. Cutting great Tao and connecting great Tao are both good great Tao. Wuxing crocodile squinted its eyes. Lin Tian looked down and smiled faintly. Ling Yun had stepped into the Nirvana realm. With a whoosh, he rushed out from the godly pulse and stepped beside Lin Tian and Wuxing crocodile. Nirvana realm. Hee hee. He had a series of excited expressions. Although it was only a small step from the half-step Nirvana realm to the Nirvana realm, the gap between the two was huge. You have just stepped into the Nirvana realm. Consolidate it first. Lin Tian said to him. Understood. Ling Yun replied and closed his eyes. He did not sit down cross-legged. Instead, he circulated the ancient scripture to adjust his cultivation. It was not until 3 days later that he opened his eyes. The Nirvana realm aura outside of his body had stabilized, like a still spring. Lin Tian saw that he had woken up and nodded at him. Then, he looked down at the godly pulse again. There, the divine runes outside the little guy's godly egg became brighter. The spiritual chi of the 10 directions godly pulse swept over. It hasn't been born yet. Ling Yan stared down. It still needs some time. Lin Tian Ondao. He stared down quietly, silently guarding by the side. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, the flawless godly pulse was almost depleted. The divine runes outside the little guy's godly egg were extremely bright. They began to fall off slowly, turning into rays of bright light and entering the godly egg. Boom! Immediately, an extremely shocking aura intertwined, causing the entire bronze palace to begin to shake. In the sky above the Taichu Immortal Ridge, all sorts of strange phenomena appeared one after another. The entire sky was instantly filled with divine light, causing all living beings in all directions to tremble in fear. There was a sacred aura intertwined at the top of the sky. This is? What happened? Why did it suddenly? What's going on with these strange phenomena? There were many cultivators both inside and outside the Taichu Immortal Ridge. At this moment, they all looked at the sky in shock. In the main chamber of the tomb in the bronze palace, Buzz, in the divine pulse below the tomb, the divine patterns on the surface of the sacred egg rapidly fell off and surged into the sacred egg at an even faster speed. For a moment, the light was extremely dazzling, enveloping the entire space. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Then, strands of connate Dao patterns appeared around the sacred egg, forming an arc that enveloped the surroundings and protected the sacred egg. Rumble. The bronze palace shook even more violently, and cracks appeared in many places. They spread out like a spider web, as if it was about to shatter in the next moment. This, Ling Yan's eyes widened, and his heart palpitated. It hadn't even truly hatched, but it had already caused such a commotion. I'm really looking forward to it. The whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian stared down, and wisps of light intertwined in his eyes as he carefully observed the changes in the little guy's sacred egg. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't much spiritual energy left in the divine pulse below the tomb's main chamber. It surged into the sacred egg even more violently, causing the divine patterns on the surface of the egg to fall off even faster. After falling off, they quickly entered the sacred egg. Immediately, an even more shocking aura intertwined and filled the stone chamber and the bronze palace. This caused the Yin soldiers and Yin spirits in the darkness within the bronze palace to tremble. Even the ghost saints, who were comparable to Nirvana-level ghost saints, trembled at this moment because of this aura. The Yin chi in the entire palace instantly decreased by dozens of times. Lin Tian stood in the tomb's main chamber and stared seriously at the divine pulse below. The light in his eyes became even more intense. Buzz, inside the divine vein, a brilliant light shone, and the space hummed. Gradually, the divine marks on the surface of the divine egg completely fell off and entered the divine egg, causing the chi emitted from the divine egg to become even more vigorous and vast. It was like a boundless starry sky. Around it, innate Tao patterns floated up and down, surrounding the divine egg as if it was serving the supreme divine emperor. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Crack! On this day, a crisp sound rang out. After the divine patterns fell off, a crack appeared on the surface of the jade-like divine egg, and an extremely astonishing 6-colored divine light revolved around it. In an instant, the entire bronze palace shook violently once again. Strange phenomena appeared one after another. Desolate lands, stars in the starry sky, true spirits, immortal beasts, and more appeared one after another. This is really, whooshing crocodile could not help but stare. Such a battle formation was truly somewhat frightening. Incredible. Ling Yan swallowed his saliva. Lin Tian stared down. Although he knew that the little guy was not ordinary, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Such a scene was indeed very shocking. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. Then, cracking sounds rang out continuously. More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the divine egg, and the 6-colored divine light it emitted became denser and denser. After a few dozen breaths, a joyful squeak rang out. The entire divine egg broke open, and a ball of six-colored light appeared. The strange phenomena in the surroundings immediately revolved around it, and even the path to the great Tao shook because of it. Lin Tian stared down with joy. After such a long time, the little guy finally broke out of the divine egg. Buzz. Below, the void buzzed. The six-colored divine light intertwined at the exhausted divine vein, and then slowly dispersed. As far as the eye could see, a beautiful little guy was hanging under the tomb's main chamber. Its entire body was snow-white, and it had a pair of bright and clean wings on its back. Its four little furry claws, big watery eyes, and its body was surrounded by wisps of six-colored divine light. So obedient. Lin Tian could not help but say these two words. Even Wuxing Crocodile stared at it. It looks good. Very cute. Ling Yin said. It had to be said that the little guy looked really cute. If some girls saw it, they would definitely go crazy. Below the tomb, the six-colored divine light around the little guy's body was absorbed. It raised its little head and looked at Lin Tianyi and the others. Its gaze quickly fell on Lin Tian, and suddenly its eyes lit up. After letting out a cheerful squeak, the wings on its back shook, and it instantly pounced in front of Lin Tian. Squeak. Lin Tian. The little guy's voice was childish, and it rubbed against Lin Tian's cheek. The little guy already had its own consciousness when it was still in the divine egg. Naturally, it knew Lin Tian's name. Lin Tian had a light smile on his face. He reached out and touched the little guy's soft fur. You're finally out. Squeak. The little guy squinted its eyes and looked obedient. Then, it turned its head to look at Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Its big eyes were watery, and it said in a childish voice, Rogue Crocodile, pervert. When the little guy was in the divine egg, it had heard Lin Tian's name for Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. At this time, it also greeted them in the same way and blinked its eyes. Wuxing Crocodile, being called a rogue crocodile by a little guy really made it feel very awkward. Haha, this little guy is so cute. Ling Yun laughed. He had never resisted being called a pervert. Lin Tian could not help but laugh. He felt that the little guy was very cute. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. Ling Yin stared at the little guy and said, since it's out, give the little guy a name. Hearing him say this, Lin Tian could not help but nod. He should indeed give the little guy a name. The little guy blinked its eyes. When it heard that he was going to give it a name, its ears pricked up and it looked straight at Lin Tian. Let's call it Little White. It's simple and direct. Wuxing Crocodile said casually. Lin Tian looked at it from the corner of his eyes. Can you be more old-fashioned? The little guy nodded as if it felt the same way. Then let's call it Big White. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian was speechless. He almost couldn't help but kick him. He didn't count on these two guys anymore. After thinking for a while, he looked at the little guy and said, oh, let's call it Tai Chu. How about it? In fact, he didn't know how to name it. The so-called Tai Chu was directly named after the first two words of the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge. However, he felt that these two words were quite extraordinary. Tai Chu. Ling Yin said, his eyes shining. It feels good. Wuxing Crocodile also nodded. Okay. Lin Tian looked at the little guy. How is it? Okay? Yeah. The little guy cried out happily. Its big eyes narrowed into two small crescent moons. It was obvious that it liked this name. Lin Tianyi smiled. Then it's decided, Little Tai Chu. The little guy blinked its eyes and agreed happily. Then, it shook its wings and laid on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian smiled and swept his gaze across the stone chamber. He glanced at the emperor corpse at the end of the stone chamber and used the dragon burial scripture to restore the chamber to its original state. Only then did he open his mouth and say, let's go. They had obtained the divine pulse here. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin had reached the Nirvana realm. The little guy had really been born. Their gains could be said to be huge. At this time, there was no need to stay here. Are we going to test the little guy's strength first? Ling Yin stared at the little Tai Chu. He was very concerned about this. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were filled with a strong demonic light. Obviously, he also wanted to know this. If we want to test it, we have to go outside. Lin Tiandao. Oh, you're right. This place is too narrow. Ling Yun nodded. Then, he looked at the emperor corpse at the end of the stone chamber and said, "Kid, why don't we move that emperor corpse away and use it reasonably? An emperor corpse was also a divine treasure. Don't move it." Lin Tiandao. Through the green jade, he knew some things about the tomb owner. In his later years, he sacrificed his remaining lifespan to kill a great evil for thousands of souls. Such an ancient person needed to be respected. How could he be disrespectful to his corpse? He looked at the emperor corpse at the end of the stone chamber again. Then, he turned and walked out of the stone chamber. Ling Yan looked at him suspiciously. However, he didn't ask much. He shrugged and slowly followed him out. Wuxing Crocodile naturally wouldn't stay. In a flash, he left the stone chamber. Lin Tian walked out of the stone chamber. He waited for Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan to come out. Then, he closed the stone chamber door from the outside and left. The space in the palace was a little dim. Walking in it, they could hear the footsteps of a group of people from both sides. Speaking of which, I feel that the yin qi and coldness in this palace are much weaker than when we came. Moreover, not a single ghost soldier came out to attack us. Ling Yan's expression was a little strange. It's a little strange. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Then, he seemed to think of something. He looked at the little taichu on Lin Tian's head and said, "Could it be because of this little guy? Compared to when we came in, there's now this little guy." When they came in, waves of ghost soldiers attacked them. However, there wasn't any now. Now, there was a little guy. In addition, before the little guy was born, even the Nirvana-level ghost sage was afraid of it. It felt that the little guy was lying on Lin Tian's head now that it was born. Perhaps the aura it emitted scared the evil in the dark. When it said that, Ling Yan couldn't help but be moved. He looked at the little guy on Lin Tian's head and felt that it was very possible. Lin Tian glanced at them and didn't say anything. He just walked forward by himself. The footsteps from both sides of the palace were still the same. Thud 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 thud. No ghost soldiers or other evil creatures came out to attack them. Then, very quickly, 15 minutes passed. They walked to the edge of the bronze palace and directly passed through the Dao patterns that enveloped the edge. They didn't encounter any obstruction at all. "We're out." Ling Yan couldn't help but say. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He walked towards the path to the bronze palace and prepared to leave the Taichu Immortal Ridge. Boom! The octopus-like fierce demon pounced toward them, its murderous aura surging, and its tyrannical power almost froze the surrounding space. Damn it, this monster has been guarding outside all this time. What kind of hatred does it have? Ling Yun stared. Lin Tian frowned. This fierce demon in front of him was not ordinary. Even though he had now advanced a small level and reached the third heaven of Nirvana, he was still far from being a match for this quasi-emperor level fierce demon. Its self-awareness is insufficient. Don't fight it head-on, use your speed to dodge it. He said. Boom. In front of them, the murderous aura around the fierce demon's body became denser and more terrifying, and its speed also increased. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of more than 1,000 feet, stirring up sand and dust in the air. Its blood-red eyes were full of murderous intent as it stared at Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, this quasi-emperor level fierce demon suddenly shuddered and came to a stop. Its gaze fell on the little Taichu on top of Lin Tian's head, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing. Its huge demon body could not help but tremble, as if it was a mouse that had seen a cat. For a moment, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun were all shocked, and each of them had a strange expression on their faces. At this time, they could clearly see what the fierce demon in front of them was afraid of, because its gaze had fallen on the little Taichu. This caused the three of them and the crocodile to involuntarily look at the little fellow. This. Ling Yun's eyes widened, and Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. A fierce demon that was comparable to a quasi-emperor level fierce demon was actually so afraid of the little fellow that it did not dare to move at all. Even Lin Tian could not help but be shocked. Although he knew that once the little fellow was born, it would definitely be extraordinary and very powerful, He did not expect it to be so exaggerated that it could frighten a quasi-emperor level fierce demon just by lying on top of his head. Yeah? The little fellow had obviously noticed the gazes of the three of them and the crocodile. Its big watery eyes blinked, and it looked somewhat puzzled and curious. It's really incredible, Whooshing Crocodile said. Amazing. Lingyun nodded and looked at Little Rascal. Speaking of which, what kind of beast is Little Rascal? This appearance. I don't think I've seen it before. Moreover, there are no records of such creatures in the ancient books. Strange, this little guy is so strong, there should be some description of him in ancient history. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the little guy. Although he was curious, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The great wide world is so vast. The things that can be recorded in the ancient books are too limited. There's no need to worry about this problem, he said. Yeah. Little Tai Chu called out and nodded his little head in a serious manner. Lin Tianyi smiled and looked at the fierce demon in front of him. At this time, the demon was trembling even more violently, almost curling up into a ball, staring at the little Tai Chu with eyes full of fear. He paused. Originally, he wanted to let the little Tai Chu kill the other party, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There was no need for that. After all, killing the other party wouldn't affect him much. Moreover, this fierce demon was no longer the emperor-level fierce beast. From before, it had been killed, and a new life was born in its flesh shell under the passage of time. Let's go. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Lingyun. At this time, the octopus-like fierce demon was trembling. He and Whooshing Crocodile walked past it, and nothing happened. On the other hand, the fierce demon felt little Tai Chu approaching and trembled even more violently. The fear in its eyes was even stronger. He didn't care about this. He walked steadily and then soared into the sky. Soon, he left the abyss and stepped over it. Let's go out, he said, and then walked towards the path to come here, ready to leave the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge. After all, he had achieved his purpose of coming here, and there was no need to stay in this place. The Tai Chu Immortal Ridge was surrounded by a faint black fog. The yin qi that gushed out from the abyss floated everywhere. The air seemed a little cold, and the soil on the ground seemed a little moist. Walking on it, there would be a sizzling sound from time to time. The speed of the group wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Soon, they had walked an extremely far distance and gradually saw the figures of other cultivators. There were quite a number of them, and most of them were experts. They were carefully walking towards the depths of the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge with a strange light in their eyes. Obviously, they were all heading towards the so-called Emperor's tomb in the depths of the Immortal Ridge. It has been 2 months since the surging yin qi surged. These people are still walking towards the depths. They are really obsessed with the Emperor's tomb. However, it's a pity that they are destined to gain nothing. Lingyun muttered. They had already been to the Bronze Palace in the depths of the Emperor's tomb. Not to mention that there were no treasures inside. Even if there were, these ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to cross the layer of Dao pattern barrier outside the palace. Everything would be in vain. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He walked quietly at the front and slowly walked along the path towards the outside of the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge. That is. Lin Tian? It's that ruthless person. They came out from the depths. Some cultivators saw Lin Tian's figure. When they saw Lin Tian walk out from the depths of the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge, they were instantly shocked. Lin Tian didn't care at all. He didn't even look at these cultivators as he walked out of the Immortal Ridge by himself. Soon, they saw even more cultivators approaching the edge of the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge. Little Tai Chu lay on top of Lin Tian's head, looking left and right along the way. Its big eyes were filled with light, and it would babble from time to time. It seemed very happy. You're really like a child. You're so curious about everything, Lingyun said. You're just a child to begin with. You've just been born. Lin Tian Ondao. With a boom, a pitch-black demonic light slashed over from afar. It was as fast as lightning and reached its peak in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Golden divine light appeared around his body, and a huge aura seeped out of his body, directly shattering the demonic light. You're indeed still alive. You didn't disappoint me. If you died silently, I would be very troubled. Pure Xianxia is not easy to find. A cold laugh sounded. Lin Tian looked up and saw a tall man standing in the distant sky. It was the young master of the fiend god sect, the heavenly fiend puppet. That devil bastard really pisses me off. Ling Yan bared his teeth. Lin Tian looked up at this person. Do you really want to die? The heavenly fiend puppet was filled with a wild aura. The demonic light around his body surged as he approached Lin Tian step by step. Your life, and the pure yang flame, I'll take it. He sneered. With a boom, the demonic light around his body became even more intense, surging like a raging wave. It was extremely terrifying. Clang! 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 Numerous demonic sword lights appeared, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. For a time, the nearby cultivators were shocked by this aura. Many people looked in this direction. The young master of the demon god sect, heavenly devil puppet, is there. That's Lin Tian? The heavenly devil puppet seems to be targeting that Lin Tian. These two are going to fight? All the cultivators were moved. Whether it is the heavenly devil puppet or Lin Tian, they are both famous figures in the ninth heaven. They are the absolute young lords of the 10 heavens. Now, these two young supreme beings were standing before their eyes, clearly about to fight. Many people were moved. Hey! The heavenly devil puppet laughed maniacally. In its eyes, there was only Lin Tian. Numerous devil swords appeared around its body and directly flew towards Lin Xianxia. In an instant, a large area of the void collapsed with cracking sounds, and the violent demonic might caused the nearby cultivators to feel fear in their hearts. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless. With a single thought, the sword of towering heaven appeared and bloomed with a blazing sword might. By the way, kid, do you mind a one-on-one fight? Let him fight a group of us alone. Whooshing crocodile narrowed its eyes and said. I like one-on-one fights. Ling Yan laughed sinisterly. Lin Tian glanced at the man and the crocodile. Up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the heavenly sword chi around him slashed towards the heavenly devil puppet from all directions. The heavenly devil puppet laughed wildly, and the demonic aura intertwined with the heavenly devil puppet's murderous aura. It was even denser than before as it faced Lin Tian head-on. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the void began to tremble. More and more places began to rupture, and even the ground began to sink. Buzz. The void buzzed, and the demonic aura bloomed. A grey fog appeared, and with strands of lightning, it pressed towards the heavenly devil puppet. The 5 elements crocodile flashed over. Its first move was a great divine ability of the demon race. At the same time, a new sword chime sounded. More than 10 divine swords appeared behind Ling Yun. They were all condensed from divine power, and they were all intertwined with different colors. The sharp sword aura was not much weaker than Lin Tian's heavenly sword chi. Suddenly, the void around the heavenly devil puppet was sealed, and 3 different kinds of killing forces pressed towards the heavenly devil puppet. The heavenly devil puppet's face sank. Boom. The 3 kinds of killing lights fell majestically, shaking the sky. Among them, Lin Tian had reached the 3rd heaven of Nirvana realm from the 2nd heaven of Nirvana realm. His battle strength had increased greatly, and the heavenly sword chi he used was naturally stronger. Whooshing crocodile had entered the Nirvana realm for the 2nd time. In addition, he was a primeval beast, and his battle strength was not much weaker than those of the same level. When he used the demon clan's magical power, his power was naturally not to be underestimated. Ling Yan's sword Dao magical power was also very extraordinary. It was not much weaker than the heavenly sword scripture. At this moment, he used more than 10 sword lights, which was extremely powerful. As such, when the 3 kinds of powerful forces merged together, it was naturally extremely terrifying. It immediately crushed all the demonic swords outside the heavenly devil puppet's body and crushed all the demonic light outside his body. Group battle? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The heavenly devil puppet shouted. His eyes were ferocious, and the demonic light outside his body became even more terrifying. Nonsense, this is obviously a one-on-one battle. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. The wings on his back shook, and another Demon Clan magical power rolled out. You alone, against the three of us. Yes, this is a one-on-one battle. Ling Yun chuckled and used more killing swords to slash forward. Now that he had reached the Nirvana realm, coupled with the magical sword Dao magical power, his combat strength was naturally not bad. Lin Tian raised his hand, and dozens of divine elephants appeared. Each of them suppressed a direction and fell on the heavenly devil puppet. The three kinds of powerful forces were stronger, and directly crushed all directions. Bang! Lin Tian waved his fist, and it landed on the heavenly devil puppet's face. It directly smashed half of his face, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin, poof! Ling Yan's sword light arrived. Seizing the opportunity, one of the swords directly pierced through the heavenly devil puppet's chest. Come, have a taste of Master Crocodile's great five elements technique. Whooshing Crocodile was the most ruthless. He directly used the great five elements magical power and almost tore the heavenly devil puppet apart. Ah! The heavenly devil puppet roared. The demonic light surged, and his face became even more ferocious. Scream, scream even louder. However, even if you scream until your throat is broken, I don't think you can change the situation. Ling Yin chuckled, and dozens of divine swords pressed down again. The heavenly devil puppet's eyes were full of murderous intent. He stared at Ling Yun. Ant. Swoosh, Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang, and dozens of divine elephants opened a path. Another punch fell, landing heavily on the heavenly devil puppet's chest. With a poof, half of the heavenly devil puppet's body exploded. He was in a sorry state. Awesome. Continue to kill him. Whooshing Crocodile laughed, and the murderous demon light unceremoniously greeted him. For a moment, the space was in chaos, and large cracks continued to spread. In the distance, many cultivators looked over, and they were all dumbfounded. They are actually ganging up on the heavenly devil puppet. They are all Nirvana realm masters. The heavenly devil puppet of the demon god sect is vomiting blood continuously. They originally thought that it would be a one-on-one battle between the heavenly devil puppet and Lin Tian, but they did not expect the scene to be like this. Within the Taichu Immortal Ridge, the heavenly devil puppet could be said to be in an extremely sorry state. It was besieged by the joint forces of Lin Tian, the five-element alligator, and Ling Yun, and it was heavily injured time and time again. Its body shattered time and time again, causing all the nearby cultivators to stare with wide eyes. Many people's hearts palpitated. The young master of the heavenly devil sect, one of the future giants of the 10 Directions heavenly territory, was now being beaten by 2 people and a crocodile. Damn it! The heavenly devil puppet roared wildly, its demonic power surging as it roared again and again. There was no doubt that it was very powerful, but facing Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun at the same time, it seemed a little inadequate. It was completely suppressed by the 2 people and the crocodile. Boom, as it roared, its expression became even more ferocious, and it was filled with a vicious aura, as if a great demon had really appeared in the world. Lin Tianlong snorted and took a step forward. He raised the Chaos Emperor fist and directly pressed it down. Boom. For a moment, the sky trembled violently, and the void collapsed. Its power was terrifying. With a swoosh, the demonic light outside the heavenly devil puppet's body was all shattered, and it was sent flying by Lin Tian's punch. Try Lord Crocodile's 1000 water kill. Whooshing Crocodile spoke and activated the great Tao of water, forming a large water-killing light curtain that pressed down on the heavenly devil puppet from all directions. Try Lord Ling's cutting sword slash. Ling Yin spoke and activated the sword Tao divine art with his cutting Tao, slashing out a dozen killing divine swords of different colors. The crocodile and the man laughed sinisterly. With Lin Tian as the main attacker, they kept hitting the black brick from left and right. All kinds of killing moves were mercilessly greeted the heavenly devil puppet, causing the entire area around the heavenly devil puppet to become a land of destruction. Buzz. Lin Tian waved the Chaos Emperor fist, supporting dozens of divine images that enveloped the surroundings, and the space in all directions rumbled. The 3 forces combined, and with a poof, it immediately caused the heavenly devil puppet to suffer, and half of its body directly exploded. Take his life while he's down. Boy Lin, little pervert, go. Whooshing crocodile shouted. With a boom, it flapped the wings on its back and used the great five elements art again. It slashed apart a surging wave, bringing along a destructive storm that directly covered the heavenly devil puppet in the center of the storm. Ling Yan laughed sinisterly. He's here. Of course. Then, 49 deadly swords appeared behind him. Every single one of them was extremely dominating and violent. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything unnecessary. He directly summoned the seal of the four symbols and pressed forward. Scram! The heavenly demon puppet roared, and his body instantly reassembled. Then, with a clang, a black cauldron rushed out of his body. It was engraved with dense runes, and as soon as it appeared, it exuded an incomparably powerful saintly aura. This is a saint weapon. Furthermore, it's a mid-grade saint weapon. A cultivator exclaimed. Many Nirvana realm experts of the older generation did not possess a mid-grade sacred artifact. When these cultivators saw it, they were naturally shocked. As the future master of the Heavenly Devil Divine Sect, the Heavenly Devil puppet is indeed protected by such a precious weapon. Many people were shocked. Boom, the Heavenly Devil puppet summoned the black cauldron. Saintly aura surged, and demonic light surged, tearing apart the killing light released by Lin Tian and the others. The pure yang flame is mine. All of you must die. He stared at Lin Tian and the others, full of wild and domineering aura. Then, with a boom, the black cauldron he summoned became even more terrifying. The surging saintly aura directly pressed down. You think you're the only one with a saint weapon? Whooshing crocodile sneered and directly raised a long sword. It was also a saint weapon obtained in the 8th heaven. He summoned this long sword and used the great Tao of water, slashing out a sky full of water blades. Humph. Ling Yan sneered and summoned a short dagger. It was also a flawless saint weapon obtained in the 8th heaven. For a moment, dense killing aura intertwined from the short dagger and pressed down on the black cauldron of the heavenly devil puppet. This saint weapon, they have one too? Although it's a low-grade saint weapon, the combination of the two is not much worse than a mid-grade saint weapon. Many cultivators' expressions changed. Then, in the next moment, an even more terrifying saintly aura spread. Lin Tian took out the saint-murdering bow and directly pulled the bowstring. Spiritual chi rolled in from all directions, and black lightning appeared one after another. Even the phantom of a demonic dragon appeared, roaring at the sky and erupting with terrifying killing aura. After he released the bowstring, it directly rushed toward the heavenly devil puppet. Crack! 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 The space in all directions continued to collapse, and the void turbulence overflowed. This is a pinnacle high-grade saint weapon? That Lin Tian actually has such a precious weapon? This? Who the hell is he? What's his origin? In the distance, all the cultivators were shocked. As one of the top forces in the 10th heaven, the Heavenly Devil Divine Sect looked down on the entire 10th heaven and dominated a region. The supreme of the younger generation, the future ruler, only had a mid-grade saint weapon. However, Lin Tian actually had a top-grade high-grade saint weapon. This, many people were stunned. Boom, Lin Tian used the saint-murdering bow, and the saint-murdering arrow arrived in the blink of an eye. Together with the power of the whooshing crocodile and Ling Yan's saint weapon, it closed in on the heavenly devil puppet in the blink of an eye. With a crack, it pierced through the heavenly devil puppet's black crow golden cauldron and sent the puppet flying. Again. His voice was indifferent. Then, without any hesitation, he directly pulled the bowstring of the saint-murdering bow. It was still in the shape of a full moon. In the blink of an eye, the saint-murdering arrow was formed, and the mighty black lightning and the phantom of the demonic dragon rushed toward the heavenly devil puppet. Before the heavenly devil puppet could stabilize its body, it met the arrow head-on. Its expression changed immediately. Puff, the saint-murdering arrow was as fast as lightning, and it directly pierced through the heavenly devil puppet, tearing its body into pieces and staining the sky with blood. Hey! Kill! Whooshing crocodile laughed sinisterly. It did not hold back at all. With a clang, It activated the saint-level long saber with all its strength, slashing down sharp saber lights that filled the sky. On the other side, Ling Yan was also full of energy, activating the short dagger with all his strength. At the same time, he activated the cutting Great Dao and the piercing Great Dao. Suddenly, the two destructive forces pressed down, bombarding the heavenly devil puppet before its body of flesh and blood could be formed. Puff, the bloody mist dispersed, and the heavenly devil puppet's body was directly shattered into a bloody mist. Ah! The heavenly devil puppet let out a crazy roar, and its demonic power surged. Lin Tian was expressionless. Using the high-grade saint murdering bow in his hand as a sword, he slashed out a sword light that fell toward the heavenly devil puppet. Then, he once again pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon, and sacrificed his own nameless Great Dao nomological principle to gather the most powerful Great Dao killing arrow, directly locking onto the heavenly devil puppet's divine soul. He released the bowstring, and suddenly, with a whoosh, the sharp Great Dao killing arrow turned into an inextinguishable light and rushed forward. The entire space collapsed, the vast surface of the earth kept collapsing. It could be said to be a fatal arrow. This arrow, it can't be avoided. The heavenly devil puppet can't escape. The young master of the demon god sect, the future master, is going to die here? All the cultivators were horrified. Boom, the Great Dao killing arrow was extremely fierce, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the heavenly devil puppet. However, at this moment, an incomparably fierce aura emerged from the distance. It was a middle-aged man. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the heavenly devil puppet. His demonic power was earth-shattering, and he slapped towards the Great Dao killing arrow cast by Lin Tian. Whoosh, with a crisp sound, the Great Dao killing arrow was directly shattered. This is? Yiluoshao, the third elder of the heavenly devil divine sect, quasi-emperor. This person actually came? In the distance, many cultivators who were watching the battle recognized the person. Obviously, the other party was very famous in the ninth heaven. Lin Tian frowned. He naturally felt the strength of the person who came. The emperor's aura on the other party was very strong, more than twice as strong as the octopus monster. Immediately, he ordered Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun to retreat, but his expression didn't change. Gulp. Behind Yiluoshao, the third elder of the demon god sect, Tianma quickly reconstructed his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was reconstructed. Young master, are you okay? Yiluoshao asked. Not long ago, the two gray-robed elders who had accompanied the heavenly devil puppet had died. The heavenly devil divine sect had sensed this, and because he was worried about the heavenly devil puppet's safety, he had come here. Now, the heavenly devil puppet was in danger. Very bad. The heavenly devil puppet's eyes were cold, and the wildness on its body was even stronger. Yiluoshao raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the faint emperor's aura surged, powerful and oppressive. He took a step forward, and the invisible emperor's aura intertwined, evolving into a terrifying wind screen as he walked towards Lin Tian. Obviously, he was going to attack Lin Tian. Stop. He is my prey. The heavenly devil puppet's eyes were fierce, and it was still wild and domineering. It stared straight at Lin Tian. Dao, you take care of the man and crocodile with him, those two lowly ants. As for him, I will take care of him personally. Yiluoshao nodded and stared at Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. He stepped forward, and the faint emperor's aura intertwined like a hurricane. At the same time, the heavenly devil puppet stared at Lin Tian, and the demonic light on its body intertwined. This, a boundary emperor. How do we block it? That Lin Tian and his companions are in trouble. In the distance, a group of cultivators were shocked. A boundary emperor was much more terrifying than a half-step emperor. It was someone who was only a small step away from entering the Chaos Emperor realm. Lin Tian looked at the heavenly devil puppet and then at Yiluoshao. Seeing the other party pressing towards Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun, although he could feel the terrifying emperor's aura from the other party, he wasn't afraid at all. His expression remained calm. Heh. Wuxing Crocodile sneered, and he was very calm. Beside him, Ling Yun was also very calm. Boom. 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 At this moment, suddenly, extremely far away, from 3 different directions, tyrannical divine power emerged. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw 3 figures appear from the east, west, and north. Emperor's aura intertwined in each direction, and their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared here. 3 people rushed over from 3 different directions. A total of 9 people appeared at the same time, and their gazes all fell on Lin Tian. In the east, the leader was a man in black. He was tall and slender, and his eyes were indifferent. A strong yin and yang aura intertwined around his body. In the west, the leader was also a man. His face was sharp, and his eyes were very sharp. In the north, the leader was a man in gray. He looked very young, but his eyes were very deep. His soul power was extremely strong, and there was a force of array around him. It was obvious that he cultivated array techniques and was very powerful. In these 3 positions, 2 elders stood behind each of the 3 men, and they were all exuding a faint emperor's aura. They were all boundary emperors. This is, the saint of the Yin-Yang sect, the sword son of the immortal Sword Island, and the divine son of the primordial shrine. These 3. Aren't they the future leaders of their respective sects? They're as strong as the heavenly demon puppet. They're all young paragons. Behind them are all boundary emperors. 6 boundary emperors. What's happening all of a sudden? Why are they all here? They seem to be looking at that Lin Tian. They're here for that Lin Tian? In this place, all the cultivators were shocked. Luo Xiao of the heavenly demon sect looked at the 3 people and narrowed his eyes. The pitch-black demonic light around the heavenly demon puppet also swept its gaze in 3 directions. Its eyes fell on the Yin-Yang saint, the immortal sword son, and the primordial divine son with clear battle intent. In the 3 directions, the Yin-Yang saint and the other 2 paragons also noticed the heavenly demon puppet. They obviously knew about the heavenly demon puppet, and their gazes turned cold. Some were indifferent, some were sharp, and some were deep. At the same time, Lin Tian was also looking at the 3 people. From the discussions of the cultivators here, he already knew the identities of the 3 people. He glanced at the Yin-Yang saint and the immortal sword son, and then his gaze fell on the primordial divine son. This side belonged to the primordial shrine. He had a grudge with this faction. Kid, they're all hostile. They're all here for you. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. I can tell. Lin Tian was very calm. He stood where he was and stared at the desolation shrine Xianxia and the 2 boundary emperors behind him with a cold smile. The desolate divine child clearly noticed Lin Tian's gaze, and so did the 2 quasi-emperors behind him. They both let out a cold snort, and an extremely dense divine power surrounded them. Eternal killing array, hand it over. The primordial divine child stared at Lin Tian. The soul power fluctuations around his body were extremely shocking, like raging waves. Eternal killing array? What's that? Is it the great formation he used to kill the 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty? Many cultivators were puzzled by this place. Most of these cultivators were ordinary individual cultivators, or they came from other ordinary cultivation sects. Naturally, they did not know about the eternal killing formation, because there was no record of it in the ancient books. The Shrine of the Ancients wants to snatch Lin Tian's. Someone whispered. His voice was very soft, and he did not finish his sentence. He was afraid that the people from the Shrine of the Ancients would hear him and cause trouble. At the same time, the heavenly demon puppet, Luo Xiao, the Yin-Yang saint's son, and the immortal sword's son were all moved. Obviously, as the core figures of the 9 top forces, they had heard of the eternal killing array and knew a little about it. Lin Tian glanced at the desolate divine child and smiled indifferently. Then he looked at the Yin-Yang saint's son and the immortal sword's son. The desolate divine child's eyes narrowed. After he spoke, Lin Tian only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond. Instead, he looked directly at the Yin-Yang saint's son and the immortal sword's son. This attitude made him very unhappy. Lin Tian saw the change in the desolate divine child's expression, but he did not care at all. His expression remained calm. He looked at the Yin-Yang saint's son and the immortal sword's son and said, "What about you?" Why are you looking for me? He could feel that these people did not come with good intentions, but he did not care at all. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun both looked at Lin Tian. One had an indifferent expression, while the other had sharp eyes. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun said, "Give the Sun Heart Sutra to my sect. In exchange, my sect will give you other treasures. Give the Sky Sword Scripture to my island. The Immortal Sword Island will also give you some treasures in exchange." The Immortal Sword Sun said. Back then, Lin Tian used the Eternal Killing Array to kill the 9 half-step emperors of the Wanmi Divine Dynasty. In the process, he also used the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sky Sword Scripture, which were recognized by the experts of the Yin-Yang Saint Sect and the Immortal Sword Island. One of the two sects cultivated Yin and Yang, while the other cultivated Sword Dao. The Sun Heart Sutra was the pure Yang Dao, while the Sky Sword Scripture was the Sword Dao of killing. They were both created by the 9 celestial venerables. Naturally, the two sects were interested in them, just like the Desolate Shrine's desire for the Eternal Killing Array. Therefore, the two sects sent experts to get the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sky Sword Scripture. When all the cultivators here heard this, their gazes descended onto Lin Tian in unison, and all of them turned pale with fright. Sun Heart Sutra? Sky Sword Scripture? He has these two celestial venerables' ancient scriptures at the same time. Isn't this the supreme ancient technique created by the solar celestial venerables and the sword venerables? The cultivators were all shocked. As ordinary cultivators, they didn't know about the Eternal Killing Array because there were almost no records of it in the ancient books. However, the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sky Sword Scripture had a lot of descriptions. Hearing the Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun's words, they were all shocked. Even the Sky Demon Split's eyes turned cold. He stared at Lin Tiandao fiercely. "You really know a lot." Lin Tiantan glanced at him coldly, then looked at the Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun. "What if I don't want to exchange?" he asked. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun were very calm. Their expressions didn't change much. "I advise you to choose an exchange. This is beneficial to both of us. You can obtain some additional treasures, and my Yin-Yang sect won't have to waste time to make a move on you. It's a win-win situation. You should know that with your strength, you won't be able to fight back against the 2 boundary emperors behind me." The Yin-Yang Saint Sun said. "Same here." The Immortal Sword Sun said. The 2 young paragons looked at Lin Tian calmly as if everything was under their control. "Boundary emperors? I'm really scared." Lin Tian looked at the 2 of them indifferently. This expression made the Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun's faces turn dark. They were very dissatisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. "Hand over the Eternal Killing Array, and we can leave you a complete corpse." The Divine Son of the Desolate Shrine's faction spoke. Behind him, the 2 boundary emperors looked at him with cold eyes. Their faction already had a deep grudge with Lin Tian. It was impossible to resolve. "Hand over the pure Yang flame, and then I'll kill you slowly." The heavenly demon puppet looked wild. He took a step forward. The demonic aura around his body was extremely strong and domineering. This caused all the cultivators in the area to be shocked. That Lin Tian, isn't he dead meat? Someone swallowed his saliva. In this place, the Yin-Yang sect and the Immortal Sword Island could spare Lin Tian's life as long as he handed over the ancient scripture. However, the Heavenly Demon sect and the Desolate Shrine wanted Lin Tian's life no matter what. These 2 factions had boundary emperors here. Lin Tian couldn't possibly fight against them. On the other side, the Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun looked at the Heavenly Demon Puppet, the Desolate Divine Sun, the Yin-Yang Saint Sun, and the Immortal Sword Sun. They couldn't help but smile, but it was a little sinister. This bunch of idiots came out to court death. The Wuxing Crocodile bared his teeth. "Heh!" Ling Yun sneered. On top of Lin Tian's head, the little Taichu looked up at the Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the others. Then, it lay down again. Lin Tian glanced at the Heavenly Demon Puppet, the Desolate Divine Sun, the Yin-Yang Saint Sun, and the Immortal Sword Sun. His expression remained calm. The Yin-Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun's eyes fell on Lin Tian. Compared to before, their expressions were much more serious. Lin Tian's calmness made them very uncomfortable. Are you going to hand it over or not? The immortal sword. Sun's eyes were sharp. The Yin Yang Saint Sun stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were much colder. Answer me. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Lin Tian looked at the two of them. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Desolate Shrine Sect. He couldn't help but smile coldly. I'm standing right here. What do you want? If you think you can get it, then come and get it yourselves. He said. His words were very calm, but they were mixed with a strong sense of indifference. He completely looked down on the Yin Yang Saint Sun and the others. Naturally, this caused the gazes of the people from the four great factions to sink. All of them were filled with coldness. Suppress him. A quasi-emperor behind the Yin Yang Saint Sun said coldly. The emperor directly intertwined. At the same time, the quasi-emperors from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lua Shao, the two quasi-emperors from the Immortal Sword Island, and the two quasi-emperors from the Desolate Shrine all stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes were cold and merciless. Leave him to me. The Heavenly Demon Puppet took another step forward. Demonic light surged around him. He stared coldly at Lin Tian and asked Lua Shao to retreat. He was a wild and domineering man. Naturally, he was also a proud man. Previously, he had been severely injured by Lin Tian several times. He wanted to tear Lin Tian apart with his own hands. Elders, please retreat for now. Just seal the surroundings. I'm very interested in the person who controls the eternal killing formation. The Desolate Shrine Sect's Divine Sun took a step forward. At the same time, the Yin Yang Saint Sun and the Immortal Sword Sun also took a step forward from the other two directions. They asked the quasi-emperors from their respective factions to seal the surrounding space and not move. Clearly, they were going to personally take action. Lin Tian looked at the Heavenly Demon Puppet, the Desolate God Child, the Yin Yang Saint Sun, and the Immortal Sword Sun with a calm expression. You want to fight with me? He looked at the four of them. The Heavenly Demon Puppet's eyes were wild. I told you that I would tear you apart with my own hands and take the pure yang flame from your body. I also want to take the eternal killing formation myself. The Desolate God Child said. The Yin Yang Saint Sun's body was surrounded by a faint black light. The Immortal Sword Sun's eyes were sharp. Although he did not speak, he was looking at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled coldly and stepped forward. Very good. Come on then. The Yin Yang Saint Sun and the others' faces darkened. Lin Tian's arrogance made them very uncomfortable. Kid, there's no need. The whooshing crocodile said. That's right. It's too much effort. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. They had a little guy on their side that could even frighten quasi-emperors with one look. They felt that there was no need for Lin Tian to fight. Lin Tian shook his head with his back facing the man and the crocodile. The four people in front of him were all young supremes of the 10 Directions celestial domain. They were from the same generation as him. Since they were destined to be enemies, he naturally wanted to fight with all four of them. He was a cultivator. He wanted to become stronger. On this path, battles were inevitable. They were things that he had to experience. Go over there and stay for a while. He said to the little Taichu above his head. The little guy responded in a childish voice. Then, it flapped its wings and flew to the side of Ling Yun and the whooshing crocodile. What is that? So cute. In the distance, a female cultivator saw the little Taichu. Her eyes lit up and her cheeks blushed. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the Yin Yang Saint Sun and the others. Come on. He walked up to the sky. Every step he took made the void tremble. Many cultivators were terrified by his powerful blood and qi. Many of them could not help but gasp. Humph. With a cold snort, the Heavenly Devil Puppet and the other three simultaneously leaped into the air. For a moment, 4 powerful waves of divine power surged. Demonic light, dark light, formation power, and sword will shook the heavens. This, so strong. Such an aura at such a young age. He is worthy of being called a young supremacy. the young paragon of the 10 directions celestial domain. Many cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. Lin Tian stood alone in the sky. The black hair in front of his forehead danced in the wind. His gaze was calm, but it was also very sharp. Kill you. The heavenly demon puppet was the first to attack. The sky was filled with boundless demonic light, as if a demon had descended upon the world. At this moment, the aura he emitted was much stronger than before. The entire sky instantly darkened. The terrifying aura caused many cultivators in the distance to almost fall to the ground. The world seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He clenched his right fist and punched out with the primal Chaos Emperor's fist. Crack! The sky was shattered by him on the spot, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Kill! The heavenly demon puppet roared, and the demonic light around him grew stronger. At this moment, the two of them used powerful offensive saint techniques. They were both sent flying, and the world shook violently. Lin Tian stabilized his body in an instant. The yin and yang ho flashed, leaving afterimages behind with each step. In the blink of an eye, he approached the heavenly demon puppet and punched him in the chest. With a poof, his fist penetrated the heavenly demon puppet's chest. Dazzling blood splattered everywhere. You can't do it. Lin Tian Ondao. His fist penetrated the heavenly demon puppet's chest. The power of his fist shook, and the heavenly demon puppet's physical body shattered on the spot. Roar! The heavenly demon splitter roared, and his demonic body instantly reassembled. He performed the demonic path's great technique again, evolving the essence of the profound meaning, and pounced on Lin Tian. Lin Tian performed the primal Chaos Emperor's fist. Fist light filled the sky, and the entire sky was included in the fist momentum. Dong, 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 the two of them collided alone, and terrifying shockwaves were created. With a poof, Lin Tian's fist landed on the heavenly demon puppet's body again, and half of his body was shattered. However, at the same time, the heavenly demon puppet's demonic blade hand also landed on Lin Tian. It pierced through Lin Tian's chest, bringing out a large amount of blood. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he did not care about his injuries at all. He grabbed the heavenly demon puppet's arm that had pierced through his chest and crushed it on the spot. The heavenly demon puppet roared. The demonic flames on his body pulsed, and his wounds healed instantly. Demonic light flashed in his eyes, and his ferocity was extremely terrifying. The pure yang flame is destined to be mine. He roared, and his demonic power grew stronger. Fighting one-on-one with Lin Tian, he was no longer as flustered as when he was besieged. His every move was filled with demonic light. Lin Tianling snorted. You want it? Here you go. Using the Nirvana Sun technique, his wounds healed quickly, and he continued to press down with his Emperor Fist. Subsequently, at the same time, blazing pure yang flame surged out from within his body and scorched the entire sky. Instantly, it caused the group of cultivators that were watching the battle from extremely far away to feel their hearts palpitate. Even the experts of the senior generation that were strong at the initial stage of the rebirth realm trembled as if their bodies were about to melt. Is this the legendary divine fire, pure yang flame? What a terrifying heat. If an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator were to take it head-on, they would definitely be burned to death. Many cultivators swallowed their saliva. Dong, Lin Tian waved his Emperor Fist, and the vast golden pure yang flame enveloped the heavenly demon splitter, leaving him no way out. The heavenly demon puppet roared, and all kinds of powerful killing techniques in the heavenly demon art were displayed. Demonic light covered the entire area. Rumble. Finally, with a loud bang, the void in all directions collapsed, and everything ceased to exist. With a bang, the heavenly demon puppet's figure flew out, and a mouthful of essence blood gushed out of his mouth. As his body flew out, the golden pure yang flame immediately surged up and drowned him. Ah! The heavenly demon puppet roared. Demonic light rolled, and he struggled to break free. One of his arms was burned, and he couldn't regenerate it for a while. That Lin Tian is on top. So powerful. All the cultivators were shocked. Buzz. The void buzzed, and the formation patterns intertwined. At this moment, the desolate divine child moved. Extremely powerful spiritual energy intertwined around his body, and like a rock spreading its wings, he immediately appeared beside Lin Tian. The 10-direction formation surged and pressed down mightily. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be sealed, and the dense formation patterns emitted all kinds of mysterious power. Lin Tian raised his left hand and hit with the Emperor Fist and the pure yang flame. With a bang, he was knocked back 10 feet away, and his arm went numb. Peak 8 Stage Array Manipulator. His voice was cold. You control the eternal killing formation, so you do know a lot. You can see the depth of the formation at a glance. Not bad, not bad. The desolate divine child's eyes were deep. With a buzzing sound, even more formation runes appeared beside him. They were densely packed together, shining with multicolored light and surging soul power. In an instant, the void around Lin Tian seemed to have solidified. All kinds of killing domains intertwined, and all kinds of terrifying illusions evolved. Even the color of the sky changed. A shocking black vortex appeared, as if a heavenly tribulation was brewing. Bolts of dazzling lightning intertwined in it. There were all kinds of colors, and the momentum was shocking. When this scene appeared, many cultivators were even more frightened. This kind of killing momentum was really a little terrifying. Not bad. In terms of formation Dao, this little brat might be a little stronger than Brat Lin. Whooshing Crocodile's expression turned serious. Very powerful. Ling Yin said. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sky was covered in formation patterns, shaking the sky. The ultimate killing formation belongs to me, the desolate divine palace. The desolate divine child said. With a rumble, all kinds of formation patterns surged. The killing light, terrifying illusions, and the vortex of lightning pressed toward Lin Tian. This was a terrifying attack. The dense formation patterns suppressed all directions. After you die, I'll burn it for you. When the desolate divine palace is destroyed, I'll burn it for the desolate divine palace. Lin Tian's voice was calm. Facing the formation patterns in the sky, he was fearless. Using the pure yang flame to protect his body, he then activated the Divine One Soul spell. A wave of soul power that was not weaker than the desolate divine child surged out. As his 5 fingers danced, the dense formation patterns appeared one by one. There were sealing formation patterns, immortal thunder killing patterns, sealing divine patterns, and illusory mysterious patterns. Light shot into the sky. As soon as these formation patterns appeared, they collided with the formation patterns of the desolate divine child in the blink of an eye. His formation controlling technique is also so strong? He can inscribe so many killing formation patterns in an instant. Many cultivators were shocked. Further away, the 2 boundary emperors from the desolate divine palace were even more shocked. They looked at Lin Tian's inscribing technique with strange expressions. That's the long-lost 5-dragon god flash inscribing technique. He actually knows this precious technique. The 2 boundary emperors were shocked. The 5-dragon divine flash could increase the speed and precision of engraving arrays by several times. It was a top-level array technique. Even their desolate shrine didn't have anyone who knew how to engrave arrays, but Lin Tian actually knew how to do it. Boom, in front of him, dense formation runes collided with each other. Sizzling sounds rang out as the void rumbled. Then, after 10 breaths, with a bang, the desolate divine child was sent flying by Lin Tian's leg. Blood floated in the void, a little dazzling. Not enough, not enough. Lin Tian's voice was cold. The desolate godchild's face darkened. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner, saying that he was not good enough. Most importantly, the person who said this was from the same generation as him. Arrogant. He growled, and more inscriptions appeared around his body, and his momentum became stronger. He's mine. With a cold shout, the heavenly demon puppet stepped over, and the demonic light around his body became more blazing and fierce. With 2 swoosh sounds, the 2 of them closed in on Lin Tian at the same time. They surrounded Lin Tian from left and right, using all kinds of strange techniques. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he was not afraid at all. With pure yang flames protecting his body, he waved the Chaos Emperor fist at the heavenly demon puppet with his right hand, and the 5 dragon god flash inscribing technique at the desolate divine child with his left hand. Clang, the sword cry was ear-piercing and exceptionally tyrannical. The undying sword child moved. His body was like a heavenly sword, shaking all directions. He drew out a dazzling sword radiance that was mixed with fierceness and coldness, directly pressing towards the space between Lin Tian's brows. The immortal swordsman and the yin-yang saint moved at the same time. Their swords were sharp, and the light of the moon was intimidating. The entire space was trembling. The immortal swordsman's sword light cut through the sky, and the yin-yang saint's black vortex devoured everything. They were both killing divine arts. None of these brats are easy to deal with, the whooshing crocodile said. Boom, the dome of heaven shook, and many cultivators almost fell from the ground. Lin Tian fought with the desolate god-child and the heavenly demon puppet. Emperor fists bombarded, the sun was like an ocean, and formation patterns surrounded him. The battle was extremely intense. Even so, everything around him was still covered by his divine sense. He did not panic at all when the immortal sword sun and the yin-yang saint sun charged at him. His expression was cold and calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Clang, the sound of swords intertwined, and a dazzling sword light rushed out of his body. It flashed and shattered, facing the immortal swordsman. At the same time, he activated the Sun Heart Sutra to the extreme. Golden divine light flashed, and together with the divination divine art, a golden vortex was formed, facing the yin-yang saint's black vortex. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of killing lights collided. The 2 types of sword light exploded, and the golden and black vortexes roared, directly tearing apart the surrounding space. Spatial turbulence flowed out without any restraint. It's indeed very powerful, the yin-yang saint said. With a buzz, his right hand was as black as ink. He slapped down with the great yin-yang hand, the divine art of the Saint Yin-yang sect. As the great yin-yang hand was formed, a huge hand appeared. The vast power of yin and yang pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he didn't say anything. The Sun Heart Sutra was activated to the extreme in the blink of an eye. He also slapped out, turning into a huge golden hand to support the Chaos Emperor fist. It faced the yin-yang saint's great yin-yang hand. The 2 palms met, creating a sky full of lightning. Divine light and hurricane swept out in all directions. Slash! A cold voice rang out. The immortality saint stepped forward, and a divine sword appeared in his hand. It buzzed as it slashed toward Lin Tian. This was a simple slash, but the power it contained was ingenious and sharp. It was comparable to a great magical power. Lin Tian's movements were simple. He directly swung his fist. Golden divine light surged as he met the attack head-on. Clang! His fist landed on his opponent's divine sword, and a metallic sound rang out, shattering a large area of space. It was also at this time that the heavenly devil puppet leaped over, its body surging with devilish light as it punched at Lin Tian. With a boom, the sky trembled as the fist descended, as if a sacred drum of the devil race had been struck. Buzz! As the power of the matrix intertwined, dense matrix patterns appeared around the desolate divine child. At the same time, other divine lights gushed out and pressed down on Lin Tian. The yin-yang saint sun and the immortal sword sun charged forward together. Violent shockwaves surged out as the 4 experts attacked at the same time. That kind of power was not to be underestimated. Just a simple attack was enough to shake the surroundings, causing many cultivators to feel their hearts palpitate. They felt as if their internal organs had turned cold at this moment. Those 4, are actually together, for young supreme beings, the crowd of cultivators trembled. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin stared at the sky, their eyes slightly focused. These 4 are all fierce characters. Can this brat fight 4 of them at once? Ling Yin frowned. There's nothing to worry about. So what if he can't? The outcome won't change, and victory will always be on our side. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at little Taichu and said. Ling Yin relaxed his frown and chuckled. That's true. Boom. In the sky, all kinds of divine lights surged and rumbled. Devilish light, dark light, sword chi, divine fire, matrix patterns, and all kinds of powers intertwined, colliding into bolts of lightning. The desolate divine child, the heavenly devil puppet, the Yin-Yang saint son, and the immortal sword son, the four young supreme beings, were all attacking Lin Tian separately. They did not have any trace of cooperation, and they were all fighting in their own way. Each of them had the strength to suppress one side, and each of them had the qualifications to be respected among their peers. Each of their moves and attacks sent chills down the spines of many cultivators. Fu Zhen. The desolate divine child said coldly. Dense matrix patterns intertwined, turning into a square millstone that covered all directions. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Lin Tian snorted and activated the Tianyi Soul technique. He also activated a sky full of matrix patterns, and he used the 5 Dragon God Flash to carve them out. The precision and power of the matrix were extremely strong, and he faced the desolate divine child head-on. At the same time, the divine light outside his body shook, and the sky full of golden flames swayed out, burning all directions. He used this pure yang flame to cover the other 3 people, and then he activated the heavenly sword scripture. Dense sword light appeared in an instant, and with a sonorous sound, it slashed toward the 3 powerful cultivators together. Boom! This was a shocking collision. The 5 powerful cultivators were fighting, and all kinds of killing lights intertwined, directly destroying a part of the void. This kind of collision was deadlocked for more than 10 breaths, and the power was terrifying. Then, with a bang, Lin Tian's figure was swept out. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his body was full of cracks. Fighting 1 against 4, he was heavily injured. How is it? Outside the body of the desolate divine child, strands of matrix patterns flickered. In the other 3 directions, the heavenly demon puppet, the Yin-Yang saint son, and the immortal swordsman were also surrounded by light. Lin Tian snorted, and blood-red flames leaped out. The nirvana of the sun was activated, and all his injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. The 4 of you together are only at this level. To be honest, it's not very good. At best, it can only be regarded as SOSO. He said. His voice was very calm, but it was mixed with clear sarcasm and indifference, causing the faces of the 4 to sink slightly. They were the young sovereigns of the 9th heaven, the next masters of their respective lineages, and one of the future giants of the 9th heaven. But now, a peer of the same generation evaluated them as SOSO, which made them very uncomfortable. They only felt that Lin Tian's attitude was too irksome. Self-righteous. The immortal swordsman said coldly. Lin Tian looked sideways and took a step forward. His speed suddenly increased, and he appeared in front of the immortal swordsman like lightning. His speed was so fast that it was like teleportation. The immortal swordsman was shocked and quickly retreated. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian formed a sword with his right hand and slashed out the 3 moves of Lin Tian at the immortal swordsman like a thunderbolt. The distance was a bit close, and the speed of the sword itself was extremely fast. It was impossible for the immortal swordsman to dodge. Puff, immediately, blood sputtered, and the immortal swordsman was directly penetrated. The immortal swordsman's face was pale, and his eyes were even colder. He endured the severe pain and waved the immortal sword at Lin Tian. Slap, Lin Tian's speed was even faster, and he slapped the immortal swordsman's face with the back of his hand. The immortal swordsman vomited blood and fell to the ground with a bang, creating a huge crack in the ground. Such a scene caused all the cultivators in the area to involuntarily tremble. At this moment, the powerful immortal swordsman was actually slapped by Lin Tian, and he was knocked down from the sky. In the distance, the 2 quasi-emperors of the sacred Yin-Yang sect had cold expressions, and their eyes were filled with intense coldness. Boom! The tyrannical sword might surged, and the ground kept crumbling. The immortal swordsman soared into the sky, and his wounds healed in the blink of an eye. His eyes became even sharper and more threatening. At this moment, his entire person seemed to have turned into a peerless killing sword, giving off an incomparably sharp and dangerous feeling. He stared at Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian. Lin Tian actually slapped him. To him, this was even more unbearable than killing him. It made his killing intent erupt like a volcano. With a clang, a group of divine palaces appeared behind him. A divine sword rushed out from each of the divine palaces. Each of the divine swords was intertwined with surging sword power. It was as if they wanted to cut this entire world into pieces. It was very frightening. This is one of the profound divine arts of the immortal sword island, the divine spirit sword imprint. An expert of the older generation couldn't help but exclaim. Clang, the sound of the swords intertwined like the roar of thunder. In the blink of an eye, 81 shrines circled behind the immortal swordsman, and a divine sword rushed out from each of them. Each sword was like an emperor, and the clanging sounds of the swords pierced through the hearts of many people, making them feel as if they were going to explode. The killing intent was terrifying. Lin Tian naturally felt the terror of this attack, and a sense of threat rose in his heart. However, his expression didn't change at all. You can't do it. You want to seize the Ling Tian sword scripture? This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. You're too far away. It's a complete mess. He looked at the immortal swordsman and said indifferently, then looked at the heavenly demon puppet, the Yin saint child, and the desolate ancient god child. You guys are the same. If you don't rely on your sect and want to rob me with your own strength, it's simply a joke. With that said, he glanced at the quasi-emperors in the distance. Of course, your sects aren't good either. The top forces of the ninth heaven are all bandits, making a fool of themselves. You are destined to achieve nothing in the future. As soon as his words came out, all the cultivators in this place sucked in a cold breath. Not only did he say that the immortal swordsman and the others were not good, but he also said that the immortal sword island, the Yin saint child, the heavenly demon divine sect, and the desolate ancient shrine were all bandits. However, on second thought, these people felt that Lin Tian's words didn't seem to be wrong. Several great forces wanted to rob Lin Tian's things. Such a method was indeed no different from bandits. In the distance, the immortal sword island and the other three great forces, as well as the 7 quasi-emperors, were all filled with killing intent. They stared at Lin Tian in the sky. If it weren't for the presence of their own divine son and saint child, they would definitely have attacked directly. Boom. 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 Boom, 4 waves of killing divine energy intertwined, shaking the sky and oppressing all directions. You're courting death. The desolate ancient divine son's voice was cold. Endless formation runes intertwined, and he took a step forward, heading straight towards Lin Xianxia. Kill. The immortal swordsman carried the god spirit sword seal Grand Theurgy, and his eyes were sharp as he charged towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the demonic radiance was vast and mighty. Yin and Yang surged. The heavenly demon puppet and the Yin saint also charged toward Lin Tian. At this moment, the 4 great experts had all used their strongest killing techniques, which seemed to be able to suppress everything. Facing the 4, Lin Tianling snorted. With a buzzing sound, he directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. The divine and holy aura immediately spread in all directions, and the diameter of the diagram evolved to about 100 feet. At his will, it pressed towards the 4 at the same time. In an instant, the space in all directions collapsed. The divine power was terrifying. In the sky full of divine light, Lin Tian used the Sun's Nirvana technique and the Sun Heart Sutra to protect himself. With the reincarnation diagram above his head and the Yin saint child under his feet, he used the Chaos Emperor fist, swung the towering heaven sword scripture, and used the 4 symbols Tao diagram to fight the 4 alone. He stepped forward, and the reincarnation diagram shook, instantly crushing all the divine techniques of the 4 great experts. He landed a punch on the desolate ancient divine son's chest, directly smashing him into pieces. Clang, he swung the towering heaven-killing sword, and with a poof, half of the immortal swordsman's body was cut into pieces. Dazzling blood dyed the sky red. Then, he used the Yin saint child to break through the heavenly demon puppet and the Yin saint child. The divine elephant and the 4 symbols Tao diagram fell at the same time, sending the 2 flying, causing them to explode at the same time. It was a shocking scene. Such a scene could be said to be shocking to everyone. 1 against 4, for against the desolate ancient divine son at the same time, and he actually injured all 4 of them. Is he invincible in the same generation? Someone trembled. Far away, the expressions of the boundary emperors from the Yin sect changed drastically. When they stared at Lin Tian, the murderous intent in their eyes became even more intense. He's indeed as perverse as before. Ling Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Previously, he was still worried that Lin Tian might not be able to win against the encirclement of 4 great experts by himself. However, he never imagined that Lin Tian's combat strength would be so exaggerated, far exceeding his expectations, and actually heavily injuring the 4 of them. Ah! There was an angry roar, and the divine radiance was vast and mighty. The heavenly demon puppet and the other 3 quickly repaired their physical bodies, and their expressions turned ugly. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them, and the reincarnation diagram appeared again with an indifferent expression. How about it? I said that you guys can't do it. His voice was calm. This caused the heavenly demon puppet and the other 3's faces to turn pale, and the aura outside their bodies naturally became terrifying. At this moment, the 4 of them did not say anything superfluous. They activated even more powerful divine techniques and directly charged toward Lin Xianxia. 4 waves of murderous intent pressed toward Lin Tian at the same time. Lin Tianling snorted, and the reincarnation diagram vibrated, pressing forward with force. Hee hee. At this moment, a sinister laugh rang out, bringing with it a menacing blood-red radiance that cut across the sky and slashed toward Lin Tian. It also enveloped the immortal sword sun, the heavenly demon puppet, the yin-yang saint child, and the desolate ancient divine sun, and the emperor's might intertwined. The blood-red light appeared abruptly, and the emperor's might was extremely dense. It was so powerful that Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. He didn't have time to think. He blocked the reincarnation portrait in front of him and stepped on the yin and yang puppet to retreat. With a whoosh, the blood-red light landed on the reincarnation portrait, causing it to shatter into pieces. Cough. He coughed up blood from the impact, but he still managed to dodge the blood-red light's direct attack and retreated several hundred feet away. At the same time, the heavenly demon puppet and the other 3 young supreme beings were also in trouble. Although they managed to dodge the blood-red light's direct attack like Lin Tian, they were also injured. They coughed up blood one after another and were each pushed several hundred feet away. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. Someone was actually attacking Lin Tian and the other 4 supreme beings at the same time. Who is it? A boundary emperor from the Saint Yin-Yang sect spoke. His emperor's might intertwined as he looked in the direction of the blood-red light with an extremely cold gaze. In the distance, Sun couldn't stop laughing. It sounded a little jarring. They all managed to dodge. Unpleasant, very unpleasant. A skinny man with a blood-red sword in his hand walked in the air like a demon. His body was surrounded by blood-red light as he walked toward them. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. His eyes immediately turned cold. He felt a very familiar aura from this skinny man. Great Destruction God Dynasty. He said coldly. The skinny man with the blood-red sword looked at Lin Tian and grinned like a beast. Hello, I am Lin Canling as in cold, Can as in cruel. Come, let me think. He looked at Lin Tian with blood-red light swirling around him. His words gave people a very twisted feeling. Yes, I'm here to kill you. I'm here to kill you. As he spoke, he bent over and laughed loudly. His voice was jarring, and his cheeks were distorted. He then bent over and looked at the Saint Yin-Yang sect and the others. If possible, I'd like to kill all of you as well. Just now. It's a pity. Unpleasant. 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 Very unpleasant. He bent over, and blood-red light intertwined around him. The blood-red sword in his hand swung violently, and streaks of blood-red sword light scattered into the distance, where a group of ordinary cultivators stood. In an instant, the group of ordinary cultivators were all killed. This? What did he do all of a sudden? In the vicinity, everyone else was horrified. The skinny man laughed loudly. His face was distorted as if he had a split personality. He swung his sword into the distance again. Ah! Miserable screams rang out in an instant. A large number of cultivators were killed, dyeing the ground red with blood. Go. Hurry up and leave. Run. The group of cultivators panicked. Each and every one of them was terrified as they frantically ran into the distance. The skinny man laughed loudly as he swung the blood sword in his hand. Sword rays mixed with faint emperor's might shot into the distance. Ah! Screams of agony and fear rang out continuously. One after another, the cultivators exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. F***ck. This was truly a madman. Psychopath. His personality is twisted. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian watched this scene and looked at the skinny man with an expressionless face. On the other side, the Yin Yang Saint Sun and the others stared at the skinny man. Their eyes narrowed slightly as they watched silently. Die. Death. Die. The thin male laughed crazily, extremely ear-piercing. Blood-colored killing light continuously shot into the distance. Ah! In the distance, a group of cultivators fled frantically. All of them were inexplicably terrified. Blood kept splattering everywhere as people died tragically. These people had come to the Taichu Immortal Ridge to search for treasures and immortal opportunities because of the Yin Qi that had surged up earlier. They also happened to stop and watch the battle from afar because of the battle between Lin Tian and the others. They did not expect to encounter such an unexpected disaster at this time. The skinny man laughed maniacally and kept swinging his sword. He only stopped after dozens of breaths. At this moment, almost half of the cultivators in the distance had died. Blood dyed a large area of the ground red. The cultivators who were still alive had already fled extremely far away. All of them were trembling with fear in their eyes. The blood light outside the skinny man's body became denser. When he laughed, his cheeks trembled. It was so twisted that it was somewhat horrifying. Happy. Happy. The skinny man laughed maniacally. In the distance, the group of cultivators trembled even more violently. Many of them retreated again and again, almost tens of thousands of feet away from this place. Lunatic. Damn pervert. Whooshing crocodile cursed. So F***king disgusting. Ling Yan also cursed. Lin Tian remained expressionless as he stood quietly in the sky. On the other side, behind the heavenly devil puppet, the quasi-emperor Luo Shao looked at the skinny man. There were strands of demonic light intertwining in his eyes. Lung Can, one of the humanoid weapons cultivated by the great extinguishing god dynasty 2,000 years ago. In order to improve his Tao of killing, he killed his mother and father. He stepped into the quasi-emperor realm with extreme cruelty and participated in the assassination of a Chaos Realm emperor. The quasi-emperors from the sacred Yin Yang sect and the other two great forces snorted. Clearly, they knew about Ling Can. This was because his character was too twisted. His mentality and behavior were too perverse. Over these years, he had openly killed many cultivators in public. Many great forces knew that the great extinguishing god dynasty had such an assassin. Moreover, they were very wary of him. This was because he was very strong. As a humanoid weapon cultivated by the great extinguishing god dynasty, he was an existence that killed for the sake of killing. He was much stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. He was said to be invincible under the emperor realm. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the skinny man. His eyes darkened slightly. Strands of cold light intertwined in his eyes. He could not help but clench his fists. In order to become stronger, he killed his mother and father. In this world, there was no one more evil than this. No, this could not be called a human. He was worse than a beast. He could not even be compared to dog sh*t. The skinny man sensed Lin Tian's gaze. A twisted smile appeared on his face. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He grinned and asked Lin Tian, "Do you think it's not good to kill one's parents?" His voice was ear-piercing. He laughed maniacally. "What's not good about it? It's fine as long as I become stronger. When I become stronger, they will be very happy." This person laughed maniacally. His voice was very ear-piercing. Moreover, it spread far and wide. People who were very far away could hear it. Many cultivators trembled, unable to utter a single word. F***ck, this F***cur. Behind them, Ling Yan cursed. In the sky, Lin Tian looked at the skinny man. The coldness in his eyes intensified. The skinny man laughed maniacally. The blood-red sword in his hand trembled non-stop. He looked at Lin Tian and licked his lips. his eyes stared straight. "That's right, it's time to kill you." As he spoke, he laughed again like a madman. He held the sword in one hand and cracked the 5 fingers of his other hand. "Slowly, slowly. Let me slowly pull out your heart and organs. I'll kill you bit by bit and give you sufficient pleasure in death." As he finished speaking, he turned to look at the Yin Saint and the others. "After killing him, I'll send all of you on your way." The Yin Saint and the others' eyes darkened. The 7 Boundary Emperors' eyes all turned cold. Their killing intent intertwined. The skinny man laughed sinisterly. The blood-red light around his body intensified. His killing intent bloomed. He tilted his head and stared straight at Lin Tian. Clang, he laughed loudly. With a loud clang, the blood-red sword in his hand shattered a large part of the sky. He charged toward Lin Tian like a ferocious ghost. This action shocked the quasi-emperors from the sacred Yin sect, the Immortal Sword Island, and the rest of the 4 major powers. "Stop him. We want him alive," a boundary emperor from the Yin sect said. In an instant, the boundary emperors from the 4 major forces all moved. They all charged toward Lin Tian. If they wanted to obtain the ancient killing formation in Lin Tian's body, they would first have to suppress Lin Tian and use the soul-searching technique to extract the essence of the ancient scripture. Even if the pure yang flame that the heavenly devil puppet wanted could be obtained after killing Lin Tian, they would first have to ensure that Lin Tian's corpse was relatively intact. If the skinny man turned him into a bloody mist, they would not be able to obtain it. In an instant, a total of 8 boundary emperors charged toward Lin Tian together. "It's over. He's dead." Far away, many cultivators who had not really fled were still staring in this direction. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed. No matter what, Lin Tian could not block the 8 boundary emperors. It was a situation where he would definitely die. Lin Tian stood in the sky. He could clearly feel the pressure of the 8 boundary emperors, causing his bones to creak and his internal organs to become cold. He felt the absolute threat of death, especially that skinny man whose aura was the most terrifying. Even so, his expression did not change in the slightest. He did not even move a single step as he stood there calmly. Only his gaze shifted slightly as he looked at little Alpha Primordium in the distance. "Ha ha 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 ha." The skinny man laughed maniacally. His speed was much faster than the 7 boundary emperors of the 4 major forces. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. Oh no! The boundary emperors of the Yin sect all changed their expressions. If Lin Tian was killed by the skinny man, their goal would be in vain. They would miss the opportunity to obtain the celestial worthy ancient scripture. At the same time, the heavenly demon puppet, the Yin saint, and the others were also shocked. The skinny man's laughter was extremely ear-piercing. The blood sword in his hand released a terrifying killing light as it slashed toward Lin Tian. "Die, die, die, die." He laughed maniacally. With a clang, the terrifying blood sword shattered the sky. Lin Tian faced the blood sword with a cold expression. Poof, blood splattered in all directions like a pillar. The skinny man's body suddenly flew out and was torn into pieces. The sacred weapon blood sword in his hand was shattered with a crack. What? Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. The terrifying skinny man was a humanoid weapon cultivated by the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. He was known to be invincible below the emperor level. When he slashed his sword toward Lin Tian, he was sent flying and torn into pieces. The blood sword that was slashing toward Lin Tian also shattered. This person was a peak boundary emperor. That blood sword was a sacred weapon of a sect. The 7 boundary emperors of the Yin sect turned pale again. They stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Tian in shock and disbelief. Further behind, the heavenly demon puppet, the immortal sword sun, the primordial divine sun, and the Yin saint were also shocked. Yeah. The snow-white little fellow was rather eye-catching. Coupled with its babyish voice, it instantly attracted everyone's gazes, especially the female cultivators who were extremely far away. At this time, when they saw the little fellow, many people's eyes lit up. Because of the fear brought by the skinny man, they couldn't help but weaken a lot in an instant. It's the little fellow that was lying on his head. Wasn't it in another position just now? How did it suddenly appear on his shoulder? I didn't see it move. The humanoid weapon of the great extinguishing divine dynasty was suddenly sent flying. Could it be that little fellow's doing? That Lin Tian doesn't have that kind of strength. That little fellow suddenly appeared there, it seems, is it really it? But, it's so small. It can injure a quasi-emperor? Shatter a divine weapon? Many people were shocked. At the same time, the Yin-Yang Saint and the other quasi-emperors of the four major forces also looked at the little Taichu with shocked expressions. Just now, the skinny man, who was stronger than the seven of them, was suddenly injured and his divine weapon shattered. They felt that Lin Tian himself could not have done that. However, at this time, the little Taichu suddenly appeared on Lin Tian's shoulder. They could not help but ponder. Their expressions were slightly cold, and for a moment they did not do anything else. Only the Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yin looked relaxed and smiled sinisterly. They knew best how powerful the little Taichu was. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Of course, the little Taichu was the one who injured the skinny man and shattered his divine weapon. He had looked at little Alpha Origin when the other party was about to reach him. Even though it was only a glance, the little fellow, who had been in his body for several years, was naturally able to understand. In an instant, it had appeared beside him without a sound, and the skinny man was naturally met with a bloody misfortune. Boom, a turbulent aura surged. In the distance, the skinny man reformed his body, and the blood-red glow around his body became even more turbulent. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hurt me. You dare hurt me. You dare hurt me? Staring at Lin Tian, the skinny man's eyes were filled with rage. Then, with a rumbling sound, he pounced towards Lin Tian. He was like a malicious spirit from hell, his face incomparably ferocious. Ka-ka-ka sounds rang out. The space in all directions shook uncontrollably, crumbling inch by inch under his powerful aura. It was extremely horrifying. Kill. With a ferocious roar, the skinny man rushed to Lin Tian's side in the blink of an eye. His emperor's might surged as the 10,000 extinguishing killing technique rumbled. Lin Tian looked at him coldly and didn't move. On his shoulder, little Taichu's big eyes were watery, but it didn't move either. Pooh! Blood splashed out again. The shriveled man was sent flying, directly exploding into pieces. Such a scene caused everyone to be shocked once again. What's going on? Once again, the humanoid weapon of the all-extinguishing god dynasty, that Lin Tian didn't do anything. Is it the little guy on his shoulder? That's not right, that little guy didn't do anything. I definitely saw it clearly. They didn't move at all. In the distance, many cultivators were shocked and confused. Only the 7 quasi-emperors of the Yin-Yang sect were shocked at this moment. They trembled slightly. This was because the skinny man was sent flying for the first time, and because little Taichu suddenly appeared on Lin Tian's shoulder. The 7 of them felt that this little guy was extraordinary, so when the skinny man charged towards Lin Tian again, the 7 of them stared straight at him. Then, they also saw that Lin Tian and little Taichu didn't move. However, during this process, they all felt a vast and boundless aura. This aura was intertwined with the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder. At this moment, the 7 of them stared at the little Taichu again. Their eyes were filled with horror and they couldn't help but take a step back. TSK, as expected of the little guy that Lin Tian incubated for several years. He's indeed different. Just the aura he released naturally can shatter the body and injure the soul of a quasi-emperor. He's so powerful that it's a mess. In the distance, Wuxing crocodile chuckled. Next to him, Ling Yin also laughed sinisterly. Ah! The skinny man roared again. In the distance, he reassembled his physical body and stared straight at Lin Tian. His expression became even more ferocious and the blood-red glow around his body became even more intense. He looked like a peerless ghost that had walked out of hell. You deserve to die. Damn you, damn you, damn you, damn you, damn you, damn you. He roared madly. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked completely deranged. Then, with a whoosh, he charged towards Lin Tian again like a mad beast. Die, 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 die. For a moment, the blood-red glow intertwined around his body and a bloody and evil aura surged in all directions. Even the sky was stained with a layer of blood. His voice was terrifying, however, the outcome was no different from the previous 2 times. With a puff, his quasi-emperor physical body exploded into pieces again. Ah! The man roared madly. He reassembled his physical body and charged towards Lin Tian again. Then, his body exploded again. Damn it! The man's expression was ruthless. He charged forward again and exploded again. That's a quasi-emperor. How could this be? The group of cultivators trembled. They watched as a quasi-emperor continuously attacked Lin Tian and exploded while Lin Tian and the little Taichu on his shoulder didn't move at all. The scene was so terrifying that many people felt a chill run down their spines. Is it really because of that little guy? Someone trembled. After watching for so long, these cultivators weren't stupid. Many of them had already guessed that this had something to do with the little Taichu. The quasi-emperors of the 4 major forces, including the Yin-Yang Saint, were all horrified. Ah! The skinny man roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious as he charged towards Lin Tian in a frenzy. However, the outcome didn't change. Every time he got close to Lin Tian, he would explode. Then, after his body exploded 11 times in a row, he stared at Lin Tian again. Finally, fear appeared in his eyes. His gaze fell on the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder. You, what is that thing? What is it? After all, he was a quasi-emperor super expert and a humanoid weapon cultivated by the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, which was said to be invincible under the Chaos Emperor. Although he was crazy and mentally twisted, after his body was shattered 11 times in a row, this skinny man became much more clear-headed like a normal person. He knew the reason why his body was shattered time and time again. Everything was because of the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder. Moreover, his body was shattered time and time again because of the other's aura. What is it? What is it? He stared at Lin Tian and the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder. The fear in his bloodshot eyes intensified as he staggered backward. Lin Tian looked at this person. Come again. Why did you stop? The skinny man trembled and his body began to tremble. You're not coming again? Lin Tian's expression was cold. Then die. You killed your mother and father. You're worse than pigs and dogs. On his shoulder, the little Taichu naturally understood what he meant. It stretched out a little paw and waved it across the void. Instantly, a 6-colored divine light silently descended and directly enveloped the skinny man. Chi. With a chi sound, the skinny man who was charging over suddenly paused. Then, he directly shattered like porcelain. This time, not a single drop of blood splashed in the air. The skinny man was completely turned into ashes, not even leaving behind a trace. For a moment, this place seemed to have become deathly silent. It's really that little guy. Very far away, someone stared at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder with trembling eyes. It only waved its paw, and that's a humanoid weapon cultivated by the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. It kills for the sake of killing. It's truly invincible under the Emperor level. It is in the Emperor level? Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the 7 quasi-emperors from the 4 major forces, as well as the 4 young supremes including the primordial divine prince, were all shocked. Their eyes flickered, and they were all stunned by the power of the little Taichu. With just a simple wave of its paw, it actually killed a quasi-emperor who was invincible under the Emperor level. This was definitely the power of an Emperor level. Young master, let's go. Iluoshao, the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, said in a low voice. Demonic light flickered around his body as he wrapped the Heavenly Demon puppet and fled into the distance. At the same time, the quasi-emperors of the 3 major forces, including the Yin-Yang Sect, returned to the side of their respective young supremes. Quasi-emperor level divine power surged and wrapped around their young supremes as they fled into the distance at extreme speed. At this time, they could clearly feel how terrifying the little Taichu beside Lin Tian was. If they stayed, they would definitely die. Don't even think about leaving. Lin Tian's voice rang out. On his shoulder, the little Taichu cried out in a childish voice. The wings on its back flapped, and a circle of six-colored divine light immediately spread out like ripples on water. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the space within a radius of several thousand feet like a boundary barrier, sealing the void. All of a sudden, the cultivators from the Xianxia sect and the other four forces all stopped in their tracks. They were cut off from the outside world. What are you trying to do? A quasi-emperor of the Xianxia sect stared at Lin Tiandao with an ugly expression. You came here to steal my divine fire, ancient scriptures, and killing formation to kill me. What do you think I'm trying to do now? Lin Tiandao. The quasi-emperor of the Xianxia sect who spoke trembled. He naturally heard the killing intent in Lin Tian's words. Looking at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder, his expression became even uglier. Then, he said in a low voice, "Young man, I advise you not to act recklessly. Killing us here won't do you any good. Even if you have someone comparable to an emperor by your side, you're still far from being able to contend against our sect. Our sect doesn't only have one emperor. We also have a ninth heaven emperor overseeing our sect." Lin Tian looked at this person with an indifferent expression. Is that so? I'm so scared. His voice was very calm, but there was an obvious indifference in it. This made the quasi-emperor of the Xianxia sect turn pale. Don't be too, erase. Lin Tian's voice rang out again, interrupting the quasi-emperor of the Xianxia sect. Ya. The six-colored divine light suddenly appeared and descended from the sky without any warning. It intertwined with a faint divine aura and directly enveloped the boundary emperor who spoke. The boundary emperor's expression changed drastically. He had personally seen the skinny man from the great extinguishing divine dynasty being destroyed in a single strike. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop, Qi!" With a soft sound, the six-colored divine light enveloped this boundary emperor. Just like the skinny man, he was directly reduced to ashes. Old Third. The other boundary emperor from the Xianxia sect was shocked. The boundary emperors and young primes of the other major forces also trembled. Another boundary emperor had been killed. At the same time, the group of cultivators far away trembled. Most of them couldn't help but gasp. So terrifying. Everyone stared at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder in horror. A boundary emperor was actually so weak in the hands of the little Taichu. It could actually kill them so easily with just a wave of its claws. Heh. The five elements Crocodile and Ling Yin laughed sinisterly as they stared at the expressions of the quasi-emperors and young supremes of the four major forces. They felt very happy. Lin Tian stood in the void. His expression was very calm. The little Taichu floated on his shoulder, blinking its big eyes. Thinking about how arrogant you guys were when you forced me to come here, and then looking at the changes in your expressions now, it's really a kind of enjoyment. His voice was very calm, but everyone present could hear the sarcasm in his words. Instantly, the boundary emperors of the four major forces gritted their teeth. They were shocked and angry. The Xianxia saint and the other young primes naturally didn't look too good either. The heavenly demon puppet's eyes were very fierce. What's the point of relying on others? If you have the guts, fight me with your own strength. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. Do you think you can defeat me? That I can't kill you? You think you can kill me with your own strength? The heavenly devil puppet's eyes were filled with wildness. Lin Tianling humphed. With a wave of his left hand, the celestial slaying bow, a high-grade sacred artifact, appeared. Then, he directly infused it with the laws of the great Tao, pulling the bowstring to the shape of a full moon, condensing the most powerful great Tao-killing arrow, carrying with it strands of black lightning. His expression was indifferent as he released the bowstring in his right hand. In an instant, the great path-killing arrow whizzed through the air. Vaguely, the soul shadow of a huge demonic dragon appeared and roared at the sky. This kind of power was extremely frightening and terrifying. In terms of momentum, it was much more intense than the six-colored divine lights that the little Taichu had swept out. It caused many people to involuntarily tremble. The heavenly demon puppet's body trembled slightly. Naturally, it could feel the terror of this arrow. It immediately summoned all its strength. Demonic light rushed into the 9 heavens, transforming into a huge pitch-black demonic shield. Crack! With a crisp sound, the great path-killing arrow rushed over and destroyed the demonic shield. Then, it pierced straight into the heavenly demon puppet's chest. Pooh! Blood splattered. The heavenly demon puppet was torn into pieces on the spot. It was also at this time that Lin Tian pulled the divine bow again. He still used all his strength. The great path precepts surged into the divine bow. Together with his third sky of nirvana cultivation and rich divine power, he drew the rolling spiritual chi in the void. In the blink of an eye, another 3-foot-long great path-killing arrow was condensed. It carried a sky full of black lightning as it rushed toward the heavenly demon puppet. This was his strongest killing technique now. The combination of the great path precepts and a peak divine weapon was peerless and terrifying. For a moment, with a crack, this part of the world was shot through, and a huge void tunnel appeared. What a terrifying arrow! Young master! The quasi-emperor of the heavenly demon sect, Xianxia's expression changed. He could clearly feel that this arrow was a great threat to the heavenly demon puppet. Immediately, he released a vast amount of demonic light toward the great path-killing arrow shot by Lin Tian. Don't get in the way, Lin Tianling said. On his shoulder, the little Taichu called out in a childish voice. With a wave of its little paw, a 6-colored divine light floated toward Xiao. The 6-colored divine light did not have any terrifying power. It only had a faint divine aura, but it was as vast as the starry sky. No! Xiao screamed. With a poof, he turned into ashes. At this time, with a rumble, Lin Tian's great path-killing arrow approached the heavenly demon puppet's body that had not yet reformed. With a poof, it pierced through again, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The heavenly demon puppet roared. Demonic light surged. Lin Tian was expressionless. He just stood in the distance. Once again, he pulled the divine bow to the full moon and released it with all his strength. With a rumble, the third great path-killing arrow appeared. Black lightning and the demonic dragon soul shadow coexisted, shaking the 9 heavens. Poof! Before the heavenly demon puppet's body could reform, it was hit again. Its spirit was almost shattered, but it still did not die. The rolling demonic light was still vast and mighty, and the blood mist quickly surged toward the center. Damn it! He roared. Before his body could reform, a huge demonic shadow appeared. It towered between heaven and earth, and pressed down on Lin Tian. Immediately, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Its power was terrifying. This little bastard took 3 of Brat Lin's most powerful great path-killing arrows and still didn't die. His strength is unquestionable. There are probably not many under half-step emperor level that can be his opponent. Whooshing Crocodile said. Ling Yun nodded. He is very strong. In the sky, Lin Tian stared indifferently at the heavenly demon puppet. Even though they were mortal enemies, he had to admit that the other party was indeed very strong. Few people could be his opponent. He stared at the other party. Without any hesitation, he pulled the divine bow again. The 4th great path-killing arrow formed. With a whoosh, it flew straight toward the heavenly demon puppet that had yet to reform its body. Immediately after, he pulled the bow again and shot out the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th great path-killing arrow. They were all terrifyingly strong. At the same time, the speed of these arrows was also very fast. They directly shattered the demonic shadow that the heavenly demon puppet summoned. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the heavenly demon puppet's body. Pooh! 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 Waves of blood splashed out as the heavenly devil puppet let out a miserable shriek. Its flesh and blood had been completely destroyed, and only its spirit had survived. It would be difficult to reform its body in a short period of time, and this spirit that had survived was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Lin Tian! The heavenly demon puppet's soul roared, full of anger. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He pulled the bowstring again, and the 9th great path-killing arrow was formed in the blink of an eye. Goodbye, he said indifferently and let go of the bowstring. Immediately, with a whoosh, the 9th great path-killing arrow was covered in dense black lightning. It carried the demonic dragon's soul shadow and intertwined with his nameless great path. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the heavenly demon puppet's soul and drowned it with a boom. Ah! The heavenly demon puppet roared. In the next moment, its voice disappeared and its aura also dissipated. Its body and soul were destroyed. The heavenly demon puppet is dead, dead. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. Compared to the death of the quasi-emperor Luo Shao, the death of the heavenly demon puppet was obviously more frightening. This was because the heavenly demon puppet was the young master of the heavenly demon sect and the next master of the heavenly demon sect. He was the second person in the history of the heavenly demon sect to be bestowed with the surname Heavenly Demon. He was definitely an existence that could step into the emperor realm and might even surpass the founder of the sect. To the heavenly demon sect, he was much more important than Luo Shao. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the treasure of the heavenly demon sect. But now, such a heavenly demon puppet was killed. This was a great loss to the heavenly demon sect. Good kill. Awesome. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yin laughed heartily. After all, the heavenly demon puppet was very arrogant when it appeared. It said that it wanted to kill Lin Tian and seize Lin Tian's pure yang flame. Now that it was killed by Lin Tian personally, it was naturally very satisfying. Buzz. At this moment, the void suddenly buzzed and rumbled. The young supremes of the three great forces, the Saint Yang sect, the Shrine of Desolation, and the Immortal Sword Island, each took out a jade platform one after another. It was a top-grade teleportation formation that could cross the heavenly domain. Strands of light intertwined and wrapped around the quasi-emperors of each faction. On Lin Tian's shoulder, Little Rascal saw the young supremes of the three great forces take out the heavenly domain teleportation formation and called out in a childish voice. Suddenly, a formless and colorless aura intertwined, like a breeze blowing in all directions. Whoosh, 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 the heavenly domain teleportation formations of the Saint Yang sect and the other two supremes shattered at the same time and turned into ashes. For a moment, the three supremes and the quasi-emperors trembled again. Far away, the other cultivators were even more frightened. They looked at the little Taichu with even more fear in their eyes and shrunk their necks. "It's so scary," someone said in a trembling voice. Just a casual call was enough to destroy 3 heavenly domain teleportation formations. This kind of power was really terrifying. Lin Tian looked at the people of the 3 great forces and stood still. His expression was still indifferent, and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. "Young man, everything is negotiable. Let us go, and our sect will definitely reward you generously. Also, we will definitely not make things difficult for you after this." A quasi-emperor from the Immortal Sword Island said to Lin Tian in a deep voice. "You have already killed a quasi-emperor from our sect. Can you take this as atonement for our Saint Yang sect? From now on, our sect will definitely not offend you." A quasi-emperor from the Saint Yang sect said. A quasi-emperor from the Shrine of Desolation said in a deep voice, "As long as you don't kill us, the Shrine of Desolation is willing to give up the eternal killing formation and never be your enemy again. We will not bother you anymore." At this moment, the quasi-emperors of the 3 great forces were very clear about the current situation. The little Taichu beside Lin Tian definitely had the strength of a martial emperor. It was too easy for him to kill them. At this time, they had no choice but to temporarily lower their heads in order to save their lives. Lin Tian looked at the experts of the 3 great forces and couldn't help but sneer. Lin Tian's voice was calm and indifferent, with undisguised mockery, causing the faces of the quasi-emperors of the 3 major forces to turn ashen. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 young sovereigns, the Yin-Yang Holy Sun, the Immortal Sword Sun, and the Desolate Divine Sun, also became very ugly. They stared at Lin Tian with a hint of coldness in the depths of their eyes. A quasi-emperor powerhouse of the Immortal Sword Island spoke in a solemn voice. "Young man, don't go too far in everything. It's wise to stop when the time is right. It's not wise to act only for a moment of pleasure." Lin Tian tilted his head and sneered. "Lowering your head and begging for mercy didn't work, so you started to threaten me? Other than threatening others, you big powers are really useless in every other aspect. You're a complete mess." The face of the quasi-emperor of the Immortal Sword Island who spoke became even more ashen. He was a dignified quasi-emperor powerhouse who had lived for more than 10,000 years, but now, he was being mocked by a young cultivator of the latter era. Junior. You are too arrogant. Enough, you are too noisy. Lin Tiantan said coldly, directly interrupting the quasi-emperor of the Immortal Sword Island. Immediately, on his shoulder, the little Taichu waved its little paw again, and a six-colored divine light shrouded the quasi-emperor. Ah! The quasi-emperor of the Immortal Sword Island let out a scream of horror, and in the blink of an eye, he was turned into ashes by the six-colored divine light. Another quasi-emperor died. In the distance, a group of cultivators stared at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder in horror. How long has it been? 4 quasi-emperors have been killed in a row, and all of them were just a simple paw attack. This is so satisfying. Whooshing Crocodile laughed wildly. Ling Yan was also excited. He couldn't help but rub his hands together. Uncle Ling has a strong intuition that we can walk sideways in the 9th heaven in the future. With this little guy here, even if a Chaos Emperor comes, we won't have to worry too much. In the sky, Lin Tian stood there calmly, glancing at the quasi-emperors and young primes of the Desolate Shrine. Then, his gaze landed on the 2 quasi-emperors of the Desolate Shrine and the Desolate Shrine. I've heard that the Desolate Shrine has gathered the strongest formation masters of countless eras to construct a boundless immortal heavenly formation. You want to cooperate with the so-called force of life to break through the barrier of the 10th layer of heaven in the near future. What? All of the cultivators in the area were shocked. Gathering countless powerful formation manipulators to construct the immortal heavenly formation. Are they trying to break through the 10th heaven? The Desolate Shrine is doing such a thing? Many cultivators were shocked. Legend has it that the 10th layer of heaven contains the secret of eternal life. As long as one breaks through the 10th layer, they will be able to understand the secret of eternal life and reach the realm of immortality. This is the lifelong pursuit of all cultivators. However, breaking through the barrier of the 10th heavenly layer was too difficult. In the known history books, there seemed to be no one who had broken through the 10th heavenly layer. Now that they heard that the Desolate Shrine was planning to break through the 10th heavenly layer with the power of countless array manipulators, it naturally caused the crowd of cultivators to turn pale with fright. After all, this matter was related to eternal life, so no one would not care. For a long time, it has been rumored that the Desolate Shrine is very mysterious, and they are always trying to win over various formation manipulators. It turns out that they are building the immortal heavenly formation to break through the 10th layer of heaven. What a big ambition. The force of life, what is it? Many cultivators were surprised. At this time, even the quasi-emperors of the Yin-Yang sect and the Immortal Sword Island were shocked. Obviously, they were not aware of this matter. The 2 quasi-emperors of the Desolate Shrine and the Desolate Divine Sun were shocked, and wisps of cold light appeared in their eyes. One must know that building the immortal heavenly formation to break through the 10th layer of heaven was the top secret of the Desolate Shrine. One of the quasi-emperors gritted his teeth. How do you know about this? I want to know, so I know. Lin Tiandao. This was something he learned from the Divine Master of the Black Country in the First Heaven. The other party seemed to have some relationship with a great figure in the Shrine of Desolation, so he knew about this matter. In addition, the other party had great personal ambitions and wanted to control the behemoth of the Shrine of Desolation in the later era. Therefore, after discovering his powerful talent as an array manipulator, he wanted to rope him in. After he made a fake oath, he secretly revealed this matter to him. All of this was to pull him into his camp by using the fact that he could obtain the secret of immortality by breaking through the 10th heavenly layer. He looked at the 3 quasi-emperors of the Desolate Shrine and learned another thing. The Desolate Shrine had learned about his control of the eternal killing formation through the death of that person, but they didn't know that the other party had also told him about this matter at that time. Gradually, his eyes became cold again, because, at that time, he learned another thing from that person. The immortal heavenly formation constructed by the Desolate Shrine in the future uses the power of all living beings to activate the formation. In fact, the power of all living beings is the life and blood souls of countless living beings. They use the life and souls of countless living beings as the source power to activate the immortal heavenly formation. The person who went to the desolate shrine in the first heaven was there to collect the so-called power of all living beings. He had seen with his own eyes the blood souls of countless innocent people who had lost their lives and were struggling with hatred. "One day, I will go to your desolate shrine and destroy your immortal heavenly formation," he said in a cold voice to the little Taichu. "Kill them." In essence, he didn't think that he was a good person, but at the very least, he still had a bottom line. The desolate shrine had killed countless living beings to activate the immortal heavenly formation. This kind of behavior was really unbearable to him. Even though the people who were killed had nothing to do with him, it still made him angry. The two quasi-emperors and the desolate divine child of the desolate shrine all paled. At this time, Lin Tian's words of "kill them" were like a death sentence issued by the king of hell. "Stop." "Yeah." On Lin Tian's shoulder, the little Taichu called out in a childish voice, waving its little paws casually. Suddenly, a large expanse of six-colored divine light descended from the sky, enveloping the two quasi-emperors and the desolate divine child of the desolate shrine in the blink of an eye. Chi! 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 3 crisp sounds were heard, and the two quasi-emperors and the desolate divine child of the desolate shrine instantly turned into ashes. Such a scene made the crowd of cultivators extremely far away tremble violently, and many people couldn't help but tremble violently. Two quasi-emperors, and the desolate divine child of the desolate shrine, the next master of the desolate shrine, just like that. Many people's hearts trembled. Not to mention the two quasi-emperors, the significance of the desolation god-child to the desolation shrine was astonishing. It was the same as the significance of the heavenly demon puppet to the heavenly demon sect. He was a peerless genius of the desolation shrine, and was very likely to surpass the founder of the desolation shrine in the future. Now, the desolate divine child had been killed here, and this was a great loss for the desolate shrine. It was equivalent to the future pillar of the desolate shrine being destroyed prematurely. This. The crowd of cultivators was all horrified. Lin Tian stood in the sky, his expression still indifferent, looking at the two quasi-emperors and two young supreme beings of the immortal Sword Island and the Yin-Yang sect. For a moment, the quasi-emperors and young supreme beings of the two great forces couldn't help but tremble, fear rising in their eyes. "Little brother, have mercy. We swear that we won't offend you in the future. If we go back on our words, may the heavens and earth destroy us," the last quasi-emperor of the Yin-Yang sect said anxiously. On the other side, the quasi-emperors of the immortal Sword Island who were still alive also begged for mercy, their attitude extremely humble. After the human weapon of the great extinguishing shrine, Lin Can, was killed, and they each lost a quasi-emperor. The people of the heavenly demon sect and the desolate shrine were all killed, including the young masters and divine children of the two great forces. This made the quasi-emperors of the immortal Sword Island and the Yin-Yang sect who were still alive feel a chill down their spines, and even their hearts were cold. "Do you think it's possible to let you go?" Lin Tianandao said. His indifferent voice made the quasi-emperors of the two great forces tremble, and the fear in their eyes became even more intense. The Yin-Yang saint stared at Lin Tian, his eyes intertwined with intense yin and yang light. He said in a deep voice, "You and I will fight one-on-one. If I win, you let us go. If I lose, you can kill me." He took a step forward, and yin and yang divine light surged around his body. Lin Tian looked at the Yin-Yang saint and smiled indifferently. "Do you have the right to make such a request?" He looked at the other party and said. The Yin-Yang saint snorted coldly, and the yin and yang divine light around his body became even more intense. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "You don't dare? You're afraid of losing to me?" Lin Tian sneered. "The 4 of you so-called young supremes of the same generation ganged up on me and were sent flying by me. Now you have the nerve to say such words. Do you have any shame?" The Yin-Yang saint's face instantly turned pale, and he felt a strong sense of humiliation. "You. Alright, you talk too much. You'd better die obediently," Lin Tian said. On his shoulder, the little Taichu acted at the right time. He waved his 6-colored divine light and directly enveloped the Yin-Yang saint. At the same time, it also enveloped the last quasi-emperor of the Yin-Yang sect. Lin Tian. The Yin-Yang saint screamed unwillingly, and with a whoosh, he disintegrated into ashes. At the same time, the quasi-emperor beside him was also destroyed, turning into ashes amidst a scream of horror. Suddenly, of the people from the great forces, only the quasi-emperor of the immortal Sword Island and the sword son of this faction were left. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the two of them. For a moment, the quasi-emperor of this faction and the immortal sword son trembled. The quasi-emperor expert said anxiously, "Little brother, don't be rash. Everything is fine. Little guy, do it." Lin Tian said to the little Taichu, interrupting the quasi-emperor. "Yeah." The entire Taichu immortal ridge became deathly silent. Even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. It was extremely stifling. Dead, all dead, some cultivators trembled. The young sect master of the heavenly demon divine sect and a quasi-emperor of this lineage, the saint of the yin-yang sect and two quasi-emperors of this lineage, the sword son of the immortal Sword Island and two quasi-emperors of this lineage, the divine son of the desolate shrine and two quasi-emperors of this lineage, as well as the humanoid weapon cultivated by the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty 2,000 years ago, the truly invincible quasi-emperors below the emperor level, all of them had been killed in the Taichu immortal ridge. Lin Tian's expression was very calm as he looked at the little Taichu on his shoulder. "Little guy, you're so powerful." He smiled. "Yeah." Little Taichu responded in a childish voice. Its big watery eyes curved into a crescent shape as it intimately rubbed against Lin Tian. Wuxing Crocodile chuckled and leaned over with Ling Yun. "This battle is really 2F** king satisfying. The future masters of a few top forces have all been killed. This is much more valuable than killing a few half-step emperors and quasi-emperors." "I agree." Ling Yun laughed loudly. The man and crocodile stared at the little Taichu with excitement. This little guy was really too powerful. Although the six-colored divine light didn't have a terrifying aura, it was ridiculously powerful. It was as if it could sweep away everything in the world. Little Taichu called out to the man and crocodile. It shook the wings on its back and lay on Lin Tian's head again. Lin Tian smiled and scanned the surroundings. Then, he called out to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun to leave. They walked out of the Taichu Immortal Ridge. Because this place was not far from the edge of the Taichu Immortal Ridge, and the cultivation of the group was very strong, their speed was very fast just by walking casually. Therefore, they walked out in the blink of an eye and disappeared into the horizon not long after. At this moment, all the cultivators in the distance were still staring fixedly at the direction Lin Tian had left in. All of their faces were filled with shock, and there were even some who couldn't help but shiver repeatedly and were unable to recover from their shock. The humanoid weapon of the great extinguishing god dynasty, the quasi-emperor experts of the primordial shrine and the other top forces. Most importantly, the holy sons, divine sons, and young masters of the four forces, the future masters, were all killed. Someone shuddered. No matter which era it was, no matter which level of heaven it was, a god son or saint son of a top force was an incomparably important existence. They were the core hope of the sect's future. Once such a person died, it would undoubtedly be an incomparably tragic blow to the sect's inheritance. It was equivalent to burying the sect's core support in the future era. Now, the Yin-Yang Holy Church, the Immortal Sword Island, the Desolate Divine Temple, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect have all been killed. This matter is too big. Since ancient times, there has never been a case where the holy princes and holy princes of four top forces were killed in the same day in the ninth heaven. This is simply unprecedented. It can be said to be a super earthquake. Because of this matter, many cultivators could imagine the reaction of the top forces after learning of this matter. They would definitely go crazy. Of course, these people were also shocked by the power of the little Taichu, recalling the wisps of six-colored divine light. What the hell is that? It's too strong. Is it some kind of ancient beast? But, I don't seem to have seen any records of such a beast. But, it's too terrifying. It's definitely in the emperor level. Many people trembled. In any case, this is going to turn the heavens upside down. Someone's heart palpitated. After that, everything that happened in this place spread like a lightning bird with wings. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the ninth heaven and the four main regions. Everyone knew about it. Suddenly, the world was shocked. The humanoid weapon of the great extinguishing god dynasty and the quasi-emperors of the top forces were killed, and the young master of the demon divine sect, the Yin Yang Holy Sun, the primordial divine sun, and the immortal sword sun were all killed? How is this possible? The divine sons and holy sons of the four top forces, including the Yin Yang Holy Sect and the primordial divine palace, were all killed on the same day. This news was too shocking. When many cultivators first heard this, they thought there was something wrong with their ears. However, when they saw the divine consciousness imprints that someone produced, they were instantly dumbfounded. It's true? It's true, the Yin Yang Holy Sun and the other three were really killed? It's related to that Lin Tian? It's that guy again? That Lin Tian has an emperor-level beast with him? That little beast, what is it? How can it be so strong? There's no record of it in the ancient books. Many cultivators were shocked. Looking at the divine consciousness imprints that someone produced, many cultivators were shocked. Many cultivators were shocked that the Yin Yang Holy Sun and the other three young supremes were killed because of Lin Tian. They were also shocked by the mysterious strength of the little beast beside Lin Tian. Then, many cultivators gradually became confused. Did the Yin Yang Holy Sect, the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, the Immortal Sword Island, and the Primordial Divine Palace also have a grudge against Lin Tian like the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? Why were the quasi-emperors and young supremes of these four great forces killed so ruthlessly? Then, some things slowly surfaced, and news spread rapidly in the ninth heaven. The Yin Yang Holy Sect wants to seize the Sun Heart Sutra, the Immortal Sword Island wants to seize the High Heaven Sword Sutra, the Primordial Divine Palace wants to seize the Eternal Killing Formation, and the young master of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect wants to seize the Pure Yang Flame? That Lin Tian. Forget about the Pure Yang Flame, the Sun Heart Sutra was created by the Solar Celestial Venerable, the High Heaven Sword Sutra was created by the Sword Venerable, and the Eternal Killing Formation was created by the Formation Emperor Celestial Venerable. That Lin Tian, he alone, controlled so many Celestial Venerable ancient scriptures? Many cultivators were shocked. The 9 great heavenly venerables were the 9 most powerful existences recorded in the history books of the 10 directions celestial domain. Each of them possessed heaven-defying methods. The ancient scriptures created by these 9 people were all extremely valuable. Just a little of them could be used for a lifetime. Now, Lin Tian alone actually controlled the ancient scriptures of 3 great heavenly venerables. This was simply too shocking. Where did he collect these inheritances? Some of the older half-step emperors trembled in fear. The entire ninth heaven was completely shaken. Every corner of the cultivation world was discussing Lin Tian's matter, the celestial venerable ancient scriptures, and the mysterious emperor-grade little beast. Then, gradually, many cultivators' thoughts returned to the initial shock. The young supremes of the 4 great forces were killed. The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, the Yin Yang Holy Sect, the Desolate Divine Palace, the Immortal Sword Island, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect won't let this matter go. Someone murmured. Western region, in the vast immortal mountains, in the Desolate Divine Palace. Damn it! Damn it! An angry roar came from the window of the central divine palace. Inside the palace, the current palace lord's eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent shattered the sky, and a faint emperor's pressure interweaved in the sky. At the same time, there were several other great figures in this divine palace. All of them were shocked and angry to the extreme. They knew that Lin Tian had arrived in the ninth heaven, and they knew that Lin Tian had the eternal killing array. Their faction wanted to seize it. The most talented young supremes of this generation and 2 quasi-emperors went out together to seize it, but they didn't expect that the 2 quasi-emperors would die, and the most talented young supremes would also die. This loss was simply too great. That bastard actually has an emperor-grade beast around him. In the central hall, a great figure gritted his teeth and said, "Report this matter to the old ancestors. We must kill him. We must seize the eternal killing array. We must." The eyes of the current palace lord of this faction were bloodshot. Almost at the same time, the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, the Immortal Sword Island, the Saint Yin Yang Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect were enraged. Their killing intent intertwined and surged like stormy waves, shaking the 9 heavens. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others were walking on a green mountain. They seemed somewhat casual, and their pace was very gentle. The great extinguishing divine dynasty should be crying. As for the Yinyang sect, the immortal Sword Island, the desolate divine palace, and the heavenly demon divine sect, they are probably going crazy. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. In the past 3 days, the 9th heaven was once again boiling with excitement. Every corner was talking about how a quasi-emperor of the great extinguishing divine dynasty was killed, and the young supremes of the Yinyang sect and the other 3 great forces were slaughtered. It's all thanks to the little Taichu. Lin Tian smiled. Ling Yin had the same feeling. That's not bad. It was all thanks to the little Taichu's strength that they were able to kill several quasi-emperors and the young supremes of the 4 great forces. Otherwise, the final outcome may be completely different. Yeah. When the little Taichu heard Lin Tian and Ling Yun mention it, it called out in a childish voice, and its big eyes were very beautiful. Lin Tian chuckled, thinking that the little guy was really cute. Come to think of it, the few top forces like the myriad extinguishing god dynasty and the Yinyang sect will definitely not let this matter rest. After knowing that little Taichu is with us, the next time someone attacks us, it will probably be an emperor-level figure. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at the little Taichu on top of Lin Tian's head and said, although this little guy is indeed very powerful and should have the strength of an emperor-level character, it's hard to say exactly how powerful it is. If several great forces send emperor-level masters to attack us together, it will still be dangerous for us. We have to think about this matter carefully. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. He felt that Whooshing Crocodile's words were very reasonable. Indeed, we have to think about this matter carefully, boom. At this moment, not far away, a tyrannical fluctuation of divine power swept out, and various different laws intertwined. Lin Tian frowned. He turned his head and saw a divine light spreading more than 1,000 meters away. A dozen people were chasing after a young girl in a green dress and an old middle-aged man. All of them had cold expressions on their faces. That is. Looking at the girl in the silk dress and the old man in the distance, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't forget that they were Xianxia and Master Clairvoyant, whom he had met in the 3rd heaven. Back then, because of him, they had been captured and threatened by the 7 Luminaries' empire. Now, it had been nearly 10 years since then. He didn't expect to see them here. Whooshing Crocodile met Lin Tian's gaze. Kid, an acquaintance? Yes. Lin Tian nodded and stepped into the distance. At this time, Xianxia and Master Clairvoyant were being chased by more than 10 people. The situation was not optimistic, especially Master Clairvoyant. He felt that the other party's life fluctuations seemed to be about to stop, and he was a little anxious. He admired the old man a lot. Back then, the 7 Luminaries' empire had captured Xianxia and threatened her with her life to deduce his whereabouts. However, the old man did not give in. He was an extremely righteous and upright person. He was unwilling to see the old man suffer any harm. Boom, in front of them, divine power surged, and all kinds of killing lights intertwined. There were sharp blade lights flying in all directions, and the momentum was terrifying. Master Clairvoyant, why struggle? Tell us the location of the Tianji dojo, and we won't make things difficult for you and your disciple. More than 10 people chased after Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia. Their eyes were cold, and their voices were cold. The auras of more than 10 people were very fierce, and each of them was intertwined with nirvana-level fluctuations. Their divine power was like a mountain. Master Clairvoyant was as pale as ever, without a trace of blood. Tell him to give up. Master Clairvoyant's voice was weak, but it carried a will that was as strong as divine iron. Xianxia's eyes were filled with worry. The great path surrounded her body, and all kinds of path light danced around her. It was like a Ruoxian spiritual warrior guarding her body. She flew with Master Clairvoyant, blocking the killing lights of more than 10 people. Let's go. Don't worry about me. If this continues, we will all die. You can leave safely by yourself. Master Clairvoyant said weakly. Xianxia shook her head. How could she abandon her master and escape alone? the path light around her body became denser, and the great path in all directions roared. More than 10 people chased after her. As expected of an immortal spirit body. Only half-step nirvana level. One of them said in a deep voice. Among them, the weakest one was in the 2nd layer of nirvana realm, and there were even a few in the 5th layer of nirvana realm. With such a force, they couldn't suppress Xianxia and Master Clairvoyant even after a long time. Tao lights danced around Xianxia, weakening their godly power and disrupting their rhythm. However, he is only a half-step to nirvana stage cultivator after all. Divine Diviner, tell us the location of the Tianji dojo. Divine Diviner is your senior brother, and he has the same teacher as you. If he obtains the divine item from the Tianji dojo, he will definitely be able to bring glory to the Tianji clan. Tell us, and we will turn around and leave. We will not harm your lives. The expressions of the dozen or so people were ice-cold. With his temperament, would he agree to let us go? Would he allow someone with the celestial spirit king physique to live and surpass him? After finding out everything, kill them all. That's the order he gave you. Master Clairvoyant's voice was weak. It was rare for him to say so much. Let him give up. Even if the Tianji clan is destroyed, we will not let the Tianji divine mirror fall into his hands. Hearing this, the dozen or so people's faces darkened. Coldness intertwined in their eyes. Attack with all your might. Form the 1,000 saber formation. Suppress her and bring her back. One of them said coldly. Boom. 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 More than 10 streams of tyrannical divine power gushed out. At this moment, the 10 people were each in a special position. In the blink of an eye, their auras condensed together. The terrifying power directly sealed off the surrounding area, blocking Xianxia's path. In an instant, the Tao lights outside Xianxia's body trembled and shattered one after another. They couldn't stop the condensed godly power of the dozen or so people. After all, although she had the immortal spirit king body, her cultivation level was too low compared to the dozen or so people. Now that the dozen or so people had condensed their power together with a special formation, she naturally couldn't resist it. She couldn't even escape. The dozen or so people's expressions were cold. Together, the godly light spread out and sealed off the surroundings. One of them looked at Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia and said, "You too, if you don't want to suffer for nothing, you'd better not resist. Come back with us." Clang. The ear-piercing sound of a sword resounded in all directions. A golden godly sword pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp. With a swoosh, it tore open the godly light circle that sealed Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia. Then, without slowing down, it pierced into the chest of the man who spoke. Instantly, blood splashed everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone turned pale. Who is it? Among the dozen or so people, someone shouted angrily. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was like a hurricane sweeping over. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Puff! 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 The dozen or so people who sealed Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia all suffered. Even the 5th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators were no exception. They were all pierced by the sword radiance. Blood flowed out. In the distance, Lin Tian arrived. Stepping on the void, he appeared beside Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia in a flash. "Senior, Miss Xianxia, long time no see." He greeted the master and disciple with a smile. Lin Tian. Xianxia was shocked. Although there was a lot of dust on her body, her beautiful face was still difficult to conceal. On the contrary, there was a kind of contradictory beauty. Even Master Clairvoyant was surprised. "Little brother, why are you here?" In fact, Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia had been in the 9th heaven for some time. During these days, they had heard all kinds of things about Lin Tian. They knew that Lin Tian was also in the 9th heaven, but they were still a little surprised to meet him here. "I just happened to pass by." Lin Tian smiled and said. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan followed and looked at Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia. Immediately, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. His gaze fell on Xianxia's body, and he rushed over. "Peerless beauty." Lin Tian glanced at him and directly slapped him away. Kid, you, Ling Yan's angry voice came from not far away. Boom. At this time, tyrannical divine energy intertwined, causing the void to rumble. The dozen or so people who were pierced by Lin Tian's sword radiance repaired their bodies. They were all shocked and angry. They all looked at Lin Tian with murderous intent. However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian's face, their faces changed. It's you. The dozen or so people were shocked. In the past few days, Lin Tian had caused a great commotion in the ninth heaven. First, he killed 9 half-step emperors and hundreds of powerful assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Not long ago, he killed several quasi-emperors in succession. At the same time, he also slaughtered the divine princes and holy princes of the Yin sect, Immortal Sword Island, Desolate Shrine, and Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. It was rumored that he had an emperor-level beast by his side. At this time, the dozen or so people saw Lin Tian, and they all felt a little scared. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the dozen or so people. His expression was very calm, but it made the dozen or so people tremble involuntarily. One of the 5th heavenly layer powerhouses opened his mouth and said, "We are the people of the legendary Saber Pavilion. We were ordered to bring Master Clairvoyant and his disciple back. May I ask, what is your relationship with them?" Lin Tian looked at this person and said, "Legacy of the Saber Pavilion. Are you trying to intimidate me with these words?" The legendary Saber Pavilion, like the Yin sect and the great extinguishing divine dynasty, was one of the top forces in the ninth heaven. "No, there's no such thing. Your Excellency has misunderstood," the 5th heavenly layer powerhouse said. He took a deep look at Lin Tian and Xianxia, who was behind Lin Tian. He took a deep breath and said to the other dozen or so people, "Let's go." At this time, it wasn't difficult for this person to see that Lin Tian and Master Clairvoyant must have a good relationship. In that case, it was obviously impossible for them to capture Master Clairvoyant and his disciple today. After all, Lin Tian's strength was very terrifying. He was even more tyrannical than the heavenly demon puppet, the young master of the heavenly demon divine sect. Moreover, there was a mysterious emperor-level beast by his side. If they tried to snatch Xianxia in front of Lin Tian, it was simply courting death. Clang, a sword chi swept out, shattering the void and stopping the dozen or so people. "Who allowed you to leave?" Lin Tian said coldly. The dozen or so people trembled. The 5th heavenly layer powerhouse looked at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, we don't seem to have provoked you, right? Provoking my friend is provoking me," Lin Tian said in a domineering tone. Back then, because of him, Xianxia was captured by the 7 Luminaries Empire and used to threaten Master Clairvoyant. Even then, Master Clairvoyant didn't yield and divined his whereabouts for the 7 Luminaries Empire. He respected and admired Master Clairvoyant very much. He didn't spend much time with Xianxia, but he had long regarded her as a friend. Now that the master and disciple were being hunted down like this, he naturally wouldn't be happy. The dozen or so people's faces turned ugly when they heard this. "Your Excellency, our legendary Saber Pavilion is not easy to bully. You're too overbearing, what do you want?" one of them said in a deep voice. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Xianxia, who was covered in dirt. He then looked at the godly diviner, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the dozen people. "Nothing much, I just wanted to kill you." The dozen or so people trembled. Boom, a violent aura spread out from Lin Tian's body. The golden divine light was vast and mighty, and the towering heaven sword light shot into the sky. It was a terrifying sight. He took a step forward, and the dense towering heaven sword light appeared and enveloped the dozen or so people at the same time. He slashed down mercilessly. He knew Master Clairvoyant very well. He was a very upright person, while Xianxia was fresh, refined, and very quiet. Since the dozen or so people from the legendary Saber Pavilion were chasing after Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia, he didn't need to think and directly put them on the list of evil people. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. The golden towering heaven sword light was powerful and unparalleled. In an instant, a large part of the void was shattered, and the sword wind swept out in all directions. Poof, poof, poof. Blood mist floated in the air as the 3 second heaven nirvana stage cultivators were killed. The other cultivators from the legendary Saber Pavilion trembled violently. No matter what, he was still a second heavenly layer nirvana expert, and he was actually killed by Lin Tian so easily. You've gone too far. The cultivators were shocked and furious. When you're chasing others and thinking of killing them, you'll never think of going too far. Lin Tian Dao. The faces of the cultivators from the legendary Saber Pavilion turned ashen. They could not find any words to refute him. At the same time, they were terrified. Lin Tian snorted and took a step forward. Towering sword lights danced in the sky and clanged loudly. In an instant, the sharp sword chi rushed to the 9 heavens and scattered the clouds in the sky. It completely enveloped the remaining 12 cultivators from the legendary Saber Pavilion and slashed them indiscriminately. Poof, 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 in the blink of an eye, another 3 cultivators were slashed into pieces. Only their divine souls were left as they fled into the distance. However, as soon as the 3 divine souls rushed out, they met the 3 golden swords and were all shattered. Another 3 nirvana stage cultivators were killed. Lin Tian. You've already offended 5 of the top forces in the 10 heavens territory. If you offend the legendary Saber Pavilion, it won't do you any good. A 5th heaven nirvana stage cultivator gritted his teeth. You said it yourself. I've already offended 5 of the top forces in the 10 heavens territory. Now, I'm afraid of the legendary Saber Pavilion. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He never took the initiative to provoke others. However, if someone provoked him or his friends, he would definitely retaliate. Even if the other party was a god, he would not care at all. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the 5th heaven nirvana stage cultivator in the blink of an eye. He directly punched him. With a dong sound, the sky shook, and the space in all directions collapsed. Poof, the 5th Sky of Nirvana realm warrior who spoke was directly smashed into pieces by the punch. Only his soul managed to escape, but it was covered in cracks. Lin Tian slapped out with the back of his hand. With a faint glow of the Tao, he shattered the soul into pieces with a swish. Amazing! Behind him, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although he had heard that Lin Tian was a powerhouse and had even seen someone use spiritual consciousness engraving, he still couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, there was a huge difference between seeing it through someone else's divine sense imprint and seeing it with one's own eyes. Of the dozen or so people from the legendary Saber Pavilion, only 8 remained. At this moment, their hearts were palpitating, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They were all shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying strength. A person at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm was actually killed so easily. Split up. One of them gritted his teeth. The other 7 nodded. Lin Tian was too powerful. If everyone fled in the same direction, they would definitely be caught in one fell swoop. If they split up, there might still be someone who could survive. Whoosh! 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 The 8 of them fled in 8 different directions at top speed. Lin Tian snorted and raised his left hand. The peak high-grade sacred artifact, the immortal slaying bow, appeared in his hand, and he pulled the bowstring. Buzz! Spiritual power rolled in from all directions, and he infused it with his own great path. Precepts. In an instant, 8 arrows of divine light appeared on the bowstring. Each arrow was 3 feet long, and each arrow was filled with an extremely powerful killing aura. He stared at the 8 people who fled and released the bowstring in his hand. In an instant, 8 murderous arrows shot out. 8 spatial tunnels were pierced through the void. Then, in the next moment, 8 arrows were behind the 8 people in the blink of an eye. Poof. 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 Poof, 8 mists of blood splattered. The 8 people were shot to pieces at the same time. Among them, 5 of them were destroyed in body and soul. The other 3 were lucky enough to not be destroyed because of their powerful cultivation. With a look of fear, they fled into the distance again. Humph! Lin Tian raised his hand and pulled the bowstring again. Another 3 arrows of the great Tao appeared and shot towards the 3 souls. The 3 arrows arrived in the blink of an eye, shattering the souls of the 3 with a sizzling sound, causing them to vanish into thin air in an instant. This place quieted down in an instant. Lin Tian put away the immortal slaying bow, turned around, and walked back to the marvelous mathematician and his disciple. So powerful. Xianxia blinked. More than a dozen Nirvana realm cultivators had been killed by Lin Tian in such a short time. Lin Tian chuckled. Well, it's barely okay. Excessive modesty is a sign of pride. Xianxia giggled. After so many years, there was no sense of estrangement between her and Lin Tian. Although there was a lot of dust on her body, her aura was still very ethereal. She couldn't help but show a different kind of charm as she laughed. She said to Lin Tian, "Thank you. We are friends. This is what I should do." Lin Tian smiled. Ling Yun had already run back. At this time, he rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, I think your smile is very evil. Tell me honestly, do you want to hit on the girl?" Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately wanted to kick him. "Little brother, thank you very much." At this time, the marvelous mathematician came forward and bowed slightly to Lin Tian. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped him from bowing and straightened the marvelous mathematician's body. "Senior, you can't do this." The marvelous mathematician was one of the few people he respected. He was also an elder. How could he accept such a big bow from him? The marvelous mathematician chuckled and looked at Lin Tiandao. "You are still as dazzling as before. Seeing you again, really, cough." As he spoke, he suddenly trembled and directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. His already very pale face became even paler. Xianxia was shocked. "Master." Lin Tian was also moved. At this time, the marvelous mathematician's life force was even weaker. He was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Well, it seems like he was injured by the legendary meridian-shattering soul slash of the Saber Pavilion. The injury is very serious, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian frowned. Meridian-shattering soul slash? One of the core secret techniques of the Saber Pavilion. It can attack a cultivator's meridians and soul through the physical body. It is difficult to heal with ordinary methods. Moreover, this injury will worsen with time. It is a very powerful attack divine technique, Whooshing Crocodile said in a low voice. It's that slash. Xianxia looked worried. Previously, Master blocked the slash for me. At that time, I didn't see any special injuries. I thought it was nothing serious. I didn't expect. As she spoke, faint light surged out of her body. Then, the great Tao in the area began to seethe. Dense amounts of Tao light converged on Master God Diviner from all directions. They were gentle and soft, but they were also as vast and mighty as a river in the starry sky. They enveloped Master God Diviner and sank into his body. This Tao light was very rich and pure. It shocked Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Both of them were moved. A half-step to Nirvana realm can actually summon such rich and pure power of the great Tao. This, even an ordinary ninth heaven of Nirvana realm expert would find it difficult to do. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. However, he immediately thought of something. His demon eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Could it be the immortal spiritual body? What? That, the imperial spiritual body that is said to be the favorite of the great Tao. When Ling Yin heard this, he was shocked. Only Lin Tian was calm. A few years ago, he had heard from an old drunkard that Xianxia had the immortal spiritual body. Xianxia supported the marvelous mathematician and guided the endless Tao light into his body. Gradually, the marvelous mathematician's complexion began to recover. Well, the injuries caused by the spirit-crushing pulse slash are difficult to heal with ordinary methods. However, this pure power of the great Tao should not be a problem. Even if it is an extremely serious injury, this level of power of the great Tao should be able to heal it easily, Whooshing Crocodile said. He looked straight at Xianxia and his demon eyes were filled with shock. Could it really be the immortal spiritual body? Buzz, in this space, the light of the great path circled all around. Strands of light entered Master God Diviner's body, causing his life force to gradually become stronger. His essence, qi, and spirit also began to recover at a rapid rate, becoming stronger and stronger. However, in the next moment, with a sizzling sound, the Tao light surrounding the area suddenly dissipated. The light outside Xianxia body also disappeared. Her aura became extremely weak. I've used up all my divine power. She supported the marvelous mathematician with a worried look on her face. Then, she subconsciously looked at Lin Tian. She had the immortal spiritual body and was known as the favorite of the great Tao. Her perception and control of the great Tao were unparalleled. However, she could only do that if she had the support of divine power. Without divine power, even if she was the favorite of the great Tao, she could not do anything. Meeting her gaze, Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then, he smiled. "I'll do it," he said and took a step forward. "Kid, the spirit-crushing pulse slash is not easy to treat with ordinary methods. Are you confident that you can guide the pure and rich power of the great Tao?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "Well, I'm not sure. However, I won't guide the power of the great Tao. I'll use other methods." Lin Tian Dao. He had mastered the art of nirvana of the sun, a sacred healing technique created by the Solar Lord. He believed that with this technique, he should be able to heal the injuries caused by the spirit-crushing pulse slash. He came to the marvelous mathematician's side and directly channeled the art of nirvana of the sun. For a moment, blood-red flames jumped and directly enveloped the marvelous mathematician, continuously entering his body. "That's a sacred healing technique." Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. Then, it bared its teeth and said, "I forgot that you still have this precious technique. With this technique, there should be no problem." It naturally knew that Lin Tian had mastered the art of nirvana of the sun. It just did not remember at that moment. The blood-red flames buzzed and entered the marvelous mathematician's body. Soon, the marvelous mathematician's essence, qi, and spirit began to rapidly recover. His pale face gradually became rosy. Just like that, after a few dozen breaths, the marvelous mathematician's injuries were all healed. His life fluctuations returned to normal. It's done. The solar nirvana technique was created by the solar celestial lord, and it had unparalleled healing effects. It was not difficult to heal the wounds on Master Clairvoyant's meridians and soul. "It's really healed." Xianxia was elated. Master Clairvoyant's spirit had recovered, and his face was rosy again. His life force had also stabilized. "Thank you, little brother. I owe you another big favor." Master Clairvoyant stood up and thanked Ling Yun. "It's nothing. Senior, don't be so polite," Lin Tiandao said. "Yeah, don't be so polite. He's still thinking about your disciple. Look at the way he looked at your disciple just now." Ling Yun pursed his lips. Lin Tian was speechless. He really wanted to kick Ling Yun away. Since when did he look at his disciple in such a way? Xianxia blinked. Master Clairvoyant smiled, not at all bothered by Ling Yun's joke. "May I ask who these people are?" Master Clairvoyant asked Lin Tiandao as he looked at Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the little Taichu on top of Lin Tian's head. "They're all good friends." Lin Tian smiled and introduced Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia to Wuxing Crocodile and the rest. "Master Clairvoyant?" Wuxing Crocodile looked at Master Clairvoyant in surprise. "Master Clairvoyant? Master Clairvoyant's descendant?" "Yes." Master Clairvoyant nodded. There was nothing to hide. "That's true. Master Clairvoyant is said to be able to predict everything. In a way, it's very scary." Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He was not surprised at all because he had already learned about Master Clairvoyant's background from an old drunkard. He looked at Master Clairvoyant and asked, "Oh right, Senior, why are those people from the legendary Pavilion of Swords chasing after you?" Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun looked at Master Clairvoyant curiously. Master God Diviner looked off into the distance, clenching his hands into fists. Then he sighed. "Heaven Oracle, my former, senior brother." Master Godly Mathematician clenched his fists. Dozens of years ago, he left the Heavenly Secret Divination sect and joined the legendary Saber Pavilion. His position is not low, and he wants to steal our sect's ancestral treasure, the heavenly secret divine mirror. Heaven's oracle? Tianji divine mirror? Lin Tian frowned. The five elements crocodile was slightly moved, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the clairvoyant and said, well, speaking of which, decades ago, there was a big mess in the divination school at that time. Since then, the divine predictor disappeared, and the bamboo forest where the divination school was stationed turned into ruins overnight. What happened at that time? Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Is that true? The legacy encampment had been reduced to ruins overnight. This kind of thing, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like it had been destroyed by someone. Naturally. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. This matter has already spread in the ninth heaven. There are only a few people who don't know about it. Lin Tian frowned. He thought of something and looked at Master Godly Mathematician. Is it related to that heaven oracle? Master Godly Mathematician mentioned his senior brother at the beginning. Moreover, when he mentioned this person, he saw Master Godly Mathematician clench his fists, and his expression was a little strange. It seems that it wasn't just because Heaven Oracle wanted to kill him and Xianxia. Master Godly Mathematician nodded. Yes. He clenched his fists, and after a few breaths, he spoke again. Our divination school's ancestor left behind a heavenly secret dojo, which contains the divine mirror. It has an unfathomable ability, and only the previous masters of the heavenly secret divination school know its location. However, according to the ancestors' instructions, the previous masters never went to the heavenly secret dojo to retrieve the divine mirror, because they were not qualified to do so. Decades ago, my master, Xianxia, the master of the heavenly secret divination school, suddenly passed the position of the next master to me, and then Master Godly Mathematician couldn't help but clench his fists. Lin Tian frowned and guessed, then, your senior brother, Heaven Oracle, became hostile because he didn't get the position. He joined the Heavenly Secret Saber Pavilion with the power of the Heavenly Secret Divination School, and then used the power of the World Saber Pavilion to destroy the Heavenly Secret Divination School's base. However, what he really wanted wasn't the position of the master of the Heavenly Secret Divination School, but to find out the location of the Heavenly Secret Dojo so that he could retrieve the divine mirror, right? He had learned a lot from Master Godly Mathematician, and it wasn't difficult for him to guess what had happened. Master Godly Mathematician nodded. Yes. Master Godly Mathematician said, that night decades ago, he brought a group of experts from the World Saber Pavilion back to the bamboo forest and interrogated my master about the location of the Heavenly Secret Dojo. Naturally, my master wouldn't tell him, and he used a special method to send me away from the base to escape the calamity. As for my master, the moment he sent me away, he killed himself. He killed himself. Lin Tian sighed. That senior must have been worried that something would happen after he was controlled, so he could roughly guess what Xianxia was thinking at that time. He was worried that the secret of the Heavenly Secret Dojo would be leaked after he was controlled by the so-called Heaven Oracle, so he killed himself. Master Godly Mathematician took a deep breath. Obviously, he knew this, and his fists clenched even tighter. Then, he sighed and said, back then, senior brother, his talent was better than mine, and he was also stronger than me. At that time, when my master passed the position of the next master of the Heavenly Secret Divination School to me, I was actually very puzzled, but now. He tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. Now, I roughly understand why my master made such a decision. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia, and his eyes lit up. Because your master, Xianxia, divined that your future disciple would have an immortal spiritual body, right? Whooshing Crocodile asked. He glanced at Xianxia and continued, according to the rumors, the founder of the Heavenly Secret Divination School, your ancestor, had an immortal spiritual body. As you mentioned before, because of the ancestral teachings, although the previous masters of the Heavenly Secret Divination School knew the location of the Heavenly Secret Dojo, they never went to the Heavenly Secret Divine Mirror. Presumably, the general content of the ancestral teachings is that only those with an immortal spiritual body can go to the Heavenly Secret Dojo to retrieve the Heavenly Secret Divine Mirror, right? The clairvoyant master's expression changed slightly. He was surprised that Whooshing Crocodile could tell that Xianxia had an immortal spiritual body, and he was surprised that Wuxing Crocodile could guess what he had guessed. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. After all, just now, Xianxia, with her half-step nirvana realm cultivation, had attracted such rich and pure power of the Great Way. As long as one had a discerning eye, it would not be difficult to guess what Xianxia's body was. As for the reason why Tianjizi passed the position of the master of the heavenly secret divination school to him, as long as one knew Xianxia's body, it would not be difficult to guess. Our progenitor is indeed an immortal spirit body. The Tianji Dao field was left behind by our progenitor, and the Tianji divine mirror was also left behind by our progenitor. It can allow our Tianji Dao of divination to reach a higher level by more than 10 times, and it can help us perfect our Tianji Dao field. It has been sealed in the Tianji Dao field for who knows how long. The clairvoyant master looked at Wuxing Crocodile and said, and the records of the ancestral teachings are indeed as this friend said. The content is that in the future generations, only disciples with immortal spiritual bodies can go to the heavenly secret dojo to retrieve the divine mirror. Otherwise, they will be regarded as traitors. Just as Master Crocodile guessed. Wuxing Crocodile nodded and looked at Xianxia again. She is indeed an immortal spiritual body. The clairvoyant master's words not only confirmed his guess about the reason why Tianjizi passed the position of the new master of the heavenly secret divination school to him, but also accepted another point. Xianxia indeed had an immortal spiritual body. Lingyun also stared at Xianxia. She is really an immortal spiritual body. Obviously, compared to the heavenly secret divination school, he and Wuxing Crocodile were more concerned about Xianxia's immortal spiritual body. After all, the immortal spiritual body was not ordinary. As the favored child of the Great Way, it had an innate advantage in many things. Once the immortal spiritual body was completed, its combat power was unimaginable. Lin Tian squinted at the man and the crocodile. He didn't care about it because he already knew that Xianxia had an immortal spiritual body. He looked at the clairvoyant master and said, in fact, when Tianjizi didn't pass the position of the next master of the heavenly secret divination school to Tianjizi, it was because he knew that Tianjizi wanted to obtain the divine mirror. In addition, he knew that Senior's future disciple would have an immortal spiritual body, so he directly passed the position of the next master to Senior. He paused for a moment, then continued, after that incident, Senior should have secretly left the 9th heaven and went to the lower heaven. Now, after so many years, Senior has returned. Are you going to? He looked at Xianxia and said, are you going to take Miss Xia to the heavenly secret dojo to retrieve the divine mirror? The clairvoyant master nodded. After that incident, I used a special method to suppress myself and left this heaven, so that Tianjizi couldn't deduce anything about me. Then, I met Xia by chance and brought her with me. He looked at Xianxia then at Lin Tian. After so many years, Xia has reached the half-step nirvana realm. I think it's time to bring Xia back and let her go to the heavenly secret dojo to retrieve the divine mirror. This is not only the will of the ancestor, but also the task entrusted to me by Master. It is also to make Xia stronger. A few days ago, Xia and I returned to this heaven through the transmission array, but we didn't expect that Tianjizi had set up some special means in this heaven. The technique I used to suppress myself to prevent him from deducing my whereabouts failed. He sensed my whereabouts and sent a powerhouse to catch me. After saying that, the clairvoyant master sighed and looked at Lin Tiandao again. This time, it's really fortunate that we met you. Otherwise, Xia and I wouldn't have escaped this disaster. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian, blinked her eyes, and said with a smile, it's really all thanks to you. Oh, I'm very glad. Lin Tian also chuckled. I'm also very glad that I happened to come here at this time. Otherwise, I might have lost a respected senior and a beautiful friend. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was indeed very glad. If he hadn't happened to pass by here, the God Diviner and Xianxia would have been in trouble. He didn't want that to happen, no matter what. He was glad that he was able to come here and save the master and disciple. Boy, your words are really mushy. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips. I'm just telling the truth. Lin Tian. He paused and looked at Master Divine Mathematician. Senior, when do you plan to go to the Tianji dojo? In order to avoid any trouble, the sooner the better. I want to take Yen there immediately. Master Divine Mathematician said. In the ninth heaven, Master Divine Mathematician has the support of the Behemoth Legendary Blade Pavilion, and they can calculate his whereabouts. The longer the delay, the greater the risk. The right thing to do is to get Xianxia to get the Divine Mirror as soon as possible. Lin Tian thought for a while and said. If you don't mind, can I accompany you? Master Divine Mathematician was taken aback for a moment. There was obvious gratitude in his eyes, but he shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, little brother, but this may bring you a lot of trouble. We have already owed you a lot, and we can't give you any more trouble. He was very clear about the true meaning behind Lin Tian's offer to accompany him and Xianxia to the Heavenly Secret Dojo. He knew that Heaven Oracle was relying on the legendary Saber Pavilion to deal with him and Xianxia, so he was prepared to escort them to the Heavenly Secret Dojo. In fact, at this time, he really needed Lin Tian's help. However, he was very worried that this would bring a lot of trouble to Lin Tian. After all, his and Xianxia's opponent is Master Divine Mathematician, who is also proficient in divination. Moreover, he has the support of the Behemoth Legendary Blade Pavilion. If Master Divine Mathematician targeted Lin Tian because of this, it would definitely not be a good thing for Lin Tian. It may cause a lot of unnecessary effects. Lin Tian's current cultivation level was very high, so he could tell what the clairvoyant master was thinking. He smiled and said, Senior, don't worry. I've never been afraid of trouble. Back when he was being hunted by the Seven Luminaries Empire, he encountered the clairvoyant master and Xianxia in the forest. Xianxia had directly sent him various news of the outside world. Later on, Xianxia was captured by the Seven Luminaries Empire to threaten the clairvoyant master to deduce his whereabouts. The clairvoyant master refused to comply. He was truly grateful to the master and disciple pair. Although an old drunkard had helped him save this pair of master and disciple, and he had also saved them once, none of that mattered. What mattered was that he knew that the clairvoyant master and Xianxia were in trouble. Since he knew, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was the principle, and he was very clear on this point. More importantly, he respected the clairvoyant and considered Xianxia a good friend. Therefore, at this moment, he would of course choose to travel with the clairvoyant Xianxia and escort her to the Heavenly Mystery Godly Mirror. This, the clairvoyant master was even more grateful, but he was still a little hesitant. Alright, old man, don't hesitate. Just like what Brat Lin said before, we have already provoked 5 top forces in a row. Why should we be afraid of one more legendary saber pavilion? Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips and said, moreover, to be honest, Grandpa Crocodile really wants to go and take a look at the dojo left by the ancestor of your Heavenly Mystery sect. Ling Yan also said, yes, don't think too much. At most, you can marry your disciple to Brat Lin in the future to return the favor. Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. What is this guy talking about? He took a deep breath and said to the clairvoyant master, it's decided, Senior. When Miss Ye successfully obtains the Heavenly Mystery Godly Mirror, we will part ways. As he said that, he smiled and said, if Senior feels that you owe me anything, then when Miss Ye's Heavenly Mystery Divination Tao is accomplished in the future, please allow this junior to shamelessly ask for some divination. The clairvoyant master was stunned again and smiled bitterly. Then, his expression became incomparably serious again. He looked at Xianxia and said, as long as this old man is still alive, as long as Ye can help, I will do my best to help you in the future. His expression was very serious. It was a kind of acceptance of Lin Tian's good intentions, and also a promise to Lin Tian. Xianxia smiled lightly. She was not as courteous as the clairvoyant master. She seemed very ethereal as she thanked Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tianyi smiled. Then, let's go now. The clairvoyant master nodded. Immediately, the group left this place and walked into the distance. In the southern region, on an incomparably majestic mountain, there was a huge palace. It was like the various divine pavilions of the celestial world. There was a kind of amazing divine essence intertwined between these palaces, and overall, there was a kind of soaring aura. This was the place where the legendary Saber Pavilion was established. What? In a large hall of the legendary Saber Pavilion, a few big shots of this branch gathered together, all of them frowning. Another person knelt on one knee in the hall. He was a deacon of the legendary Saber Pavilion. The legendary Saber Pavilion's Hall of Legacy brought news that the 10 people they sent to capture the clairvoyant master had all their soul lamps extinguished. Everyone was dead. Master Clairvoyant. In the hall, a middle-aged man in a purple robe looked at a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe and frowned. Didn't you say that the clairvoyant master and the woman with the celestial spirit body were below the nirvana realm and were not a threat? In order to deduce the cultivation of the woman with the celestial spirit body, our sect had already sent people to die in place of Master. Master said that 10 nirvana realm cultivators would be able to suppress the 2 of them unharmed. However, the result seems to be a little different from Master's deduction. The middle-aged man in a Taoist robe tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged man in a purple robe. There was a sinister look in his eyes as he said, "Are you doubting my deduction?" "Firen, Master has misunderstood. I was just a little curious." The middle-aged man in a purple robe was at the quasi-emperor level and was one of the big shots of the legendary Saber Pavilion. He was very powerful, but he was not angry at the unkind tone of the early-stage nirvana realm middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. This was because the middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was of great significance to the legendary Saber Pavilion. Moreover, over the years, the legendary Saber Pavilion had benefited greatly from the clairvoyant master's Tao of divine divination. Even one of their emperor-level ancestors had personally come out of seclusion to meet the clairvoyant master and personally said that he would treat the clairvoyant master as an important guest of the legendary Saber Pavilion. The clairvoyant master snorted coldly and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. "I have already deduced the cause of the deaths of those people. It has nothing to do with the clairvoyant master and the celestial spirit body girl. It has nothing to do with their strength. Someone must have helped them." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and shot out a divine light screen. It reflected the figures of Lin Tian, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, the clairvoyant master, and Xianxia. There was even a blurry image of Lin Tian fighting. Although it was not very clear, it was enough to explain many things. This man saved the clairvoyant master and his disciple? The middle-aged man in a purple robe froze. His gaze fell on Lin Tian in the divine light screen and he could not help but frown. If that is the case, this will be a little troublesome. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily shifted to the little Taichu above Lin Tian's head in the divine light screen. A few days ago, Lin Tian had killed the Yin-Yang Saint Child and several quasi-emperors in the Taichu Immortal Ridge because of the mysterious little beast by his side. It was said that the little beast was at the emperor level. If Lin Tian was protecting the clairvoyant master and his disciple, then it would be very troublesome for them to capture them. Ordinary people and ordinary methods would be absolutely ineffective. There were other important figures of this faction in the hall. They were all very powerful, but at this time, they were all frowning. Evidently, they had also thought of the series of problems that the middle-aged man in a purple robe was thinking of. Troublesome? The clairvoyant master snorted coldly. What do you think is just troublesome? Have you never thought that this is an immortal opportunity? He looked at the middle-aged man in a purple robe and the others and said sinisterly, that Lin Tian is rumored to control several celestial venerable ancient scriptures. If we take this opportunity to suppress him together with the clairvoyant master and his disciple, not only will I obtain the divine mirror of heavenly secrets, which will greatly increase my divination power and make your legendary Saber Pavilion stronger in the future. You will also obtain several celestial venerable ancient scriptures, which will rapidly increase your sect's strength. In the future, it will definitely not be a problem for you to dominate the world. He continued, that little beast by his side is indeed very powerful, but how powerful can it be? Can it be heaven-defying? Given the strength of your legendary Saber Pavilion, can't you deal with such a little beast? Think about it carefully. As long as you suppress him and the clairvoyant master and his disciple, you will be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, the expression of the middle-aged man in purple robe and the others changed. Their eyes couldn't help but light up when they heard this. Indeed, the clairvoyant master was right. As long as they suppressed Lin Tian and the clairvoyant master would obtain the divine mirror of heavenly secrets, which would greatly increase his divination power. In the future, it would be even better for the legendary Saber Pavilion to become the strongest sect in the world after suppressing Lin Tian. In addition, they would be able to obtain several celestial venerable ancient scriptures from Lin Tian, which would greatly increase their sect's strength. With these two combined, it wouldn't be a problem for the legendary Saber Pavilion to dominate the world in the future. In the future, the legendary Saber Pavilion would definitely become the strongest sect in the world. I'll have to report this matter to the patriarchs and ask them to make a decision. The middle-aged man in purple robe said in a deep voice, but there was a faint glimmer in his eyes. The sky was blue, and there were white clouds everywhere. Lin Tian and the others left the place where they had been before. With Master God Diviner leading the way, their speed was quite fast, and the scenery on both sides flashed by rapidly. Senior, we seem to be leaving the western region and heading towards the southern region. Is the Tianji Dojo located in the southern region? Lin Tian asked the clairvoyant master. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin also tilted their heads to look at the clairvoyant master. At this time, they naturally noticed the same problem as Lin Tianyi. A genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Facing Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yin's gazes, the clairvoyant master nodded. Indeed, the Tianji Dojo is located in the southern region. Love Go Little Say Nepku previously, when I entered the ninth heaven through the cross-heaven teleportation array, I couldn't control the specific foothold, so I ended up in the western domain, and the Heavenly Oracle and the legendary Blade Pavilion. Master Clairvoyant didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Tian and the others already knew what happened next. If we fly from here to the southern domain, it'll take at least a few months. Let's find a sect to use the teleportation portal. Lin Tian Dao. The ninth heaven is extremely vast, and the distance between the 4 domains is naturally very far. The time it takes to cross from one domain to another is unimaginable. Even with their current powerful cultivation base, it will take a lot of time to cross from here to the southern region. At this time, the best way is to use the teleportation platform of some sect inheritance, which can generally teleport them to a very far distance in an instant. Yes, that should be the case. Ling Yin said. I think so too. Xianxia nodded. Master God Diviner nodded in agreement. It was a very good idea. Wuxing Crocodile said, the sect closest to this place is called the Northern Violet Divine Sect. It is a second-level power in this heaven domain. There are several quasi-emperors overseeing the sect and they have teleportation formations that lead directly to the other 3 domains. Alright, then let's head to the Northern Purple Divine Sect to borrow the teleportation array. Lin Tian Dao. Wuxing Crocodile immediately led the way towards the Northern Purple Divine Sect. This place was a bit far from Northern Purple God Sect, but it wasn't too far. The group flew in the air for about 3 days before finally arriving at a mountain range. There were immortal palaces with immortal birds flying above them. The spirit energy here was shockingly dense. We're here. The Northern Purple Sect is right in front. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. Yeah. A childish voice rang out above Lin Tian's head. Little Taichu spoke up and pulled Lin Tian's head. Lin Tianwei was puzzled, but then her expression changed. She tilted her head and looked towards the northwest. Ling Yin was curious. Kid, why, boom, 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 at this moment, overbearing divine power intertwined from the northwest. 3 silhouettes rushed over and arrived in the blink of an eye. They were 3 middle-aged men, one in green robes, one in golden armor, and one in brown hair. All of them had cold expressions, and a faint emperor's aura surrounded them. Moreover, there was an extremely sharp blade intent lingering in the void. 3 quasi-emperors from the legendary Saber Pavilion. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed its eyes. The marvelous mathematician's expression froze. He clenched his fists and didn't look too good. He knew that the marvelous mathematician wouldn't give up on dealing with him. He was determined to get the whereabouts of the mysterious heavenly mirror from him. However, he didn't expect the marvelous mathematician to send more experts to kill him. Moreover, it was 3 quasi-emperors. A person of this level was very terrifying. Xianxia frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. This was because Lin Tian was standing beside her. Lin Tian looked at the three quasi-emperors from the legendary Saber Pavilion and naturally knew why they had chased him all the way here. "Get lost if you don't want to die," he said. Opposite him, the three middle-aged men snorted coldly. Their gazes fell on the marvelous mathematician and Lin Tian. There was a sharp light in their eyes as if they were looking at the peerless divine treasures of the two sections. The next moment, the three of them moved and worked together to summon blood-red banners. There were a total of 999 banners. Each banner was about 10 feet long and was engraved with densely packed Dao patterns. The moment they appeared, they exuded a terrifying killing power. There was the Emperor's aura of a true Emperor-level expert intertwined among them. The faint Emperor's aura of a quasi-Emperor couldn't compare to it. In an instant, the 999 banners swayed and directly trapped Lin Tian and the others in the center. For a moment, Lin Tian frowned. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were slightly shocked. The marvelous mathematician and Xianxia are also turned pale. The killing formation formed by 999 Emperor-level banners was forged by at least 2 Emperor-level experts. Moreover, they weren't ordinary emperors. They were at least at the 6th heaven of the Emperor realm, which is enough to kill a 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm. Wuxing Crocodile cursed, "Damn, Master Crocodile found it strange just now. Why didn't these 3 bastards care about you at all when they saw you? At least you killed 7 or 8 quasi-emperors before. Ordinary quasi-emperors should be wary of you. It turns out that these 3 bastards still have such things on them. No wonder they are so confident. That's not all. Those bastards didn't seem the least bit surprised to see us here with Master God Diviner. It was almost as if they knew we were here all along. Furthermore, they were looking at Master God Diviner and Master Lin like prey. Clearly, they weren't just targeting Master God Diviner, they were targeting Master Lin as well," Ling Yun said. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a glimmer. Naturally, he also noticed the problem mentioned by Ling Yun. He said, "There is only one explanation. After a dozen people from the legendary Saber Pavilion were killed, the marvelous mathematician calculated that we were helping the marvelous mathematician. After that, I think they are also targeting the celestial venerable ancient scriptures that I have. They want to take them away." Hearing this, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun nodded slightly. Obviously, Lin Tian's statement was the only explanation. Boom! 999 large banners soared into the sky. The murderous power was tyrannical, shaking the 10 directions as if it was going to collapse the entire place. This kind of power was tyrannical and terrifying. It rolled up a terrifying hurricane, broke through the sky, and shook the earth. In an instant, this place seemed to have been hit by a huge earthquake. The mountains in front of them shook violently. Large trees were directly broken and shattered. The palaces of the Northern Purple Divine sect in the mountains shook. Then, a protective formation around the palaces appeared on its own, firmly protecting the palaces. Suddenly, the entire Northern Purple Divine sect was alarmed. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened? Many disciples of the Northern Purple Divine sect were in a mess. The sect leader and a few supreme elders of this faction walked out in shock. Soon after, each of them sensed the reason why the dense palaces in their faction shook and the protective runes activated on their own. All of them looked out of the mountain range. That is? Staring out of the mountains, the big shots of the Northern Purple Divine sect saw the 99 large banners, 3 quasi-emperors, and Lin Tian and the others. For a moment, the shock on their faces deepened. Is that Lin Tian? Those 3 middle-aged men are quasi-emperors? They seem to be, from the legendary Saber Pavilion. Are those large banners a killing formation? This killing formation caused the land of our sect to shake? Terrifying, terrifying. It can even destroy an emperor, right? That Lin Tian, when did he become enemies with the legendary Saber Pavilion? Many disciples of the Northern Purple Divine sect followed the gaze of their sect master and a few highest elders. When they saw the scene outside the mountains, they were all extremely shocked. Boom! The 999 large banners swayed in the wind, sealing off the 4 directions. The murderous power of these banners was terrifying. The 3 middle-aged men were guarding 3 directions, jointly controlling the 999. large banners. They looked coldly at Lin Tianyi and the others. Before this, the Legacy Saber Pavilion had sent a dozen experts to hunt down the Divine Diviner and his disciples, but they had all been killed. The Divine Diviner had divined that Lin Tian's group was helping the Divine Diviner and his disciples, and pointed out that Lin Tian had several celestial venerate ancient scriptures. As long as the Legacy Saber Pavilion could suppress Lin Tian and the Divine Diviner together, not only would they be able to obtain the Heavenly Divination Divine Mirror, but they would also be able to obtain several celestial venerate ancient scriptures from Lin Tian. In the future, they would be able to dominate the 10 Directions Heaven region without any problems. After that, the legendary Saber Pavilion was indeed tempted. After reporting to the elders of the Saber Pavilion, they finally received approval. Now, they were here to suppress both Lin Tian and the Oracle Master. Before this, because there was a rumor that Lin Tian had an emperor-rank small beast, the three of them were given a secret divine treasure, the 9 Annihilation Slaughter Formation. This X-array was forged by 3 7th Heaven Emperors in the past. Even a 3rd Heaven Emperor could easily destroy it. Among the three, the green-clothed middle-aged man glanced at the Oracle Master, looked at Lin Tian, and then looked at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's head. He sneered, "So what if it's an Emperor rank? It's at most a 2nd Sky Emperor realm expert." The big shots of their faction all agreed that the little Taichu by Lin Tian's side was at most a 2nd Sky Emperor realm expert. Not long ago, when the little Taichu killed the quasi-emperors of the Yin-Yang sect and other major factions, they didn't sense any strong emperor aura from the little Taichu. Furthermore, the 9 Annihilation Slaughter Formation could easily kill a 3rd Sky Emperor realm expert. Therefore, they weren't worried at all. Yeah. The little Taichu lay on Lin Tian's head. Seeing the green-cloaked middle-aged man staring at it with a cold smile, it was very dissatisfied. Among the 3 middle-aged men, the brown-clothed middle-aged man snorted and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Attack and suppress." The other 2 middle-aged men nodded and raised their hands to form seals. In an instant, 999 large flags trembled together, releasing an even more terrifying aura that shook the entire sky. The Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, Yenya and the Oracle Master were all shocked. "Don't worry, we won't kill you. We'll leave you alive. There are many things that we need to get from you," the golden-clothed middle-aged man said coldly. Right after Xiaochen spoke, a boundless killing light surged toward the group like a vast sea. Rumble, the void in all directions collapsed at the first moment. Lin Tian frowned and asked the little Taichu, "Little guy, can you block it?" End of chapter 1122. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.